Mariposa station.
Hello, friends. Looks like the Mariposa airport.
Units en route, not at scene at the buoyant.
Hit this late area real good this time, Travis.
Agent 3174.
We're starting off. We're starting hot.
Pretty good. You can just slow down through here.
4260.
We have.
4281. Engine 4281. Confirm return to previous assignment.
I'm hoping things are going well.
14 Mariposa local 1. Mariposa circle YC.
I have to adjust volume, friends. This is the Bullion Fire, Mariposa County.
44 air attack on air ground. 29 your location. Mariposa, engine 4280 in quarters, Mariposa station.
See if we have a camera.
1535. 10 is 25.
There's a couple places behind me you can side cannon and stuff. And
Cool, I see Mariposa.
could you back up real quick and then just nose into this driveway where I'm at? Clean it off.
There we go.
Lieutenant 44 air attack on air ground. Are you in Bagby grade, or did you come up 49, or are you in the low country? Ida 16, Sam 6.
Bear with me, friends. I'll get in a word in a second.
Good copy. They're trying to find a place to be with you. They're gonna, if you want to hold up there, Coulterville, there's a good LZ. That's about the only place between here and there. 16, Sam 6. When they take off, they're going to try to be with you, but I wouldn't go any closer to Mariposa. CYA. Civil service and landline. Let's copy the 1537. I'll advise CHP.
Got a pickup down there?
Copy the traffic or some of that.
Yeah. Can you have Brock start taking these dump trucks back to the yard and then pick them up, bring them up for the other one? Yeah.
Sorry, it's chaos with two feeds here.
The copy boat launch at the bottom. Helicopter 44 air attack underground. There should be a boat launch they think they can land at the bottom.
No, that's cool. Keep doing what you're doing.
River.
It's looking better, at least. But there's level 3 go now evacuations near the Mariposa
They'll be Mariposa, local 1.
airport. But we've got
Mariposa, strike team 9436 golf. 10 clear to left. Confirming you copied, cancel.
a lot of stuff happening in Eastern Oregon, too. So welcome, friends.
Negative. 9436 golf, canceling, returning to continue. Bullion operations, Bullion air attack underground.
Woo. Let me try to eat some food. I just
Okay, all the aircraft between roadway have been released and will be off their incident.
sat down with lunch.
Affirmative, they'll meet him down the bottom of Bagby at Merced River at the boat launch. I'll go to them with that information, just want to let you know first. Visible air attack aircraft release information.
Engine 281 medical aid unknown nature 3443 Virginia Street, across the Michigan Avenue.
Millerton, AirTech 440 release with a 1600 ETA Columbia, and Copter 610 is released. They'll do a fuel stop on the Merced River with the tender, and they'll be about a 1650 ETA Columbia.
Awesome. It's looking much.
1539.
It's looking much better than it did. Sorry, friends, I was out and just got back. Just tried to throw the groceries into the fridge here, and T-Probe helped me get my provisions restocked.
Full road and 49.
Got left channel audio was Mariposa dispatch, and the right channel was air attack.
In the
assignment. Cover the Awani station.
Copy, Awani station.
It seems like the situation is stabilizing,
And if
thank
you could
goodness.
relocate, that'd be wonderful, thanks.
Roger that.
Hi, friends.
Copy.
Sorry, it's a little bit of chaos. I was just going to sit down and eat food first, but there's a lot of stuff going on.
Jonas? I got a guy with, says he needs to get to there's a fire that's going on, he needs to get to it.
We're going to be lifting it right now.
Yeah, I know it's.
Travis, I'll meet you here at this turnout.
I tried.
Actually, I'll just meet you at the schoolhouse. This cluster right here.
I try to get as
Go
much
ahead and lift it, Trent.
rest as possible ahead of today because we know it's going to be bad. It's going to be bad. Eastern Oregon, especially, the lightning's already beginning. Hang on.
I'll meet you at schoolhouse. I'll talk to you. Or just go down, let's get another load. I'll talk to you when you get another load of water.
They released both the aircraft here at Mariposa. Since it's stabilizing, we might zip away from that for the moment. Sorry, I just gotten as much as I could and prepped for this day, as much sleep as possible. Please excuse my stuffy nose situation. I ran out of Sudafed. I still have a sinus infection. It's getting better. But it is what it is. So I ended the stream early, got lots of sleep, and as soon as I wake up, all of a sudden Mariposa is on fire again. Mariposa County, excuse me. So the Bullion fire went to 40 acres. It's got a update. They immediately evacuated the residences near the airport. And this is pretty much what the current evacuation warning situation is. I think the pink is, or the red was go now. Excuse me. The red was, this neighborhood was go now.
I'm clear, fire detail 10-8 for patrol.
Engine 3174, Mariposa, local 1.
Oh, it's bright mode.
Mariposa engine 3174.
So the order was School Lane,
Assignment at Court School.
which they keep mentioning a little bit, but the situation.
Return to course goals.
1542.
Is looking better.
60 Mariposa.
Thanks, Prince. Thanks for being here. Yeah, Chico is,
4260.
isn't it Bidwell Park? Is it Bidwell Park?
Cover Cascades Valley.
I just want to listen to this for
4260 copy.
a second longer.
1542 break, engine 4281, Mariposa.
4281.
A second longer.
When you guys get picked up, or finds picked up.
40 acres, moderate rate of spread at, is it Bidwell Park? I'd assume so, but man, that's a sacred place. Incredible beauty there. That would really suck to have that ruined. So I saw about an hour ago as I tried to scramble to get food together, C-Pro helped me bring in the groceries. They really had to be refrigerated. I couldn't just drop everything real quick.
97 at school, Wayne and 49.
Units are still checking in at Mariposa. Do we have a good radio? Does anybody know if we have a scanner for what's going on in Butte County? I mean, I could check it. I think it's stabilizing at Mariposa, but we have new level 3 evacuations for the Durkee fire in those areas, and we have intense lightning going on. Flash flood warnings, red flag, hurricane force winds today. Hold on to your butts. It's going to be bad.
I thought so. I just wanted to let you know.
It says the one with his floor light on.
Yeah, I think we can turn away from Mariposa County now. I'm sure the people who needed to be evacuated immediately were, just by the units that arrived on scene. I have no idea what caused that, but it ran off to the races straight for the Mariposa airport, mostly a quick-moving grass fire. So I think aircraft just turned the tide with that. Wanted to check on what's going on with Butte County, because, Butte County. They've requested another tanker and a helicopter 3 minutes ago. There's now 40 acres with a moderate rate of spread. Let's see if we've got a way to go and check there by Chico. I think they've got cams right there. Yikes. Right behind homes. So here's the 1 hour time lapse of what's going on with the park fire in Chico. Goodness gracious. It's up on hills and or a levee. I can't tell if that's a levee or just hills. And the power line right away. These are the infamous lines, the ones that still connect up Highway 70 that go, all the way to Eleanor, and same general line. I don't know if it's a brand new one or the old one adjacent that started the campfire and the Dixie as well. So those are always ominous to see. PG&E's equipment. Always ominous to see the fire right in people's backyard. Hopefully they've got some good, decent defensible space there. And it looked like the fire was down low and ran up the hill in the opposite direction from the homes. I can't tell wind direction, but fire always loves to go uphill. There's a line of it right there. I guess it just went around the sides. That's ominous. Rob, hey, welcome. It says earlier today there was a fire about a mile down the valley from me. CDF quickly put it out. Yikes. I'm glad. Where's Mariposa? Mariposa is the gateway to Yosemite. It's in Mariposa County. So I can show you a quick little map thing. Like here's their evacuation map. Mariposa, the actual town, is right here. And it almost burned down. This was the site of this entire area was the site of the fire that somebody started on 4th of July with a lawnmower. I think they lost 18 structures. They nearly lost the entire town. It's where people stay mostly if they want to drive the next day to Yosemite National Park. So if you zoom out, it's that's Mariposa County, and up to the right side of the screen, up the hill into the mountains is where you get to Yosemite. So it's a tiny town, but it has a lot of like motels and stuff for people to go to Yosemite the next day. And then if you go to Madera County and Fresno County down there, you'll get into the sequoias down there. So this time the fire is called the Bullion Fire. It's over there by their airport, but it's mostly around the airport grounds. And then they closed School Lane and got the people out there apparently that live there. It did look like there were some homes right up in this area. So that one, let's see, which camera did I have that on? Yeah, this is what just happened at Mariposa, as far as we can tell with the best camera angle. And so they just released the aircraft, though it's doing a lot better. So yikes! But you could see walls of flames going past the end of the runway, and I imagine they, of course, had to close their airport. We can't see what's on the other side of the hill. That's where School Lane is, and probably residences. But yikes! At least airports have their own fire departments. In general, you can see it ripping past the end of the runway. So that is what I just started out covering. And just as soon as we saw that, they released the aircraft, and it looks like they were able to stop it at the road and on the airport grounds, at least that direction of progress. We don't have a declaration of forward progress stopped yet that I can tell, but we immediately need to look at the others right now in progress. This is what's going on. They're calling for more help. This is in Chico, northeast part of town. So check out the Barell fire. Is that Boreal, actually, Spinny Dude? Hey, welcome, Terry, and welcome, others. I have to try to get as much as I can in the way of food here in front of me. This is the Deer Creek cam, and they do have aircraft buzzing around Butte County right now. So just tell me which fires you want to know about. We've got all hell breaking loose in Eastern Oregon. I just want to show you guys. But we almost never have any scatter radio for Eastern Oregon. That's the problem. But look look here, that's Burns, which I don't know has been evacuated yet. They've been on evacuation warning for quite some time due to the Falls Fire, and then the newer, what's that one called? The Court Rock Fire? I can't even remember. The telephone, excuse me, telephone. We've got just constant lightning storms that have been coming back to back. Some have rolled through California yesterday, which we covered, lit fires near Portola and Plymouth County. And then they started entering Eastern Oregon yesterday. They were in southern Malheur County and Harney County yesterday, but today we've got hurricane force winds, torrential rain, wow, right there, where the red is, flash flood warnings, and the whole 9 yards. So this is the kind of horrible weather where people can have a wildfire, take out their neighborhood or their town, and then have the ruins flooded. It's just like the finger of the devil is pressed on Eastern Oregon right now. It's not a cakewalk either in Western Oregon. It's just not quite as windy, but crazy amounts of lightning that's happened in the past 72 to 100 hours has lit hundreds of fires in Oregon. Just 400 to somewhere between 400 and 2,000 strikes. Now here's an airplane just doing a live drop of retardant in Chico, which is, whoops, let me show you that real quick. It's behind the radar map. That's awesome. So here they're trying to prevent the, there's the airplane flying away. Let's see if we can go to three images back. You know, we're trying to cover a lot at once today. So here it comes. It goes in from the left, comes down low at Chico with the park fire, drops retardant, pulls up and away. That looks like an S2 turbo tracker probably. So let's shoot a 30-minute time lapse of the park fire that's over there in Chico. I don't know if it's Bidwell Park or what. There's several over there. So it's trying to spread out along this plateau northeast of Chico with that park fire. You did not have good sleep last night? I'm sorry, Terry. What time is it in England? It's this is going to be really bad today. Just hold on to your butts. So I am your captain, you know. And I am turning on the fasten seatbelt sign because here we go. We have a horrible, awful day ahead of us. We just have to get through it together. So I want to read a couple of things about, like, say, the Durkee fire, the 40-plus acre fire that's going on in Butte County. It says, yeah, it's Upper Bidwell Park, like I thought. It's a beautiful area, just magical. The drainage that comes off the rivers and stuff that go next to Paradise go down towards Chico. Chico itself, East Chico, was evacuated during the Paradise fire. You can see Paradise is right there. So, you know, this is all pretty lush and beautiful and somewhat wild. You know, I'm surprised at the amount of sprawl that's kind of occurred this way. But well, I don't remember that from childhood, but that makes it a lot more difficult to handle. But that's it's a real magical, like in Big Chico Creek, lush and cool, and God, looks like that's a golf course or something there. It's knee and ankle deep in some places, and then you get to huge boulders higher upstream and swimming holes where you can swim right next to salmon and shad and stuff like that are migrating. And there are underwater caves where boulders had kind of stacked on top of each other after the great floods of the Ice Age. And you can, like, swim through underwater tunnels. That's the way I remember it. But there's different branches of it, you know. But they're not supposed to build next to floodplains without levees protecting them. I don't know if that was all a good idea, a lot of this development. But here we go. So let's take a trip over to Eastern Oregon real quick. There's a huge air show going on with that, the park fire. Like I said, this is mostly resolved. I think it's looking better at Mariposa. But like, here's the live look of what's going on with the park fire at Bidwell and Chico. I take another bite of my food. I had just tried to make myself a sandwich when all hell started to break loose, of course. But I've got to eat in order to save my strength for today, that's for sure. Hey, Shaz, I love you very much. How you doing? What time is it in England, guys? Yeah, Bidwell Park's on fire, sister. I know, isn't that a wonderful place? Looks like they're having trouble, with it trying to wrap around and get up on the plateaus. So they just did a couple of retardant drops here, but it looks like the fire jumped them already. I think. Wait, that's more red splash. Let's see. Maybe that one's holding right there. But I did see some, see that right there? And that one jumped to one of the retardant lines. The fire loves to climb and run around on hillsides like so. So they put retardant and a bucket drop right in front of it, and hopefully that stuff will hold. These are our latest live looks at that. So if you want to look at the Bidwell cam on your own, open up a new tab. Here's our link to it. And you can just see the gnarly, like 1 hour time lapse there. So, and it's underneath the PG&E power lines, the same kind of grid that went up there. The same grid in the area that they started the PG&E. The PG&E started the Dixie and the Caldor, not the Caldor. The PG&E started the Dixie and the campfire with this style of high tension power lines. They don't have a great reputation for maintaining them very well. Who knows what started all this today? It could be recreation. Who knows? It's a very, very, very popular place for recreation. Sorry, I'm still not 100% woken up. Got my drinks here. Here we go. Sorry, yes, what was the Boreal fire? Spinny dude. It looks like we do have a fierce thing of the, it's Barell fire. Okay, I thought it was Boreal. Looked like I misread that. We'll have to go and look at Eastern Oregon in just a sec. Where is Barell fire? Saw that on the Kern County. Yikes. Okay. There's been tons of lightning all the way from everywhere from the Sierras, California City up to Tahoe yesterday. So we knew that a lot of the lightning strike fires would make their appearance today. We'll look back at the radar again. Yeah, it looks like Fierce. Thanks for the link. Did a drive-by, flyover. Let's look at Kern County. Hopefully that's not super loud.
OES Intel 24, July 24th, 2024, at 15:10 hours. This is the Barell incident, Sequoia National Forest. Currently mapped at 941 acres. We're looking north to south down at the Kern River there. Fire started on the south side of Highway 178 near Democrat Road. Switch to IR here. We'll work our way up the, or SWIR. We'll work our way up the left flank. As you can see, left flank still holding quite a bit of heat all the way up as we come up here. Left shoulder, across the head, a lot of heat in there. Working our way back down the right shoulder and right flank, back towards the road. Go back to color. End of video. OES Intel 24, July 24th, 2024. At 15:10 hours, this is the Barell incident, Sequoia National Forest. Currently mapped at 941 acres. We're looking north to south down at the Kern River there. Fire started on the south side of Highway 178 near Democrat Road. Switch to IR here. We'll work our way up the, or SWIR. We'll work our way up the left flank. As you can see, left flank still holding quite a bit of heat all the way up as we come up here. Left shoulder, across the head, a lot of heat in there. working our way back down the right shoulder and right flank, back towards the road.
Okay, I wanted to have him pan over to the right a bit. If anybody missed that, this is not where the sequoias are. It looks like it's down in the, if I just had to look, guess, down where the hills start turning into the mountains, where it's mostly still oak, but yikes. Look, if it got into the mountains up there, look how easily it could climb. So let's take a look at the Barell fire. Thanks for the link, Spinny Dude. Kern County, yeah, mostly oak still, but it could climb. You know, it can get up into the sequoias. We don't want to lose any more. I don't even know what the trout fire is doing right now. So if it's started by a road, that's a lot less likely to be lightning. Who knows? Did they say that cause? Could be somebody pulling over and not realizing their hot engine is lighting the dry grass. It could be something like that. Or somebody hitting a bump on the road. And I found out that just things falling off of a vehicle can oftentimes start a wildfire. People, especially in pickup trucks or open beds, just hitting a bump. One time a crescent wrench, Captain John Bruno told me a crescent wrench bounced out of a pickup truck in Shasta County and lit a wildfire that they pounced on real quick, but it could have been really a bad situation. Oh, man. Chat is saying the town of Jasper Fire in BC has just absolutely taken off. Okay, let's just take a look at that. In Canada, it looks like 25,000 people have just been told to leave. Is that what's going on? But that was 23 hours ago, so that would have been. Are they already out? Flames are now 5 kilometers from the Jasper town site. Let's just take a quick look at Canada. We don't have much of a way to monitor Canada. That's why I don't really track it. We got our hands full with the West right now. Let me know which fires you want me to check on next, guys. We'll just go priority with level 3 evacuations called today, and then down to the next as requested. And of course, breaking news ones. Yikes. So it says 2 fires that have forced thousands of people to evacuate from Jasper National Park. Oh, it's a park. Okay. Are expected to grow rapidly on Wednesday after shifting winds push the flames closer to the mountain town site. Multiple fires are burning in the national park. 2 to the north and south are threatening the town of Jasper. Okay, so it's a town and it is a park. Fueled by parched conditions, they've moved closer to the scenic community and the flames continue to expand their reach. So, okay, it's within 5 kilometers of the town site and has scorched at least 270 hectares. At least 10,000 residents, 15,000 visitors were forced out Monday night under evacuation order as the fires flared after days of scorching heat. Aggressive fire behavior is expected to continue. Yikes. It's a very dynamic situation. So, yikes. BC towns are full, so Jasper wildfire evacuees have been directed to Alberta. Wow. If we were nice, we would let them in. Like, come on, we've got plenty of room by northern Washington, right? Wish we could do something like that for them. All right. So what we could do is let's quickly look at my radar, and it covers Canada too, I believe. So we got crazy amounts of lightning strike. We have torrential rain going on in eastern Oregon, especially around this particular spot. Where is that? I just want to get an orientation of myself here. In Deschutes County. What? No, Malheur County. Deschutes is way over to the west. Yeah, so there's quite a lot of rain and 93-degree temperatures at the same time. But look how fast the storms are moving past. That would be localized flooding, but it may not be enough to even rain out any fires that are being started by this. These crazy storms are going past. So moving over to Harney County, this one's by the, let's see, that fire was south of the telephone, right? I was hoping it would show, it usually shows the nearest town name. Let me resize this window, excuse me. All right. Yeah, usually you move the thing around, and like it would say Burns. Like, for example, that's Burns and Hines, which I'm not sure are evacuated yet. It's 93 degrees. They've been on warning for more than a week with the Falls fire above them, and now the telephone. The town of Monument has been evacuated already. It's under level 3, and I don't know what time that happened yesterday, but oh my God, look at the amount. This is probably by Monument. Look at the amount of lightning. Just look at these strikes. Off from Monument to Juntura. I'm sorry, I don't know how to say that. But yikes. So it's all red flag. If I take off, I already did. It's just pink as the wind. Okay, let's see where the thunderstorms are originating. We'll zip up to Canada. Yeah, a lot of them down there. Just by, what is that, Bake Oven? California in the deserts. Some originating by where the Wildfire was, and the other Apache fire. There's different ones now. One in Ventura County. I think this was the one. No, not the trout. Oh, it is. Oh, this is a trout. Okay. The white is down here, right? No, that's the long. Excuse me. Those were down here by Lake Isabella. It looks like they're not on the map anymore. No, sorry, I just didn't go down. This is the white. And this one was Rancho. I'm sorry, not Apache. Rancho. The Apache's Ventura County. It's hard to keep all these straight. We have the thunderstorms and the wind down there picking up. Some of them originate by Tehachapi in California City. Excuse me. Right now I'm saying it right. Going up past where the trout fire is. That's all they need is more lightning just outside of where they were trying to contain it. So there was good news yesterday that the trout fire had shifted, and it looked like just to the east of here, it's called Kennedy Meadows, might be spared, but with the lightning getting closer and closer to it, we can just hope that it gets rained out and there's not a new front of attack towards Kennedy Meadows there. A lot of people are on edge. There are still some fires starting by Mammoth Lakes, or excuse me, lightning and storms starting by Mammoth Lakes, and probably fires. We'll know about them we'll know about them later if they are occurring. This is very high altitude though. See where it says like Yosemite Village there? This is about the peak of the Sierras. Some of these may just, strike one tree and do nothing because the tree might be really isolated and struggling to breathe at the tree line. So we just hope that it doesn't start things in Yosemite itself. Moving up towards Walker, east of Markleyville, that's quite a lightning beep show. Where they had the other fire last week, the Spring Valley, that was so devastating to the areas that had already been affected by the Tamarack of 2021. They're getting some torrential rain. There's got to be flash flood warnings and stuff here. Gardnerville, east of Carson City, some extreme heavy rain. Up by Reno and north of Reno too. Lots of lightning there and localized torrential rain. And some of the storms forming around Susanville have been drifting into southern Malheur County and Harney County in southeastern Oregon and ripping across towards Boise, everywhere from the California border to John Day. LeGrand, Baker City, all getting just absolutely slammed with one of the nature's craziest storm shows right now. If there are any live Baker City cams, that would be incredible to watch right now. This would be incredible to watch from a safe building, like in Baker City's hotel or something, like at the Geisler Grand Hotel, something nice and brick in structure. Because if you're in a tent or something like that, you would be blown all the way to Kingdom Come. These kind of storms out there have hurricane force winds. It's possible they can generate local tornadoes. I haven't heard about that risk, but it is possible. And we're having, they warned up to 65, 70 mile an hour wind gusts today. I just got a taste of it when I was over by John Day and staying by Baker City before, where it took my combined weight and my friends as flat out just spread on the bottom of our tents to just hold the tent in place. And it wasn't even considered a severe storm. Like, I thought my actual car might flip over. And that was pretty intense. That was just a little taster. Lightning struck everywhere. Several years ago, it was in June. And then started wildfires as far as the eye could see. And then torrential rain and winds rained and blew the fires out. And all of a sudden it was sunny with Tweety birds, but the camp was wrecked. Trees were wrecked. I thought we were going to be killed by falling branches. We were underneath some pines. That was stupid. I learned my lesson. You don't go tent camping in Eastern Oregon. That is really dumb. You rent the cabin, you rent the whatever you need to do. You get a hotel, but that's really dumb. You're not going to survive. You'll freeze to death in winter. And in summertime, these storms that just come out of nowhere will wreck the place. In summertime, just driving, when these storms came, I once hit a haboob over by Fossil. And Fossil's like over here. So it was a straight up like dust storm Middle East style, and stacked up against the car were just coming out of nowhere tumbleweeds. It looked like a horde of Mongol warriors or something, but they were tumbleweeds. Slammed up against the side of this van that I was driving, slammed on the brake. There was a semi truck just about, being pushed over in front of me. All of a sudden I can't see the semi truck. Day turns into night. Car was completely buried by tumbleweeds. I'm screaming, my passenger's screaming, because we thought the wind would push over this extremely heavy cargo van that we were driving. Like, Eastern Oregon is no country for old men. I am not man enough for Eastern Oregon, and I can't imagine what it looks like right now with this amount of lightning and storms. Like, this is a record book kind of storm system. Even for Eastern Oregon, this is quite bad. We look back up to BC, Canada, where some of this is happening. Yeah, JCat, thanks. We'll get to this next. We may have to search. I have no idea where this is at in Canada. There's a bunch of fires. Where is the town of what we were looking at? Jasper, British Columbia, Canada. No, that's not Ottawa. I know we're in the wrong place when we're at Ottawa. Okay. Looks like my radar is not really that great at finding where these towns are. So, unnamed wildfire. What is the name of the wildfire? Is it just called? It is Alberta? Oh, I thought it was BC. Okay. But not Ontario. That would be wrong. Okay. So, yikes. That's a lot of heat detections. And this is old. Who knows when the satellite most recently came here. The wind is out of the south. It is south by southwest. So, yeah, that could push it pretty close to the town pretty soon. Yikes. So, yeah, we can pray for our brothers and sisters in Canada, too. They're not having a good time, but the whole Pacific Northwest, I think we've officially entered drought phase. But, yikes. Can any of you mods try to see if we have any live cams anywhere by Baker City, Oregon? Hot Lake would also be another candidate. Halfway or Richland. I've been over there. Very small communities, but they may be experiencing wildfire immediately too. This is nuts. We know that the entire town of Huntington's already been evacuated. So this is absolutely insane. This is the kind of thing where you'd pull over and just wonder if you should take shelter in a ditch or underneath a bridge or something. Like this would be terrifying for anybody out there caught in this. So let's see. We almost never have any kind of way to. We almost never have a way to monitor what's going on in Eastern Oregon. But if anybody can find a working webcam, that would be incredible. Let's see here. You found it on Twitter, yeah. Yeah, Baker County. Holy mackerel! Malheur and Baker are just getting slammed. Whaler's World says I drove a truck through the Kamloops, fired 2003, a 2-lane highway, could not turn around. Oh God. Never been in fear for my life, but you were then. And they closed the highway after you drove through. I've been in that situation too. I drove to the California Coast Range, and I was like, where is everybody? For 2 hours, I didn't see another car. And then I turned the corner and I got to where wildfire had just crossed in front of the car, and I thought it was old at first. Just, this can't be real. This can't be real. And then I saw the ground smoking. That's a story for another day. That's my radar. That's the radar map I'm using. You can get it for your phone, which is awesome. And you can also, it's free, and you can also get it for Windows app. You can get that in the Windows store. It's also available for iPhones. Jay says Cow Camp Road east of Bridgeport in Morrow County is 100 acres. Okay. Yeah, Bus Ranger RM says backpackers on the Pacific Crest Trail are having a hard time with the storms. There's never been a worse time to be on that trail ever. Just with the Shelley fire up north and everything going on in Oregon. There's Tanker 9112. I wonder where it's going. There are some aircraft that are over by some of the fires by Horse Heaven. I've never been to that ghost town, but it's east of Prineville here where we've got some aircraft, but I bet they can't get anywhere near. Aircraft would be suicidal to get anywhere near Malheur and Baker County right now. So let's look at the telephone fire. It looks like Burns and Hines are still on just evacuation notice instead of an actual order. We know that just an hour ago, the Durkee had new evacuations. It's almost 250,000 acres now. God, absolutely no containment. And then to make matters worse, the lightning complex of fires by the Thompson and Coyote and whatnot, those seem to have emerged like we thought they would. It was really sad. They had a tiny fire like out, like this one. They took 100% containment of it, but it probably won't matter because of the giants next door. So 1 minute ago, latest update, the fire, this is the Durkee update. It has crossed Burnt River Canyon into Dark Canyon Road. It's also crossed I-84 at milepost 345. I-84 is still closed. This has severed pretty much all trade and mail and everything from Oregon with the rest of the country to the east. It's the main freeway. It goes all the way towards Portland, and it goes through Twin Falls, Idaho, and back to the other states. So this is the one main pass through the mountains. So that's going to cause a lot of disruption. People were wondering if you could go around it. Not really. And then go like deep into Washington and around. Truck drivers would probably just pull over and wait. Because I don't know if they could possibly get past Highway 26, past John Day. I don't think they can. I don't think there's a way, period, to get through all these fire zones. So I think Oregon trade by ground and ground travel has been severed with the rest of the country, pretty much west to east. People, there's fire in the gorge, but they haven't closed 84 in the gorge, even though there's 2 there. But at some point, you would have to basically just go to Kennewick, Washington. And that's a big detour. I don't think truckers would even bother with that, honestly. Just wait. Angie Zacapella, thank you for being here. I live in Prineville, and aircraft track has been crazy all day. Yeah, I imagine. The smoke's unreal. Oh, thank you for being here. Yes, and if anybody can donate, please do so. The like button is free. I forgot to tweet that was live. Oops. Please text. Hit the share button and text anybody, especially in the remote and rural areas that we exist, because most people don't know. Like most of these fires we've been covering out there, the people there don't know that we exist. We're fighting the algorithm all the time. If we were constantly live all year long, all the time, we'd be very popular. But we don't want to be, because YouTube won't save videos if they go over 12 hours. We have to start and stop the stream every 12 hours at least. And that puts us at the bottom of search. So even if people are typing in Durkee fire information, live, blah, 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 they can't find us. So it's best to subscribe so you can find us again. It's very difficult without that. And then share on your own Facebook pages, or like, Eastern Oregon Community Facebook page, your own, let me tweet that I am live, and then share that on your own Twitter. That would really be helpful. So let me do that real quick. But once again, just look at the radar. This has gone completely insane. See, California, Washington, California, and Oregon, live wildfire tracking. I'm live covering the Eastern Oregon lightning storm. Hell, 70 mile per hour winds plus flash flooding. The Pound Derky fire, Pound Telephone fire. What are the others? The Pound Falls fire. Then what was the new one? Pound Oregon fire, right? It was like #OR fire. Either way, okay, let me hit the post button. If anybody, even $1 helps to keep us on the air. We don't want to be monetized. We don't want to interrupt emergency information with advertisements, and I find that distasteful anyway. But I do need to have a roof over my head and eat, and please thank the volunteer mods. They're all just volunteering their time to help get people. You can ask whatever questions about wildfires you want, where they are, what they're doing, because it'll be too fast for me to get to all of them as fast as we possibly can. Just if you want to know about your individual fire, ask the mods. They'll provide links for you. And so please, give them a little round of applause in chat too. Every once in a while, pat them on the head. So let me link this in chat, and do follow me on the Twitter, because I will tweet a lot of things, especially the copyright stuff that I can't show on screen, But look at the insanity of the lightning right now, and the wind. We'll have to see what kind of wind gusts we have. Everywhere, Ontario, Boise is getting slammed as well. Angie Zacapala says, if it wasn't for you in Watch Duty, I would have a heck of a time finding updates on nearby fires. Yeah, Watch Duty people are wonderful as well. Kelly says the Baker City live cam was down. Oh, thanks for checking, Kelly. I really appreciate it. We crowdsource information here as well as crowdfund. Thank you, sister. And let me know about California as well. So this was the latest news here, rolling back to the Derky. If anybody can find any kind of scanner radio for Eastern Oregon, that's good. We could try Redmond for air attack, but they're mostly working by the Horse Heaven area, at east of Prineville. We'll look at that in just a second. But the Durkee is the Durkee, Oregon area. Malheur and Baker County are just absolute hell on earth, pretty much all the way to La Grande. We'll check on Spray and all these other evacuated places too. I've never seen this before. Not that I've been doing wildfire tracking for too long. Basically, just late 2018, 2020 is when I got into it. But I've never seen Oregon have so many towns that are either completely evacuated right now or people are ready to go at a moment's notice. Like Lone Rock completely evacuated, so is Spray, Monument, Hines, and Burns. I mean, these are big town names in Eastern Oregon, even though they're not big. There are no really big towns in Eastern Oregon. They used to be, but after the turn of the 20th century, they went into steep population decline just because of the mechanization of agriculture. There's fewer jobs, right? Plus the shutdown of all gold mines in 1941. There's just very little in the way of gold mining going on. It's mostly artisanal and pick, pan, and shovel now, where there used to be, thousands of people employed in the mines. The same thing with the years of, I believe there was uranium mining and such. That has passed as well. But these towns are significant in size and have wonderful old historical buildings. Just the population is not really there. But Burns and Hines are ready to go at a moment's notice. Monument evacuated, Spray evacuated, Lone Rock evacuated. So I think Derky is. I'm not really sure. It's been a weird island in the evacuation maps for some reason. Maybe it's got so much irrigation they're not that worried about it. But there are fires on the doorsteps of almost every town. The whiskey fires by Prairie City. The Court Rock has monuments surrounded with the Boneyard to its north, the Court Rock to its south, the Boneyard, the Monkey Creek, and the Snake all merged, looks like. Huntington's completely evacuated too. On notice is Brogan, Jameson, Williams, and the other little communities down there. On notice is Vale. And not only do they have lightning and massive thunder and craziness going on, but the Cow Valley fire looks like it was arson, and so is the Bonita. They are of suspicious nature, and if you know anything about it, go to WeTip. I think it's WeTip.org, or is it WeTip.com? Let me see. WeTip.org, or is it WeTip.com? Let me see. WeTip.com. It's where you can get a cash reward for knowledge about who may have set. Yeah, WeTip.com. I'm just going to put that in the chat. You can remain anonymous and still get a monetary reward for just letting law enforcement know who may have started the Bonita Road and the Cow Valley fires. There were more than one. There were about 5 suspicious fires. I wanted to zoom back to Chico, where there's a crazy air show still going on. If you don't know what's going on in Chico, Bidwell Park is on fire. This is the last hour of firefighting there. They've still got aircraft. We'll check back in for California to Oregon, but updates are coming about as fast as I can tell you about them. I think I reached the maximum 24 notices on the phone. Whoops. So let me check it out. What is the Scales fire? That has evacuation warnings. And let's see, where's that? Oh, forward progress stopped, thank goodness, in Tehama County. And they lifted the warnings. Okay, great. I'll turn that off for notifications so I can get more. At 3:40 p.m., they had an update on the park fire being still 40 acres. This is what we're looking at. There's a big air show going on there by Chico, California. We want to try to see what the latest evacuation info is for the Durkee fire in the Thompson. They have, I have tweeted it, and people should retweet it. The Oregon State Fire Marshal's office said that you should take everything seriously and obey immediately. The situation will change rapidly in Eastern Oregon. Everything from flash flooding to the crazy high winds that'll be pushing fires around in random directions at hurricane force speeds. Just don't take any chances. If you are in a level 3 evacuation zone, you have to get the hell out or prepare to shelter in place anywhere that could be safe. It's usually not your home. We're talking reservoirs and the like, and ponds and whatever. If you get trapped somewhere. So these are pretty serious warnings about, if you're told to evacuate, get out while the getting is good. That's before you're even told is the best course of action. If you feel unsafe, of course. But if you have trouble evacuating, then 911, once you go level 3, is appropriate to call. Especially if you could see fire. If you know anybody who may have help, need help, have difficulty evacuation, not understand the danger they're in, or you can't reach them, call the non-emergency number for the sheriff, and let them know name, address, and phone number of somebody that may not have gotten out, so that they can do a welfare check and know who may be staying behind. That would be wise. If you do, of course, see fire going towards them, of course, that's a 911 call, but try not to call 911 without a true emergency. So 7 minutes ago, because of the upcoming county fair, we moved the Malheur County Fairgrounds Wildfire Shelter to the Four Rivers Cultural Center in Ontario. Really? They're going to hold a fair? With this happening? Okay. Red Cross services are free to all available who are impacted. Let's see. 13 minutes ago, we have seen that the fire crossed the Burnt River Canyon into Dark Canyon Road and crossed I-84 at milepost 345. I don't know how anybody will even make it to this fair, really. Especially not anybody from Idaho. That is a huge evacuation map. But see how Derky, the town, is an island? Like, is Derky itself supposed to be level 1, or? I don't know. That's unclear. But that's just wow, But here is the Watch Duty link if you need any of this information for the Durkee fire. Whoops. Yep. Okay. Now that I have cleared a few, we can get new information. If you're on a Samsung, if you have 24 notifications for Watch Duty, you can't get any more. You have to clear and swipe them away, and I keep getting caught with that. So the Grove fire in Spokane County, Washington is small, heading towards heavier fuels with one structure threatened at that time. But that is in the town itself. So it's like a local vegetation fire within the town. I don't think we have to change what we're doing to look at it. Oh no! I accidentally just cleared all 19 instead of looking at them. Ah! I hate that. I'll have to tell people about that bug. So if you have a lot of notifications that like roll up into one and you press the notification to the right to unfold them, if you just miss with your finger, then it will just destroy all of your notifications. You can't see them anymore. Great. So we just had 19 new fire notifications that I don't know what they are now anymore. Great. I'll have to give some feedback on the Watch Duty app. Sonoma County has the 37 fire near Rays Point, and that one is a 1 acre fire in grass, visible on the Sears Point camera. If it gets bigger, we'll take a look at it. So, ARG. What you got to do with Watch Duty is if you miss your notifications, you have to go to an area and get it in your field of view. And on the right side, it'll list like what your most recent notifications are. Well, I have all 3 western states for mine. So this will take a while to figure out what I just missed. The Camp Creek fire, which is closer to Prineville, sort of, kind of, closer to Horse Heaven anyway. Southeast of Prineville, says there's an evacuation level 2 warning now. from Camp Creek Road east to Paulina, according to Crook County Sheriff's Office. So here's the watch duty link in the chat. It's called My Radar. Spinny Dude. It's called My Radar. Kelly says the only live feed that comes up is Cortland County, New York, with 2 fires and tankers for a Marathon and a Virgil fire. Yikes. Sister Golden here says there's 3 more CAL Fire planes taking off at Chico. Yikes. Oh, we have a Baker County scanner? No way. All right. I hear static. Okay, I've got it on. Has it been active? It says Baker County Sheriff and Fire. Okay. Well, cool, thank you. Let me look back up at the chat. But yes, thank you everybody who has shared and liked. Please keep that rolling, and thank you everybody who has donated, especially the last couple of days and the weeks. This keeps us going, keeps us live on the air. We are completely donation based. We don't want to, interrupt this broadcast to bring you some stupid advertisement by some sort of any company, actually. All right. So we had 3,000 plus viewers yesterday. If everybody donates $1, maybe even just 20, not everybody, but 20%, we'll be on our way to the.
Landowner is going to meet you at the road. The fence is cut. You're going to have to come down the ridge, and then we'll deploy from there.
Okay, let me write.
Will this dozer up here of Richards do any good? Not going to hurt. Him running it down there.
Okay.
Yeah, go.
36 copy. Adams County has been notified of the fire above Elk Canyon.
There's a new fire above Elk Canyon. Oh, great. Okay, I hope that describes it.
We have a report of a possible hazard. This will be 750 Foothill Drive. We have a report of electrical wires on a vehicle. She was not willing to go out and check for any sparks.
What? Oh, God. So we're listening to Baker County, where there's crazy thunderstorms ripping through most of Oregon, actually. So if 20% of the viewers gave $1, I mean, that would matter. And it's very appreciated. There's no donation too small right now. We need more equipment to increase the quality of the stream. And so we're trying to get a laptop fund so I can take this show on the road and sometimes cover fires live from much closer. Unchained America says it's very windy here in Oregon. Where are you at?
2510,
Yeah.
2586.
We just heard of power lines down on a vehicle. My God. But that wouldn't be surprising with the incredible amount of thunderstorms, lightning, and the like that are going on. So this is the desktop version.
I'll be clear. Satellite contact information exchange.
This is the desktop version. Excuse me, of my radar.
Information has been exchanged 1637.
They can have localized 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, which will fan up these fires and make them go in random directions. And so this will be more important than ever to try to get evacuation info out ASAP.
Did you want 2610 or 2510?
Let me take another bite of food. Hey, WX Rail fan, WTX, excuse me. I love your channel. How is it where you are, and what's going on? everybody should go and sub to your channel. Let me drop a link, man. I love trains. Totally love trains. So guys, you guys should go and sub to WTX Railfan. Awesome content. I'm still trying to eat my lunch here. I was gonna eat it before, but hell started breaking loose. So we're here for the long haul all day, guys. And please pat my mods on the head. So we updated our power lines down on a vehicle. And
Be advised, the fire at Brownlee Village is straight across from McCormick Park on top of the ridge, not on the side of the mountain, on top of the ridge.
what park? McCollum something park? Baker County's huge, so
Not on the side of the mountain.
I guess that's good.
I'm letting halfway Pine Valley know right now.
They're letting Pine Valley know. So we'll have to figure out where some of this stuff is. I've been to Baker County a couple of times. That is it, though. The ins and outs, if any locals can guide me, please do share the stream with anybody you think could use this information, because most of the people who are out there have no idea we exist.
That's 2481.
Pine. Thank you, J Cat, for this feed.
Parks, no fire. Have you already notified OTEC of this one?
I don't have a note that we told them, but I will add it to that list. 750 Foothill, and so no fire, no flames, and it's just a power line down.
On a vehicle.
Affirmative. It'll be a power line down on top of a car. Citizen is trying to leave.
Ah. Power line on top of a car with the citizen
Power
trying.
line on the car. What was that last part?
The owner of the vehicle is trying to leave the residence, but yeah, just put it on the notes, please.
They want to leave. We will advise OTEC of that line also. 1641.
Yikes. Hopefully not energized. Did I feel the earthquake? What? Felt funny. You mean like right now? What? Is there something in Portland or something? There was a 4.0 that was, I just got a notification on my phone, but that was in Canada.
That's 69, 1280.
Oh, thank you so much, Amanda. Thank you so much for your kind donations.
41.
Sometimes it doesn't show me when other notifications are coming in. It won't beep. Thank you so much for your kind donation, and everybody else too. And I'm trying to make it so that they show up on the stream, but that's a more complicated widget to set up.
For phone contact.
There's a new fire by Hayfork in Trinity County. Oh, great.
610.
So the pipeline fire near Highway.
610. Contact Chrissy Clark. 503-810.
Oh,
Wants to make a police report because a garbage can flew down the street while she was at Charlie's and dented her car.
49 Blue Spruce, I believe it is. Just off Ben Dyer.
okay. I just muted her phone number, but that was kind of funny.
1642.
She wants to make a police report because a garbage can just flew down the street and hit her car. My God, my car has been damaged. I need to make a police report about that. And the power lines, they are on my car too. Oh man, I'm sorry. Oh my gosh. So I hope the power lines are not energized. They were supposed to go out of the residence and check, and so law enforcement or somebody just checked and called back to dispatch and said no, there was no fire. Yeah, a flying trash can. But if you look at the 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts that are localized here with torrential rain and flash flooding, that's not a big surprise. So sorry, I have all kinds of. My phone blew up with a whole bunch of notifications. Yep, there's a new one from Watch Duty. So let me know which fires you want to check on. But both reports here, Pine Valley is by halfway. This is kind of the gateway to Cornucopia by the Snake River. Where there's a lot of lightning that's going there. I was checking. Oh my God, Bald Mountain Butte. This we got to check on Portola as well. This is the Bald Mountain Butte cam. Switching back gears to mountains of California and the Sierras. What's this? Is there stuff going on? There's new lightning strikes all over the Sierras of California, basically from Tehachapi to Mono Lake or Mono County. So hold on to your butts. What is this new one? What's on Bald Mountain Butte, guys? We'll have to go take a look. So there's the powder fire. That's something new. I wanted to check on the Thompson. And the powder and the coyote are up there. They have level 3s. That is by Richland. Okay. That's Washington, though, right? Richland is Washington. I think does the Snake River make the border? New Bridge. Oh, Sparta Road. No, that's still Oregon. All right, that's on the way to Cornucopia. Yikes. So Richland may get some evacuations just south of there. It's level 3 at the powder fire. The powders were in 650 acres. Don't I have wind? Don't I have wind as a thing? Hang on. I thought I turned on wind. Surface wind. There we go. Jeez. So I'm going to turn off red flag warnings. We just know it's everywhere.
2213.
Yeah, level 2 evacuations. So Richland, Oregon, which is northeast of Durkee, this shows, thank goodness, a bigger evacuation map. It's all over Pleasant Valley. What? The Flora Fire of Healdsburg. Thank you, Redwood Girl, for your kind donation, too.
610.
Keep coming, guys. I very, very appreciate it.
I'll be clear information. That's not reportable.
We're listening to Baker County, where there were power lines down on a car, plus a trash can that flew through the air and dented a car. Yep, this one's called My Radar. So let me see about this. Is Richland, Oregon, actually, by Robinette, by Halfway and Pine. And so there are 2 fires on the doorstep. The Powder fire, which is related to the Powder River. So here's Durkee, the town. So the Durkee fire went south into Malheur County. But there are other 2 other fires
2201.
blowing straight towards the 2 other fires in the vicinity. Sorry. 2 other fires in the vicinity of Richland, Oregon, so they are on alert there. And we have level 3s in front of everywhere of the Coyote fire. In general...
2201 on Canyon.
Hang on, friends. Got to talk in between the radio. Let me know what's going on with the Apache fire, guys. If you could put that in chat. We've got Yakima County is still not having a great time with the retreat/rimrock fires. It's growing rapidly in size, according to the Yakima County Fire Department. They still have level 3s evacuations by the entire campground area in the area. And they have closed Highway 12 up there. But we don't hear timely news at any time from Yakima County. There's no real scanner up there. I just see lots of aircraft that are working the Rimrock fire in Yakima County. That's pretty far due west of Yakima. In the area to the northwest of Yakima County, they still have level 3 evacuations in that general area with the Black Canyon fire, which is now almost 5,000 acres. Actually, now it's above 6,500. Holy mackerel. They're ordering more help If anybody wants to know about those, visit the Department of Natural Resources for Yakima County and the Yakima County Office of Emergency Services website, which is not very good, honestly. They'll tell you like daily updates usually about what's going on in Yakima County. We don't have a way to really monitor that. Now, the Bighorn fire in the Columbia River Gorge, we had level 3 evacuations yesterday. I want to see what the newest update is. Yay, 1% containment. So it's burning in the town of Bickleton in Clickitat County, Washington. It started on Monday at 1 in the afternoon. It's driven by wind and, wind. So overnight firing ops were able to happen, thank goodness. We got an aircraft over it. At approximately 12:30 this afternoon, they released new information regarding evacuations. Some are downgraded.
The one on Canyon, go ahead again.
That's good.
We're arriving on scene. I'll give you a size up here in a bit. It's steep. Got a pretty good wind blowing right now on it. We're going to see what we can do about it.
That's describing a new fire, I believe, in Baker County.
You are on scene, steep country with a good wind, and we'll stand by for an update when you have one.
Good copy. I'm going to have landowners going to bring his dozer in here and see if we can get a line around it. But might be.
Where?
Landowner with the dozer, 1650.
I wish they would explain what the fires they're responding to, or at least which road. If anybody is listening to Baker County, help me keep track of that best you can. But you can see the wind just funneling like
2201, 7202 on Ridge.
Go ahead.
on the Ridge fire. Okay.
Hey, Buzz, I have one of my engines coming towards you as well as North Powder Dozer. They're trying to hit you on red if you can jump over them. That's RedNet, ODF RedNet.
ODF RedNet, yeah. I've got several acres at this time, got a heavy wind, very little rain.
Oh.
Copy. Yep, they're en route to you.
Copy, switching to ODF Red.
Okay, I don't know if we have an Oregon Department of Forestry Red channel, but at least we can hear when fires break out when they report them to dispatch. But that sucks. Somewhere in Baker County, there's a fire on a ridge. At first, they were reporting that it wasn't on the mountainside quite yet, but we don't know. So Baker County's pretty huge. And looking at the amount of lighting they're getting, who knows? So it's 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts possible today with any of these fires that just could be pushed at crazy, insane speeds. It's generally wind out of the southwest to the south, but locally that could do anything. You know, that can make them do anything. And the fires can go anywhere in any direction, and that's what the Oregon Fire Marshal wanted everybody to know. So let me see what the new updates are. Anywhere east of the Cascades is pretty much in a sort of a stormy hell right now. Let's look back at what's going on in Chico for just a second as I'm trying to check on things. Oh yeah, what is going on at Bald Mountain Butte? This thing, the camera turned over. Which direction is it looking? That's west of Lake Eleanor. So Bald Mountain Butte 1 is, okay, it's looking at Chico. Whew, okay. Because Bald Mountain Butte 2 looks north, you know, west of Lake Eleanor. So that's got to be looking at the actual Chico fire. So, which is also this one here. Which is down in the drainage in Bidwell Park, but pretty close to homes. So thank you, Redwood Girl, for your kind donation, too. Please keep them coming. Little ones matter. They really do. No donation is too small. 50 cents a buck. It's cool. When we get thousands of viewers, just a couple bucks. A couple bucks from 20% is, we can live on that. We're getting closer and closer.
About 5 acres. Got a heavy wind right now, 12 to 14 to 20 out of the northeast. I've got quite a few razorback protection on scene. I'm going to get a couple dozers coming in here. Grass, sagebrush. I'll give you a live lung when you're ready.
This is a new fire in Baker County that's 5 acres, but heavy winds on it. Hopefully he can give us...
For that Latin lung when you are.
All right, here we go.
44 degrees, 53, 19, north. North, 117, 27, 3, west. Elevation, 3770.
Okay, I got it.
I copy. 1654.
Okay, how do we put that into...
Yeah, I'll have a handheld. I'll get back to you here shortly.
1654.
Right, let's see if we can hook that up with Count Topo. How do we do the degree symbol on a keyboard? It's 44 degrees, 53, 19 north, and 117273 west. Does it know how to do this? We have all satellites enabled. If this is Baker County, then it probably did it correctly. Yes, it did. So this is where this new fire is located, friends. And the winds are erratic directions.
Station 34.
There we go.
3484 with fire en route to the McCormick fire. We'll give it size up when we get there.
Oh, thank you. Somebody has a donation. Thank you, friend. I think.
With 1655.
Marla, thank you. Thank you for the donation. Keep them coming, guys. This is very good. We're getting very close to the accessories and laptop that we need to take the show on the road. So this is where the new 5-acre fire is, and it's here. Let's see, what is the nearest town? It's north of whatever this town is in Baker County, with heavy wind on it. That would be. It's north of Colvard Station, just north of the Lower Powder River. So that's very gold rich. They used to dredge that a lot, and it goes all the way towards Baker City. So this is the latitude and longitude. And heavy winds. That's north of Powder River. They're calling for more units and assistance in north of Colvard Station. What is it? Colvard. Okay. This doesn't look very inhabited out here, but there's ranches and stuff. The dots are, this is kind of an older map, but dots tend to be buildings. So let's see if we historical, if not anything else. So yeah, that's a ranch. That's a farm or a ranch right there. So this one needs to be on the lookout. People by the Powder River need to be on the lookout. They already knew that Richland over here is in danger because of the powder fire, but it looks like new lightning strikes have lit a fire just north of Colvard Station.
57.
By the headwaters of the powder. So hold on to your butts, guys. We can look at we've got really big flare-ups and lots of fire activity on the northeast corner of the Durkee/Coyote whatever area. Yeah, the Durkee itself. We know that it's crossed I-84 and got into the Dark Canyon, I believe is what they said, drainage. What is that latest update? Put any questions in the chat. I'll try to get to them as fast as we can. Let's see. No, I haven't been burned. The reason thanks for saying you like my voice, Jason Teddy. I had lost a good friend to wildfire, a family friend, and then my brother almost died in Paradise a year later, so in California. So this kind of woke me up to the fact that there's no good 24-hour hotline or anything that the people have access to, and there's a big problem.
3484 via radio, get to TAC 1.
I'm sorry to hear.
484, copy, TAC 1.
When they switch to tactical channels, we won't really be able to hear unless unless you could find tactical channels, perhaps for Baker County, or they said something red channel. Thanks for hitting the like button, Jan, and thanks to everybody who's done that. I'm sorry to hear about your relative or whoever. It's hard to quickly read chat, Jason, but I do this, and we do this because there's something terribly wrong with in the entire Western states and probably the whole country with not giving people timely evacuation info or evacuation info that is actually accurate. So that's the best use of our channel. We fill the gap where the government and the news media fails. We have saved lives before, according to people's feedback. So even though I don't want to do this and I hate fire, who else is going to? So thank you for keeping us on the air, everybody who's donated. We're inching closer to having much better equipment. I'm sorry for the poor audio, but we would have to get a couple more pieces of equipment to improve that. But I hope to. Meanwhile, this $300 gaming headset, the best quality that I could get for the features, is the best we can do at the moment. But that it's at the limit of the quality that it can produce. So, thank you so much, John M. For your wonderful $50 donation. Everybody, I'm sorry I haven't given you the hearts you deserve. But thank you so much. You are a super supporter. We'll need some accessories to go along with the laptop, but man, we're getting there. And here's your hearts, friends. I keep getting blown away by everybody, and David M., thank you too. For a kind $20 donation. It's a feast or famine thing. I sometimes go for weeks without much of a donation at all. It's hard to do 17 hours here and there with nothing coming in. So if we grow the channel, that would be the most important thing. Just share your own social media or text with the share button of the stream. If we get to past the goal of 10,000 subs and then past that, then we can at least have a store, a merchandise store. Because when fires are small and I'm just covering them and only a few people tune in, which was most of last year, even though I worked from June to December, we didn't really break even. And I can't continue to operate like that. That was sweat and bullets kind of time, you know. But if we have a bigger subscriber base, then YouTube will connect our channel with more people searching for fire info. And then that's how we can better survive on the very small donations that come in, but with a lot of viewers. So, okay, we can't talk like that, Jason Teddy, man. This is, we got to remain fire oriented today. So, there's a rule to no proselytizing in general. You can make your own YouTube channel and you can say whatever you want there. But we encourage prayers because we're going to need all the help that we can get. But what is generally against the rules are things like non-topic things that stress people out or make people uncomfortable, and that includes proselytizing, doomsaying, predicting the demise of communities. That's not really a good thing to do. Prophetic stuff like I know exactly where the fire's going to go. Victim blaming, sinners deserve fire. You know, nothing like that's allowed. Conspiracy stuff, space lasers and lizard people. You know, what we got a new update on a whiskey fire here. prayers are always welcome. That's totally fine. But then just too much religious talk. That's not what the channel's about. We want to bring people close together and comfort them in a nice, soothing manner. So I hope people understand the rules. So there's no victim blaming here. There's no outlandish, weird theories, and if people want to share their love of whoever they worship, that's fine. But they should get their channel for that. And we have evacuation warnings level 2, but that was yesterday, wasn't it? We now have a 200-acre. Oh, that's just an acreage update. Okay, that's fine. We don't need that. Okay, I wish I could turn off acreage update notifications because acreage is meaningless, honestly. Too many people associate large acreages and increasing acreage with negativity. Sometimes that's the best thing for your fire that can happen. That may mean that they are lighting backfires in front of the fire, which means they should be called front fires. Anyway, they're called backfires, but that's when you light grass or something on fire in front of an approaching wildfire. So when the wildfire reaches it, it doesn't have anything left to burn, and that can stop it. Especially the tumbleweed nature fires, those that move real quick, but that's the best way to stop them, honestly. So sometimes, people see, oh my God, the fire grew 800 acres last night, and there was almost no wind. What happened? They probably were doing it on purpose. So I don't care about acreage. People can get their acreage updates from the news, but it's so misleading and meaningless that I don't honestly care. I care what burns, and did we lose anything? Did we lose livestock, people, property, towns? Fire's natural in the landscape in many places, especially if it's like a big grassland area or a big desert. And it's just that mega fires and the unnatural ones, and the ones producing insane amount of smoke at once, those that are destructive are the bad ones. So acreage, I really don't care about. It's meaningless unless they get real specific about what burned. A 5-acre fire in the middle of a city is way more devastating than 5 acres in the country. So let's see, the quartz fire. Oh, that's just an update. Yeah, that's just an update there. Adam Jones says they reopened I-5 in Eastern Oregon. There is no I-5 in Eastern Oregon. That must...
403-1288.
You mean
1607 or 1706.
Now, do you mean I-84? That's the east-west highway. I-5 is the north-south highway in Western Oregon. Freeway. Jane Cat says there's no other whoa. Jeez. Shoot.
We have a report of possible fire. The reporting party is on Pocahontas and Adams and says it looks like there is a fire up in the trees. She's looking south from Pocahontas, on Pocahontas, just past Adams Road. We are transferring and giving the information to Blue Mountain Dispatch. I don't know how far up in the trees it is, so I'm letting you know so someone can check that area.
is en route.
1708.
Pocahontas Road in Adams. Okay, so that is what? So he's looking south from the intersection of Adams and Pocahontas Road. This is west of Baker City itself. Oh my God, we don't want fire right here. I'm very familiar with this area. There's lots of history here, and if it's in the trees, would that mean it's in the hills west of Baker City? We will have to hear about that. There's lightning that continues to rip across the area with hurricane force winds. If the winds are coming from the southwest, it would hopefully blow it towards irrigation. If it's irrigated right now, it's probably time for the fields to be dry or harvested, honestly. But they could possibly turn them on. But still, even against the wind, it could climb up here, and then that would be awful. That'd be absolutely awful, just west of Baker City. Is that the ridge they're talking about? No. What they were talking about was we located a fire north of and they switched tactical channels on that one. At this is the longitude and latitude. This is just north of the Powder River, and what we identified as, let's see here.
605-2610.
Colvard Station, which is northwest of Richland.
Are you reporting back to the station so we can go to Adams? See that, Roger.
That was at 5 acres in heavy wind, and I don't know that anywhere south is threatened because we don't know what the wind direction is like and where it's spreading. But there's corrals and dirt roads and ranches and farms and the like out there. But it's Richland is now on edge because of the approaching. Is this Richland right here? Because that's a very close heat detection. Is that Richland? Yeah, okay, Richland's right here with the surrounding area irrigated. So they do have some evacuations around the town in place, not the exact town, as far as I know. But we have to check on the powder fire and everything in Eastern Oregon is going to rapidly change all the time. Coyote. Yeah, there's Richland right there. That's the Coyote.
Contact cold motor vehicle accident.
If somebody is a watch duty reporter, they could add this to it because we have the longitude and latitude. We have a confirmation.
Copy. I'll take a look at it.
Quite a few. This is the one at 1250 Campbell Street. He wants a phone call, please.
Copy.
Campbell. We have new reports of a possible new fire
615-1711.
west of Baker City in, quote, trees, somewhere by Pocahontas and Adams Road. So that would be devastating if that got up there into these hills west of Baker City. I am familiar with this area. So they are experiencing constant lightning, 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Baker City is right here. You see all this lightning ripping across? All the wind funneled from the thunderstorms in Eastern Oregon, which is extremely hot, dry winds, and Morrow County, California, which is a big desert. All of that is funneling straight towards Baker City and straight towards the Durkee fire, everywhere from basically La Grande, Oregon, to Ontario and Boise itself into Idaho. It's all hold on to your butts for the region. So it's just an incredible amount of thunderstorms. If we look back at California, this is where some of them are originating, and they're ripping across not just Nevada, but they have their origins in the Sierras. So Mammoth Lakes area, we saw some originate even down by Tehachapi and run towards Bay Oven, California, and Furnace Creek. So there's not a lot of fun times here. Lots of lightning by the Trout Fire. Up there in the Sequoias, we have a new fire in the Sequoias called what's that one called? Barell? The Barell?
A friend called, and they said the best way into that fire there on Adams Road is off of Salmon Creek through the pipeline road to get to the backside. She also reported that we will not be able to get a Type 6 in there, so we are going to proceed to Adams Road and see if we can approach from that direction.
Crap. Okay, that's a confirmed fire then. West of Baker City, off of Adams Road somewhere, south of Pocahontas. Somebody should report that to us. Bam. All right, so we have. All right, so we have confirmation of two separate fires in Baker.
Report we can't get a Type 6 in there. Do you still want us to roll with 32 or not?
Okay. Two new fires. One west of Baker City, off Adams Road, south of Pocahontas. I don't know how to spell that. Pocahontas. Okay, that. I'll just, there, Pocahontas. And the color, a separate color, it looks like, unclear. Said you can't get a Type 6 in there, so they have access problems. I don't know what a Type 6 is, I forget. So the firefighters are just asking, so what kind of unit do you want and should we follow? So if anybody remembers what is a Type 6, so there's a new Flora fire. Is that something new? Yeah, so that one is, we don't have a longitude and latitude. We do have a longitude and latitude for the other fire not reported yet to watch duty. It's 2 in Baker County. And that one, I have pinpointed its location on Caltopo. So the longitude and latitude was reported, and this is very stale and old, but it was a 5-acre fire at the time, and heavy winds though. But they switched to a tactical red channel or something. So the second in Baker County, it's significantly west of Richland, pretty far west of Richland. Is at that longitude and latitude, on a hillside, 5 acres, moving fast in heavy winds. Was what they said. Let's see, at what timestamp on I was writing down timestamps instead of time. Shoot, whatever time it was, when my timestamp was 1:20, we're now at 1:42. So, 4-something o'clock. Because now it's 5. It was 5:15 when we just heard about the confirmation of the new fire. That's just west of Baker City itself. The Flora fire. Hey, Mr. Julie Sr., thank you for your kind donations and support. Keep them coming, guys. If 20% of the viewers gave $1, we'd be well on our way to better equipment and a laptop. And plus the monthly expenses for streaming. Yeah, we've been looking at the Park Fire in California, off and on. I can't make that out. We're listening to Baker County, where Oregon's having 1 million lightning strikes. This is the last 3 hours of what's going on in Bidwell Park in Chico, California. So there's quite an air show going on there. So if you want to watch the alert wildfire cams for what's going on in Chico and the Bidwell Park fire, then here you go. We are prioritizing new fire starts with new evacuations, especially to get people as much information as quickly as we possibly can. When we listen to scanner radio and they'll say evacuate such and such neighborhood, that is the fastest way to get the info to the public. It'll take a while for the officials to update their Twitter, update their Facebook, call their sheriff, issue an evacuation order, draw a map, and then go door to door or call people. There's a delay. So if we can get it out to the public immediately, like 25 seconds after we have a 25-second delay with what's on the radio, then we've evacuated neighborhoods before where the sheriff shows up and everybody's all ready to leave and they're like, we're on our way, bye. That's the best help that we can be to the heroes. And that's what we try to say. We are the hero helpers. So Jan Johanna Smith says, I'd like to give $1, but I'm always broke. Hey, don't worry. Just the like button and hitting subscribe. And also just sharing history with anybody you know, especially the Twitter that we're live. What scanner feed are we on? I mean, that's the way to freely help the channel for free. If we reach the 10,000 sub goal, we'll get, the more subs we have, you know, the more people, when they search for fire info, will be connected to us. And then a bigger audience, you get a more pool of donors, right? And will actually be seen by the people we're trying to reach. Here's a link to Baker County audio. So we don't have any audio for Malheur County, unfortunately, where the Durkee fire is also rampaging out of control. So, but Baker County has a lot of issues right now because the wind is generally blowing directly towards a couple of towns. Places like Richland, for example, have a lot of evacuations all over nearby. But the Derky / and the remains of the Cow Valley are a nightmare for the area. The new Coyote and the Thompsons and this powder. We have the new unnamed fire, which nobody's reported to Watch Duty yet. I've tried to find ways to report things to Watch Duty. I think I have to become a member. Like, I am a member. Like, here it is. But there's no report button. There's like a camera button on the actual app, but you have to be at a fire and take a picture of a fire. So I think that's ridiculous, but I'll try to contact them and see if I can be on their list of approved people that can report fires. Because this is what we do. Jeffrey M says the next smallest is a Type 7 UTVs with about 100 or so gallons. Ow. Ow. Okay, Type 6 is a 3/4 ton truck with 500 gallons of water.
Alarm, this will be at South Baker School, 12853rd Street. Fire alarm, audible alarm at South Baker School.
Hopefully power surges or lightning hasn't done anything there. Okay, I have a new update. I think this is the Black Canyon fire.
1721.
Oh, acreage update of almost 8,000. Okay, we don't need to know about that. That's remote Yakima County. No! The bug hit me again. Okay, the latest Watch Duty has a bug where I get Watch Duty's notifications in like a little. Maybe it's a bug from Samsung phones. So I just updated. Okay, they keep coming in though. But I just deleted 9 new updates for Watch Duty on accident. Son of a biscuit. So a bunch of these were important. Dang it. All right, we have to do it the old-fashioned way. But basically, if it has a collapsing notification thing, if you click just in the right spot, it unfurls them like blinds.
640 en route to Salmon Creek with 2.
Like window blinds.
40, 1722.
And if you touch to the left or right of this tiny spot, it just deletes them all, and you can't see any of them. So in order to try to figure out what the latest updates for any of the fires are, you squeeze as many as you can into the window, and then on the right of the incidents, it'll say the latest update. There's 10 updates of 169.
2583.
All right, let's start with the Rimrock. Is this a new evacuation update? Level 2, yeah, level 2 has been updated to a level 3 go now with the retreat and Rimrock fire, but that's Yakima County. We already covered that. All right, back up. Back up. So now we have to put the zoom in there again. The trail fire is just an acreage update.
1723.
I don't care about acreage updates. All right, this is where I need your help, guys, because it's a kind of a primitive system. I mean, I like Watch Duty, but
2583.
For what we do, it's not designed.
2583, 2586.
Salmon Creek to and around the curve to the east to the lane across from the house with the blue roof, and go in that lane towards the red shed there.
I don't know if that.
2586.
I don't know if that's a fire in Baker County that they're getting to or some medical call. I mean, there's stuff like that too. So this is where you guys can help. I even reached out to them and said the notification system doesn't work for me. I need to be aware of like the most urgent situations in all 3 western states. And there's also a limit of 24 notifications I can get on my phone. What can we do about that? And they just kind of went, the tech support person on watch duty goes, well, that's a phone limitation of 24 notifications. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, then why not just put them inside the app so I can just see them inside the app? We'll take that under consideration. Okay. We're not really designed to do what you're doing. Just don't have so many counties on notification. I said, I need to know about all counties, actually. And he goes, well, maybe you should just only hit the button so that you're only notified for the first ones. Like first notification that a fire starts. And I'm like, wait, no, I can't do that because then I don't know if it gets worse. And they go, I said, well, can you just make a different ringtone in a different notification category for those with evacuations? I'll take that under consideration. God. All right, so this is where you guys can help me out because it's only designed for the average user to want to know about 5 counties. It's tailored to the individual and not to anybody like me, so. Yep, Callie. It totally is. And, we love Butte Strong. You know, I used to take horse riding lessons in Paradise. My brother got burned out of Paradise, so we love Butte County, and I grew up there. You know, Yuba, Sutter, Butte, and Plymouth counties is where I grew up. And I lost a good friend to wildfire in the Cascade, the 2017 Cascade fire. So, and that was Yuba County, I believe. So those are priority focus. But please let me know what the updates are down there, because Eastern Oregon, all hell is breaking loose. Because look at
see if I can see him.
Look at the storms and the lightning. Excuse me, I have to go get my smartwatch. That'll help buzz me about information, because my smartwatch, I don't have the issue with accidentally swiping away.
Okay, I am showing 537 spot right there at Snake River Road where it turns into Daly Creek Road.
All right, that would be fire. Snake River Road where it becomes Daly Creek Road. That would be a new fire that's not on watch duty. Is anybody on watch duty? Can anybody else do a report on these? We got the Latin longitude for one. But this is hot off the press before even the National Interagency system can get it. But mostly, watch duty doesn't even do Oregon. That's pretty rare that they do. It's hard to see any cams. It's hard to get any radio. Probably nobody listening to Baker County. Grove Fire evacuation orders have been issued just now for Chihuahua Valley Road and Oak Grove. Okay, so that's a new situation.
7, go ahead.
So we do have a new, somewhat small at the moment, fire west of Baker City, just south of Pocahontas Road on Adams. They're trying to make entry. It sounds like a very narrow access road or some sort of situation. We have one west of
1, go ahead.
Richland.
This time we made it to the fire above Brownlee. It's about half, 3/4 of an acre, black with smoke on the interior. We're lighting it as we speak.
Great. There's a fire above Brownlee.
On the fire, black with smoke on the interior. Can you repeat the size you thought it was?
About half to 3/4 of an acre.
Half to 3/4 of an acre. Great news. 1728.
Cool. All right. Looks like they pounced on that one. Or the locals did. So that's Brownlee, Oregon area. But we have others. We have others to worry about. So it is now 5:30. Hold on to your butts. This is going to be a long day and a long night. We just got to get through it together. Let me take another bite of my sandwich before it rots.
537-529. I'll come to you. Are you off the Sass Road by Snake River?
No, I'm on Snake River right here at Idaho Power office.
Copy. This doesn't look good. Do you want me to head to you or do something different?
You can head this way. We can talk.
Pencil fire. Okay, we have breaking San Diego County Grove fire evacuations. There's a new pencil fire by Goose Lake, 396 acres. That's not new. It was there 2 days ago. Okay, so the Grove fire going down to San Diego County. Updated 4 minutes ago. Level 3 evacuations have just been ordered. So let's take a look at this image. Oh dear. This is just west.
605-1288.
Just west of Warner Springs.
1730.
By 79. Isn't this the same spot where they had the... Is this the same spot where they had that crazy fire that spread... Was that a different Springs resort?
From dispatch.
Like a couple weeks ago? Okay, so...
Contact with the responsible for South Baker. Custodian John Owen will be there in a older gold Subaru.
Okay.
431 copy. Thank you.
An older gold Subaru. Okay, so switching...
2586.
Oh, this is a neat feature. Yikes. This is the Shy Oaks camera south looking at the Grove fire where they've just issued mandatory evacuations here. Yeah, they got some cool new features at Watch Duty. The whole notification thing could use a little bit of work, but I'll try to work with them if they'll work with me. An hour ago, they said it had a potential for 2,000 acres per air attack with 2 Type 1 copters requested. There's air attack. There's a Grumman S2 here. Medium-sized type of plane. So the view from the High Point North camera. But this is northeast of Oak Grove, California, and
2586.
north of Holcomb Village in, oh man, San Diego County.
70.
Where do you want us, Sean?
Down there at the house, please.
Back in Denzel's house or the next lane to the east?
It's going to be further down. It's going to be south.
Okay. A workaround for the
Copy that.
notification problem I have is to check my watch and then make it show on the phone because there is some issue I have with either Samsung or the way Watch Duty does notifications. The Pioneer Fire in Chelan County, Washington has a level 2 evacuation notice. The County of Emergency Management. So that's that is pretty much campground situation. So thank you for helping me keep up with all this. We like to crowdsource info. If you ever have any questions about the fires, it's open question and answer time, of course. We're whack-a-mole. The priority is the information about new evacuations and brand new fires as they break out. We're listening to Baker County, where all hell's breaking loose with crazy amounts of lightning and superstorms.
2570, 2640. Can we get the tender in there to that house?
You can get into the house pretty easy.
Okay, that would be a house on fire then. So I think that was Salmon and Daly.
Equipment yard there by the Red Barns.
we could try to go and check, but this is with the Grove Fire, which is north of Holcomb in San Diego County, northeast of Oak Grove. They have issued a big swath of area with level 3 evacuations. So it looks like there are residential areas here, like Old Stone Hill Road and the like. We do have a couple of cameras to look at, but we need to keep listening to Baker County for the moment. Yeah, we just have a new update that's 400 acres right now here at the Grove Fire. So we could try to get a time lapse, see exactly which way it might be going. Yeah, this is looking to the northeast. I would like, oh dang it, it doesn't give you a link to the cameras anymore. It's just like an in-app view. I wish it did both. I mean, it's cool that you could see the cameras inside of the app, especially if they can do that on mobile, because they suck on a browser on mobile. But I don't want to. I want to be full screen here. So let's see, which camera is it? Shoot, Goldfish memory. What camera? You just said the High Point North. Okay, we'll do it this way. Meanwhile, back at Chico, it's still giving them some trouble. Looks like the retardant line held right here. What's in view here? That's great. Let's look real quick at 30 minutes at Chico. Looking back at the Bidwell Park fire. They're still slamming it with aircraft, but it went traveling down the right of way with the power lines. You can see down here, it just went up and over the hill, and it's gone this way. So that's really hazardous to work aircraft around it. So they've got two fronts. Which way is this looking? Yeah, actually, speaking of the park fire, there's new evacuation warnings. They are now orders. They've been upgraded from evacuation warnings to orders here at Bidwell Park in Northeast Chico. Because, well, it started traveling. That's not surprising. So we can, they've got two fronts. It's going down that way. Let's see which is the direction the camera's looking. Deer Creek Highway 1. So new evacuation orders issued for the Bidwell Park area in Northeast Chico. And let's see, new orders and warnings. So let's see, north by northwest, and these smoke. And so they've got a eastern flank and they've got a western flank of the fire. It's gone both directions. So if you know anybody near the Bidwell Park Golf Course, the Canyon Oaks Country Club, Shallow Springs Terrace, the Upper Park Road, anybody recreating up there, or anybody who lives in Chico in general, because we know the winds can shift, anybody in Northeast Chico should be aware of this big fire here. They're slamming it with aircraft, but it's evacuation time. So same thing with if you know anybody near Oak Grove, California, especially to the east of it or the northeast. Don't assume that people know about their evacuations that are going on. You should call people in the area and make sure they know. If there's a train of Sikorsky's and Chinooks that are heading to Oak Grove, the Grove Fire in San Diego County, California. So the cavalry is coming there. But let's look back at what they're calling the Park Fire, but it's the Bidwell Park Fire in Butte County. This will give us an idea of the evacuation. They haven't quite updated the map yet, but there are now new level 3 evacuations. So there's a western flank of the fire, which is underneath the power line right away, the big power lines, but there's an eastern flank too. So it's hard to know exactly where that is via the cameras. Okay, what was the other one? There's a hate fire.
Clear of South Baker, no emergency.
Okay. In Siskiyou County, the Haight Fire, what a name, Haight. The Haight Fire, forward progress is stopped in Siskiyou County. Awesome. That's the final update unless conditions change. At least something's been going right somewhere. All right, what are the other things? Meanwhile, back at the Ranch Baker County area, there's up to 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. I'm just getting random heat advisory, red flag warning alerts swiping away. We know about that. It's really nice in Portland. It's 83. Has a high today. All right, those are my... That's the end of my notifications, other than the ones I accidentally swiped away earlier. But just let me know which fires you want us to cover. And please keep the donations. No donation is too small coming in, guys. It's much love. Much love.
Somebody at 1250 Canvas will be for that Zoom call.
Yeah. I can hover over the rectangle and make the camera image larger. That's cool. Sure, RJ, what questions? Durkee Fire update. Yeah, they're moving the fairgrounds. Yeah, I read that one out. So, and thank you, Jen.
I'm sorry.
I did.
No, just trying to get home 3484.
I copy. 1740.
Thank you, Jeffrey, and
Go ahead.
for your knowledge.
Can I get you guys to bump out here? Take it easy, but bump on out here. We're going to make sure this thing's wet.
Julic dozers met up with us out here as well, so we'll just have them and Chetwood dozer in here.
7 stage, and we'll call them if it changes.
Okay, I'm trying to look up. I don't see any unanswered questions that I failed to answer. So, wow, look at the air show at the Park Fire, though. That is a cluster beep of aircraft. And that would be really neat to listen to. What they're taking off at Chico and circling. This is the world's smallest circuit for dumping retardant here. They're taking off from Chico. They probably have 2 minutes of airtime and landing again. I mean, how's that for efficiency? That would be cool to listen to, but there's a craziness that's going on in other places. So I want to check in with Portola and see if the mill fire has had any updates. Now, just 6 hours ago, we had a great update from a real firefighter on the Smith that they really surrounded it and reduced evacuations on the north side of the Highway 70 and north portions of Portola. Because the Smith...
2190, D as in David.
Because the Smith immediately threatened structures in the town.
0, D straight for follow-up, 1742.
And they couldn't be everywhere at once. So the mill fire was on a hillside, so they directed the resources and they pounced on the Smith. It's really well lined and looking much better. And now hopefully they could funnel resources to the mill fire, which is terrifying, by Portola. And I want to check in with the Beckworth Peak camera, because eventually, if it reaches there, we could have a camera burn over. So let's see, we only have a 6-hour time lapse, RJ. We can do 12 hours on the regular cam site. So I was hoping they'd have a link to the regular cam site plus whatever they embed in this, app. But this is looking to the southwest. And day after day, the fire keeps trying to come towards the camera because it's just climbing the mountains. So this is the last 6 hours of the mill fire over there by Portola, looking a hell of a lot better than the insanity of yesterday, that's for sure. They kind of dodged a bullet of, even though the thunderstorms were nearby and going over by Pyramid Lake, they didn't suck the air and didn't suck the fire at lightning speed towards itself to the northeast as could have happened. Like, that was lucky, a lucky break with the weather. Okay, so I now have an update on the Camp Creek fire, which I haven't really been able to get to yet. Let's move to that, and we're still listening to Baker County, but they mostly have switched to tactical channels for most of the new fires that are erupting there. So the Camp Creek fire in Crook County, Oregon, east of, that's one of the ones east of Prineville, right? Camp Creek. We just got a little update on there. Looks like the same evacuation orders are still in place. It's estimated to have grown to around 500 acres now. According to Central Oregon Fire Info, which is an awesome official site for information. If anybody around Prineville wants to know about Central Oregon Fire Info, you can check this out and keep us informed about what comes down the pipe, too. Yeah.
Station 31, this is information only at this time for a smoke report. We've gotten 2 calls on Snake River Road that says they can see white smoke pluming and coming north of them, so from the Richland area. I have no location. They're thinking maybe around Mountain Man that there's possibly a lightning strike that has started a new fire incident. We're calling and letting Vail BLM know. I'm just advising you of a potential report of smoke sighted from the north end of Snake River Road.
Okay. That's why we listened. Okay, so that the timestamp there is 2 hours into the broadcast. I still haven't finished my meal.
Go ahead.
You copy. I just toned out 31 for information. We're getting a report of a possible new fire area from the north end of Snake River Road. If you do see a white plume of smoke, that's maybe kind of headed south as a new incident.
I got so much smoke in the air and fire right here, I can't see anything. And it's raining.
46.
I've just tuned, I gotta tone up the volume for that. Sorry, I didn't realize that sometimes that's varying quite a lot. So what they were saying is a new smoke report sighted from north of Snake River Road in Baker County, Oregon. So they said that it's possibly from a new lightning strike near Mountain Man. So I don't know if that is a road or a hill or something. So we've already put on the map, our personal map, even though Watch Duty doesn't have this stuff yet, that there is a fire north of the Powder River, which is significantly west of Richland, but today is 70-mile-an-hour wind day. So let's see, in the vicinity, this is Richland here. So you can see Richland, Baker County, Oregon here. This is far northeast Oregon, getting towards the border of Idaho. That's the big Snake River there. So where the Powder reaches the Snake. So we do have the communities threatened by the Powder fire. There's a lot of evacuations and level 2, especially notices around Richland itself. So we identified one new fire by longitude coordinates, which is right about here.
618.
So we don't have a heat detection, but it was 5 acres moving around fast in the wind, kind of on a hillside, so it's far away from it. Right up here.
Can I get a case number, please?
So I put the latitude, longitude in the chat, but they went to tactical channels.
744.
Now the other one that they just said, we could try to put.
1-8, I copy. You can go ahead and post it. I'll be clear with the report. That would be for motor vehicle wreck injury.
Yeah, I don't see a Mountain Man Road, but we can do Snake River Road in Richland. Snake Road then? Okay. Is it supposed to be Richland proper? Let me see if we can switch maps. I don't. That's why I had it turned down. Sorry. Oh.
Respond 235 Foothill Drive. I placed a general alarm. We have a report of flames inside of a residence. 235 Foothill Drive. Did they say the stove or oven is on fire?
Jeez. Flames inside of a residence.
We're back. I guess they're saying the fire's out, but she's not in the residence, so let's continue.
What? Okay. Yeah, if a stove is on fire, you gotta check it out and see if it's, in the walls.
618. That was on Foothill, correct?
35 Foothill Drive, yes, sir.
Prayer sent to that person. Sorry, juggling.
The first part of that numeric's cut out.
Juggling the volume is real hard. Sorry.
618 235 Foothill Drive.
Copy, thank you.
It's like nobody's home at that house. The RP says that someone kicked down the door and went in with a hose. So, yeah.
Wow. What a hero. I guess that's like security cam type footage. Someone kicked in the door with a hose. Super. That's awesome.
245 1238 back to Beaver.
Okay.
451751.
Okay, keep it coming. Information, guys. What just jingled my phone? So, the pipeline fire is holding near Trinity Pines Drive in Hay Fork, holding at 8 acres per radio traffic.
I'll be clear information.
Oh crap! Back to the Bighorn fire in the Columbia River. There's
1752.
brand new level 3 evacuations, and it was looking so well just about 15 minutes ago. So here they are. Just hot off the press. Level 3 go now, just north of the Columbia River, near Bickleton, Lickitat County, and the Columbia is known for its insane high winds. Of course, this is west of Boardman, Oregon, on the Washington side. Level 3 go now evacuations. East Road to Sand Ridge Road, and east to the east, and Alder Creek south to the Columbia River. So all the way down to the Columbia River, it's East Road to Sand Ridge Road. And then north of Alder Creek, west to Crider Valley, east to Peterson, and the areas between Middle Road and East Road. West of Middle Road to Lickitat County line to the east, and the Columbia River to the south. Level 3 go now, just issued 2 minutes ago. It looks like this. So, yikes. Now, the nature of the terrain here is mostly grassy, hay stuff. I don't believe that can cross the Columbia. But that's just my speculation. If somebody...
2431, be on scene. Large commercial, this isn't be at the apartment. Nothing showing at this time. Stand by for further.
Meanwhile, back in Chico...
Nothing showing, 1753.
Dispatch 2481 on scene.
Meanwhile, the crisis in Chico, the park fire is over 1,000 acres. A no divert has been placed on the aircraft, which means it's too much of a dire situation to give the aircraft to any other fire. And so it is saying, unfortunately, come on, phone. It is saying that is only 1 to 1.5 miles from impacting Richardson Springs area. Okay, miles? Okay, what we would need is how long in time, but I guess maybe they can't know. So if you do know anybody in Chico, you better give them a call right now to let them know that this fire could be worsening and getting much bigger. Richardson Springs is up in northeast of here, I believe, but there's 2 fronts where the fire is spreading. It's spreading towards the west and to the east, from what we could tell on the cameras at Bidwell Park in Chico. So, yikes, and it's over 1,000 acres now. So, never assume that people know about a fire or that they're aware or that the authorities are doing a good job of that, because there's things wrong with the system. So, there's a thermal cam for the park fire. Thank you, Husky. Let's take a look. Wow! Oh, wow, baby. I'm in love with these cams.
1024, go ahead.
Dude. Wow. This is like the Dixie Fire cams.
Department 220. There was something on the stove that was smoking. Fire is out. You can show us still on scene.
Whew.
On the stove was smoking. 1755.
Oh, my God. There's the barn. There's the fire. Oh, my God. All right, so this is Bidwell Park Fire, and this is north of Chico, looking to the northeast by Richardson Springs. It's headed to Richardson Springs. Goodness gracious. Great walls of fire. I know what, oh my God, that was corny. I'm sorry. Wow. I love these cams. They should be on every place that we have cams. They can just show you what's going on. Let's see. These are live, right? I don't know if these are live or time-lapsed. They were live during the Dixie Fire. Thank you so much for the link, Husky. Wow. Did they just install these? There's usually only 2 on the landscape at any given time, if they're even on the landscape. Oh, wow, I'm in pan mode. Okay. So you click and hold. Dude. But why is it cut off? Why is it... Oh, man. Okay, so there should be... Okay.
All right, 38. Back on Beaver.
All right.
1756.
We have new mandatory evacuations and a new escalating situation with the Bidwell Park fire in California. And wow, FLIR color infrared. I hope it's movie instead of, I don't think it is movie. I think it's just time lapse. Either way, nothing quite shows you what a fire's doing. Usually this is all invisible. It's just, you could just see smoke. Now we can see what the fire's doing.
610, follow us.
10.
Wow.
2173 4th Street, unit number 4.
Okay.
1757.
We're still listening to, first of all, that's the look at Mariposa, where it looks like it's a done deal. We're going to switch our camera views back up to the Chico area. Let's do a 3-hour time lapse from our Deer Creek Highway 1 camp. This one's looking north by northwest, I believe, sideways. So you can see how it got up and over the hill and went traveling the right way of the power lines. A bit to the west by northwest. And you still have a huge heavy smoke column where it's trying to go north by northeast. If this is facing the way I'm thinking, yeah. Just 2 fronts to that fire. So the Doe Mill Road has a image there too. But I was hoping we could get the wider view of one of the thermal cams from the Alert California site, not just the Alert West. Let me see if I've got any.
610, clear, negative contact.
But if you missed things, the Bighorn Fire, which is just across the Columbia in Klickitat County, has a hugely expanded evacuation level level 3 go now, which is on the Washington side of the Columbia. I don't believe that fire will be able to cross the Columbia to Oregon, but I'm not there. I just think it's mostly hayseed and grassy stuff out there. But it's of concern. There's still a huge air show with no divert. They're taking off from Chico, dumping, landing, taking off from Chico, and dumping and landing, as far as I could tell. So, but you see the smoke darken and thicken, and it's found heavier fuels. And it's getting very close to Richardson Springs. So where are our FLIR cameras on this set? On this set of cams, is it Alert West only? Hamilton 1 and 2 are down. That's Flatiron West. Huh. You would think that the Alert California cams would have access to the same cams of Alert West. Air Park 8. Air Park 8, nothing with an 8, is on Alert West. Okay. Or on Alert, California. This drives me insane. Not only do we have evacuation info that's here, there, everywhere. There's not just one-stop shopping for that in California. There's not even one-stop shopping for what you can do with the cameras. Dang it. Like, seriously? But look at it march. The white hot stuff is flames. This is the flames. It's hot gases and occasional flames that are up in the sky. And you can see the yellowish colors are this ultra hot smoke. With wherever the little white spots are is flames twisting up in the sky, probably trying to consume trees. There will be eucalyptus and oak and a couple pine things out there. When the pines will go up like torches, the oaks will burn. The oak leaves will burn off real quick, but oak wood doesn't really burn. So, but you can see the rest of the stuff is hot gases and hot smoke, like the purple stuff. This is how you can see right into a fire. You wouldn't be able to see much at all with the naked eye here. We don't have a naked eye view that I can see. But, wow. Why isn't it a movie camera like it was during the Dixie? I mean, dang. Is there a different, Husky, is there a different website? Is Alert West just tapping into something where we could see the movie camera version? There's more level 2 evacuations in Yakima County for the retreat and rimrock fires. And that's mostly out there with campgrounds and the like, as far as I can tell. So we just have to wait for Yakima County to give us info. We're still listening to Baker County in eastern Oregon, where the lightning has gone crazy. Let me see if we just do an all camera. Yep, Express Van Exorcist. We just read that out, that there's new evacuation orders in Butte County. That's why everybody should click. Hey, why is the all cameras button stuck? Come on now. All right. Fine, we'll do this. We'll go to the live cameras here. And just zoom in. I hate it when it gets stuck and you just can't go back and see all other camera views. So, we've got quite a variety here. Butte County is cameraed up. But I was hoping for a wider view of that thermal. Yeah, show more. Why is the thermal not showing at all now? What is that? Oh, it's a black line. Okay, whatever. What can't... Okay. The Long Creek Fire in Unity, Oregon, acreage updated. I don't care. That's 0.75. Why isn't there a wider view from the Chico Air Park with the thermal? Why isn't it in...
Station 31, we have an update on the Snake River Road smoke report. They drove up Snake River Road north approximately 7 miles from their location near Hibbert Creek, and they are UTLing new flames. They think it's just smoke coming down the canyon.
Great. Well, that's good that the person reported it and they checked on it. It's what everybody should do, to report new smokes anywhere in Eastern Oregon. Well, anywhere in general right now. So, probably not a new fire. The one reported, the smoke report from the north end of Snake River Road. All right. Okay. So, one tanker released and 2 loaded with the Flora fire, which is in Healdsburg. That one's up by Hayfork, isn't it? Thanks for keeping me informed, guys. Air Park 8 thermal cam. Air Park. Let's see, Chico Air Park thermal cam. Maybe there's other links elsewhere. Police drone. Thermal camera, Merriam Library of Chico. There. Whoops. I have to elongate this window. Hopefully it won't stretch stuff out. What? No, we don't need to rent a thermal cam from a library. What the heck? Webcams around Chico Municipal. Don't see anything with fires showing. Okay, what? The park fire update, alright. New evacuation orders. Yeah, they've got their maps finally together, so we'll take a look. So, Chico Air Museum. City of Chico. What I was hoping for is, like, maybe they would have... Oh my god, I didn't even know there was a Chico Air Museum. This is awesome. Seriously? Wow, okay. Exhibits, events, support, visiting. About. Do we have a camera link? Why would you have a camera at your museum and not have a link to it? Come on. Never mind. I'm already done with it. Sure got a lot of airplanes still.
38, we have a report of a possible shed fire. This is in the area of 3rd and John Street, number 3 and John Street in Haines. There is a 12 by 20 foot shed. They saw flames, now lots of smoke. The closest residence is approximately 25 to 30 feet from this outbuilding.
That's 3801 responding to city. Address or the location 3rd and John.
Affirmative, reported to be at 3rd, number 3 and John Street.
See that city.
1807.
Which city? Baker City? All right, we'll see if that threatens structures. Okay, friends. Meanwhile, let's see if this can time lapse at all.
That's 3812 responding to city state.
Yeah, you can see the fire. You can see the fire erupt and start to travel. I was really hoping we could find a video version, but we'll take what we can get. Remember, dark colors are cool. So when it erupts, you can see it right there. See this? Sorry. If we get our 3rd monitor together, please keep the donations coming, friends. If just 20% of the viewers donate $1 to $5, we will get all kinds of new equipment, including a laptop so we can take this show on the road.
3819 responding to Oregon Trail.
That's the fire right there erupting. It kind of skips a beat, or at least it changes its angle. But wow, these should be all over the landscape of California. They really need to be. This is how you can track them the best. Look at it start to travel. Wow. Wow. Remember, the actual flames are the whitest, brightest yellow colors. Hot gases give you more of the yellowish, orangey. But where it is truly brightest white usually is actual flames. It can get pretty tall. And look at that spot out right there. Look at its spot out ahead of itself. Dropping embers downwind and then connecting with them. Now you can see here it spots, and the reason why it seems to merge from the top and bottom at the same time is that's exactly what happened. It spotted downhill and it raced uphill and met itself. That's just 1 minute. Went from 1 minute to the next. This is why you cannot race fire downwind or downhill. It does not work.
All 24 units clear and back to service.
It does not work. When people try to do that in their cars, that's how they get overcome. Just stay cool, keep a cool head. Don't get in your car and take a sketchy, I can't see the road ahead of me and the fire's behind me thing. It'll start to be in front of you too. You'll come around the bend, it'll be in front of you, it'll be behind you. Keep a level head and note wherever you're driving, wherever the road crosses a body of water, even if it's a creek or even a little ditch of a driveway, there will be a culvert or a bridge you can maybe take shelter under.
So use your fire cleared. Are you still out on foot?
It's better to be stopped there where you can get in a culvert or under a bridge than to be completely trapped and surrounded by fire on the road. Think about where there's creeks.
I'm over here at the corner of 3rd and John. I don't see a fire. Just bring the Type 6.
Think about creeks and ponds, even swimming pools, but no, hot tubs are not good enough. That's incredible.
UTL so far, 1811.
The intersection of 3rd and John report this fire.
A 921 John Street was a residence that called in to report it.
Okay, I have an update on the Flora 5 to 35 acres. Okay, let's see if they've got their...
912 John was the residence that called to report the incident.
I copy that, dispatch.
Meanwhile, there's chaos in Baker County, but the fire down there in San Diego County, there's no new evacuation information, it looks like. It's pretty much the same. We have an update on the acreage to 500. Dang it, I hate this. I try to open watch duty to different fires, and it goes to the same ones again and again. It changes all of my tabs. So let's go to the Bidwell Park fire, where things are getting really out of control. They're doing their best, but that's all they can do. So we just had what we are covering here, new evacuation zones. And it's heading for Richland Springs, especially if it climbs up into the hills there. But that may just be what it's doing. So I'll try to pinpoint which direction. I think we were looking from west to east. I think we were seeing its more northerly progress, north to the northeast progress when we were looking in the thermal cams.
Well, units you can cancel. It's a barbecue.
What do you mean? Will I be? Shinani, what do you mean? Will I be covering it? That's what we were looking at. That's what we were looking at. At your service.
Standing down.
Somebody reported an entire shed on fire, and it's a barbecue. It's a barbecue in Baker County, but Baker County we're listening to because
Copies
it's,
the cancel.
oh my god, that's funny. Because of 70,
501 from dispatch.
there's 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts and abundant lightning and happening in Baker City. Yes, 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts.
From dispatch.
So here is your new evacuation zones are huge. Looks like they expect it to climb up into the hills. So anybody in the hills northeast of Chico, you need to be aware of this. I mean, those are huge canyons in between it and Paradise, but I'd be a bit concerned because once it gets up in here, you know it can happen. Fire likes to climb, so it'll go first up into the hills, and it can spread out in any direction from there. Once it gets to the higher elevations, the wind can take it over the ridges, as we unfortunately found out, even in long distance, spotting situations just in the next kind of big wind event. I don't know what the weather is going to be like, but we could check that later. But we have a magical thermal cam. This is what we were just...
10, request for contact, suspicious, possible Coldberg.
We could see how the fire started and began moving.
Leslie Miller, she's at 2260 Mitchell Avenue. Leslie thinks someone may have gone into her home when she was there. The front door was open when she got there.
No worries. We're not being that serious. I'm not really harping on you, Shinani. We're glad to have you back. So this is actually how the fire started. You can see it clearly. This is why California needs more of these cams. You can see exactly where it started, right there.
Dispatch copies. You're not back to station 1815.
And wait a second, what was that?
1816.
See that big dark spot? That's coolness. So the fire was already starting. That may have been like the first drop of water or something. Anything that big and dark, just immediate.
Request for phone contact.
You can see the flames right there.
1A, they can wait. I'm going to head out with 10.
1816.
And then they get much bigger. They find a tree or something. Unfortunately, it's not widescreen. I don't know why. So the rest of the fire is cut off, and then it makes a shift. And then the rest of the fire is cut off. But it was probably going already by the time this camera moved over. And the only thing that explains the big dark spot, you can see flames all the way up here to the right. That's flames. Flames in the center. Flames down here at the bottom. If we can get more donations, please keep them coming, guys. Even if just 20% of the viewers give us $1, we'll be good. We have 1590 views right now today. 117 likes. Please help us boost and fight the algorithm. We'll have the third monitor set up. I gotta fix my desk, and I can draw. The third monitor will be a draw on the screen thing. And I can circle what you guys should know about and put arrows about where the fire's going. But with a 2-monitor setup, right now we can't. So you can see how it begins on the side, goes up, climbs the hill. That black right there just must have been a water drop. I don't see anything in the sky. Then the black splash to the right could be retardant or water. You see that? That's smoke and fire. That's a spot of fire. What's the wind like in Chico right now? It bursts up and that's fire. All of this yellow is fire from here to here. In the grass. But it keeps going left, right. Left, right. Trying to figure out where it should be focusing. And then it begins to run. Since we're mostly looking to the east, I think we're seeing it move west. I'm not really sure. That is our time lapse. Yeah. But We need a lot more of these cams. This is a super zoom from pretty far away, so we don't have a high resolution. But, wow.
401.
Alright, let me zoom out to give you the whole 9 yards view. At first it was just a little grass fire and something that looked like a levee or a hillside, and then the wind.
Time. We've got all visible smokes out, getting heavy rain. We're going to pull out and watch it from a distance. It gets pretty funny in here where we're at, so we'll pull out and watch it and get back to you in a few.
Yeah. Thanks, Husky. Here's another view from Richard Springs Road. We were looking at that cam last hour. Yeah, it's getting real close to Richardson Springs. Remember, if you know anybody in the Chico area, the Paradise area, the Magalia, Concal, Lovelock, they should know about this. Don't assume that they do already if they're taking a nap or something. This is anything that happens to Butte County can get real bad and real fast. With the evacuation zones that they have, they may be expecting it to climb up to the higher terrain and higher elevations. And if it does, it will become a proper forest fire. And then that's when long-range spotting can occur. And I haven't looked at the weather. But you know how Butte County's cursed. You just know. Any fire in the area that gets big and has this potential can, well, get big and has potential. Yep, yeah, Matthias, there's lots of spotting happening. So there's some pretty good wind that you could see. So this camera direction is east by southeast, right? This is the Richardson Springs Road cam. Yeah. So, but this is a perfect illustration of the deep canyons of the area. But what these can do is the embers can float down to the bottom and they race up the other sides. It can hopscotch really easily. So everywhere like Forest Ranch and that, if you know anybody that lives east of Chico in general, they need to know about this immediately. So we got a variety of cams. Butte County's got a lot of cams. And thank you, Husky, for showing us the thermal one too. So we're trying to keep track of many different fires in many areas. I got a couple more beeps on the phone. One for the Durkee with the current acreage being 268,000 plus. I-84 still closed from Pendleton to Idaho.
The numerics on Mitchell, 2260, 2260 Mitchell.
Now the Flora fire, looking at Healdsburg, is, as far as air attack is concerned, looking a lot better. With one spot around a vineyard, but it's around 50 acres and looking a lot better at least. The Swawila fire on Indian land near Keller, Washington, all roads within the map area closed.
2610.
So it's not. It's not a fun day in Washington either, especially not in Yakima County. So you still see the crazy.
You guys need a cat to come in there and get some vehicles unstuck. That's affirmative. Thank you.
I think it's a double energy drink day, guys. Even though it's 6:30, no, I don't want to stay up all night. Tomorrow's going to be bad too. If you don't know what's going on in Eastern Oregon, they're having up to 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts and extreme amounts of lightning. It's not a cakewalk anywhere.
70 from dispatch.
As you can see, it's not a cakewalk.
Do we have a size up or any further information on that Pocahontas and Adams?
At this time, we're UTL. We're still looking.
All right,
Still looking. 1823.
One of the fires has heavy rain on it in Baker County. They didn't specify, so they pulled back and they were observing. We don't know which one. We've got tons and tons of lightning in the Sierras all across the Reno Tahoe area. They're ripping across the landscape.
Show engine 3132, back at station, back in service.
1824.
Mateo County, Smitty says there's a new Grand Fire. Okay, keep an eye on that. But they're having 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts and just crazy amounts of lightning, sometimes torrential rain, flash flood warnings. And take your pick.
We have control of this incident. Fire's 100% lined. I'm starting to mop up on it. You can show me clear. Returning back to Baker City.
Which one? Okay.
Get over to ODF at this time.
Chico wouldn't appear to have a lot of high winds, but they do. There's up to 25-mile-an-hour wind gusts right now.
There's nobody here at this residence. We got a phone number for the RP.
Now remember, fire can climb hills no matter what wind direction, so it'll probably...
Wesley Miller, her phone number 503.
All right, I had to mute that.
Copy.
Okay, looking back to our variety of cameras, we see the fire start up on a hillside.
0, can I give you a plate?
And spread. Mostly going
692 King Edward Tom.
towards the north. And as south winds would be...
Terry Miller, 2260 Mitchell. Vehicle's clear.
The south winds would...
610, I copy.
Have that make sense?
1825.
And at the beginning of this, you can see some aircraft and stuff that are kind of leaving the area. This is... don't play. I try to back it up and just stop it. You can kind of see them as they made their little initial water drops. They're these tiny balls of light in the sky, you know. But when you see dark purple stuff, that's retardant, and that's water hitting the ground. So sometimes aircraft can look tiny. Oh, thank you, Blair, for your wonderful donation. Thank you. You're a super donor. You get hearts. Thanks, my father-in-law's at home in Vail, and after 3 days evacuated to Nampa, watching closely. Yeah, ask any questions you can. We're trying our best. If you have any information on your phone, like if you signed up for Malheur County alerts, especially, let us know what's on your phone. Do you know how to sign up for Malheur County alerts? I thought I had them in the link in the description of this video, but I can get that real quick for you. That's probably what I should do, but I didn't know that if it would allow me in Portland to do that or not. But I wish Oregon had cameras like this. Look at this beauty. This will tell you where it's going. We have a variety of cams here in Butte County. We have to see if there's new evacuation zones with the park fire. So if you guys are near, and here is your heart. Thank you. I'm so sorry. The phone occasionally lets me know when a Venmo or a PayPal app donation comes in. It seems to be on like a schedule instead of a push notification. So let's see. The Grand Fire is the new one in San Francisco County. Good progress on it. Some resources are being released from the scene. Yeah, Smitty, keep me updated on that. Let's see. Yeah, this one's old. We were on the Bidwell Park fire. There's a Grouse Creek fire. Where's that? And that is Baker City. All right, so we'll look at that one. It's been frustrating. The camera at Vail has been looking away from like the Cow Creek fire and stuff. The cotton camera, has retardant on it. It was splashed on it from the Cow Valley fire. The Cow Valley fire. But if we try to look at Eastern Oregon again and see if the Vail camera is with us, single cams and offline cams. Right, that's Alert California. Okay, wrong cams. Let me go to the other one, which is Alert West. This has organ cans. Don't ask me why they're different. I'm glad they got a handle on the Cow Valley, but Malheur County wants anybody who knows anything about how the Bonita Road and the Cow Valley fires started to please contact wetip.com, WETIP.com. It looks like it is arson. So there's an arsonist running around here somewhere, or somebody starting fires for whatever reason. As well as the lightning and the craziness. But that was weird, that those fires got started right before the red flag declarations. The people who are the most sinister and evil do that. So that's what people should be spreading the word about. So unfortunately, the Cottonwood camp has got the retardant on it. So we can see storms and stuff through the retardant. I wish that we would go wipe this off. Alas. Sorry, I think did we just get a donation? Okay. Oh, thank you so much, Sabra. Thank you for your kind donation of $5. Everything helps. Totally awesome. Do the Cash App. Remember, you don't need a PayPal account.
It's clear. The RP is not here right now. She said they looked around, didn't notice anything right now, but if they do, they'll call us back later. They already locked the house up.
Okay, that's a bit more Baker County chatter where they're having up to
30. How is 1A back and go ahead with that phone contact.
The weather where you're at? Because it's not fun anywhere.
Phone contact is from a Philip Ross. He's calling from Cabela's in Boise. Phone number 208. He's calling about, sounds like Boise PD confiscated a gun from them that came back as stolen. It was sold to them by someone from Baker.
Oh, okay. Well, we will get random law enforcement chatter
Copy.
as well. This is fire and sheriff's office of Baker County. Some things are going well, with one fire being rained on pretty much, one being lined completely. Meanwhile, back in Butte County, all hell is breaking loose. So we want to look from different angles and see if it's climbing into the hills, which I would imagine it's trying to. So Bald Mountain Butte, number 1, no, Bald Mountain Butte, number 2, would be the one looking downhill, right? No. Okay, why did that just screw up? Oh, it's rotating. Okay. Bald Mountain Butte is rotating. But Colby Mountain 2, I don't know if this will give us a good idea if the Bidwell Park fire is climbing up into the mountains, but we know it will try. Okay, the Grove fire, the one in San Diego County, has new evacuations. Meanwhile, in San Diego County, there are more fires here than you can shake a stick at. Additional evacuation orders have just come down the pipe. A temporary evacuation point is the high school at Warner Springs in San Diego County. One additional Type 3 strike team with 5 engines are requested per incident command. And that one is down there by Oak Grove, California. Like I said, people should call.
Yeah, the group of 4 juveniles on Washington Gulch Road, about milepost 5.
Any fire that breaks out today, the idea is that you should call and make sure the people you know who are in these regions know about these fires. Even if it doesn't look like the fire is headed their way at the moment, they need to get as much heads up as possible. They could be taking a nap. Basically, they tend to get evacuation info out pretty slowly. Maybe it's as fast as they can, but it's still pretty slowly to places that are likely to be affected, even if they aren't yet. There's a lot of problems with the evacuation systems and policies of California, and they vary from agency to agency. And some counties, it's the sheriff calling the shots, and some counties, it's somebody else. It really depends. Sometimes they're not really allowed to, without further approval, to put other evacuations and places on notice. unless the fire is close enough to those other places. And that's a really old, stupid policy. It's just whether or not these places can be eventually in danger is when they should be notified of that. No, I've never heard of anybody complaining about an early heads up of possible danger. I've never heard anybody complain about that. We have heard of tragedy where all of a sudden the fire's in our yard and we haven't even gotten a notice yet. Or they told us way too late to save any of our stuff or our animals, right? And so with the whole Butte County region, you know what can happen. The fire is much more dangerous the higher it gets in elevation. That's when long-range spotting can occur. That's when true forest fires occur, and they can hop, skip, and jump over these ravines. Just being carried by the wind. We've seen that before. We know what it can do. This is not that bad with winds. But what happens if the winds get worse? What happens if a thunderstorm, when many are forming in the Sierras, it comes this way? Everything could change. Today is a fluid, crazy, whack-a-mole day. Don't trust anything. This is not a normal winter kind of a day. So this is the peak of the dryness, peak of the heat season kind of fire. So even it doesn't take much wind for these to go absolutely nuts and go nuclear. So once again, the Grove fire by Oak Grove in San Diego County, they are hugely expanding into the neighborhoods. Like I was explaining, we're in danger earlier by Chihuahua Valley Road. These are now mandatory level 3 go nows. So anybody east of here, because the wind in generally is prevailing to the east, needs to be needs to be informed too. I think this is pretty sparsely inhabited, but it just goes to show that one moment to the next, everything can change. Strangely, over here, there's mandatory evacuations. I don't know if there's a second fire or what. Is there? Why is that spot of mandatory over there? I don't see a camera looking at that direction. Anyway, I don't know what the forecast is. It looks like part of Oak Grove itself is under mandatory evacuation, where there's probably a lot of good camping and whatnot. But we have to keep looking at the different cameras for what's going on with the Bidwell Park fire. Now, okay, at least with the Flora fire at Healdsburg, the west side of the fire on the west side of the road has been contained. And with the Grove fire, they have just announced there's a large animal shelter at Ramona High School. And on Hanson Lane in Ramona, per San Diego Sheriff's Office. Remember, this is why I don't like their policy. If there are people that live downwind of a fire, let them know immediately that they need to probably go later. Don't wait until the fire gets close enough to them to let them know. Because it takes a long time to evacuate animals and heirlooms, and some people have special needs. So, hang on, somebody is calling me. One moment.
show engine 3161 en route to Snake River Road, 2 on board.
Continue.
Four 512-1.
40.
Okay, thank you. Spyman says local TV in Jasper, Canada is now reporting that the fire situation is so dire they're requesting help from the military. Oh my God. Okay, so C-Probe, I just got off the phone with him. We were trying to coordinate dinner, and I just canceled on him. This is too important to put down. I've had for 3 hours in front of me the sandwich he made me. Excuse me, I've got to turn on the air conditioning. Even though it's a high of 82 today in Portland, my computer, that you guys, thank you for your kind donations, is a supercomputer. Makes a tremendous amount of heat. What C-Probe's comment was, is that's a lenticular smoke cloud. He goes, oh, look, a lenticular cloud. And I'm like, yeah. Well, it's made out of smoke. The white sections are steam. Because of all the vegetation, still has some amount of moisture in it, so it's being turned into steam as the fire consumes it. And I said, what does a lenticular cloud mean? Because it looks pretty to me. He goes, oh, it's not fun for pilots. You wouldn't want to fly into something like that. It means extreme turbulence. Oh, damn. Okay. So Rob Langsdorff says, I'm surprised they're evacuating people from the Oak Grove area past the Warner Springs Community Center. I'm not surprised. San Diego isn't like 107 right now. Excuse me, friends. Okay, so we're still listening. Yeah, I need a new beverage. We're still listening to Baker County, Oregon, I believe. I have to make sure that's still connected. I thought about slamming back another energy drink, but no, it may be important that I actually get to sleep at some decent time tonight, even have to drug myself. And I mean NyQuil or something, because I have a sinus infection. I mean NyQuil. Because tomorrow will be just as insane. This is going to be pretty crazy. So, be right back.
Yeah, I copy that. And then can I clear the power pole on Blue Spruce Road call
negative. I'm unsure of what OTEX ETA was on that. We left our cones around it to keep people out.
Maybe we can listen simultaneously to Butte County and what's going on with Baker County, because Baker County's got long periods of silence, and this has gotten way worse than I expected. This has gotten seriously out of hand. If it climbs up into the mountains and becomes a true forest fire, I'm worried that this will run up towards Mineral or someplace. This is bad. Be right back. Let me use the bathroom. All right, I'm going to try to eat the rest of the sandwich with a fork. You know you're a streamer when you eat potato chips with chopsticks. You don't want to screw up your mouse. Oh, man, that is uglier than I ever wanted to see in Butte County. Oh, my God. Hey, Spyman, thank you so much for your kind donation. You were under no obligation to donate today because the last time you did, that was on accident, the double donation. But, man, isn't that eerie, the lenticular cloud smoke? Now, you know that things are really trying to make a pyrocumulus when you see the white puffy stuff. This is steam. That's a lot of vegetation going up, and oftentimes living vegetation. And it's releasing its moisture into the air. So when you see the little white puffy stuff on top of the clouds, on top of the gray smoke, that's a lot of steam being thrust up into the sky with tremendous forces from the heat, a tremendous amount of heat. And so that's when it really is trying to make a pyrocumulus. So, hey, LT Train, how are you? Oh, thank you. Thank you again, Spyman. Here's your heart. There's your heart. But no, I actually tried to look into it. I don't think there is a way to refund somebody if they do an extra super chat. I think people themselves have to look into that with Google or YouTube. But this is bad. Hey, Bugs Bunny, how are you doing? You can see how the fire started in the very beginning, just as grass on a levee or a plateau or something like that, and they start making some drops immediately, but then the wind catches it and it gets away. And this is amazing, Husky, that you found this. I had no idea we had FLIR thermal cams again. But you can see how it spots out in front of itself. You can never, ever outrace fire downwind. You cannot. Not in a car, not on foot, not in any way. Because it will spot out in front of itself and leapfrog ahead of you. So whenever you're evacuating, keep a calm head. Your car may not be the answer. It may not be the right thing to do. See how these two spot fires jump out in the front. If the fire's behind you, if the wind is behind you, blowing towards you, then you no matter how fast you drive, and don't drive fast, okay? Always nice and easy in evacuations. You can't live if your car wrecks, or if you turn around a bend and rear end somebody who's stopped. You just keep a cool head. Just think about shelters, optional shelters nearby and around you. Click on the satellite view, ponds, swimming pools, and the like, grassy fields, baseball diamonds, golf courses, just any big lawn that's green. Go park there. Go hang out there. And do not take a sketchy, I can barely see in front of my bumper, drive through smoke in the same direction that fires and the wind is blowing. Pull over if you can, where there's a big culvert under the road, any stream, river, creek, body of water, even sometimes driveways might have a culvert big enough for you to squeeze into. And people have survived that way. People have survived the Cascade Fire that way. But look how closely it just merges with itself. How fast. This is 1 minute per frame. Just boom. Just watch it leapfrog across the landscape. This is how so many people get trapped. Brushberry Creek, okay? Pence Road, Paradise, Cascade Fire 2017. Remember, I know about this. I'm from the area. I know exactly what I'm talking about. This is how you survive. All the survivors, they did not try to outrun the fire. They looked for shelter-in-place option. Just remember when you can see the flames usually escape by vehicle, that window of opportunity has already closed. It is much better. Is that a hummingbird? It's a hummingbird. It is much better to shelter in place than to get on the road for a sketchy, scary drive. My brother, unfortunately, in Paradise, and I don't blame him at all, did not know. A cop told him to leave by car. He was the last person on the street to do that and survive. He didn't know that the next door neighbor's house across the street was going to be saved by the firefighters because it had a pool and a pond in the backyard, and it had a grassy lawn, defensible, green, watered, no overhanging trees, and a creek in the back. And in the backyard of the creek, there was a culvert that was huge, 9 feet tall. 60 people could have sheltered in there. Everybody on the street could have survived if they walked over to it. And after he left, the firefighters saved the neighbor's house and herded some people inside of it. And they put their hoses into the backyard creek and saved it. So there's most people that perish in a wildfire, and Butte County included, do so because they don't understand when escape by car is already not possible anymore. Just keep a cool head. The way that if anybody wants me later to help them form an evacuation plan, I can help you. I can teach you. It mostly involves this. Just looking around you with satellite images. And before a crisis starts, find out what your options are. And then look at your evacuation routes and see where there might be culverts and bridges that you could possibly take shelter on. If the fire closes your evacuation routes down. I've done that before. I don't need to know exactly where you live. Just give me an intersection or something, and I'll teach you how. But right now we're still reporting on all the fire news as it comes in. So I'll help keep you informed about that. In Kern County, the Barell fire, they have new evacuation warnings and they have split some of their zones. We haven't looked at that one for a time. But this is quite bad with what's going on. With what's going on near the Bidwell Park fire. So let me, anybody have a good radio? Is it just going to be a general one for Butte County? We need to turn that on. Let's see, we're still listening to Baker County, but they've gone mostly silent to tactical channels. And you know, let me check at see if I still have California. I think it would be my old Dixie set up from back in the day. Do I still have that saved? I think I do.
Last unit on blue,
somewhere in my dashboard of selected Broadcastify things here. Thank you for your kind donations. We have a pro version of Broadcastify, which allows me to make kind of like bookmarks to files. Maybe I did destroy the Dixie channel. I got Reno, Fresno, Mariposa, San Bernardino, Yosemite, Deschutes, and Bend, San Francisco, Yakima County, Nevada County. All right, we're just gonna make a dashboard for
about a mile and 1.5 miles from Hewitt Park on the south side along the river.
Do that. And what we would really want to know about is our 3 hours of what, kind of how it started and happened with today at Bidwell Park. Does anybody know how it may have started? Let's see, add feed, choose county, United States, choose state, California, choose the county, Butte. Cal Fire Butte only has 61 listeners, but Butte County Fire, Cal Fire, and Chico Fire has 581. That's got to be one of them. We're tuning in now.
Proceed up the ranch road as far as they can. You'll see where the hose line ends.
Great. We adjust the volume.
Brown Ranch Road. I'll have them contact you.
Okay.
Staging operations on command. Send 9254 Golf to Division November up Brown Ranch Road. Contact on CDF TAC 20.
Is Northern California major incident back online? There's also Cal Fire BTU. All right, looking back at the chat. What part of Paradise do my brother live in? I don't. We could talk about it in a private. You know, it's you know, I can show you pictures too. But I've got to keep that as vague as possible. I hope you understand why in front of the public. But his house was doomed because, and conspiracy theorists went to his house and tried to say it was an example of lasers because of his boat. His boat had a big, strange-looking shark bite in it.
Pop out ahead, and we'll be attacking standoff across the head.
Orville Park, I see. What command tone would you like to do a test on?
Park, I see. We're going to try command 2, tone 11. Additionally, if you have someone else, you can go relegate this. Just advise.
Okay, that tone was Baker County. I can't do both at the same time. We'll switch back and forth between Baker County and Butte if need be, especially if something new and crazy happens in Baker County. But it looks like they're doing a radio test in Butte or something. So, hey Siri, welcome back, by the way. Let me look back at the chat. That place is High Captain, you're covering Butte. Yeah, you're in Magalia.
Traffic for operations, go ahead.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the if it's climbing in the mountains. I'm worried. That may be what it's going to try to do next. Right now it's a south wind, so it's being pushed north along the hills.
9240 golf and staging.
So this view of it looks mostly to the east. This is the start of it, right? And then it took off running, and you can see as the camera tracks to the left, it's running north. And
yeah, I copy 9254 golf en route, and you got a stash of hose and staging.
now we can look at the heat detections, but with the let's refresh the
break. November operations on command.
They keep moving level 3s higher and higher up the elevation, see? So the
Trying to figure out, I was just going to drive that line across, but no, I think they want to do point.
the best case scenario is they stop it from climbing. I mean, it's bad enough if it's in the hills, but if it...
Barell Park air attack. Barell Park air attack.
Excuse me.
Attack for northbound status of the no divert.
For 4 tankers. Over for 4 tankers.
Okay, I'm...
I copy. Additionally, can you advise a disregard 1901?
Is that loud enough for you guys?
Park air attack disregard.
Is that loud enough for you guys? I don't want it to be louder than me, but I want you guys to hear it. The worst scenario is it gets higher and higher up into the elevations. Because if it gets to be a true forest fire and gets up there, we know how it can just hop, skip, and jump with embers across the ravines.
Division November operations on command.
So what can also happen is these are steep enough.
61 at staging.
These are steep enough for things like...
November, go ahead.
Hang on, let's listen. Okay, it's steep enough for like 3 pieces on fire to roll down, start a fire at the base of one of the ravines, and climb up the other side.
Staging operations.
Fire can move up and down like that. But the higher in elevation it is, and the more pine trees it's able to get into, if it becomes a proper forest fire, then we have the worst case scenario. That'll be the worst. That'll be the worst thing that threatens, higher elevation towns.
Staging operations. Send 9240 golf with 9254 golf up to Division November. Report to Division November on TAC 20.
Let's take a look at heat detectors.
42544. Local cone 12.
Yeah, the south wind is...
42544 Orville.
Remember, some of it's hot drifting smoke, but...
Unit, southbound 99. En route, park incident.
The worst thing about these roads, too, is they go either on ridge tops.
1943.
Either go on ridge tops or follow deep inside the canyons, one or the other. So we've got heat detections on and around Richardson Springs right now. I hope everything is...
Staging operations. I just want to make sure that was a good copy on the request for the second golf strike team to go up to Division November.
Look, they can't, there's no bridges across. So if the fire is like on this ridge, just as an example, there is no bridge across to the next one. They would have to go all the way down, drive all the way down to the valley, go up there, and then go up the next ravine. And some of them don't have roads whatsoever. This is a nightmare terrain. The great floods of the Ice Age ending caused all of these ravines.
Staging operations.
And they were made worse by hydromining. So, from the gold rush. So this is why it's the seventh circle of hell to start fighting fire in Butte County, in Plumas especially, which is up higher in the mountains. So they, if they're holding, like if they hold this road later, if it tries to go south on some other day, and it gets past them, like there is no, that would be some of the world's longest and tallest bridges. Like California's longest and tallest bridges, if they ever made them.
Staging operations. Just wanted to close the loop. That second Gulf strike team was en route to November.
Some of these things that look like roads haven't been maintained since the 1800s, so sometimes they're a real road, gates on them, sometimes they go to a little dam or something.
Operations copies, water tender 61 and staging.
A lot of them are only wide enough for a mule to go around. So let's look at what we don't want to see in the cams, any of the hillside cams. Is it coming up into the mountains, into the pines, and then we'll have the worst case scenario. What is the forecast like, though? Right now, everything's so dry, it doesn't have to be that windy for stuff to be really serious, like really serious. Let me see what we just got on the map. Malheur has an update. There's still no containment. They made excellent progress today, though. It looked like they had pretty decent weather. I'm happy to hear that. So we checked on it a little bit ago. Yesterday, it was an awful camera view. The day before, I think. It's almost I don't want to say it's a done deal, but the Smith, they really lined and got it almost, I don't want to say wrapped up, but you know what I mean? Like the initial fighting was about wrapped up. Okay, so here's one of the mountain cams. Does it rotate? It's freaking and rotate again. Okay. We don't want to see the flames come over the ridge up to the higher elevations. I mean, look back at all the chat that I missed. Hey, Bugs, welcome, by the way. Yeah, exactly, Bugs. You have to make sure. This is why you verify your own escape route before you ever have to use it. Like, cross out, like I would have a paper map, right? And the way you make an escape route, evacuation route, 3 main roads, all paved, go in 3 different directions close to where you live, right? If it takes you very long, like more than 5 minutes to get to these paved roads, to get in 3 different directions, elevate yourself 1 higher in evacuation than whatever they're saying. Like if they're saying level 1, you should be at level 2 already. If it takes you at least 5 minutes to get down to a paved road, takes you more than that, elevate yourself 2 times higher. So if you're on notice, you should be leaving. Like just as a general guideline. So it will depend on how close the fire is and what the weather is too. But use good judgment, right? Then what you should do is test drive, do a drill. First of all, hit the stopwatch at a random time. Get your family involved. Stopwatch, go. Can we get in the car and be leaving out the driveway within 5 minutes? You won't be anywhere near that. It'll probably take like 45 minutes. You'll get depressed the first time you try this. But just like an athlete is really, really happy with running a marathon 1 minute faster each time, you should be too. Just find out how to shave minutes. Find out how to arrange things and how to pre-pack things and how to avoid putting some things in the car. Like don't grab your computer if it's like a desktop at all if you have online backup. Backblaze is what I recommend. And I have a link to you guys where you can get a free month to try it. I get a free month if you guys are interested in Backblaze. I first want to look at the update with the mill real quick. And then the next thing you should do, God, it's still in rotation. Is there one that's not? Colby Mountain 1. I want to do a time lapse. Oh, it's not really directly looking at it. We've seen this before in Butte County, haven't we? This is so freaking scary. That's not clouds. That's not clouds. This is a 2-hour time lapse. How everything has just changed. Where the smoke goes, the fire follows. It's coming pretty close to this Colby 2 cam. That's just a 2-hour time lapse. So, what you should do next is look at the satellite maps and put Google Maps in terrain mode, put it in regular street mode, but look where creeks and rivers go underneath your roads, and put question marks right there, or like a circle. And then drive there during a busy portion of the day, and if you can, verify, can I get out of the car here? Can I get into this culvert? Could I get underneath this bridge? Is it even possible? Is it feasible? Are there beaver bars on the thing blocking me? Is there a bunch of weeds? Is it tiny? You exit out if it's a no-go. You check mark it if it is. You can do this digitally too if you're fancy with the Backcountry Navigator or Rook's Maps or one of the maybe even CalTopo. Let's see where the camera's located and where it's looking. This is Colby Mountain.
Morrow, park air attack aircraft release.
1. This is the one not rotating, right? Yes. Okay.
Structure Guard Battalion 2116 on command.
It is rotating. Wait, that's number 2. Stupid. Okay. Operator error. It's looking due south. Okay, and then the fire's on the very right side. See where the red beam is moving? So the fire we can see all the way to Richardson Springs. It's going to run for Cohasset.
Helicopter 917's released, returning to Nervino, ETA 1950.
It's going to run for Cohasset next.
Park Air Attack Orbital, can you repeat their return location?
Nervino.
Sorry, it's going to be a rotator.
Hotel Great Papa Juliet, off your command.
Great Papa Juliet, orbital, go ahead.
Great Papa Juliet is 15 miles out from the Larch incident. We're on our way inbound. Sounds like we're going to be going direct to the fire.
Okay, we have an update.
2391, 1911.
Oh, the red sky over Butte County. These are very...
You're with 0 Charlie Hotel.
We're calling separately. They should call here in a couple of minutes.
12. Park Air Attack Orbital.
Okay.
Orbital Park Air Attack.
Attack Orbital, 2 of your night copters are en route, coming in from the south. 8 Papa Juliet and 0 Charlie Hotel.
The Park Air Attack, copy.
Yeah. The smoke in general is coming towards the Cohasset cams. And also...
Oroville, Strike Team 9171, Charlie, local 12.
Also, the others right next door. So.
Local Strike Team unreadable.
Structure Group, Battalion 2116 on command, tone 4.
These are those to watch. With the Malheur and Portola,
2391 Oroville.
it went very well.
2391.
Very well.
2391 Oroville station will be at Manzanita and Upper Park Road near Chico Station 5, 1913.
Okay, maybe you can read...
Group, Battalion 2116 on command, tone 4.
Can you read Richardson Springs?
Can you send any of the Type 2s or dozers up to Cohasset for priority need?
Yeah, Cohasset. Alright, you want to know what I wanted to see here?
Broken.
I wanted to see a fire line here at Cohasset. I don't see one. One that crosses the T of the fire. We see one that might go with the fire, that road. We don't see one that crosses the T.
Engine 71, 1914.
They have to They have to build one from scratch.
Charlie on the ground, Chico.
Okay.
1 November, Charlie, 1914.
Did you know that FDR anticipated this issue and started funding in the 30s a great fire break road between the mountains and the hills to protect places like Chico and Paradise?
Strike Team 9171, Charlie, Orville.
But as soon as he died, it was defunded. They started building it at Chico and Paradise.
Orville, Strike Team 9171, Charlie, count 10, go ahead.
The plans included...
Strike Team 9171, Charlie, Orville. Staging will be at Manzanita and Upper Park Road near Chico Station 5.
The plans included a bunch of bridges.
Command, tactical V-Fire 22, secondary V-Fire 23, 1915.
People don't realize that the fire...
9171, Charlie.
The fire crews here at Paradise, Magalia, Sterling City, they have to drive all the way down to here to get up to here to help. This is a big, long drive. There are no bridges, tunnels, or anything where they could cross up across these major, huge, deep canyons. So this is the biggest problems with the Dixie and with the Caldor, the same problem. All the roads parallel, either go up ridgelines. This is one of the ways that we used to take to get to our cabin. It goes up this ridgeline and goes up to Mineral and towards Mount Lassen and over there to Lake Eleanor. We never liked the Chico route as much as we liked the scenic drive up 70, where the Dixie and the campfire both started here, right around Polga. And Camp Creek Road, which is why they call it the campfire. Then what these fires do when they're up at higher elevation, like up past Magalia, up by Sterling City, or up by Polga, is the true forest fires when they begin. What took Paradise by surprise was where the fire was, and it was a long-range spotting. They thought it would reach Concow first, which is down here. Then Paradise would start to be evacuated. They thought it would just be a polite fire. It would go do-do-do-do-do-do down the landscape, and then they might be able to stop it at the reservoir. But if necessary, if it got past the reservoir, it might go this way over there to Paradise. Nope, not what happened. Long-range spotting. It flew. Boing, boing, boing. The embers flew in the air to here and ran up the side of the hill.
Orville, Strike Team 9211, Charlie, entering the unit, Ord Ferry, County Line.
That's like 5 miles away. And so the embers landed at this.
Strike
And
9211, Charlie. Respond to staging. Manzanita and Upper Park Road near Chico Station 5. Contact Park IC on view command. Secondary correction tactical V-Fire 22. Secondary V-Fire 23. 1917.
and a wall of fire came up on the east side of town. The wall of fire went and swept over. But people had only one way out to the north. Just one road out to the north, quickly blocked. Only 3 major roads out to the south.
Local repeat your identifier.
Copter 0 Charlie Hotel are entering the unit from the east. To flight follow en route to Chico Airport, responding park incident.
And we can see the fire keeps moving. It keeps moving north and northeast.
0 Charlie Hotel, positive AFF, 1918.
I wish this was a movie. It's just a time lapse. So the problem is, like I said, there's many little smaller communities up here, and they can't really reach each other. It takes about, if a fire jumps one ridge or goes over one canyon, they can't really, like, okay, well, we'll be right where we could see. Like right where we could see, right across that canyon, we'll be there in 30 minutes, even if we light sirens, scream, and drive like maniacs. It'll take 30 minutes for them to get back to the spot they can just kind of see. Like two fire engines on either side of the canyon can see each other, wave to each other. They have to go around and it'll take 30 minutes to meet, at least. That's how bad it is. So right now, the best scenario. What is that? The best scenario is, I mean, up here at Cohasset somewhere, they're going to start a dozer line.
Operations, Battalion 2116 on command.
But hopefully the winds.
Battalion 2116, go ahead to operations.
Yeah, we need PG&E to respond into Richardson Springs to de-energize power lines along Richardson Springs Road.
Oh wow, look at that. That's dramatic.
Command, operations copies. Request PG&E to respond into Richardson Springs to cut off utilities.
This is the Richardson Springs cam. It's our live. See how it went up and over the ridge? Just...
Battalion 2116, operations per PG&E at the ICP. Richardson Springs is de-energized.
Oh, it is de-energized. Good. Maybe PG&E did the right thing for once. Although this did start under their... It started under their power lines almost, so who knows what the hell has just happened. Anybody know how it may have started?
21. You copy traffic on Richardson Springs de-energized?
Good. Now they can put water on power poles on fire. Yeah. Oh, it's already gone past Richardson Springs. It's, hopefully they did good structure defense.
45 on command.
It's starting to probably make some of its own weather.
45, Battalion 2116 on command, go ahead.
Got myself, engine 44 and engine 41 en route from Richardson Springs. Do you have a reporting location for Cohasset?
3, somewhere on the stretch between Vilas Road and Jackrabbit Flat, if protection of citizens when the fire crosses the road. I want Cohasset where it impacts.
It's too late to evacuate, but they're there to protect people there.
2116, operations on command.
At
2116.
At Richardson Springs. You just heard it.
2116 operations. Did you copy the traffic that Richardson Springs is de-energized?
Affirmative.
Power to Cohasset.
Affirmative. Probably looking at 15 minutes until it impacts Cohasset Road in the Jackrabbit Flat area.
I copy that. We'll advise PG&E. Additionally, Chief Watner is headed up. He'll be Cohasset Structure Group.
What was the identifier?
Cohasset.
9211, Charlie, Orville, local tow 10.
Rabbit what?
Chico Battalion 2.
Holy crap. When he...
2 will be Cohasset Structure Group.
That's affirmative.
Copy.
You could see an old wagon.
Once at ETA, there's going to be a short window to get resources in Cohasset Road.
That's a wagon road. This is about the status.
From operations. He left about 15 ago and will contact you when he gets in the area.
Copy.
This is the Richardson Springs camp. They're talking about the Richardson Springs community. It's already there.
Augmented assignment for structure protection. Park incident. Engine 71.
Engine 71.
Engine 72. 73.
Wind speeds and velocities are meanwhile increasing in the Eastern Oregon area. Yeah. Help me keep track of that as best you can. This is crisis.
74.
Yep, Reese praying for people. They said they're going to try to help the citizens from Richardson Springs to Cohasset right now. It's 15 minutes until it reaches Cohasset Road. And rabbit something, I didn't catch that. Let's try to show people what it's like there. I don't know if the Google car's ever gone by. I don't have a clear memory of going past it. Used to drive up to our cabin.
Confirming response from park incident.
I don't know how much it's grown up since then. Oh, vineyards? Oh, probably quite a bit. Rails to trails. Where's a good place to drop?
Orville, Park IC.
Yeah, I remember this drive. We had a pickup breakdown a couple times.
Requesting additional TACnet.
Park IC, Orville, you recovered, repeat.
Requesting 2 additional TACnets.
One of the missile silos.
Park IC, 1925.
Well, declassified now. That was one of the trippiest things to realize, that in the Cold War they started declassifying the fact that all around this region there are all these anti-nuclear missile silos and nukes.
Chico Engine 15 is on duty. We're responding out of Station 5. Chico Engine 16 on duty, responding out of Station 4.
And the Russians probably had us
16, 1925.
targeted. They probably knew where some of our missile silos were, so to think our little small towns could have been nuked to high heaven.
Strike Team 9171 Charlie, local, Tone 10.
We thought we were safe from that, like...
Orville, Strike Team 9171 Charlie, go ahead.
Oh my god.
Strike Team 9171 Charlie, Orville, no assignment. Respond to Jack Rabbit Flat off Cohasset Road. Contact Battalion 2116 on Butte Command.
All right.
Team 9171 Charlie.
They have 10 minutes to get to Jackrabbit Flat and Cohasset Road.
9171 Charlie copies Jackrabbit Road and contact Battalion 16.
To protect people and structures. The clock is...
9171 Charlie, 1926.
The clock is ticking.
Orville, Strike Team 9171 Charlie back. Can you confirm the tone for command?
9171 Charlie, Morrow, View Command, Tone 4, 1927.
Please hit the like button so people find us and share the stream. I didn't mention Butte County when I went live, and I really should have. But this about started when I went live. We have an update on the Thompson fire just east of Iron Mountain. It's almost 24,000 acres. Recently, it's been updated to reflect earlier evacuations. The Thompson fire isn't that in Baker County, where all hell is breaking loose due to the incredible amounts of lightning and storms. That's the only thing that we can say positively is not happening to Chico right now, is at least the incredible lightning and then crazy storms and 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts are not happening. Otherwise, we'd be looking at some pretty erased towns by now. We can count our blessings, but some of these storms are sucking in the wind all the way from the bay as they form and just slaughter eastern Oregon, western Idaho, and Nevada. So there's flash floods, torrential rains, 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts in eastern Oregon, and it's 106 degrees in many of these places. So it's the Wild West right now. We'll probably be going until midnight, covering all this stuff, 24 hours a day if we must. Your donations are very, very, very important, friends. Hitting the like button, too, so that we can be connected with the people looking for this information. People can be searching right now, but they'll only be finding what the news media is saying. And you know what the news media is going to do? We're here next to a burning building. We're interviewing the lady with the crying baby. Okay, that doesn't tell you anything you really need to know to survive, or what your evacuation status is, or where the fire's going.
Operation Battalion 2116, you have a spot fire well across Cohasset Road, well established. Probably have about 3 to 5 more minutes of getting residents out before we're going to have to close Cohasset Road.
Yeah, we have life-threatening situations. Anybody who's really close to the fire right now, do let them know about it. Don't assume that they know. And calmly tell them they may want to think about shelter-in-place options anywhere near where they were staying. They do not have the 5 minutes that they thought they had to respond to Jackrabbit Road in Cohasset. It's already across it. The fire has already spotted across it. So even if the law enforcement is like telling you to go somewhere and you feel like you're safer where you are, like if you're in a big box store parking lot, if you're sitting there in a baseball diamond, track and field, you know, this is general advice. Don't leave a place of safety for a sketchy drive on the road. This is expanding faster than they thought it was. Cohasset may be impassable in some places right now. So if you know you're safe, if you're in a big baseball diamond, a big green field, it's irrigated, it's grassy, it's totally green. You're in a big box store parking lot, like pavement can't burn. People survive.
I see transport 2544 on command.
That doesn't describe Richardson Springs very well, but if you're in those kinds of places, you don't have to move. And sometimes law enforcement doesn't know that you're already in a safe spot. If you're like on a golf course, you don't have to move. Nobody can make you. I'm not saying don't obey law enforcement. I'm saying that if you're in a situation, it's life and death, and you know for a fact that you are safe. It's not your house. I'm going to defend myself with a garden hose. No, that's not what I'm talking about. But if you know you happen to be in a safe spot, like an irrigated field, don't leave it. Inform law enforcement that other people should come to you. They just don't know. We're talking about there will be cops responding from all over Northern California right now. A lot of them don't understand fire at all. But the whole point of laws and obeying law enforcement is to save human life, and so just don't throw yours away by obeying. 911 operators told people to stay in the Twin Towers. Were they correct? Just remain calm and do call 911 if you know somebody has not left and fire is approaching them. That's a 911 call if fire's not there yet, but you think somebody hasn't left or needs help. Call the non-emergency number for the sheriff. This is absolutely a life and death, life-threatening emergency now. If firefighters will safely escort you somewhere, go with them. Just do what they say. If you're with them. But if you're just told, hey, drive that way, the fire is over most of the roads already. Don't leave a safe spot for a place that's a sketchy drive down the road. That's how the majority of the deaths have occurred in this county since 2017 that I know about. Just remain calm. Don't panic drive. That's a tone out for a lot of new units to be responding here. All right, it's 7:33. You live off of... Okay, I've got to mute that. All of those tones are for like new units respond. Like every unit's got a special tone. Like da-da versus da-da. Listen to Walker in AKA Vintage or Vintastic finds so bad. I live off a dirt road in Mendocino County. I have a big winery parking lot 5 minutes away. Yeah, that might be, yeah, as long as it's big. Just remember, nothing above you that can fall on you. No poles, light poles, or trees that could be on fire that could fall on you. And also don't make the mistake of thinking that you can swim long enough for a fire to pass you. You can't. If you take refuge in a pond or a pool or something, there can't be vegetation next to it that can be on fire. That will...
Morrow with North and South Division volunteer staffing. Repeat, Morrow with North and South Division volunteer staffing. 1934, KBZ-21.
They're calling everyone.
Durham vegetation in the area of 2717 Durham Dayton Highway.
I didn't catch what Durham something highway. This is the Richardson Springs camera. And we got the bad news. And remember, put people in your car before luggage. Check on your neighbors, especially if their car may not start. Make sure it does. Throw luggage out and put people in the car. You will never forgive yourself if you don't. In Paradise, somebody said somebody was in a walker, like a power chair going down the street, like going down Skyline. And I'm like, that's got to be a rumor. No, nobody would let somebody try to evacuate on a power chair and not put them in their car. It was real. People weren't stopping. Eventually, somebody stopped. What the hell? We're going to experience camera burnover likely. I don't think it's zoomed very much because we have high resolution.
Company 45, Company 25, water tender 42, water tender 37, vegetation, updated location 2717 Durham, Pence Road, crosses Falliger Court and Williams Road. Reported to be vegetation under power lines. First unit at scene. Pence, IC, break.
Oh, God. There's something, speaking of Pence Road, the death road of evacuation, there's a new fire under power lines in Pence Road area?
We're continuing.
What? Oh, God. Okay, well, we're seeing...
Continuing, first unit at scene, Pence IC on V-Fire 26, secondary TAC 5, standby for check back on command, Butte Local, 1936.
Oh, God. Okay, that's a totally different area. Am I hearing this right? The Pence Road area, Pence and Durham Road, has a fire? 27117. Was it Durham Road and Pence? That's all they need here. What we're seeing is what will happen. What happens with all fires is they'll be shooting in a straight line in one direction, going with the wind in general. But when the wind starts to die down, you see it expand out the sides.
Park air attack, Orville.
And it'll start coming towards this camera, and inexorably we'll probably see this camera burn over.
Orville, park air attack.
Holy
Park air attack, multiple reports of vegetation, Durham Pence Road, east of Highway 99. Would you be able to take a look or send an aircraft in that direction?
Affirmative, we'll take a look into all eyes.
Oh, God.
Attack 1937. Additionally, North Ops asking for an update on the Nodivert.
Nodivert is still in place, and just be advised there is a spot across Cohasset that's well established.
Praying for the...
Confirming Nodivert for life safety, 4 tankers.
Hopefully they'll take a plane now, right over to investigate that. That's Paradise.
Engine 91.
Pence Road is Paradise.
2105.
2105.
Training 2106.
Oh, crap.
2106.
On command.
All right, yeah. This is...
Pence IC on V-Fire 26, secondary CDF TAC 5. Additionally, 1 aircraft inbound from the park incident, 1938.
That would be Tinker 105 here. Maybe it just saw it, unless they didn't know to look out the window. It's hard to look down.
Anything else in staging at this time?
Passenger jets can't look straight down, so they may not have seen it. But oh my God.
Orville striking 9211 Charlie, I've seen.
This is why I said, and I hate,
Charlie, 1939.
freaking hate being right. Everybody in this region should be aware that this fire exists, even if it's not heading towards you. This is a threat to all of Butte and Plymouth County.
1 Charlie
They're trying to get an aircraft to go confirm at 27117 Durham Road and Pence that there may be a new vegetation fire under power lines. Yeah, they just gave it a name, the Pence Fire. Holy crap. Okay, that's all they needed. 27117 Durham Pence Road. Technically, it's an Orville address. Is it on the flatter land? It's by Butte College. Okay, that's way further down the road.
Operations 9211 Charlie. Charlie, we're approaching Jackrabbit Flats.
It's not good, though. If anybody's at the college,
Battalion 2116.
if this gets big, they may want to shelter in place. There aren't any cameras down there, so it's basically at Butte College.
Trading 2105, information only, this fire is visible from Chico.
Yankee Hill Cam, Matthew Wiseman?
2105, 1940.
Yeah, thanks. I'm sorry. I had a heart attack because I thought it was Pence Road. So that would be up there on the east section of... That would have been on the east section of Paradise itself. This is Butte College, though. This is not that much better. The Paradise Fire, this was their staging area until the Paradise Fire swept towards the college, and they said, okay, prepare to defend the college. And it moved that quickly. But that was, of course, Diablo winds. It's a different time of the year. Whole different ballgame. But just the dryness right now, we have barely a factor south winds causing a crisis.
Operations Battalion 2116 on command.
Yeah, they have a lot better chance.
Battalion 2116, good operations.
A lot better chance of catching this one.
Cohasset Road is severely compromised and not safe for any resources to travel up Cohasset Road. Once the fire front passes, we'll need probably several crews and multiple dozers just to clear the road to make it safe for resources to get in.
Just like I said, don't...
I copy. Once the fire passes Cohasset, you'll need those crews and dozers. Once we get them, we'll send them your way.
Yeah, I think Structure Group is working on a significant resource order. And so we'll need the resources ready to respond in at the first opportunity we can get them in the road.
Yeah, I understand. Everything that's coming is going directly to Cohasset, so we'll keep...
Oh, I couldn't answer that. That's John Bruno, the retired fire captain from Shasta County. He was trying to call, but it just stopped. I don't know if he butt dialed me or what, or if he was trying to call. Hopefully he'll try to call back. So meanwhile, down in San Diego County, real quick, the Grove Fire down there it's expanded to 816 acres. So that's the only report down there. They've got a lot of places under evacuation. I don't see any new ones on the map. I don't want to move away. This is our live images of the crisis in Butte County right now that got way worse than I could have ever thought. At least that's a tiny bit of a blessing that if they're going to have another fire start south of this one, that is on the flatlands.
Orville Park air attack.
Yeah, if there's irrigated farms all around it, then they have a much better...
Tender 42 in quarters out of service.
They have a much better chance of catching it.
1943.
But it's a shelter-in-place situation and we're just praying for everybody at Richardson Springs. Hopefully law enforcement got people herded to a safe spot instead of trying to get them to drive on Cohasset.
Park air attack, go ahead with the coordinates.
Cohasset's not passable.
3938.67, 12140.65.
39 degrees, 38.
Park air attack 1944.
Shoot, 39, 38, 67, 121, 40, 65. But what though? Is that the new fire? Or is that the spot fire? So keep me informed about what's going on in Baker.
Battalion 1691
71 Charlie.
In Baker County in Oregon too. But we're about to have a camera burn over at the actual Richardson Springs camera, which is on the ridge just south. Oh my God, it's in progress. Oh crap. Oh crap.
Legend 82 for air attack. Do we have any dozers started? If not, can we get them started? Go ahead and get a water center. I'll call for this as well.
1944.
Okay. What really sucks about a new under power lines fire is their split attention. They need everybody that they can get on this. They mean
Operation, IC, or correction, operations, Battalion 2116.
Holy crap. Well, here we go. We'll see if this camera survives.
Battalion 2116, we've got approximately 100 vehicles that are sheltering at the radio towers on Cohasset Road with fire department personnel, 1 engine.
Good.
Yeah, operations copies 100 vehicles at the radio tower. Immediate needs.
I'm grabbing that.
Evacuation plan for them. We may want to look at National Guard helicopters, see if we can start shoveling people out.
Oh boy. We can probably see them on the other cam.
Operations copies.
All right. Please share on Twitter that I'm covering the crisis of Butte County right now, friends. I don't know that I have the time to do it. Just put a share link right now, hit share, and put it on Twitter. Share and text it to anybody you need who needs this info. And share and put it on your own social media. That would be the best way to reach people right now. This is emergency survival information. We are going to try to get as much info to the public as they say it quickly on the radio.
Hey, the truck 91 will be available at we're in the process of picking up right now, approximately 20 minutes.
That's great. There's 100 vehicles. 100 vehicles sheltering.
18 dozers and 12 crews, along with 10 water tenders.
Operations copies. Could you repeat those numbers?
That's 30 minutes.
Total of 45 engines, 18 dozers, 12 crews, 10 water tenders.
I copy 45 engines, 18 dozers, 12 crews. You broke on the water tender.
10.
10 water tenders.
All right, let's look at the Cohasset. Let's look at the Cohasset cam. The one at Richardson Springs is burning over.
I'm tying in with the landowner of the fire on the Butte Valley property. Best access is going to be off the Eagle Creek Ranch. There's a wrought iron gate. There's a road all the way into the fire. Engines accessing from Durham Penn across the field are going to have difficulty. Eagle Creek Ranch at the wrought iron gate.
2121, 1948, break.
That's the Durham Pence fire at Butte College area. So presumably, they said radio towers on Cohasset. There's 100 vehicles sheltering here with the firefighters.
Eagle Creek Ranch at the wrought iron gate, 1948.
But it could be another spot.
Orbital train 2106, address is going to be 2221, Durham. 2106, 1948.
All right. All kinds of excitement today. Let's see if this cam survives. I hope it does. It's a shelter in place you're on your own. Do not take Cohasset Road. It is impassable. If you can get to the radio towers right now, anybody who might be calling others and wanting to know what to do, if you can get to the radio towers on Cohasset, you could shelter in place with firefighters. There's 100 vehicles there, apparently, and I don't know where exactly that is. I don't know if that's further up the mountains, where the camera is. I don't know. But if you're already in a good, safe spot, don't leave it. Just write it out, no matter how bad it is.
Marble engine 72.
Just write it out.
72 Orville.
Don't panic.
Marble engine 72. Coming up on Durham Fence exit. Confirm continue to Cohasset or divert. Start.
If you're in a baseball diamond, a green field, short grass, asphalt, a construction zone, big parking lot, golf course, irrigated a field, and you're on a ditch road or something, you are in a safe spot. Don't panic and don't leave.
Respond vegetation area of 2221 Durham Fence Road. Engine 72.
Engine 72 responding.
No, I didn't. Locals are posting on Butte County Fire and Accidents. Okay, thanks, Reese. Is that on Twitter? Matthew H., this is the park fire. It started at Bidwell Park, and it's gone off to the races. So it's overwhelmed. It's overwhelmed.
I know we placed other orders for engines and all that to respond, and we haven't had many of those responding, but I'd like to place an addition to those orders, 30 additional strike teams.
Wow, 30 additional strike teams on order.
Park IC Orville, 30 additional strike teams. Confirming type 3 or any.
They can be any type, and when you get a minute, if you can place a call to my cell phone, and we're going to go over some reconciliation on the resources of from what I've ordered, what's responded.
Bye.
All right, I hope that was loud enough for you guys to hear.
Jackrabbit Flat. Engine 74.
Engine 74 copies.
Okay.
Engine 82, come up on tag. Fire 26.
So they were trying a while ago, they were trying to go and help protect structures and residents in Richardson Springs area. They said you have 15 minutes.
72, staff available. Categories have been updated.
I can't post a lot of stuff that's copyrighted, but we can look real quick.
972 Orville, respond vegetation in the area 2221 Durham Fence Road.
No, this is not the Pence fire.
Fence IC, Fire 26, secondary CDF TAC 5. Engine 972.
Engine 972.
This is not the Pence fire. This is the Park fire. The Pence one is a new one.
Orville. Confirming, did you order a second set of aircraft for the new start?
Orville train
Yep.
2106 from that scene. Met with prevention 2121. All assume IC. We have approximately 30 to 40 acres. Moderate to dangerous rate spread underneath the power line. Continue resources up 2221 Durham Fence. So once they see the beehive boxes, take a hard right. This fire has potential to move to Neal Road.
All right, that is an update on the Pence fire. Okay, so
Vegetation in the area of 2221 Durham Fence Road, train 2106. Pence IC on Fire 26, secondary CDF TAC 5, 1953.
but we are looking at the overwhelming the cameras currently. We are looking at the wildly out of control crisis situation of the park fire, which started at Bidwell Park, and it has already overrun the community area of Richardson Springs, and this is the Richardson Springs camera that we hope survives. It probably will. Let's just do some grass. It's just some grass.
2105, 1954.
I just hope they don't lose power to it. So, yeah, JB, I tried to answer the phone, but you called on some weird number. You got to call me on my real one. And just, I think what the worst case scenario is for this fire, they seem to have rounded up a lot of the people. The good news is they rounded up a lot of the people. The firefighters are with them.
Confirming IC designator.
At the radio towers at Cohasset, but you cannot go on Cohasset anymore. The fire spotted over it as they were trying to get more people to reach
Local low volume, repeat.
Richardson Spring. This is traveled.
Local, scratchy, completely unreadable.
See the little helicopter images. This has traveled very far. Now, the worst case scenario is if it gets up and becomes a proper forest fire up higher in elevation. So they've got dozers and other crews trying to possibly make some sort of a line to cross the T of Cohasset Road, probably up there by.
Contact Pets IC, Fire 26, secondary CVF Deck 5, 1955.
Probably by the radio towers. That may be where more than 100 vehicles and people are sheltering.
2391 NorCal Dozer. We're at Chico Station 5.
I'm going to try to adjust.
2391. Contact Battalion 2116 on View Command, 1955.
I'm going to try to adjust that volume. So just when they didn't need another problem, one broke out. And so a secondary fire just broke out. And that one is near Butte College.
Orville, Strike Team 9232, Charlie, Tunnel 11.
Let me see now. I'm getting overwhelmed with...
9232, Charlie, Orville.
They just requested
Unit, Highway 32.
They just requested 150 new engines. That's what 30 strike teams means. They're calling for 150 fire engines.
Strike Team 9232, Charlie, Orville. Respond to the Jackrabbit Flat area of Cohasset Road. Contact Battalion 2116 on View Command, 1956.
Now, earlier this...
9232, Charlie copies. Jackrabbit Flat, Cohasset.
Yeah, Shelley, the one on Durham-Pence Road, Butte College is close to Paradise. They said that one is 30 to 40 acres.
Battalion 9B at scene, Durham-Pence Highway. No change for now. I'll be making my way in.
Battalion 9B, 1957.
And it started under power lines. So we don't see vehicles or anything at the Cohasset Hill camps. I don't know if that's where they went. But there could be other radio towers on Cohasset that I don't know about. Sheltering, and they're sheltering with the firefighters. That's why I was telling people, like, if regular law enforcement tells you to get your ass on the road, don't. Especially not...
Battalion 9B, air attack on the command to come up on underground.
But if firefighters escort you to safety, go with them. But we saw Cohasset Road close. Really?
We're confirming volunteer and engine staffing. Company 12, engine 12.
Hey, listen, it says, the area I live in is 150 first responders. That would take a few hours. Yeah, thank you, Shelley Dean, and we're praying for everybody's safety right now. This is a life and death emergency situation. J. Cat says...
Company 12, engine 12, Tunnel 11.
Yeah, we know Reese, yeah. That they could be sheltering at a KEGE FM tower site. Do you have...
Company 24, engine 610.
JCat, can you link to that place on the map for us? We may lose power to these camps, but I think they'll survive because there's not that much to burn underneath them. This is a creeping grass fire up on the plateau, which is totally different than where it is just a little bit further away, where it's got the high winds on it. And so this is the kind of beneficial grass fire you want
Company 25.
to happen if you can control it earlier than a year, because then these big fires wouldn't be able to do this. If they had done this, like done controlled burns for like wide stripes,
Company 26.
this would not have occurred today. It would not be possible. But we react instead of prevent. If we had pre-made fire lines here, this would not have happened. The grass fires move the quickest. But maybe, we should dust off the plan that FDR made to protect Butte County and other places. They were starting in the 30s, a great plan to build a huge public works project, a bunch of access roads, bridges, and pre-made fire lines that would protect Chico, Paradise, and other places like this. Budget got cut.
91-2000.
But we're in the same geography, same scenarios, same everything. If we dusted them off.
Working on National Guard helicopters. We'll advise by giving you additional information.
This is why short grass.
Was there any fills on the night aircraft?
This is why short grass is so important.
Affirmative. You have a night Helco and I believe 2 helicopters for a total of 3. I copy.
They have said they want the National Guard. They want the National Guard to try to airlift people away from the radio tower area. We don't know where exactly the people are. They said radio towers on Cohasset Road. 100 vehicles with people sheltering with the firefighters. So, wow. So,
Company 61.
If you've ever wondered if the importance of keeping your grass short, this is how you want a fire to approach your house. Not knee-high, not waist-high, not shoulder-high.
64.
A much less crazy affair. So, Scott Tyner says they did some control burns in the past winter near Cohasset. There's just so much fuel. I know how rainy it was this year. There's a big bumper crop of grass. Whoa. Okay, now they're looking over. See how it's just creeping along the short grass here.
Company 71.
Over on the plateau is hell, where the wind has hit it. We can see the panoramic view here. Is there a way to zoom in on these?
Company 74.
Yeah. So, decent defensible space right around the tower, it looks like. Should be all right. This one, I don't think this is where people are. But trees will survive this if there's just very short grass. This looks grazed to me. Unless they can race up the top, like if there's bleeding sap or something. That one over there is toast. It's torching. Although it could possibly survive as long as there's just not much else on fire near it. As long as it just goes quickly. Trees die when there's sustained heat. Like lots of bushes burning at the base, lots of trees next to them on fire. There's that one down there, which probably might doom it. Whoops, that's wild mouse control, sorry. That downed tree might mean the others don't survive, as it can burn up.
Alien 2116, Forrester 2391,
Let's look at our other cameras. This is Cohasset itself. I don't know if this is where the people are sheltering.
I'm down here at Chico, Station 5 with a contract dozer. Your need?
If we can bring them up Cohasset Road, right now it's looking like we can sneak some resources in. Let's bring them this way, and I'd prefer to unload them above the fire front, but if we have to do it below and walk them through, that's fine.
Yeah, all the fire crews responding got stuck, and they had to wait, quote, wait for the fire to cross.
2116, I copy that. Is there a cross street approximately where the fire front passed?
Battalion 9.
For new crews to arrive. Yeah, I just asked, is there a cross street?
You were walked on. Is there a cross street on Cohasset where the fire front passed?
Jackrabbit Flat.
Okay, it moved past.
Orville, Feather IC.
Feather IC, Orville.
Okay, so it
And
went.
turned over the property manager. They've also been advised a representative will need to remain at scene over tonight. All resources will be coming available shortly. Truck 91 is available to respond to area.
Okay, so at
You called me. No, nothing.
Hi, Lucinda. We see
Truck
your
91.
test. Yeah, thank you, Adam, for that tip.
Operations, Battalion 2116.
Battalion 2116, go ahead.
11045. Cohasset Road.
Yeah, the fire's obviously crossed Cohasset Road and is burning on the ridge to the north of Cohasset Road in the area of Stigler Lane. Currently, it is just a short distance that is impacted by the fire on Cohasset Road. We do have an opportunity to bring resources in, so if there are any staging waiting for approval to pass, then let's have them come on in. And then we are operating on V-Fire 23, both myself and the Cohasset Structure Group resources.
V-Fire 23 radio. Do we have any access to that? Anybody know? So this is supposed to be where there's possible radio towers. Let's see.
Orville, Park Air Attack. What's the identifier for the new fire off that Durham pin?
Okay, yeah, I can see him.
Orville, 10.
This is where the...
Can you confirm the incident name of the new start off of Durham pin?
That's where the towers are.
Incident name, Pence.
So they went up... Looks like they went up to here. They're below.
Battalion 2116 operations. All we have right now is a Type 1 responding from staging to Cohasset Road to tie in with Cohasset Structure Group and Division Papa.
Where the smoke goes, the fire follows.
Copy. And what is Division Papa? What's their location?
Division Papa is Cohasset. Currently, the only thing with Division Papa is Cohasset Structure Group.
So Division
Additionally,
Papa.
Division Papa and the Cohasset Structure Group are working on CDF TAC 22.
I copy, but everybody that's engaged up here already is in V-Fire 23, including Cohasset Structure Group.
Do we have access to that
Negative.
radio?
Richardson Springs Structure Group is on V-Fire 23. Cohasset Group and Division Papa are on CDF TAC 22.
Okay, we'll switch everybody.
Okay. Do we have CDF Tactical 22 or any of those channels? So the smoke is not drifting exactly towards Cohasset right now.
74 is available.
There's JB. Okay, let's see.
Quarters, 2007.
I can't answer. That's the wrong phone number. All right.
Yeah, I did.
My other phone number can't answer incoming calls. That app is broke. Unfortunately. So I'm texting JP about that. It would be cool to have a fire captain's knowledge about this. So the other camps, Flat Mountain, let's see if the smoke is going straight here. The fire's course will be to whichever camera is getting the smoke. So let's look at Pine Creek.
Battalion 2116, Division Papa, view command.
Cedo Mill Road. We'll check on the burner in a second. forecast.
Papa, Battalion 2116, go ahead.
Yeah, there's a tree under it.
Getting into the division, and I'm on the west side. Looks like I can't enter right now, but what do you got?
I think people are sneaking through. Either you can come through or I can go out to you. I'm just on the other side.
There we go.
Okay, I'll sneak through.
Okay, you're live on the air, JB. What do you got to say about it?
Well, looks like it's going to be a bad night for the unit.
Uh-huh.
If you look at the weather, this wind isn't going to stop till after midnight. So the RH is very low. It's under 15%. It has alignment of slope and alignment of wind. So that's why it's doing what it's doing.
Yep.
Anyway, so it's going to be a bad night.
Yeah, so I think the worst case scenario, correct me if I'm wrong, is it goes up higher elevation, becomes a true forest fire, and then it can hop, skip, and jump across the ravines.
Fuels. It gets into different fuels. It goes from a brush component to a timber component.
But, yeah, when it's up at the elevations and it's got the big tall trees, then it can hop, skip, and jump over the big ravines, right?
Well, that's what happened. That's why you got 100 cars parked in a refuge area right now. And I got a rumor that they've got the guard activated to get those people out of there because it's spotting. So the fire spots, and when it's so dry like this and it's windy like this, but when it's the humidity so low, once something hot lands ahead of the fire, it takes off. This thing's spotting, and it's getting into heavier fuels. If you look at a map on Google Earth, and you look at the satellite, you'll see it goes to dark green. Well, that's all timber and brush. So, yeah, more fuel.
Right.
More fuel, more fire. And so they're not going to do, all they can do now is structure defense and help rescue people. They're really not fighting fire now. And the aircraft can't get in there because there's too much smoke. You know what I'm saying? If you look at, I'm looking at the Hamilton City 2 cam, and you'll look at that'll be looking from west of the fire, looking toward the east. And Hamilton City is about 10 miles away from Chico. But anyway, you can see how much smoke is there, and the aircraft can't really see where their targets are. The sad part is, reality, everybody's suppression-wise on the ground, especially is doing structure defense, then the fire perimeter continues to expand.
Yeah. So anybody have a question for Captain John Bruno, retired fire captain from Shasta County? Put him in the chat right now. And it's true, they have called for the National Guard to see if they can evacuate people. I'm trying to listen to scanner at the same time.
I haven't got a confirmation of that, but that's something I got from another firefighter from Roseville.
It's on scanner. We just don't know if it's approved yet. I imagine there's the Cohasset radio tower with the one we can see on the cams. For a while, the smoke drifted directly towards there, but right now it's not exactly headed that way. But we know it can go that way because of terrain.
Yeah, if you look at the valley, the way the Sacramento Valley is, the drainages normally run southwest to northeast. Well, now you have a southwest wind, so they're in alignment. And it's a scenario for rapid spread spotting. And this wind isn't going to stop. If you look at the Hamilton 2 picture, you can see the angle of the smoke, and you can see where it's bent over, the smoke's bent over like that. Well, when it's like that, let's see, the horizon of the ground is 0 degrees. That's about 25 degrees of a smoke pattern there. That tells you there's a lot of wind on this fire. There's a lot of wind on the surface.
It's likely making its own because of the pyro cloud nature of things. So if the best case scenario right now is they could wait till after midnight, and hopefully the wind might change direction. Is it scheduled to? Is it scheduled to come from the mountains to the valley?
Well, yeah, they're not going to wait. Nobody's waiting. They're doing structure defense and doing physical rescues.
I mean,
and as far as suppression goes, they have to, first of all, they ordered big. I mean, real big. I think the IC. He had 60 or 70 engines already on order, and then about 8 o'clock, he ordered 30 strike engines.
38.
From Southern California,
Yeah, that's 150 engines, they're saying.
Yeah, so you got to remember that we have, 5 or 6 major fires burning in North Ops of California, and they're committed. So, this is where you see fire departments call people back to duty. CAL FIRE will probably hold people on duty, call people back. Volunteers will be staffing their stations 24 around the clock, that kind of thing. You know, and they'll be bringing resources in all night.
Yeah. So, yeah, in order to, what people are asking right now in the chat is, you know, is the Malheur area in danger? This could climb up towards Mineral and make its way there, right?
Let me pull my map up.
This is the way we used to go to the cabin. We would take the Chico route sometimes.
Well, I think the Malheur folks have a natural burn scar right in front of them, don't they?
They stopped the Dixie Fire at Mineral. It could go and devastate Mineral.
Well,
and the Dixie Fire.
But you said Lake Malheur. Lake Malheur, that's still a ways off. But yeah, I will say right now that if the trajectory of this thing, let me see here, 5, 10, it's still another. See here, I'm looking on my map just a moment. It's still a long ways away from Mineral, but there's a lot of. If you look at a map of the timber south of Mineral, there's a lot of clear cuts, which is an advantage because it reduces the fuel. And so if the fire were to spot and get in there, that would be a lot easier than if there was no clear cuts. But it's a lot of work. And, you know, I can just tell you right now, it's a major fire. They probably ordered a team, and there's no estimate of containment.
Oh, yeah. No, there wouldn't be. That would be nuts. So I'm just praying that they got everybody sheltered in place there, that nobody took a sketchy drive down the road. That's why I told people, don't leave a place of safety because, you know, when they estimate 15 minutes to impact this or that road, that's an estimate, and then it failed 5 minutes later.
Yeah, I would say that anybody that lives in Cohasset Road country needs to get out of there and go. They're not going to, by the way, they have all kinds of road blockages from fuel and all. And
Cohasset's impassable, yeah.
Yeah, so the Cohasset Road is the main way out of the town of Cohasset, you know, and they can...
Yeah, there's a lot of teams there. There's Division P, and so they've got 100 cars there with people sheltering with the firefighters. So I said,
Where?
Cohasset radio tower where the camera is. Up 32.
Are people there, or they're down in town by the store or something?
No, they're up there with the firefighters at the radio towers up on Cohasset. Not 32, sorry. The Cohasset towers, if you go to the Alert West cams, they're just not looking down.
Yeah. There are people at the camera site? What are they doing up there?
They're at the radio towers sheltering in place with the firefighters. That's what they said on the radio.
They must be locally living in that area. Okay, I can understand that.
Yeah. Cohasset Road itself was down by Richardson Springs became impassable at Richardson Springs. And a lot of people from Richardson Springs probably went up there. The fire crossed at Cohasset and Jackrabbit. And now they're able to get the units that tried to get there to do structure defense. They didn't get there in time because it spotted straight over the road. And now they're able to sneak through, and they're getting up to the Cohasset area where the people live, and they're getting to Richardson Springs now. So that's the very latest from the scanner. So they've called for the National Guard to try to get them away from where the radio tower is. I see a decent-sized parking lot. Once we pulled up
they can. The Chinooks carry 33 passengers, and they can hover. They can actually. They do some pretty creative things to get even if they have a knob. But what they'll do is those engine companies will start clearing a big helipad, so they'll clear brush out of the way, and so the copter can get in there and all. But if people can't go west toward Chico, they're going to have to go uphill and just get out of there.
Yeah,
I don't know where the Cohasset Road. I don't know where it ends up on the north end. I think it goes up there somewhere, Camptonville or somewhere.
Yeah, the current satellite images see that there's probably a good landing area. There's probably multiple places they can land.
Yeah, that's not uncommon. The only thing is, unless the guard was hard covering, that means unless they were in place already at the base with their crew of pilots, they have to bring those guys in from home. They're, National Guard, there's only so many of them that are active duty. The rest of them are the weekend warriors.
Oh my
God. Unless OES had them hard covering the ships right now, it takes a while for them to get in the sky and respond. They're like a volunteer firefighter, they're coming from home.
Yeah, unfortunately, the other Chinooks are already in the sky and on this situation are converted into tankers. So, but
right, but all those water dropping helicopters, the big ones,
mm-hmm.
they can't haul passengers. They're restricted.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, even if they wanted to, they got a big tank.
They don't even have seats in them. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So we're watching the burn over at Richardson Springs.
I'm looking at your. Okay, I got a couple things I'm looking at. I can see that. Yeah, camera looks like it's going to get eaten up.
Yeah, they just declared no divert on the 4 tankers due to life and safety issues. So I'm still listening to Scanner. I don't mean to interrupt you. So we have a second fire broken out near Butte College. That one's called the Durham Pence Road Fire.
Yeah, I know where that's at, and that's all flat and it's all grass, and it's not as threatening. Mm-hmm. They should. That's going to be. They got people on it. I'm not too worried about that.
Yeah. I got freaked out at first. I thought it was Pence Road proper, up by Paradise, but I'm still listening to Scanner Radio, guys. There's not that much that they're saying.
It's just all grass and rangeland out there where that fire's at. Mm-hmm. But this one here is getting into brush and timber.
Yep.
Shortly. The timber line's right there also. So if you were to go to Google Earth, you were to click on the terrain, you have an option you could pick. Different layers. You could have.
We got terrain.
You pick the terrain. You can see that the ridges, because they're darker, the ridges run southwest to northeast, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then when you get a southwest wind, like they've got on it, west-southwest, that's called being in alignment. And when things are in alignment, they rapidly spread. Because it's going right up the valley, right up the guts, right up the guts of the canyons, and just moving it. And when it starts getting into heavier fuels, thicker brush, you can see on your camera you put out there, and the wind carries that, then those flying brands will spot the fire ahead. And you can't even see it spotting because there's so much smoke laying over the front part of the fire, the head of the fire. You can't see.
Unless you got these super thermal cams. We've seen.
Right. Yeah, those are kind of nice. I didn't know they had the capability of doing that, but that's pretty interesting, huh? I've never seen that before on a.
Yeah, that was on the Dixie and the Caldor, and it's back.
Oh, yeah, I remember there were a couple of them, Yeah, so what do the different colors mean? Like, you can see.
Yeah, purple is cooler, and the darkest purple is usually their water retardant drops in bodies of water. And as you get to the orange and the white is the hottest color. So the actual flames are white, and you can see they are reaching up into the sky like 20, 25 feet sometimes. Then you get the lighter yellow is hot smoke, and then just straight up orangey purple is just hot smoke.
Yeah, I see that. That's So you can see, that what we have is we have a rapidly moving fire with a slope and alignment in place, with a day where we have decreased resources statewide because what would have got like 5 or 6 majors still being worked on and mopped up.
No, Oregon
a lot of people say, the so-and-so fire, that's 60% contained. They probably cut everybody loose. Well, no, they can't. Okay, they're committed because if they walk away from that could rekindle. You get what I'm saying? You can't just walk away from it. It's just it.
Yeah,
it's
meanwhile,
what's called drawdown. This is where drawdown is how it impacts the firefighting capability. And every agency only has so many, cruise dozers and engines and air tankers and helicopters.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in Eastern Oregon, there's a million lightning strikes happening, torrential rain for just moments, and then 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So Eastern Oregon's not having a good time.
Right. So if they go to the Forest Service and North Ops goes to Boise and asks for 10 strike teams, they're going to say, we can't give them to you. They're already got so much stuff committed up in Region 6, Oregon, Washington already. So the sad part is, besides the locals, the rest of it comes from either reserve forces within these agencies or further out. So they'll be bringing them all the way up from San Diego tonight. The feds will be bringing people across the deserts of Nevada.
Yeah. They better get here soon. This camera's probably about to die because that's a solar generator.
I see that. I got you muted, but I can see that thing. That's a lot of heat,
There's a freaking tree under it, underneath the power line that goes from the solar generator to the freaking camera.
Yeah, and you see those cables, they're not insulated.
No.
So that, say bye-bye. That's probably going to go off the air here pretty soon, I would assume.
Rip.
Which one is that?
That's Richardson Springs. What kind of idiot lets the tree grow up underneath the power line? Did PG&E do this? This is something they would do. You know?
I don't know anything about it, ma'am. I don't know whose tower it is, who maintains it. But yeah, it's common sense.
I'll tell you who, an idiot. We've seen this happen too many times. This is critical infrastructure. This is what the firefighters need to know, where the freaking camera, where the fires are going and what they're doing.
It really hurts it when you lose those cameras. I mean, now that we're getting into this AI culture of no lookouts anymore. I mean, they've taken all the human bodies out of the lookouts.
I think this camera's done. Can we give it the last rites? You're a pastor, right?
Yeah, but it's a thing. It doesn't have a soul.
Are you sure?
Absolutely.
I mean, it has beauty.
But here's the deal. That might not only just be, a camera. It could be
it's communications.
Radio station. It could be PG&E, Caltrans. I mean, I know the ones that our computers are on, they're very well brushed.
It just died.
Yeah, it just did.
Yeah, it hasn't refreshed. So
you're going to have to find another Try to find a camera in the valley.
Yeah, we've been watching from multi-angles. The thing that I worry about the most is if the smoke column drifts to the Cohasset cam. It did a little bit earlier, but will be the direct way the fire is going. So far, it kind of isn't. But rest in peace, Cam. Look, I'm a photographer, so when I see cameras die, I just okay. Tears me up.
It's a thing. It's not a person. Love people and use things. Okay?
All right. Okay. But this also puts people in. But seriously, though, this puts people's lives in danger now if they lose comms and they lose visual.
Well, people just need to use their common sense. And like I said, the priority at this fire, the objective of the incident commander is life, safety, and property in that order.
Yes.
So that's what they're focusing on. You do that. Basically, this is a mini camp.
Yeah. But what we heard during the bolt and flash fires. Whoa.
On engine 2163, requesting a code 2 ALS.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, sorry. I just listened a second to the. I thought it was a firefighter injury. It's a 21-year-old male with flu-like symptoms and high fever, needing to evacuate.
Well, when it's 106 outside, sister, it's gonna. Firefighters sometimes they'll push them to the meat, and you could have definitely high potential for injuries.
Yeah. Well, we heard on the flash and the bolt fires in Fresno. When the bolt and flash fires happened, they didn't send even one engine, which would have been all they needed to babysit this tower that we'd seen the fire come towards it for 6 hours. And then we heard on the radio that stop evacuating people and stop structure defense. This is in Fresno just last month. If we lose our comms and return to the pizza place staging area, because we won't be able to tell you if fire's coming your way. We won't be able to watch your back. So this is why these cameras and comms are so important.
No, I agree with you, but I don't know anything about who's responsible for making them defendable and brushing them and all that.
Yeah, we need to find. I want to find out. I want names.
Well, you can do that because you're smart. You can research that out.
I will find out. I want names. I want a full report. And I want it on my desk.
It's sad, but let me tell you, I'm sure that from here on out, when they get together in the wintertime for their powwows, they'll say, hey, we really need to go to every site and make sure they're defendable or make sure that they have resistance. If they got to put a 20-yard diameter gravel bed around them and brush it out completely.
That really
I know we do in our work. CAL FIRE does on our sites. We have repeater sites like on South Fork Mountain and Bunchgrass and all that. But anyway, you can see if you go back just a few minutes there on some of your cameras, you can see the angle of the smoke.
Like we're on Hamilton Tier now.
And you can see at the very top, you see the smoke go from a gray to a white.
Steam.
Right?
Steam, yeah.
Yeah. That's pyrocumulus. So what you have is you got all that heat. When it gets that tall, when it gets that high in the sky, it mixes with cooler air, and it gets that pure angel heavenly white color. It looks like a cauliflower. And that is tells you the intensity of how this fire is spreading. So you got a lot of intensity. So that, get the ERCs, the energy release component that they track every day, is being manifested by seeing what you're seeing. They call it a pyrocumulus cloud. It looks like a cumulus cloud, but it's caused by fire. And it's up there. It's up there 25, 30,000, 40,000 feet sometimes. So
yeah,
this thing here is probably going to get into the timber, because that's you've got a lot of young growth timber in the lower elevations, and then it gets even thicker. And I don't know if it's SBI land or who owns land up there, but there's a lot of timber up there. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of rural residential roads off of Cohasset Road. People have rural residential properties there, and there's a big structural threat. So think about this. If you have, these roads, and every 4 or 5 acres you have a home, and you got 100 of those, and you wanted to save them, you would absolutely need a minimum of 1 engine per residence. But how are you going to get 100 engines to that site by the time the fire gets there and protect those homes, if they're even defendable? Some of them aren't defendable because people don't do their defensible space maintenance around their homes. They live naturally, quote unquote.
Well, yeah, Butte County
comes through,
people are good.
You can't ask firefighters to go in there and save those homes; they'll die.
Yep.
And those homes won't make it.
Hang on. Pause, please.
Cohasset Road, 8471 Cohasset Road.
8471 Cohasset Road. A person's trapped on their roof.
8471 Cohasset Road, Cross Street.
Yeah, and they'll try to get somebody to them. Unfortunately, some people stay in too long and try to save their homes. It's a
Sigler Lane and Limpock Road.
Hey, listen, I got to go off the air here, but if you got a question, send me a text or something, okay?
Yeah. Anybody last call for a firefighter, a real firefighter and captain here, retired. People are worried about where it might possibly go. That might be slightly premature, but I do think if it continues, it could climb up towards mineral, of course. But because
people need to be vigilant, keep their ears peeled.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right. See, once it gets past Cohasset Road or past Cohasset, there's a big drainage called
Rock 2116, transport dozer 73 on command.
It'll already be in timber by then. And it's going to be running pretty hard through that timber through the night and all. So the wind should die down. Let me look here. The wind should be dying down around midnight, but the forecast is for them to come back up again tomorrow afternoon. So, all right, I got to run. Take care. All right, bye-bye.
Yeah, all right. Thank you for calling, and we'll text you any questions people have.
All right, take care.
Yeah, thank you so much, JB. Thank you for your service, too. Bye-bye.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, all right. So nothing has...
Cohasset Road, when you get to the fire's edge, you should be able to reach them on TAC. We've been getting resources through there. You may have to evaluate whether it's safe to go through, but pass through the fire, and then he should be on the other side.
Okay, so we have somebody...
Copy. Is he on V-Fire 22 or 23?
Yeah, and everybody, JB is saying thank you.
TAC 22.
So they'll try to rescue the person trapped on the roof. JB remarked that person might have been trying to save their home. I don't know.
Mark air attack on command.
We had a fire escape on our roof, and then on one of our houses.
Taker 210 is released. Empty. Return to McClellan ETA 2040.
I unmuted that as quick as I could. I was listening to things mostly as people responding, new units saying I'm coming. Tactical channel switch to this radio. But yeah, thank you so much for answering our questions and being there as a resource, JB. We really appreciate you. He taught me so much about fire behavior. I learned from the best, really. And so we are so grateful. So right now, the only good news that I can see is that about 100 cars or something are sheltering if this camera looked straight down. We already had the burnover. I think it's dead. Rest in peace at Richardson Springs. But what we don't want to see is the smoke turn directly towards this camera, toward Cohasset 2. Right now, there's more of a south wind. It seems to be running throughout the hills still, but just fire likes to climb, and this is higher elevation. You would see it would be a total different ballgame with a massive forest fire if it came this way. It probably will become a big forest fire.
I see, Orville.
We have to check. We have to check on the weather and all that stuff. I've mainly been focused on Eastern Oregon. Please let me know what's going on with Eastern Oregon. This is a lot to handle, juggle, you know. So we did have an address. Let's try to see where the individual is trapped. And I wouldn't go in blaming him per se, you know. 8471.
667, respond. Park incident to the Jackrabbit Flat area of Cohasset Road. Contact Battalion 2116 on view command. V-Fire 22 for tactical. Secondary V-Fire 23. 2035.
If you've got a pressing question that we can't generally answer,
Larch 210 on command.
we could text JB. Yeah, this is
210, Orville.
where the individual is trapped on the
Attack 210 is that scene of the Pence incident, approximately 15 acres of grass. Slow rate of spare, the head's chucked up in a dry creek bed, got retarded down the right flank. And I'll be assuming Pence air attack.
Great. It's going great at the Durham-Pence road fire over by Butte College, presumably. But we do have an individual trapped.
210, 2035.
Trapped on their roof. I don't know if fire's around them.
Pence air attack back, aircraft release.
But it's at least.
Orville, switch to view command. No? Correction. Pence air attack. Orville, go ahead.
Tanker 102 released, empty, back to Chico. They're done for the day. For the daylight, they'll be overnight in Chico.
They could be surrounded by fire. I don't know.
Air attack 2036.
That could be the hot drifting smoke. We don't know where the fire is because we just lost one Kara. Rest in peace. That's the freaking solar generator. And that's the uninsulated power line. And then they let a tree grow up underneath it. No defensible space for the critical infrastructure.
Ground 3.
Idiocy in action. Okay, back to Eastern Oregon. We got an update finally, which is mostly we have to wait for them to update. There's increased activity on the boneyard that threatens the town of Monument. Let's see about it. But rest in peace. The camera's probably fine. Just that power cord burned through. That's all. The little solar generator for it just burned through. All they had to do was put gravel around it. That's it. We'd still have it. We'd still have these communications. We'd still have, it looks like cell phone stuff there. Oh my God. We see this too much. Too many times. But you can really track a fire very well if you have cameras that intersect. You can figure out where their beams are, see exactly where it's going, track the smoke column.
Operations IC on command.
Has now compromised, not just for us, but for fire crews. So what we don't want to see...
Traffic for operations, go ahead.
Location for the new ICP, Marauder and Ryan. You'll see us when you go down there.
We just don't want to see the
Operation
smoke.
copies, Marauder and Ryan.
Yeah, and can you let staging know as well? There's a large open parking lot here that we can... I already let TCC know, but we need to move the staging over here as well.
Affirmative, all inside staging.
I can explain the pixelation thing is privacy pixelation for two different reasons.
Operation.
I'm frustrated by pixelations on cams. I think they're ridiculous, but sometimes they can only get permission to put alert wildfire cams.
Operations. New staging area will be located. There's an open lot at Marauder and Ryan. You'll see it when you pull in.
They can only get permission if people don't feel like they themselves and their property are filmed constantly, by a camera. These are on all the time. So the second thing is they'll have bars and blocks and pixels over brand names of equipment. Like, for example, right here on this thing, they're starting to put them on private buildings, by the way. It's not always on a, like this tallest building over here by Hamilton City, which is flat rice fields, is whatever this rice thing is. This is probably a...
Orville Park air attack, aircraft release.
It's probably a granary. So, you got your workers on...
Copter 601 released back to Boggs, ETA 2105. Copter 606 released back to Vina, ETA 2048.
You got workers on catwalks who don't get comfortable with this. Then you have down there, like, say they bring
Park air attack, 2040.
things that could be stolen, like equipment, there and park them for the night. They don't want thieves to be watching these cams and seeing where that might happen or what might be going on. So there's just practical concerns. A lot of them are annoying, but in order to have the cams at all, they have to make agreements like we'll constantly pixelate that spot no matter what. They won't change it. So it's stupid, annoying, but it is what it is. I want to see if there's any new information on the Grove fire. Air resources have been released for the night. I really hope they get nighttime droppers for Butte County. We can go back and look at there's still quite an air show going on. So I don't believe we can hear them. I mean, Air Attack every once in a while said something. We're still listening to Butte County. But what bothers me the most is when they don't even look at fires. Like
Orville, Vinacopter 606, make contact with red left, switching.
606, 2041.
606.
Some general updates on what's going on in Eastern Oregon. Let's take a look.
Inside see if it's air attack on command.
Okay, there's air attack. Still lightning hell going on. All the way by Baker City. They just gave an update on the Boneyard. I believe that's the falls. Then it goes Boneyard. Now that's telephone.
Air attack on command. You local.
Wait, where's Monument? Where's Monument? Right. The weather app may not have all the wildfires. Yeah, that's the Twin Springs. It doesn't have the Boneyard. Is the Boneyard by John Day? No, it's not. It's the Court Rock. Okay, there's the Boneyard up there by Monument. Okay, so this is a general update for the Central Oregon because it's as you can see, a crazy situation still going on in Eastern Oregon.
Inside see if it's air attack on local. Can you come up on air to ground 3?
Wow, it's quite a situation there. Hopefully there's good rain on parts of the Durkee, but this lightning could be spreading as much fire as the rain's putting out. We have no idea. But these winds right now pushing fire towards Richland that's something that's bad. But let's go back to looking at the crisis.
Structure group.
Crisis of Butte County.
Structure group of Butte Command. Go ahead.
Orville, Cohasset Structure Group. The person on the roof was a non-issue. Person is fine, not trapped.
Yay! Great. Person is not trapped on the roof and is fine. That was scary. So Cohasset Structure Group went over there and checked on them, and now you can see an air show where they'll probably try to put retardant lines around here. I wish we could hear a lot of the air attack. Now when we zoom in, up to the north is where the towers are, right? Where are the towers? Where is the spot with the radio towers? It's hard to find it on Flight Radar 24. When we go to Google Maps, we're like, boom, we're right there. So that was where the person was trapped. That was 8471, actually not trapped. So where did I put the
64, 2044.
Oh yeah, I was here, but I steamrolled over it. We do not have heat detections where presumably many are still.
Correction. Park air attack, Corporal.
Where many are still sheltering in place, which is up here, above where the community of Cohasset is. It's not like a cohesive town, like a string.
Division Papa, it's E22, E29.
But they will want to save the towers, and B, save anybody sheltering there. So I don't know how good or bad the roads are, or how many vehicles.
Division Papa to E29.
They might want to evacuate to the north. I don't know how good or bad the road is. If it stays paved, or where the heck it goes. We could look on Google Maps, or somebody in the area will tell me. We never took that way to the cabin. We went on the proper highway, which is one over, to get to Eleanor.
Park air attack, Orville.
They wanted to get the National Guard involved. We don't know if they've been mobilized. I don't know if Beale Air Force Base or Edwards has anything for that. Beale is the closest Air Force base, but it's mainly U-2s and the like, spy plane. Don't ask me how I know that. But we do see that it's going that direction. So remember, every square is margin of error. Some of it, at least some of it, is hot drifting smoke in front of where the fire is going. We can go and look at some of our resources to see better, like what the weather is doing. Like Ventus Sky has great animations for wind. So there's Grass Valley there. There's Chico right there. So here's a great animation. Just 10 meters above the ground. This is a generalization of wind speed. Oh, we've got flames on the Cohasset 2 cam in the distance. Okay, let's see if we can put Cohasset on the map. Not Massachusetts. There. Okay. Does that look about right? Yeah. Okay, so this is Cohasset. Let me see if I can make it so the words are bigger. It really messes up the view. It's in black. Okay, I hope that.
Roll Park air attack aircraft release tanker 9-5 release empty. Back to Reading ETA 2115.
Like JV said, winds.
Air attack, Orville, copy. Additionally, for copters 601 and 606, confirming they are still committed to the incident and only returning to RON.
Oh shoot, I didn't update that we're listening to Butte County.
To my understanding, they were released.
What? The helicopters are released? Shoot, I should have updated that a long time ago. Thank you guys for sharing to social media that we were live.
Air attack, Orville. Apparently, Air attack 230 had it relayed that they were to be committed. What are your wishes for them? Would you like them back tomorrow?
I would commit both of them if possible.
We have 21 mile-an-hour wind gusts.
Both for tomorrow.
Now
2048.
Those helicopters better come back tomorrow. All right. Much obliged. Thanks, Teddy. Bugs, see. Change the winds to 100 meters. Okay. Wind speed 100 meters above the ground. How would I do that? go to a different.
42, stand by.
It only on HRRR model. It only goes.
Operations Division Zulu. Nothing.
See icon.
Orville Park Air Attack Aircraft Release Tanker 9-3 released empty back to Chico ETA 2055.
That says 13 miles an hour.
Correction. Air attack econ.
Regular wind speed 100 meters.
Pop over. It's now approximately 2 to 3 acres. Hanging up in some rocks right now, but starting to make some runs and build some heat. It's going to be really difficult to get any resources in there. It's about a mile and a half up the canyon, past where we've progressed to. That's about adjacent to the Barell parking lot.
Past the rest, what?
Zulu, you broke up at adjacent. Could you repeat that?
It's about a mile up the canyon, approximately adjacent to Bear Hole parking lot.
Fair Hall?
Copy that. Adjacent to Bear Hole and still on the north side of the creek.
Affirmative, it's about 3 acres, backing down the hill and then making some short uphill runs. It's probably move into the next drainage in the next couple of hours.
Operations copies. What's your needs?
Let's go with 5 engines, 3 crews for now, until I can get a better estimate.
Operations, I copy. 5 engines, 3 crews.
Where are they going to get these wonderful crews? Remember the old Batman movie where the Joker says, where does Batman get all these wonderful toys? Where are they going to get all these crews? So there's a new Spotfire, and 2 to 3 acres. It's a mile to a mile and a half up the canyon. It's got to be the one with Cohasset there. It's past the something Rest Fair Hall or Hole, Fair Hole. Didn't quite catch that. Still on the north. Still on the north side of the creek.
Can you repeat your release traffic for Tanker 93?
Release empty, ETA to Chico 2055.
This is how it started, and I didn't think it would be that big of a deal. I guess we couldn't see just how past, I assumed there were roads at the top.
Division, Mike, operations.
It became quite a big deal.
Contact 2052.
Okay. Yeah, the Cohasset Hill to...
aircraft information.
You weren't kidding.
Park air attack, go ahead.
They better get these people out.
Have a flight of National Guard aircraft 2 CH-47 inbound. No ETA currently for evacuation to Cohasset.
Yeah, there we go. National Guard is inbound. Our heroes.
Orville Park air attack. You can have contact Park Hilco, helicopter 1 November Charlie on the rotor Victor or air tactics.
Yeah, please, guys, please keep the nations coming. If it's $1, I want to take this show on the road. I want to go down to California now.
Park air attack 2052.
We need one hell of a laptop for me.
Additionally, North inquiring on the status of the Notavert.
For me to do that, even $1 matters right now. Thank you all.
You can rescind the Notavert.
Attack 2053.
I can't stand seeing my homeland on fire, but I can't take all this equipment with me that's here in the living room. So everybody, super thanks. If you can't, that's fine. If you can't spare anything right now, don't worry. You could help the channel grow by actually hitting the share button and texting it to people and just getting people to sub. Even if they don't want to know about fire, sub with no notifications. That still helps. Once we get more subscribers and we have more viewers, we could survive on many small donations from a larger pool of people. But this is incredibly expensive to get all the software and pay for it and the hardware. And my unfortunate $2,500 laptop that I purchased died. Thank you, HP. Its battery basically exploded, and it nearly started a fire in my room. So last year, when actually 2022, when I went to California trying to do this on the road with a donated laptop, it just failed. It's got to be really robust. I haven't checked today's and yesterday's donations, but we need at least $3,500 total. We know that we are above 2,600. However, when it's donated through Super Chat, Super Sticker, through YouTube, they take 30%. That's why we encourage people to use PayPal. You don't need a PayPal account. That's the pinned message. Cash App and Venmo are set up. You can email me.
Division Zulu operations on command.
Division Zulu.
To write a good old-fashioned check.
We currently have no incoming resources available, but I'm going to pull 2 engines off of Mike, head them your way. You're going to get engine 2192 and engine 2165.
I copy. I'm going to post them up at Barell as a contingency.
Scare attack, aircraft release.
Ow.
Air attack, Corvo.
They don't have as many people as they want.
I cut off. Just want to make sure you knew you had 2192 and 2165 en route to the Zulu.
The affirmative, I copy. Engine 2192, engine 2165.
Operations.
Okay.
Oroville. Park air attack, aircraft release.
Attack Orville, go ahead.
2120. Taker 91 released to McClellan, ETA 2120. Empty. Taker 89, Taker 88 release empty back to Grass Valley, ETA 2125. Taker 105 release empty, Chico 2000.
There's one of the aircraft circling. The MD-87 came to help today. This is just the last 30 minutes.
Park air attack, 2056.
The wind isn't directly blowing this way, but as soon as it is, this will run fast uphill. As it is, it's running almost due north, slightly to the northeast. But if you see this smoke column head towards this camera, that is the worst case scenario, and it may happen tonight. I don't know. We'll have to see what the wind is forecast to do. Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't control the... I already have a bunch of sound filters on here, guys. To make lower, quieter stuff louder and louder stuff quieter. It's called a compressor. And if I up that anymore, they're going to sound like they're underwater chipmunks. I am hearing worse than you are because I'm hearing raw. There's not much a way that I could plug in. We would have to pay a pro sound person like lots of money or I'd have to take literal classes. I did take some. Multimedia Fine Arts is my major, which is video production, web design, and sound is a kind of a third component, but it's not the most important. True good audio happens with really educated sound people.
Air attack, Orville.
This is
Park air attack.
Cohasset 2.
Orville, requesting the TFR information.
TFR means temporary flight
I'll place a
restriction.
call when we land at Chico.
This is the other Cohasset.
2058.
They don't want regular civilians flying or any drones flying, and so they're trying to make the TFR zone and how big that needs to be.
Copter 601 on command.
There are 2 Cohasset cameras. There are about 100 vehicles below this
Positive
camera.
contact with San Luis, switch of frequencies.
There's
Copter 601, 2058.
There's now a National Guard rescue in place. There are 100 vehicles, approximately, they said on the radio, sheltering in place with the firefighters where this cam is located. That's why we don't want to see the smoke turn directly towards it. Right now, the south winds and southeast winds are pushing it to the north and northwest. But if they change a little bit of direction, if they became southwest winds, that would push the fire to the northeast, and it would move at extremely rapid rate towards where these people are sheltering. So it's quite a bit a ways up the hill, I believe. Here is where people are sheltering. And with the firefighters, with at least one crew of firefighters. They call them Division Papa, and God bless them. So a lot of people, I think, from Richardson Springs.
Orville, Battalion 2111, back in the unit, in service, assuming North County coverage.
That appears to be where they're at. So, incoming
2111, 2059.
is a National Guard helicopter. I think we got its tail number somewhere in my notes. But just as I said, man, they got to get people out of there. It's CH-47. Or that, oh wait, that means Chinook, doesn't it? The two of them are en route. So if we take the filters off, that should show flights of all altitudes, although I don't think they would be that tall. I don't know if we could see them incoming or what. But most of the tankers are leaving because they've lost the light to work today. So, hey, Kate Garcia, thank you very much for offering to pay for my meal yesterday. It was about $30. I got a lamb shank. It was awesome. So, Heather Carrillo says it's still doing long-range spotting. That's pretty expected. So, I can't show with the... and thank you for kind donations. It funds...
Mark IC, Richardson Structure Group.
It funds this Flight Radar 24 Silver membership. So we can keep track of more planes. And we can even go to 3D mode as the National Guard helicopters arrive. Although we'll probably lose. Their transponder, and it'll kind of randomly put them somewhere. But it kind of helps people to know.
Mark IC, Richardson Structure Group.
What terrain is, if they accurately.
Horrible Season 91, Truck 91 down staff, and the 92 staff available response area.
Yeah, it's been animated as too flat.
Group, go ahead for IC.
That's not realistic at all.
We want to give you a little update what we got going on here. Ready, copy?
Heather Carrillo says
I'll
loggers.
relay to the IC.
Yeah, coming scratchy. How do you copy?
Yeah, I copy you loud and clear. Go ahead for the IC.
Hang on, let's listen. Okay, behind my portrait it says in Oregon it's 70-mile-an-hour winds.
Yeah, Orville.
Okay.
How do you copy on command?
It's not 70 in Butte County, or we'd have erased towns by now. It's Oregon suffering these 70-mile-an-hour winds, just to make that clear.
Richardson Structure Group, Division 2103. Go ahead.
Can I squeeze that in there?
2103. How do you copy?
Loud and clear.
Copy.
Park air attack, Orville. Go ahead.
That hotel and that camp down there.
Orville, Park Air Attack, aircraft release, tanker 9-5, release empty, back to Reading. ETA 2110.
Wind.
Attack 2102.
As
down. Probably about a mile east of 1500 or 15,000 Richardson.
Hamilton City 2 cam, interesting.
Okay, you're covered by the command center, so go ahead with your traffic again.
You got me.
Loud and clear, go ahead.
We're doing good work down there at camp, that hotel down there. Got it kind of horseshoed around it. Fire's making a hard push above on both ridge tops above us, pushing to the west down Richardson, and then down in that creek drainage, doing structure protection. And the fire, like I said, is moving a pretty good down canyon, down Richardson.
Okay.
Copy.
we wanted down canyon winds that would push the fire away from where the people are sheltering. We don't want it being pushed on the structure protection people at Richardson Springs. That's the problem, is it'll push the fire back to where it sort of went across Richardson Spring, like it went past it. But as the winds change direction, then where the fire goes, like if it goes in one direction, it'll just spread out to the sides. As the wind slows down, changes direction.
Operations, Cohasset Structure Group on command.
Structure Group, go ahead to operations.
They're warning.
Cohasset Structure Group, have we got an ETA on SPI opening the gates for the civilians at the radio towers in Cohasset?
It looks like that's confirmed. The loggers and civilians are opening the gates up around Cohasset to try to get to the civilians. I think the helicopters
Cohasset Structure Group, operate.
Orville Park air attack.
are still coming.
Release on the park incident, return to Chico, ETA 2110.
My God. Yeah. I wasn't expecting a Butte County crisis today. Eastern Oregon, yes, but...
ETA 2110.
Air attack, Tango Papa, 2105.
Butte County's like the Spanish
Chico
Inquisition.
base. Air attack 6 Tango Papas. 5 minutes out landing, positive fuel.
Yeah.
Cohasset Structure Group, operations. What's your location?
Just below the town of Cohasset on Cohasset Road.
Oh, wow. Just wow. Remember, everything in black and white infrared, everything that is white is hot or well lit. It's light, it's heat.
Inside deep, it's air attack on command.
Okay, why is it aiming at the sky? That's not my zoom. That's the camera. Oh, thank you, Dustin, for your kind donation there. The winds are picking up at Reading. What we need to know is how are the winds forecast to change. That will be critical to understand. It's making a pyrocumulus cloud at 9 p.m. It's going skyward. It means it's eating the tall trees. It means it's becoming a forest fire. That's what that means.
Up to the right.
So, evacuation orders have been issued for Tehama County. Yeah, anywhere, this fire can't be stopped. The head of it cannot be stopped. It is just, as John Bruno said, and I should have made this much clearer, and I should have been trying to predict where it's going. I'm sorry, I've been very distracted by, well, everything. Trying to get eyes on it. When a fire's making pyrocumulus clouds like that, there is no getting in front of it and stopping. It's not possible. So they have to wait until it calms the beep down. Everything downwind of this fire, which means to the north, everybody should be aware of this and preparing to evacuate. Now Tehama County is in the sights. And what fire will also do, two different things. It will go uphill, of course, so it will go up into the mountains. It will try to go up to Cohasset. Any way the wind blows, it doesn't matter, because it likes to climb. And uphill, up elevation is climbing. Then there's the down canyon winds, which may have just begun, which they just said the fire's making a turn.
Cohasset Structure Group, operations.
It's headed down for Richardson Springs.
Go ahead.
Richardson Springs from the east.
SBI has confirmed those gates are open.
Be they able to provide somebody to lead the civilians out?
Those are 2241, 2108.
Way.
Well, I wanted to answer to that. Is there somebody going to lead the civilians down? Are they just not going to do the helicopters? Or are they doing both? They said they had... It got stepped on. We didn't get an answer. Dang it, there's 2 channels. Exactly, Spyman, and that's a, this can spawn fire tornadoes. When you have a pyrocumulus cloud, it can happen. It's usually in pretty heavy fuels. Let me sharpen the pencil.
Hazard Structure Group, Division 2103, command.
Stingray,
2103, go ahead.
Stingray go to Los Molinos.
Okay, so anybody that continues up the main Cohasset Road from the pavement to the gravel, just keep going on up into Campbellville. There are SPI representatives. They're already let a couple of groups out or are working their way out right now, and the gates are open along the H line and the G130 line. There should be a SPI representative at every intersection to steer them the right way.
Class Structure Group copies. We'll get a heading that way. It's just for information, class, the road is currently unpassable.
Division 2505, entering the unit en route to the park incident.
Wow, Cohasset Road's now impassable.
2505, 2110.
Again. And right, thank you for the info. There are HPIs, that logging company representatives at every intersection. They've opened all the gates. They're going to let the vehicles. It looks like people are mostly going to escape by vehicle along the H line and H130 line. I don't know where that is, but going to Campbellville. I don't even know where that is. Campbellville?
Orville, strike team 9251 Lima.
Is that nearby? Yeah, it is. Okay, so they're.
9251 Lima, Orville.
Let's see if we could see them leaving. Rip this one camera.
9251 Lima, Orville.
Oh my God. By the way, at some point we could see some of the road.
Air attack, Orville.
A bit dark now, and it's facing the fire, which is important.
Air attack 210 is closed out with Pinside C. We'll be turning to Chico Air attack base, ETA 2115.
Let's find out what's in danger downwind.
Attack 210, 2111.
This is Deja Vu, the Bear Claremont. At least it's not the other ones. Okay, there's somebody down there that's on the road. Bottom left screen. That's a headlight going down the road. So, awesome. That's great. Don't know what's the... yeah, this is giving me really bad vibes. Remember that there's a YouTube training video I show people, the historic run of the Bear Claremont that erased Brush and Berry Creek for the most part and killed. All right, let's see which way has put the wind back on. The communities in general are to the north, northwest, and northeast of the fire that are in danger. So I'm really not familiar with this part of now Harney County. So
Overall, engine 2163 on view command.
I see a lot of roads going up here. But
negative contact 2112.
It'll surely reach Campbell Mound and all that, and this looks like it's a lot of timber tracks and
Orville engine 2163 on view command.
2163 Orville.
yeah, it's kind of
Can you
remote.
advise the medics to meet us at Chico Station 5?
2163 Orville, affirmative.
Back to them on Calcord.
Yeah, it's pretty remote areas. So, but fire goes until something stops it. I don't know when the wind will stop pushing it in this general direction, but the worst thing about this is it keeps crossing drainages. So later, when the wind stops pushing it the direction that it's going, which is north by northwest, it's going to spread to northeast, spread to the southwest. So you've got down here, this is where people start to live. Wherever this area is, I think it's about time to spend $100 on CalTopo Premium. It's $100 a year, but it's about time we get the different map layers, which it even says something like real-time satellite. That would be really awesome. So I think we should direct $100 of the donation money towards that, and so I can see what these community names are proper instead of saying, oh, the community by this or that. You know, it says Canna over there, it says Anita over there, but what is here?
Orville Division 2103.
It will run downslope and upslope both. Just because canyons are wind tunnels. So which way the canyons go, that's where it will go. So what the downslope effect is that normal winds, okay, never mind the south winds of today, but normal winds are generated
Mark IC, Orville.
by heat of the valley rising.
Orville Division 2103. I'll assume command. Battalion 2104 will take operations along with Battalion 1 for deputy operations.
Look at how long the flame front is. It's just incredibly wide.
C, Orville.
So,
National Guard CH-47s sitting at Vina.
oh, good.
Need a destination for them. Additionally, they need to know about power lines or hazards in the area.
And National Guard showed up.
Copy. Currently working on plans in motion, and people are being moved out the upper end of Cohasset with an escort through the FBI gates along the H line to the G130 to Highway 32. That is currently in motion, and I will update you with anything further regarding the need for evacuation via helicopter.
Okay, they're ready to go.
Park IC, 2115 break.
I can't see the National Guard helicopters, but they're here at Vina.
Units responding are seeing the park incident, Division 2103, Park IC, 2116.
That's what they said. Assuming Vina means Vina, the town, instead of somewhere else, like you know what, it could be the Highway 99, it's a CAL FIRE base. It's out there by Los Molinos. But what I am worried about,
1392 at 51 Lima.
I am worried about Los Molinos and Copeland.
51
Vina.
Lima, Orville, go ahead.
I am. Because now it's a huge long flame front, and the heat of the day, the heat rises, and so the winds go up the canyons, no matter what the prevailing wind is doing, down at the ground. And then we lose the heat of the day, sunsets, so cold air sinks. So you get a reversal of the wind directions, it aims back at the town. So we've already seen that begin. We're at Richardson Springs.
51 Lima, Orville, Butte Command, Tone 5, how do you copy?
They said that the fire is heading towards them now from the east, where it was.
1392, 51 Lima, extremely scratchy. I'll try to hail you when we get closer to the county. We're entering the unit at the county line at Highway 70.
Okay, so that's National Guard.
51 Lima, Orville, how do you copy? Butte Command, Tone 2.
Sounds like a helicopter.
Orville, strike 292, 51 Lima, a little bit better. We're in the units of county line to Highway 70 and about the park incident.
Strike 91, correction 9251 Lima, report to park staging, Ryan Avenue and Marauder Street at Chico Airport. Strike 9251 Lima.
Oh, they're directing him to Chico Airport. Okay. So, yeah, but there is a representative of HPI.
51 Lima, extremely scratchy. I'll try to hail you once we get closer into the county.
Okay. Maybe just.
9251 Lima, 2118.
Yeah, they're going up 70.
Staging, deputy operations on command.
I don't know that we'll be able to see him on the map, but. Is anybody else? No way we could see National Guard helicopters somewhere else, if not on Flight Radar 24. They're far enough away that their radio is scratchy. So, the nightmare is now that just like what happened with the lake fire in Santa Barbara County, is the fire has an incredibly long flame front now. Just look at it. Just look at it. So wind changes direction and it wants to push it, just down canyons towards the communities. Right now they've been spared because of the strong south wind. That is going to collapse or stop around midnight, supposedly. We have to look at the weather. Yeah, Shinani, I'm very familiar with Los Colinos. It's one of my favorite places that whenever I drive back to Oregon, I take that route. I absolutely love that burger place with the sweet milkshakes. It's so cool. And I know about Tehama County, the Tehama County Museum area, but all of these places are in danger now because there's no way to get ahead of the fire right now and stop it because it's in rampage mode. So it's in utter rampage mode, right? If this were a video game, it would be a dragon boss, and when the dragon boss flips you with its tail, whatever, you dodge out of the way, blah, 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 but then it sits there and breathes fire, and you can't be in front of the fire. You don't get in front of its mouth, or it's like instant death, right? Excuse the...
Division Papa, operations on command.
Excuse the video game analogy. But what you can do is, if it's sitting there breathing fire one direction, get on the sides of it. Now, if they had more daylight, they should be dropping retardant.
Division Papa. Division Papa, Deputy Operations. We've got 4 dozers and 2 water tenders leaving staging en route. Division Papa, they'll contact you on CDF TAC 22. Division Papa, copy. 4 dozers, 2 water tenders.
They ran out of daylight, though. This is still moving and still creating a longer flame front. This could be the nightmare of like what happened that one night with the lake fire down in Santa Barbara County after, I believe, on July 6th. And what it did was the sundowner winds came over and pushed a 7-mile-long flame front down the hill.
Attack 210 is a quarter, Chico attack base, be local.
And Santa Barbara County didn't even tell people what to do at all. So people self-evacuated, which was a very good idea. And at almost 8.
Crew 1, enter the unit, responding to the park incident.
Yes, this is the Bidwell Park fire, which is well beyond Bidwell Park at this moment. Marco says I just drove to those woods weeks ago. Sad. They survived.
2116, CNA 23, come on.
These
Operations Battalion 2111 on command.
They used to
2111, Deputy Operations on command.
Hang on.
Just for information, I'm en route to Station 22 for a special detail, just for accountability purposes.
Deputy Operations, copies en route, Station 22. The CNA crew, calling Battalion 2116, go ahead.
Currently...
Yeah, we're trying to make it up through Cohasset to Jackrabbit, kind of getting cut off by fire. You still up in that area to base station?
Negative. You'll be working forward to Division Papa, which is Utility 2141. They're on CDF TAC 22. And you were able to, a little bit ago, cross through the fire.
Yeah, it's making a little push right here. We'll let it kind of die down and we'll push us into Papa.
Cohasset Road has been impassable from time to time at Jackrabbit. Oh, it's
Park staging, Ryan Avenue and Marauder Street at Chico Airport, 2122.
It's now visible, the flames on Bald Mountain Butte.
Ryan Avenue and Marauder Avenue, 2123.
This is earlier, we didn't want the flames to be visible on Bald Mountain Butte.
Division Zulu Operations on command.
Because it's climbing into the mountains. So...
Division Zulu.
Yeah, Division Zulu, can you give me an update on that spot fire? Swap over.
Alright, update on the swap over.
3, maybe 4 acres. Still just kind of backing down the hill, making some short little runs up.
Where?
Division Zulu from Deputy Operations, are you guys going to be able to pick it up with your resources and keep it in that side of the creek?
I don't think we're going to be able to engage it as far up the canyon as it is. I would need a lot more resources, probably. Shoot, I can't even tell from here. It's in a rock outcropping, and it's going to be really hard to get to unless they follow along the rim's edge.
Damn.
I copy. Approximately how far from your location is this fire?
About a half a mile, quarter mile to a half a mile uphill from the Bear Hole parking lot, slowly back down, and then it's expanding up and down the canyon with short runs back up it. If we had some night drops, maybe the copter that was available, that might help, but I don't think we're going to be able to get any crews in there till daylight.
Oh, we got confirmation where it is. The Fairhole Park.
Zulu Deputy Operations will make contact on the night drop helicopter.
Affirmative. Yeah, it's going to be hard to get to. It's about 1.5 miles, 2 miles up from where we ended our hose lay, and we were at a hose at the time. It's still pretty deep in the canyon, but it's starting to back down.
Unreal. So we can see smoke. This is the actual fire in the smoke, real time. What a huge long flame front. So even if they slammed it all night with remote control airplanes, that's a lot to try to put on the west flank to protect the smaller communities down the valleys. Oh man. No, he said fair.
Division November, go ahead at Deputy Operations.
I don't know where fair.
What's going on Division November? Crew's making good progress from the break with Mike. Dozers made it all the way down to Cabin Creek, and the crews are following up behind. Right now we're trying to find a place to take it further north. Next ridge is a tabletop. Unable to make any line on that. So it looks like we're going to turn a little bit further to the west and try and take it out to Flats and try and tie it in Richardson Springs.
Division November from Deputy Ops, that's a good copy. Advise if you have any additional needs.
Are you guys able to hear that?
November, the last bit of your transmission was garbled.
Deputy Operations copies the update. Advise if you have any additional needs.
Will, currently making good progress with what I got.
Deputy Operations.
All right.
Deputy Operations, Division Mike.
That's Cabin Creek.
Division Mike, go ahead.
With that last radio traffic from Zulu, can I keep 2165 on my line?
This is massive. It's the size of Lake Tahoe, almost.
Deputy Operations, Division Zulu.
Deputy Operations, I show you've already sent 2165 over.
What's it look like,
They haven't
guys?
made it out yet. They ended up having to hike back to their rigs, and they're still on my line.
Go direct with Division Zulu and work out as best you can to accomplish their needs.
Copy. Break. Division Zulu, Division Mike.
Mike, Division Zulu.
Yeah, I know.
Confirm. Sending you some engines. Are you going to utilize them, or are you going to monitor that?
I have 3 engines, and I need to try to hold this on the right side of the road. How many engines do you have?
I've got 2 coming to you. If you still need them, they'll come.
Why is it zoomed in so much? There we go.
I copy, stand by.
All right, looks like we're having an...
Structure group. I see.
Oh, the con collapsed and reformed.
Structure group, go ahead. Okay, confirming you are above the fire right now in the town.
I'm just below Station 22 right now, heading up to the radio towers to confirm what's going on up there.
Okay, anybody that is up there, you need to herd up Cohasset Road, and you should tie in with SPI Representative Barnett or one of the local loggers that are up in that area that are helping out and leading the leading the evacuations up and out through Upper Cohasset Road. So I just want to have positive contact when you meet that, and we have that wagon train started up that way.
Structure group copies. I'm heading that way now.
Okay, we still have the in-progress evacuation of over 100 vehicles. We took refuge with the firefighters on where we have the Cohasset 1 and 2 cameras up in the towers. So representatives, I don't know if that's a logging company from HPI, have unlocked the gates, probably is a logging company. They are at every intersection, ready to show people the correct way to drive. So the National Guard is standing by. They're headed towards Chico, 2 big helicopters. If they're Chinooks, then they could accommodate about 30 passengers each. They're standing by when they reach, we can't see them really on the air, but when they reach Chico, they'll be ready to evacuate anybody that doesn't have a car or has special needs. 9:30 at night, we've seen a collapse, or at least partial collapse of the main column. What that can do is push fire across lines, and it's really, really dangerous to firefighters with like microburst downdrafts, and meaning extreme, almost hurricane force winds can go down and in a 360 degrees situation. So anybody really near it is really in danger, fire crew or civilian. So that's one of the reasons why they just said on the radio, one guy has just made it past Jackrabbit and Cohasset, where the fire keeps kind of bobbing back and forth, closing the road, and sometimes there's little windows where people can go through it. But that's not enough. That's not good enough for evacuation. The fire's now headed back down the slope towards Richardson Springs, where they're doing structure protection, but that's not the best way for people to go, of course, into occasional walls of flame over a road. So the presumed logging company has opened up all the gates. People are supposedly evacuating by car, and one person now is made it that way, is headed past whatever Station 21 is, sounds like a firehouse, to see what the status is of the people and the situation at the radio towers. This is what we're dying to know. This is the tower. This is the view from the tower.
Traffic was broken, repeat.
The fire's slowly inching this way.
Orbital Strike Team 9251 Lima, how do you copy?
9251 Lima, loud and clear, go ahead.
Yeah, can we get the staging area for the park incident?
Strike Team 9251 Lima, Ryan Avenue and Broader Street, Chico Airport.
Oh, there's got to be 5,000 acres by now.
251 Lima copies, thanks.
Sorry, it's very hard for me to keep track of chat. Mods, flag me if somebody else has a question.
Structure group, I see.
The heat signature, I said, is almost the size of Lake Tahoe. It is. See? Zoom out. There's Lake Tahoe. See? And I keep saying that part of it is hot drifting smoke, but it's spotting and spreading like crazy.
Cohasset structure group, I see.
It will be the size of Lake Tahoe. Just there's nothing stopping it from growing. So if it nearly is right now, it will be inevitably in the future until something stops it. But there's nothing they can do to stop it right now. So it'll grow. So here we are. We just don't know where some of these heat detections are hot drifting smoke, but it'll be in front of where the fire's actually moving. We have long range spotting. We know we have confirmation.
Smoke check near Campbell Avenue on Larkin Road.
We have confirmation of it being in several locations. I keep taking the notes. So, like Division.
Deputy Operations, Strike Team 9218 Lima, command.
We'll have to listen for more updates, but it's past Cabin Creek. It says it's going to Tabletop Ridge. Which, let's see.
9218 Lima, Deputy Operations, go ahead.
Confirming the evacuation route for the community members that were up at the tower is going to be out through the SPI lands to Highway 32, correct?
Hard to read. It's past Richardson Springs this way. Division November, we don't know where Division November is, probably the northeast section, if we just had to hazard a guess. There's
Deputy
Cohasset.
Operations, Strike Team 9218 Lima, you copy?
9218 Lima, I see, go ahead.
Confirming the evacuation route for the folks that were up at the tower in the community of Cohasset is going to be through the SPI lands up to Highway 32.
Affirmative. There is SPI representatives along with the local loggers in that area that have already started escorting groups out, and then they'll be making return trips to make sure that at every turn that there is a representative there to make sure that they are following the H-line to the G130 back out to Highway 32. So that process has already started and the gates are open.
Awesome.
Strike Team 9211, correction, 9218 Lima.
Is it Highway 30?
Additionally, 9218 Lima, I'm looking for Cohasset Structure Group as well. If it's determined, we have two National Guard Chinooks for nighttime evacs if we need to from the helipad up on top of Cohasset at the Campbellville area. So I just need to know if we need to deploy them.
I copy. I'm currently making my way up to the towers and assess the situation up there. I'll have the division get back to you.
Affirmative, and I'll also need to have the aerial hazards identified prior to them launching their stage to Chico Airport.
Strike Team 9218 Lima.
Okay, great.
Cohasset Structure Group.
National Guard's on standby, but it looks like people are making.
Let's hold off on the ships for now. I'm making my way up there. I'll tie in with the SPI representatives, and we'll get people moving shortly.
Affirmative.
All right, maybe we can figure this out on Caltopa. Tehama County has evacuations that were ordered earlier. I should keep checking watch duty, of course. Trying to figure out where the fire, which communities need to know, whether or not they should evacuate or where the fire might go is really important. So before anybody goes to bed,
Morrow 9230 Charlie. Your command.
all of this, everything east of the river, Divina, Copeland, Nord, Anita, these areas.
30 Charlie,
Especially east of
En route to
99.
a park incident. Entering the unit Highway 32. You have a reporting location.
99.
Charlie Orville, report to Ryan Avenue and Broader Street, Chico Airport.
99 will be their main stopping point if anything comes down. So there's a reason why these are on level 2, be ready to go at a moment's notice. But we saw at the Paradise Fire, it crossed 99. But that was during the Diablo Winds, right? But
9230 Charlie, can you repeat the reporting location?
even Los Molinos, be on a lookout. There's reasons why everything up here is on be ready to go at a moment's notice already.
Street and Ryan Avenue at Chico Airport.
I don't know the weather.
Copy that.
We'll look at that when we can. But we know what happens when storms or whatever the heck happens and you get strong winds coming off the mountains. We know what happens. The impossible happens. Brush-and-Berry Creek being erased off the map is what happens. And sometimes that happens at night. I mean, this is not Diablo Wind season, but this is a different kind of fire season where everything is just super bone dry.
Operations Division Papa.
I wouldn't let your guard down just because, it's not Diablo Wind, so I'll have enough notice. Maybe not. The more it becomes a forest fire, the worse of a situation this becomes. where it can...
Operations Division Papa. I'd like to split the Cohasset area from east and west with the dynamicness of what's going on over here. I'd like to request additional division, Soup.
We're already working on that. I have a branch that's going to be coming up and tying in with you, Jason Morris, and he'll work with you on the plan that we have going for splitting the divisions up there.
Okay. Ongoing is the evacuation.
Copy, thank you.
We are witnessing best we can, hearing a mass evacuation of civilians who couldn't make it out
Operations Battalion 2114.
Richardson Springs and Cohasset, California. We have an unchecked rampaging fire.
Yeah, team officer, the captain. I'm available for a division or any assignment you guys need. I'm up in Cohasset right now.
We are waiting to see if they need to deploy.
Where are you at right now?
National Guard helicopters.
I'm at Station 22 right now. Helping Structure Group.
Because look at...
Copy. You're going to be assigned Division Delta currently, and Division Delta is going to be from Cohasset Road going north, and you're going to be working under Branch
10. I copy. Division Delta, Cohasset Road north under Branch 10.
Yeah, affirmative, and that's going to be on the left flank or the west division, or the west flank, on the west side of the fire.
Pine Creek camera might burn over? Oh, seriously.
14 guys.
You also have a tree across the road. If you can go down and check it out, it's on Cohasset Road, and no one's able to get out. So if you can evaluate that and take care of that. Jackrabbit Flat.
Division Delta copies.
Really? Yeah, trees on fire falling across the roads are one of the main things that entrap people. Here's the view from Los Molinos East, by the way. It's got to be insane. I mean, this is far east of Los Molinos, but we give people the worst case scenario, a middle ground, and the best case scenario. That's all we can do. We're not psychics. Nobody can predict what fire would do. If anybody could, nobody would ever die. We wouldn't even have to be here, right? So we give people the worst, best case, and middle ground scenarios. And I discipline myself that even though I love this area, I will never let detrimental optimism get in the way of reason and logic. This is just another fire, and I cut myself off from the passions. This is just another fire. What can fire do in this terrain? We already know. This is the worst place on earth for a fire, arguably. Butte County has experienced record-breaking insanity that has caught even the most seasoned firefighters by complete and utter surprise. Same thing with Plumas County, which is next door. Even computer modeling completely and utterly failed to predict the demise of Greenville. Even though the locals know better. We know better. We have local knowledge. We have memories. We've seen us all before on the cameras with the historic Run of the Bear and Claremont, which became known as the Claremont Complex. We understand. So a lot of people will start denying.
Operations, Richardson Structure Group.
It is natural to deny that the fire could be as bad as predicted, as big.
Who was the last resource that was calling?
Run as fast.
This is Richardson Structure Group.
Or reach far away places.
Just for information, I'm going to give it about an hour to two before it hits the intersection of Richardson Springs and Cohasset.
I copy.
It's still moving west from, maybe the heel of the fire all the way up. So we don't know if there's houses on the other side of Cohasset, but that's the way it's moving down in this area.
Copy. Well, I am here with Ellie. I'll talk to them and get the evacuations and everything going.
New evacuations. Where exactly, though? I don't know what they're saying.
Division Zulu, Deputy Operations on command.
Never underestimate fire in Butte County is something we learned the hard way. The very hard way. They never told Brush and Berry Creek to get out.
Division Zulu from Deputy Operations. We got a helicopter spooling up at the airport there en route. Your location, they'll contact you on air to ground.
I copy. I'm going to come back to you with a resource order in just a second for now and the remainder of both.
The worst thing we can do...
Is there a division break that I can look for on Alpha side going north along the rim?
Is get overly emotional. That interferes with reason. You gotta shut down fear, just breathe. You gotta shut down optimism and get...
Division Zulu Operations, I think we might have been walked on. I just want to be sure you understand you have a ship en route for bucket drops. Contact you on air to ground.
Just...
Affirmative. Can you tell me what the division break is going up Zulu, where we can tie into something? Is there any resources on this side of the fire?
Division Zulu, you're unreadable. Could you repeat?
Calling from 1069 Shandon Avenue.
The helicopters are in the air.
Any moment. We're out. I'm going to get back to you with a resource order in about 5 minutes.
Deputy Operations copies that.
I don't think we'll be able to see them, but there are 2 National Guard helicopters, one of which is at least spooling up on the ground at Chico, ready to go and evacuate people at the, quote, your location, and that person was headed to the radio towers at the Cohasset, where we got the cameras. So, yeah, it's run about 12 miles and spread out in a single day, and that's not even with strong winds. This is not really that wind driven. It's not like it could have been with stronger winds. This is terrain, wind, and extreme dryness and extreme heat combined for hell. And that's what it just did with 25-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and of course making a few of its own. And who knows what it did inside the smoke column. But that's just prevailing weather that's somewhat mild. Do not underestimate what can happen if it changes. They had a 70% containment on the bear fire up by Bucks Lake. A lot of people at Brushberry Creek, very far down the hill, pretty far down it, decided to go to sleep that night with their bags packed instead of actually evacuating. And that's the last we ever heard from them alive. It jumped the lines, and because of a new change in the weather. Never underestimate how fast these things can be pushed downhill. I bookmarked them into a place. Let me see if I have it handy. It's called Examples. Examples of what fires can do. So, yeah, the Bear Fire Historic Run. That's where I need to show you guys. At least link you to watch that absolutely horrifying run of the Bear Fire. Bear/Claremont. So how do I get to my actual favorites? There we go. Bear with me here. I put it, just bookmarked it last night, and I thought, can we have something in that area again? I didn't know about it being the next morning. Didn't know about being the next afternoon. Yeah. Okay. Forward progress stopped in Alta. Yay. I was going to mention that fire if it got bad. Okay, where is it? Excuse me, you can't see my little...
Deputy Ops 9230 Charlie, command tone 4.
9230 Charlie, go ahead, Deputy Ops.
There we go, favorites.
Yeah, we're at Highway 32 in Butte Meadows, en route to your ICD.
This is from some of the same cameras, the same region, the same terrain. If you want to just pee your pants, go ahead and watch this.
9230 Charlie Deputy Operations copies. Advise when you're getting close to the ICP, we'll get you routed to your assignment.
Doesn't it just look so similar? At a point in time, it starts to generate its own lightning because of the amount of smoke in the air interacting with creating static, just like a volcano. And these are the same cameras. This is Lexington Hill cam. They have to speed it up because they ran out of time. They didn't have permission to make longer than 10-minute videos from YouTube, it looks like, on this account, but it's just somebody uploading this. That's video number 1. Video number 2 is looking a lot like now, isn't it? So people are fleeing for their lives and dying, but the fire is down here already because it went over the air and spotted over and trapped people. So anybody in between now is completely doomed unless they shelter in place. And at nighttime, making its own pyrocumulus. What do we have here? It's nighttime making its own pyrocumulus. It's not. This is when it started as a forest fire, went down to the grasslands. This is the opposite.
Dozer 2640, transport Dozer 2744, 9240 Lima, entering the unit westbound Highway 70 en route to Wildwood staging.
Hey, Carney, how are you doing? I have to give people reality checks sometimes. We have to be...
9240 Lima, updated instant command post staging location, Ryan Avenue at Marauder Street near Chico Air Attack Base. Strike team 9240 Lima.
We have to be analytical and remember what's possible. Yeah, I don't know.
9244 Lima, you're badly broken.
It's eerily alike at Jasper, Canada right now.
244 Lima, updated ICP and staging point, Ryan Avenue, across of Marauder Street, near Chico Air Attack Base. 9244 Lima.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. We've got more than 5,000 viewers. Please hit the like button to help the channel grow and so we can reach people.
9244 Lima, tone 11.
Our goal is life-saving info.
44 Lima, updated staging point, Ryan Avenue at Marauder Street near Chico Air Attack Base. 9244 Lima.
Exactly.
9244 Lima.
51.
Yeah, exactly. The long-range spotting potential is enormous. Just jumping over and over these individual drainages. And you're right, Spitty. I mean, fire can run downhill every bit as fast as up. You know, the bear caught people by surprise because it was September. Usually Diablo...
Orbital train to 1106, released from the Pence incident en route to Enloe Hospital.
Winds don't blow until October, but that was 2020, and that was Labor Day. That was when Diablo and Santa Ana's basically hit all 3 western states at once, in a once-in-a-lifetime wind event that we haven't seen since 1933, with the Tillamook burn fire in Oregon. So it does happen every once in a lifetime now. I'm not saying that anything like that is happening here, but imagine the enormity of the power that could be going on. This is just mild winds. This is just your normal average red flag. And just look what it's capable of. Every firefighter that comes into this region absolutely underestimates Butte and Plymouth counties. The same river drainages, the Feather River Canyon, and over here by Cohasset. It truly is one of the worst places on earth to fight fires. Arguably top 5. Not the entire planet. Not even the computer modeling could predict what happened, like when Greenville was erased. Just us locals, because we were freaking dumb. We learned the hard way. I never woke up to the true fire danger, even though we lived in it. We lived in the hills. The firefighters tried to tell us. We took all precautions that they told our family to do. We dug 2 ponds to shelter in place in. We created fire access roads. We put water tanks on the property. We dug a second well just in case if they need water pressure. And we just still didn't know. We didn't see the elephant, and you won't until you do. Until you see the aftermath or live through something like this. Just, you cannot let detrimental optimism or the fire behavior of anywhere else on Earth interfere with analyzing this. You can only analyze past behavior here, and then to be safe, understand we may see worse.
Transport Dozer 2241. Would you like us to report to the staging area off Ryan Avenue?
Transport Dozer 2241, affirmative. 2154.
We may see 2 camera burnovers tonight. I don't know how close it is to the other one.
Dozer 2544, go ahead.
This is real. One must think about how big it is. So in a normal situation, little towns like Los Molinos or, those places would be perfectly defendable, and it just wouldn't be that big of a deal. But it's not just affecting there. It's 7 miles wide to 12 miles wide at this point. So we already have so much of a crisis in Oregon. California already sent many engines to Oregon, which we have to check back in with Oregon. I don't even know what's happening in Baker City anymore. We don't know how it started, but we got video of it. The cameras looked over pretty quickly. That's why I keep asking people. Carlos Cervez says, okay, yeah, we rebuilt and it's still here. Yeah. So you're vibing in the Bay Area.
Dozer 2544, Division Pampa on command. Go ahead on command.
Let's see if we can see National Guard flights. I don't think we will, but they're going up to the Cohasset radio stations. Unfortunately, they seem to be dark. But we know they took off from Chico. At least one of them. Yeah. Dustin M says, because my home and property for the staging area, they used it to save 16 other homes. Good. Awesome job, Dustin. Yeah. So.
Division Zulu, Deputy Operations on command.
Hey, Bob. How you doing? We've got a 4-alarm freaking crisis.
Zulu, Deputy Ops. Helco's trying to reach you on air to ground.
Yeah, I'm calling him on the radio. He's not reaching me. It's really static. I'll try again.
This is the start of it. Now, mind you, the camera...
Division Mike, Deputy Operations.
That's already a hill on fire. See the yellow? That's fire. It's grass. The grass in the foreground is not on fire. It's the heat of the day. But you see the splotchiness and the dark purple, interspersed here. You see this line of yellow? That's where it made a run up there to the top. So there's so much heat of the day that the grass is very hot in the foreground. This isn't the world's most sophisticated camera. It isn't.
Orville. Switch to Butte Local.
But you can tell the rest of the hillside. Just look at the other parts of the hillside is not nearly as sun exposed as the grass. So it's cooler. Everything dark is cooler. So the grass is already spread on this hillside, and it goes up it. That's what fire does. It goes up. We see a couple dark splashes of retardant and stuff, but then the wind hits it, and it goes the opposite direction. To the left is north. And it runs. And look how it spots out in front of itself. You cannot outrun a fire downhill or downwind, either or. It spots out in front of itself, and then they meet. There's not that much time in between the frames. This is why people need to understand that escape by vehicle is a window of opportunity that closes. What we need to do is...
Deputy Ops, Division Mike, on command.
There's a helicopter, there's a Chinook.
Division Mike, Deputy Ops. We're reorgan the incident. We're going to rename your division Division Alpha. If you could let resources know.
Copy. Division Mike is now Division Alpha. Break. All units on Mike.
If you want to play it for yourself, here's that cam. But what I do after losing a friend to wildfire in the 2017 Cascade Fire, nearly losing my brother in paradise, I made it my business to find out how people died, why, and if they could have lived. So I went to all the places of death in paradise and just
Park IC, Orville.
looked around. Some people truly had nowhere to go, but many were within 60 to 100 feet of a shelter-in-place option they didn't know about. Mostly culverts,
Transport 2241, 2158.
bridges, and sewer drainages, but Paradise had huge culverts underneath the main roads, the east and west. And people think they need to be in a car. No.
Division November, Deputy Operations on command.
Just keep a cool head. Culverts, bridges, golf courses, the Ace Hardware parking lot was where a lot of people survived. You know? Yeah. I think it's well over 8,000 acres right now, and could be 15,000 in the morning. Very possible. 16, 18,000 in the morning. We need to look at this is how it looks like to the regular naked eye. You can't tell where fire is. Firefighters have been saying, where is the fire? Why we need all of these cams to be infrared. Like in that color, we were seeing right through the smoke.
Yeah, okay. Division November, Deputy Ops on command.
Yeah.
Strike Team 9250 Charlie is entering the unit at westbound Highway 70, responding to the park incident.
I don't know about 50,000.
You could pass that along to resources on the division. Division Bravo.
15.
November copies now, Division Bravo. I will advise once all resources are informed.
9250 Charlie.
Remember, these heat detections are margin of error. And the other one at Pence under power.
Orville, Deputy Operations.
Deputy Operations, Orville. Unable to make contact with the IC. Trying to determine 4 North Ops. Total number of CWN helicopters requested for tomorrow.
Orville, Deputy Ops. Stand by.
Even if fire was in all these places, and it's not, it's margin of error. Let's just do this as a very crude measuring tool. What's our numbers? That area is 82 square miles, 215-ish square kilometers. So how many acres is 82 to 83 square miles? That's the maximum that it probably could be at the moment, because these are satellite heat detections. All the red is in the last 15 minutes. And the satellite passed over 2 minutes ago. So what's the acreage of 82 square miles? Somebody use a calculator. And that ran with the strength of the sun today. It no longer has it. It's a little bit weaker now. The strength of the heat of today. What's our current temperature? It lost it. But if the wind changes directions, now it's extremely, 12 miles long? Now it can start going downhill. So the places that it didn't affect today, that it did not affect today, because fire moves around in fingers. I mean, there's the main flame front where your palm is, but on the river, on the ridges, and like following, like vegetation that's touching itself and in straight lines, like along creeks or whatever, like a line of trees, it'll race out in front of the main fire and that's why it's called fingers. And your palm is the main fire, but what's in between your fingers? Whatever it spared, got spared by the wind. Terrain or quirks of fate, right? So when they have, like, say over here by my pinky and to the other side, like, say this is west, left side of me. Like, so say this is Richardson Springs at the base of my pinky. There's the main fire is over here coming towards my pinky on ridges, and they can't catch it. They said in 1 to 2 hours, Richardson Springs will be impacted from the east. So it's now going to come downhill just because the up canyon drafts are over. It's now the cool of the day now. The general light winds that happen, they switch every day. Cold air sinks, and so it's The sun got turned off, right? It's nighttime. The cold air sinks will head down toward the valley. So we'll have a little marching flame front. So the point is that say high winds picked up from the mountains at some point with this big long wall of fire. Normally you could save little small communities, no problem. But look how big it is. Can they be everywhere at once? What JB was warning us about is we've reached drawdown. That means all of the wildland firefighter assets are committed to doing something right now, mostly in the western states. They're doing something already. So in order to fight fire in one spot, they got to pull resources away from another. They may request them, they may not get them. So normally, the resources there to protect your town. You may have nobody show up when the time comes. You may have very few people show up when the time comes. This is what I'm trying to tell people. This is different. This is different than expecting, oh, such and such town is protected because of X, Y, and Z reason. Okay, remember that like everybody is out there fighting fire, committed to one or the other. The only reason the Sequoias even had any serious fires in 2021 was too many firefighters were on the Dixie. Only 17 were left in the entire national park, national forest area, I forget which, to fight the lightning strike fires that were really mild and tiny for more than a week. And they had 17 firefighters who responded down there. So, God help, now there's a huge rush to help Butte County. They ordered 38 strike teams. That means 150 more fire engines. They'll be coming in from other states. Somebody's probably started to drive there from Arizona right now. Because these crews that are on it right now are going to get exhausted. You can't just fight fire every day, no matter if you want to. You're not a superhuman. So crews will work a couple days, then they are off days. They can't do anything more than that. They'll do 18-hour shifts for a while, and then they'll have to rest for like 2 weeks. That is the way it works. So, oh yeah, it's well beyond 1,500 acres. Well beyond that. Like, we've known that. It's probably 8,000 already. But I think it could be 15,000 by noon. Just depends. It depends on, is it fanned by the wind tonight? What could happen to make the situation better? This is where we have to start looking at where the smoke is going. Remember, the smoke is higher than anything else. So prevailing wind directions higher than the ground is a bit irrelevant.
9230 Charlie, Deputy Operations on command.
It can be helpful,
Yeah,
but look at the smoke hugging the
As
ground.
you guys come on up Cohasset Road, we're going to have you proceed up to Cohasset, just past the airport. You're going to assume Division Charlie, with the priority being Cohasset and the airport all the way up to Kiefer Road. The division will carry on all the way up to Cohasset Road. Priorities are going to be structure protection and keeping the fire from passing that location.
What location? I'm sorry. Deer something road? I'm spacing out. I gotta eat. Cohasset?
Deputy Officer 9230 Charlie. Can you repeat that again? You're cutting out.
Yes, please. I was spacing out.
Yeah, affirmative. When you proceed up, we're going to assign you to Division Charlie. It's a new division. Priority is going to be from Cohasset and the airport, up Cohasset Road and the Kiefer Road area. That'll be the priority as the fires approach in this location for structure protection and hold the fire. That division will carry on all the way up to Cohasset Road.
Copy that. Assuming Division Charlie. I'll let you know when we get in place.
Okay, Kiefer and Cohasset. Got it.
Division Bravo.
So we need to see where's Doe Mill Road, the Doe Mill camera. We need to kind of see where it might be headed via its smoke column. The ones hugging the ground.
Operations Division Bravo.
So at Colby, it's kind of curving up to the camera, so it wants to go northeast. We know that regardless of wind direction, it'll want to climb. It can climb. So this new Division C, Division Charlie, is supposed to go up to Kiefer Road area and Cohasset for structure protection and
Operations Division Bravo, command.
possibly stopping it.
Division Papa, go ahead for operations.
Where's that?
Division Bravo. All resources on division have been advised of the resource name change, or correction, the division name change. Additionally, my intent is to bring the line along the front toes of the slope from Cabin Hollow to Richardson Springs Road. And we'll make the division break between Charlie and Bravo at Richardson Springs, if that works for you.
But I've already had it written on the map that it was going to be just south of Richardson Springs, so that works.
That, and that section from Cabin Hollow to Richardson Springs has not been pioneered yet, so we're still going to find out the route. But we're going to work on that through the night.
Copy. Yeah, basically, that was what I have set up for the whole division. So from the edge of the park all the way up to Richardson Springs is Division Bravo.
Copies.
A route from Cabin Hollow to Richardson.
Deputy Officer 9230 Charlie. Command.
230 Charlie, go ahead.
Evacuation orders to Forest Ranch.
Copy,
Okay.
Mark 23.
Yeah, we knew about that. Oops. Just put that little stick there. Uh-huh.
Good.
I thought that had...
9230 Charlie, when you report in there, 9251 Lima was given Division Charlie, so when you get in there, just tie in with them, and you can swap you can take the division from them.
Even Sterling City...
Copy that. I'll give my strike team to the captain on one of the engines.
Sterling City and Lovelock should be aware and prepared. We know that it loves to, in different wind conditions, jump. Now it's being established as a now that it's getting established as a proper forest fire, that long-range spotting can jump these canyons. So 6 minutes ago, Notre Dame Boulevard, the neighborhood church in Norville is now an evacuation center. Camelot Equestrian Park in Oroville is for the large animals. Small animals go to 2279 Del Oro in Oroville. Please remember to, if you can, please donate so we can get more equipment. If I get the laptop squared away here, I'll go down here. I'll go down here and to California. Be able to report more from the scene in a variety of these fires. But it takes
IT Branch 10 on command.
It takes
Branch 10 operations, go ahead.
Control past your Richard Springs and Cohasset intersection. Fire's still a little bit ways out before it hits Indian Springs subdivision. You have a little bit more time than you thought.
That's good.
That's okay. We got a Charlie strike team and a Lima strike team going in there to start prepping on it.
Okay, so the fire's approaching from the north.
Station 72, engine 372 staffed with 2. CADWeb has not been updated. KGN 48. 72, 2212.
All right, so I didn't catch it all, but Division Lima and which is Division L and some strike team is at Richardson Springs doing structure protection, because now where the fire went past it to the east, it's coming in from the northeast towards it. They said a while ago it would be 1 to 2 hours before it probably got there. At 9:35 they said that. So now they're saying it's more like the 2-hour window to protect.
Staging, go ahead for operations.
Richardson Springs. There's also a different structure protection group at Cohasset as well. So Oh, God. 300 cattle were lost at the Durkee fire? Oh, my God. Was that today, Spyman?
Deputy Operations 11.
11, just information. I'm off the division.
That's what we do.
2111 off.
We do this.
Deputy Operations Division Zulu.
We hear about evacuations on the radio. We get them out to the public within moments. That's faster than any reaction by the officials. So, but yeah, we should have looked at all areas of the fire that probably might be affected. I'm just saying that even places like Lovelock and Sterling City should be aware and be prepared. If it gets established as a big forest fire, that takes a very long time. Without torrential rain, of course. It's you get under control. I didn't properly survey the Dixie fire because the Electra fire broke out when I was there to film. And I was going to fly over it with C-Pro. He rented a plane and we had one at Susanville Airport. And we're on the 4th of July weekend in 2022.
Division Delta, Deputy Operations on command.
But when the Electra... Well, I had to leave the area.
Yeah, I got a dozer in staging. We can head him up your way if you have a need.
We're going to have go to Cohasset and Nicolog and stage there. Additionally, I'd like to request 2 crews.
This is an hour ago. It was posted.
Division Delta, repeat that staging location for the dozer, and I copy 2 crews.
Staging will be Nicolog, across of Cohasset.
Deputy Ops copies Nicolog, cross of Cohasset.
Nicholas?
Operations Division Zulu.
All right, that's staging area for dozers. I don't know if you said Nicholas or Nicola.
Division Delta, branch 10 on TAC 22.
Division Zulu, go ahead to Deputy Operations.
Yeah. There is always a big delay in evacuations.
Division Zulu, go ahead to Deputy Operations.
Especially when you have their hands full. But Lovelock, Sterling City, just get ready.
Operations Division Zulu with a resource request, 15 engines, 4 crews, 3 water tenders, and a dozer. Whenever you get a chance or whenever we have resources. I'm losing a water tender break.
Deputy Operations, I copy a request for 15 engines, 4 crews. You broke on the water tender.
I have a water tender 24 that's currently under evacuation and needs to be released on the fire.
Division Zulu, what's the issue with the water tender?
He needs to leave the fire for evacuation notice. Assist his wife evacuate.
What?
Just confirming your water tender's leaving the fire for an evacuation notice.
Stand by.
Did he say the water tender guy was going to leave
Staging Deputy Operations on command.
to help his wife evacuate? Is that what we just heard? I'm sorry, I'm not really able to attend chat, listen to radio, and
With
attend.
traffic for operations, repeat.
Operations at branch 10. If you have any sheriff and residents down Cohasset Road, let's hold them. Fire's pushing hard on Cohasset Road right now. No one could get past. Also, confirming CDF TAC 22 will be branch 10. I could get no divisions on TAC 22.
Affirmative. CDF TAC 22 was for the Cohasset area.
Oh no, it's well past 8,000
Deputy
acres.
Alpha 230 Charlie, are we switching to CDF TAC 2 for Division Charlie?
if I can get a word in, hang on, friends, I'll clarify things about where I think it's going.
Division Charlie, you are going to be on V-Fire 23. V-Fire 23 for CDF. Correction. For Division Charlie, V-Fire 23. We don't have a branch yet, but it's going to be branch 5.
Okay, copy that.
Okay, there's a virtual community meeting we can watch for the Durkee later, but please, even $1 to $5 helps right now for the laptop fund and the other expenses that are insane about running this. We don't want to interrupt emergency information with advertisements and other distasteful crap. So this ad-free experience is brought to you by people who donate. And if you don't have it right now, don't worry about it. Like button and subscribe and telling your friends and hitting the share button. Don't just tell friends. Tell people who need this info. Most of our people who live in fire-prone areas are over the age of 55 and probably have no idea that fire tracking even happens as a thing on YouTube or anything else. I hate it when people come in a couple years later and say, I wish I knew you were around at the time. I needed guidance. That's what we're trying to do here. So the more subscribers and such that we have, the more that people type in the search, Butte County wildfire information or anything of the sort. The problem with the algorithm is that a video already has to be popular to become more popular, to be suggested to other viewers. And we run against this problem every day. It's not like, make my channel popular. I want to sell makeup. We're not selling makeup. We're trying to save lives here. We've gotten the feedback we have before. We have made a difference before because there is something wrong with the notification system. It is completely and utterly broken, if I had to just explain that in a nutshell. That's why my brother nearly died in Paradise and why my family friend did die a year before in the Cascade Fire. That's why people died in Brush and Berry Creek. They never got a notification of any sort that they needed to go until it was way too late. Or not at all, actually, in the case of my friend. So we listen to scanner radio, and as soon as we get any evacuation info, we crowdsource info. Anybody gets some little jingle on their phone, we put the word out there. So if we get more subscriber base, if we have more people in chat, we can survive more better, financially, without selling out. I really don't want to sell out and have ads and crap. Oh, there's new evacuation info. But before then, let's talk to you about Raid Shadow Legends, the new video game, and if I just hit the monetization button, that'll come in without my control. I have no control about when ads would play. So, yeah, thank you for reminding me to eat. It's time to eat. So right now we have a good idea of where the fire's going and what it's doing in general from the scanner radio, which towns are at risk right now. But I try to give people a really as big a time as possible notice for preparation to evac. Yeah, it's nice to say, you should be ready to go at a moment's notice because at any time of the year in California, okay, that's unrealistic. A lot of people sometimes maybe might do that in the summer, but let's get realistic. So what now? Let's give people as much notice about where the fire possibly could go, what its potential is. It's way too dangerous to say, and I will never say anything stupid like, it won't reach such and such place tonight, because nobody knows that. What did we have happen? We had a second fire break out in the middle of this chaos that I thought was on Pence Road closer to Paradise. Turned out to be Durham Pence Road closer to Butte County College. However, this could happen at any time. It could be on your doorstep at any time. So yeah, in theory and in practice, thank you so much. Thank you for the donation, friends. Let me look at that in a second. I have to finish my thought. There's not aircraft in the sky. This is our live view of what's going on. This is enormous. This is absolutely enormous. What a fire can do and how fast it can spread and how far it gets really depends on are there pre-existing roads? Is the fire easy to access in these places? How difficult is the terrain? Well, the terrain difficulty is 7th Circle of Hell difficulty in Dante's Inferno. There's really very little in the way of on Earth that is more difficult as far as terrain goes. Doesn't look that bad on the surface. It is. Just watch the Bear Claremont Historic Run, record-breaking speed, blah, blah, blah video that I linked earlier. That's on YouTube. So, I didn't get a pizza. I've got food from yesterday. I got the rest of a lamb shank to eat. But thank you, friends. When I cover small fires, like nobody watches and nobody donates, or maybe I get $10 for 17 hours of duty. So it's a feast of famine thing. We have to be here to go live throughout the entire year. Last year I streamed from June to December 15th and did not break even. You know, there's a lot of expenses people just don't know about. $100 fiber optic internet bill for the good plan, the $100 a month non-throttled Magenta Max, ultimate plan, so I could be filming and not be interrupted. Just a lot behind the scenes that you don't know about. These headsets break down a lot. They're $300. I have to constantly replace them. It's just, we have subscriptions to so many things. If we can get another $100 here, we need to go with Caltopo, which is premium, which is $100 a year. For the desktop version, it's only $50 for the mobile, but we need the desktop version. So there's just so many expenses behind the scene that nobody knows about. Really, even if 20% of viewers give $1 or $5, we can survive. And we've got to have the $3,500 laptop. Thank you, Larry Green, by the way. We've raised $2,600 towards it, but we did have to make a couple of purchases. For example, my little beauties. This is our new solid state drive. 4 terabytes. Sorry, you can't see it very well. This is a crucial 4 terabyte solid state drive that goes into this machine. Our second twin that we bought is only $209 each instead of the $275 they usually are during the Amazon Prime Day. And I was hopefully going to show you what we were able to get. But there's been too much chaos the last couple of days. Just way too much chaos. Just look at this. Just look at this. I will sit down and explain where the money is, gladly. But unfortunately, we didn't have enough money to get the laptop on Amazon Prime Day because whatever's donated through Super Chat. I mean, YouTube takes 30%. That's why it's so awesome. Those of you that use PayPal and Cash App, and they don't really take anything. There's a fire called the Ice Fire. That's a candidate for funnest fire name of the year. So now, though, we have a 4 terabyte PCI Express 4, which is pretty damn fast. We now at least grabbed on the cheap. We got the hard drive upgrade for the super laptop. If it comes with one already, which is unlikely, we'll try to be selective. Then we'll use that as a very quick Thunderbolt drive, one where I can quickly dump my photos off my camera to show you if we go live from the field, or if I go to make documentaries. That'll be a great external drive. So I'll thank you, Scott, so much for your kind donation. Because I do have also later I can show you equipment. I used to build computers for a hobby and living.
Orville Utility 2479 is entering the unit en route to the park incident.
That's one of our external drives for NVMe drives. So sorry, where's
2479, respond to staging at Ryan Avenue, across of Marauder Street, near the Chico Air Attack Base, 2228.
Fire's not over.
Utility 2479.
We'll be going until at least midnight when the winds might change, and that might change the situation. We'll be here tomorrow. We'll be here tomorrow, friends. Porcelain Heart says, thank you, appreciate all you do. I appreciate you guys. We cannot do this alone. My mods, please give them a hand, constantly praise them, because they're dealing with the chaos of the chat and keeping me informed. I should be doing better at looking at chat. I'm sorry, guys. But mods, please flag me if somebody has a question about what the fire's doing and going, and we're going to get to that in a second. What are its possibilities? What is it capable of given the terrain? I haven't been there since 2022, and I haven't really been down in the Paradise and Butte County areas since 2020, actually. But it doesn't change that much. But I don't know how much, for example, the burn scar, the Dixie, how much brush has grown up against the incredible amounts of dead fuels there. If it reaches that area, and there's been a lot of brush growth, it'll be worse, potentially worse than the actual Dixie fire, honestly. I'll explain that in a second. So, but yes, thank you guys for praising JB, John Brito, who's on speed dial if we have questions, the retired fire captain in Shasta County who's taken me under his wing and taught me so much. Oh, Dustin, thank you so much. Sorry, if you guys have had questions and I've not been able to answer them, please let me know. We'll figure out a best guess on acreage, how big the fire has as potential in the next couple of days, which will depend on a lot of things. And then ultimately which communities might be impacted next. So I just wanted to repeat that there's 30% taken from donations that are via YouTube. So, I mean, I appreciate them. It doesn't matter how, but if you can, you don't need a PayPal account. You can use a debit or credit card. You can email me. The email's in the description of the video. Write a check or whatever.
Cohasset. Structure branch 10. Correction, Cohasset branch 10 on command.
Hang on, friends.
Branch 10, go for Cohasset Structure Group.
Are you able to pick me up on CDF TAC 22?
We got
I'm 6 miles up the dirt road at the LZ in Campbellville.
What? Is that a clown car? Was that a clown car honking?
And I'm 6 miles up the dirt road from Cohasset in Campbellville.
I think it... Defending structures, what? Come on, tell us where.
10, you're unreadable now. Scratchy but readable.
Cohasset Structure Group, you have structures threatened in the lower part of the town of Cohasset, confirming you have engines in that area.
9171 Charlie is down in there, and 5 single increment units from Butte are down there. I'm trying to get civilians evacuated out the top end through Campbellville.
That's why we do what we do. Now we know what's threatened and what is at stake. So what is it?
You broke there, 9171 Charlie, correct?
9171 Charlie, and then there's 6 single increment Butte engines down there as well.
Butte strong. Butte engines. And, you know, New Yorkers can brag about being New York tough and New York City fire tough, but Butte County can as well. So I don't know what that road is. He said something like Potomac and Cohasset. Structures are threatened. What exact road did he just say? It's probably not Potomac, but it sounded like that word. So I'll give an assessment about things. I am saying that the people by Lovelock and Sterling City should be very much ready to go. Of course, that includes Magalia. And Paradise should always be ready to go. You should always be worried because...
Deputy Operations, Cohasset Structure Group on command.
What just happened today?
Cohasset Structure Group, go ahead, Deputy Operations.
A fire started downhill on Pence Road.
Deputy Operations, Cohasset Structure Group, I have no cell service up here.
Yeah, I was going to let you know that SPI was already routing out about 80 cars
You probably won't see anybody at the helipod.
Probably.
Copy. I'm going to send everybody down towards Deer Creek, and is that a safe plan for them to tie in with SPI, or want me to hold them at the helipod?
Just confirm, you have people with you right now at the helipod?
Yeah, affirmative. There's about 20 cars coming up behind me.
Cohasset Hellspot by on the way to Campbellville. That's where he's at. There's about how many cars did he say? 20? I just wrote down 80. That can't be right. There were 80 cars earlier. Did you say 80? The FBI already routed out 80 cars earlier today. So this, he says, probably nobody will be at that hell spot. He goes, that's where I am sending civilians.
Cohasset Structure Group from Deputy Operations.
Didn't he just say there were 20 with him? Yeah. Now, Vicky,
Deputy Operations, go for Cohasset Structure Group.
take the road out if you can with them.
72, Orville, return to quarters. Engine 72.
Or,
Engine 72.
or take the free helicopter ride.
2234.
Brandon Bean says Cohasset's a road up the ridge north of Chico Airport. Yep, up to a community. Right. It's the main road, and there's many small roads off of it with lots of houses. Right. Yeah, I've looked at my own notes. So 80 cars have already been evacuated by FPI from the Hellspot area, which is by the Cohasset Towers. So these actual towers that are in view right now, they're just below these towers, is where they sheltered in place. There were more than 100 cars earlier sheltered in place with the firefighters. And that's why I gave the advice. If a cop tells you, a random cop from the valley comes up and tells you to go on a sketchy road that you can't see down and you don't know if the fire's ahead or behind you, no. Wait, especially don't move if you're in a safe spot already. Like a green lawn, a huge, big, expansive field, baseball diamond, big store parking lot, big cleared area. You know what I mean? Like, say, I feel safer right here, thank you. But if the firefighters are with you, go with them. If they're going to escort you to safety, go with them. So they did hurt people, thank God. The correct way, away from the fire, uphill.
Structure Group from Deputy Op.
Because the fire overran Cohasset Road and blocked it at Jackrabbit faster than crews could even get there to help. So there still are civilians up there in the Cohasset neighborhood. So
Cohasset Structure Group Deputy Operations.
We're listening to what the remaining 20 cars of people are, how they're going to get out. We can't see the helicopters, unfortunately, but the National Guard took off from Chico. They have 2 Chinooks. There's about 30 people each that they could transport. I don't know how many people have been airlifted, if any, yet. So, but he goes.
Orville, striking 9176 Golf, entering the unit 99 northbound, en route staging Ryan and Marauder.
There's still people to get out to safety.
Advised to evacuate them over the top side from your location.
Yeah, affirmative, that's the plan. I just ran into a Butte County Search and Rescue officer. He's going to wait for the group that's coming up behind me, and he's going to take them out. He's been in contact with SPI.
Deputy Operations copies.
God bless them. God bless everybody here getting these civilians out. And God bless the civilians for wanting to get out. This isn't the kind of thing, when a fire's in power unit that's cloud mode, this is not the kind of thing where it's even possible for you to do home self-defense. Then just leave it to the units. They're there.
Division Zulu Deputy Operations on command.
Thank you, friends. I'll look at the donations in a second. Very, very grateful. I want to get down here. This is where I grew up. Generally. SPI is Sierra Pacific. That's right, yeah. So they're being heroes right now. I thought it was HPI. I guess I misheard, but SPI.
Go ahead, Division Zulu.
I keep saying F as SPI. That makes sense. So
Operations Division Zulu.
they opened all their gates and they're getting people out to Highway 32.
Junior, on view local.
Yeah, and looks like there's a Butte County law enforcement person and search and rescue,
Division Zulu, Deputy Operations on command.
which may be posse, waiting there to guide the civilians.
Zulu.
Yeah, how successful are you with those bucket drops from the helicopter?
Everybody's clear.
You making progress on that swap over?
There's a Chinook, but these are water droppers. I think. Could this be National Guard? I don't know. November 23-8 Papa Juliet. Yeah. Yeah, I heard FBI earlier too, and I think they may be screwing this up a little bit on the radio.
Division Zulu, Deputy Operations, are the bucket drops having a positive effect on the spot fire?
I'm not in a position to say right now. I'm moving my way back out there.
This is enormous.
Provide an update. Priority is to hold that fire to the north side of Bear Hole, not get it in the drainage.
Yeah, affirmative. Get some additional resources.
It is a struggle.
Yeah, copy that. The resources we have right now are what we have. We don't have anything additional that we're sending over to that side.
I copy. The issue we're having is we can't get water. The hose lays too far.
Oh, they ran out of hose. It's up to the nighttime helicopters to do anything. It's not National Guard, yeah. What would it?
I copy that. Order that you put in for the 15 engines and 4 crews, was that for tonight or for tomorrow?
Both. Add 3 water tenders west as well.
Yeah, I copy. We're putting together a 215 for tomorrow. Tonight the resources are going to be pretty thin.
Copy. Just advise we probably won't reach that swap hose. Enough hose, and we can't get water to travel that far at this point. I'm looking at other options.
Division Zulu, Deputy Ops, are you still working with Helco?
I've had to put in contact with them. I'm trying to work that out now.
Okay, we'll keep working with Helco and the copter for bucket drops and try to do what we can with what we've got.
Put some equipment around now.
So, yeah, that may not work. They're trying to hold the fire to the north side of Fair Hole. I don't know where that is. Is that like a swimming hole? Is it a road? But it's up on a tall ridge, and they said that maybe the helicopters could work on it. They've been trying to figure it out for more than an hour. Meanwhile, the civilians aren't being evacuated. Search and rescue, which sounds like it might be posse, Butte.
Barell, Strike Team 9244 Lima, Transport Dozer 2640 and Transport Dozer 2744 at staging. Can you give me the tone for Butte Command?
Team 9244 Lima, Butte Command tone 4, 2242.
44 Lima.
You can see this from Plymouth County. You can see this from Indian Ridge Cam. From really far away. This Platte Mountain, where's that? Oh yeah, right there. So, but to see it on the Indian Ridge Cam?
Operations 9244 Lima, Command.
Indian Ridge is over here. Right? Wait, where'd it go? That's
Structure Group, Branch 10 on command.
That was right here.
Branch 10, go ahead.
Unable to get a hold of any of your equipment, confirming they're all on CDF TAC 22.
Yeah, Indian Ridge.
CDF TAC 22.
Copy. We have houses immediately threatened. We need your engines in the lower part on Nicolog Road. They're not answering up on TAC.
I understand. I'm heading back down from the helicopter landing pad to try to get re-engaged down there. I have to carry this mission out first for IC.
Yeah, the civilian escort. Now that they're out of the way, they can
Who's
get...
the identifier looking for engines on Nicolai Road? This is Division Charlie.
Is it Nicolai Road? Indian Ridge is
I see, branch 10.
super far away. Okay, structures are threatened on Nicolai Road. They can't reach one of the units because radio failure, no cell phone service, and we had to burn over one of the cams.
Branch 10, do you have any engines in staging for immediate threat to structures on Nicolog?
Branch 10, Division Charlie, I'm sending 5 engines right now, 9230 Charlie, to Nicolai. Off Cohasset.
See, as soon as the civilians are out of there...
Branch 10, I see. Did you copy that traffic from Division Charlie?
Oh my God. The sooner they can do their job, it's chugging away. We may not have a change in the wind direction until midnight, but after midnight things might really change, and it might be worse. So now that we know where it is, what's a threat?
18 Lima, Branch 10, go to TAC 22.
What's threatened? I had to eat. I totally forgot to have dinner. I think I've made 6 pages of notes. Oh, thank you so much, Tim, for your kind donation. I'm sorry, it's not updating me all the time. When we get, it seems to incrementally update and we get donations. But thank you for involving my heart, guys. Everything counts, really. I need to be back in California. I really do. But in order to unlock this and see the donations, it makes me put my thumb on it, and then it'll spam me with a bunch of notifications. So, but really,
Branch 10, I see.
You guys are wonderful. As says, this is my hometown. I grew up in Chico. Went there. Yeah. I've got relatives that went to Chico University, and yeah, no.
Charlie, I see.
Just remain analytical.
Division Charlie.
Okay, I know you sent some engines to Branch 10 to assist with some structure protection on Nicolog. We also have a 9250 Charlie that just checked in, and we can send up that way if you give directions or who you want them assigned to.
You're cutting out pretty badly, but I thought you said 9250 Charlie. If you want to send them this way, I have plenty of work, structure protection for them.
Copy, identifier 9250, 9250 Charlie. We'll send them to Division Charlie.
Okay.
I copy that. I got the 9230 Charlie and Lima strike team on Nicolai right now.
Cool.
Yeah, copy, and you can work them between your structure protection issues and as that fire bumps Cohasset Road too.
If only the Richard
I
Springs.
partially copied that. You're pretty badly broken. Is there a different tone? I'm on tone 4. That's the best one for up here.
Affirmative.
If only a radio tower hadn't gone down, maybe they could hear each other. But it burned up because some idiot didn't cut down a tree and a bush that was growing underneath the power line from the little stupid... They were next to the tower.
Division Charlie, Deputy Ops on command.
The little solar power generator. Our kingdom for a bush. They lost comms. They can't reach people. We may lose structures because of a bush that burned down today. Can't freaking believe it. That's why we get so upset when they don't protect the radio towers. Somebody's got to be fired. Heads have got to roll.
Division Charlie, Deputy Ops on command.
Are you freaking kidding?
Charlie. Yeah, just wanted to confirm you're aware. I got strike team 9230 Charlie en route. They're going to contact you on V-Fire 23.
It's badly broken. If you send me that 9250 Charlie, just have them come up on V-Fire 23 and put them to work.
It's 9230.
Yeah, copy. 9250 Charlie's en route. They'll come up on V-Fire 23.
I swear he said 30. Yep, so the Richardson Springs camp burned over. Still got very active fire. These are live images. It's hard to know how zoomed in and where and what. But what we'll be able to understand better. Sorry, there was a lot of interruption here between what I was getting at.
Brandon 10, IC, command.
Where can the fire grow in the next 20?
Sounded like Division Charlie was going to get you some 5 engines. I think 9230 Charlie was going to head to Nicolog. And then we also had a 9250 Charlie just check in, and we're going to send them up that way as well. They're tied, couldn't get a hold of you, so we're going to tie them in with Division Charlie.
South side of Cohasset, correct.
Up on tone 5, how do you copy?
Clear.
I wasn't getting out on tone 4. What's your last traffic?
Confirming Division Charlie is going to take the south section or south side of Cohasset and take care of the Nicolog issue.
Let you, unless you don't have communications with them, I'll let you work that out with Division Charlie.
Nicolog? Do they keep... Do they really keep saying that?
23.
All right, friends. Is it Nikolai or Nicolog? They keep making beep up, you know. This is the Deer Creek Highway.
Division Delta, Deputy Ops on command.
That's the wrong plot. Here we go. Right area. But Forest Hill is a evacuation. New wildfire reported.
Division Delta, Deputy Ops on command.
Cow Hollow. Thank you, Tim, for your kind donation. I'm getting notifications for some of these. Look at the pic that you posted. Alan, where? Put it in chat.
Deputy Ops, go to Branch 10 for Division Delta.
Nicolog.
Branch 10, Deputy Ops. I've got 5 dozers in staging, 4 agency, 1 private. Do you like those sent up to Division Delta?
Affirmative. Have them stage at Nicolog.
Deputy Ops copies. Stage at Nicolog.
Where the heck is that? Anyway, we know that Kiefer Ridge, they're trying to keep it out of there, but it's really hard. I don't even see a Nicolog anywhere. Google doesn't either. But it should be around here. Jackrabbit Flat and Cohasset. This is where the fire crossed, and they could not way sooner than they thought. And they could not get all the structure protection and civilian protection people that they wanted to over to Cohasset. So they had to wait for a bit. So very smartly, though, people went uphill and away up to the radio tower area, which is what, up here? Wait, did I go past it? Yeah, I went past it. Radio tower area up here. So the National Guard went and with helicopters, took some people away, apparently. We haven't heard too much about that. But I think it's Sierra Pacific, SPI, whatever they keep saying, unlocked the gates and got about 80 cars earlier. There's about 100 here, over to Highway 32, And then we just heard of more civilian evacuations occurring, and somebody went up there with 20 more cars. So somebody with Butte County, apparently search and rescue at least, or law enforcement. Law enforcement, thank you, Kevin. Law enforcement or search and rescue just guided them out, and that freed up the firefighters to go back down to Cohasset or wherever Nicolog Road is, and get people out, or do structure protection. So as soon as people leave, they can protect. But I don't know where the heck Nicolog Road is. I don't even see it. Maybe it's new or something. Due east of Odyssey 1.
In operations, what did you assign Darren to when you got rid of Division Papa?
Can't get Darren up on the radio. He's still calling himself Division Papa. However, he can't hear me.
Okay, what are you going to assign him?
Pine Creek Cam. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Copy. Operations, Division Papa. I can hear you now.
Yeah, the camera.
Division Papa, you're going to be Division Tango. Get a hold of Branch 10. You're working under him now.
Second camera burnover, perhaps of the night we might be about to witness.
I copy. Branch 10, I'm Division Tango.
Okay.
Yeah, affirmative. It's Jason Morris, so contact him and give him your resources and all that stuff and line him out with what you got going. Tango's going to be the east side of the fire or the right flank on the north side of Cohasset Road.
I copy. Yeah, that's where I have all my resources plugged in and put them to work. Our tax the same?
Deer Creek.
The attacks are going to stay the same.
Division Tango copies.
So Kiefer is double E.
Division Tango. And name me on track, CDF track 22.
Is Kiefer spelled double E? All right, well, where's Deer Creek then? We have to get rid of the heat spots here. This kind of unknown age map. Yeah, Kiefer's double E. Okay. So they said it was on the other side and it was rocky and they were trying to get at it. The nighttime helicopters had the best chance. They got up to it and couldn't reach the hose on the way. So they wanted to stop it right at that point. So I'm just, my stomach is just as sick as anybody else watching this stuff. But where's Deer Creek? If we would put it on topo modes, Anderson Maple, that's where they're staging right now. Let's see, Rock.
Branch 10, Division Tango.
Anderson Cave Creek. What's Deer Creek though? Yeah. Driving Sue says if there's no cell service, there's probably a lot of law enforcement evacuating rural homes. Well, they probably had cell service a minute ago until the stupid radio tower burned down because somebody put a bush underneath the power line from the little nearby solar generator. All the grass that was cut short was just barely on fire, but then it lit the bush on fire and the flames reached up and the camera died. And so that probably cut all the power for the radio and that they need right now to talk to each other and the cell phones as well. That was on the ridge above. I'm starting to space out. I need some food. Richardson Springs. So where's Deer Creek? I'm still not oriented here. Sorry, I don't know the individual tiny creek names of your towns. But let's take a look here. Hey, Kyle C says Savannah May. I don't know. Nick Kellogg. Oh, NICA.
Charlie Division Delta on command.
Oh, gotcha. Let's see. Nick Kellogg. Road in Chico. And Cohasset Road. Ah. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Okay, that's where they're trying to stop the fire. Now that says Anderson Fork of some sort of a creek. Thank you. Finally, what a difference spelling makes. So the people who are saying Nikolai are just, they can't understand why this would be called Nikolai either. All right, they're hard at work. They're hard at work. Overgrown brush, not a very good defensible fire line. Bushes growing right up next to the road.
Morrow Station 72, staffing change on engine 372, catalyst been updated.
Whoever lets this train lean over a road should be shot.
72, 2259.
I mean, by a Nerf gun.
Station 72.
That thing is just ready to block the road, be on fire and block the road. Leaning trees or hazard trees.
Division, Charlie, go ahead.
This is the one way out. County should not allow this crap.
Operations, Branch 10 on command.
Branch 10, Deputy Operations on command.
Also,
you guys said you had a strike team 9250 Charlie. We could use them immediate need down here at Wells Island and Cohasset Road.
Okay.
Branch 10, 9250 Charlie was assigned to Division Charlie.
Wells and Cohasset. People are needed. Okay, there's new evacuations. I can't remember which fire. I just spaced out.
I copy.
At least in Baker County, Huntington is reduced to level 1. People can return. That's surprising. Near Baker County, Oregon. Shoot, what was the last update? Okay, I got the phone charged again, so it should be giving me enough notifications. Crap. I just got distracted by the radio.
Division Delta, Division Charlie, command zone 4, go ahead.
The Barell fire has been mapped at 1,600 acres down there in Kern County. What fire just had level 3 evacuations?
Charlie Division Delta has immediate need for an engine at the end of Wells Island Road. Pink flagging on Cohasset Road.
You know how hard it is to find it manually now? I have to zoom. I have a notification for all 3 western states for every county, so I have to zoom out and look at one state and then rely on what's the latest updates for different states. Okay, down in Ventura County with the Apache fire, there's new evacuation warnings issued for residences on Coral Canyon, around Springs Canyon and Castle Canyon. We haven't really been able to cover much of that due to chaos. That's been going on for a while, so the people in the area have known for 24 hours now that there is a fire in the area, what to do in general. So it may be something in Oregon. The Park Fire's last update was 4 minutes ago. New evacuation warnings 4 minutes ago. 4 zones 311, 314, 315, 316. When we just keep referring to this and refreshing it. But there's a warning. Something just went level 3. What was it? Ow. Stupid radio. I hate you. Alright, warnings for closer to 99. Yeah. Closer to Anita. What was I talking about earlier, friends? 99 will be their main fire break road, but don't count on it holding just because, like all the way to Los Molinos, be on the lookout, be ready to go. because it's so huge, and there's just not. They won't get as many firefighters as they want.
64 Orville, return to quarters. Engine 64.
This is a general about the fire warning. This doesn't mean. I'm not saying get out and run right now.
Engine 91 available.
It's just wait. You will see many more places go until warning.
2303.
So everywhere like Centerville, Magalia, Saab, Sterling City, Lovelock, Helltown, Irishtown. The people squatting up there included. At the old mines, you know who you are. Be ready to go, or just go, because fire climbs. It's good that they have a Forest Ranch on level 3 already. Powelton, the whole 9 yards. You know, Inskip. And especially Lomo, these places. Butte Meadows. And this is a fire will climb and these drainages are wind tunnels. So
Engine 73 available.
I thought
Engine 73, cover station 33. Engine 73.
Engine 73.
does anybody live at Campbellville? Is that like a real town anymore? Most of these towns were once stagecoach stops. They're called mile houses in general.
V2, medical 3600 Lower Wyandotte Road.
The struggle, the teams of horses to get up towards the gold mines, which are up in the mountains. And so maybe you'll get a store or a plaque about where some of these towns used to be.
92 VMAX medical ill person 3600 Lower Wyandotte Road between Claremont Drive and Greenville Street 2305.
You know, places like you know, where the teenagers disappeared and eventually were mostly found dead in the early 80s. The Yuba County 5 or whoever they were. They went up to Bucks Lake Highway and such, but Merrimack and whatever were just place names at the time. No longer towns, you know, because there's no need to have stagecoach stops in between just how far the teams of horses could struggle up and down the mountains every day. But you still get a lot of those place names, and so unless you actually go and look at them, it's hard to tell what's a real place anymore or a place name. So a lot of people live rurally up there. There's still a lot of private property, unlike in the national forest in these sections. So Kern County plane spotting says the Barell fire can be seen, flames from Bakersfield. I don't know, Vic, you ought to check.
The operations cohesive structure group on command.
The Pine Creek just might burn over. But I was trying to get an idea of what are the current wind directions based on looking at
Cohesive structure group. Go ahead, Deputy Operations.
the Pine Creek.
Cohesive structure group. About 40 vehicles are heading down the hill with Butte County Sheriff. There are going to be a handful of people that won't have enough fuel. Butte County H3 is going to be extracting them off the hill, coordinating with other Butte County search and rescue personnel. There's currently no fire personnel at the hill spot.
Wow.
Copy the update. Any needs?
40 cars?
Not at this time. Search and rescue said they could handle the evacuations via the helicopter and also the ground. I'm heading back to Cohasset.
Deputy Operations, copy.
Going down the hill in which direction? I don't think they're going down Cohasset. They must be going to Highway 32 via the logging roads. Some people are about to run out of gas, though. However, they'll take the helicopter ride. That's what I mean about checking on your neighbors. A lot of times they don't have enough gas to evacuate, or their car doesn't start or whatnot. Help them out. Somehow transfer it to the other vehicle, or put people in your car rather than luggage. You won't regret that. You won't. You will hate looking at a suitcase the rest of your life if you make the wrong decision. But it's good to see that thank you, Larry Green. It's good to see that the evacuations continue. We have not heard of any serious injuries or deaths yet. or if any structures have been lost either. They're doing an amazing freaking job. We're just here trying to help the heroes, trying to get evacuation and other information out as
92 responding.
fast as we can. There's no way quicker.
2308.
So, yeah, Brandon Beans, yeah, we can turn on Caltopo. It's time to funnel $100 to Caltopo Pro. Maybe I could sign up for that right now. Those who have done PayPal, we get the money instantly and tax free. Not tax, but the YouTube tax, which is 30%. Yeah. Don't assume that people are aware and informed and know about this. Somebody who's taking a nap could be totally unaware that this has happened. Somebody has taken their back pain pill, taken out their hearing aids, it could be completely unaware. If you know somebody up here in this region, anywhere near Butte County actually, that you don't know if they got out or if they have a reliable vehicle or they have other special needs.
Over 92 responding.
You call the sheriff's office, you call the county.
2309.
Ask them for a welfare check. There was a guy who was in Paradise, just off one of the beaten path roads and around a hill, an elderly man, saw all of his neighbors leave and didn't know why. Just thought, they're going on vacation. And so journalists, after the worst of the fire, were in the area. Oh my God, that's the latest image. You may have the Pine Creek cam burn over. Journalists saw smoke rising. Remember, it was November 8th, Paradise, from a cabin. And so they knocked on his door and he goes, "Hi, can I help you?" He had no freaking idea that Paradise had just burned over and 85 of his neighbors were dead. 82, 85, I keep forgetting.
Branch 10, Division Tango, North Command.
He was hard of hearing and didn't own a TV.
You gotta call him, Branch 10 on command. Go ahead. You're scratchy.
Let alone a smartphone or computer.
Branch 10, Division Tango. Let me know when you're ready for the resources I have on Tango.
Which fire, Kern County? You have to say which one. Be specific.
These are the resources I currently have headed off of Cohasset Road heading to the south. 9211 Charlie. Dozer 2544. Dozer E47. And headed to the north, I have Strike Team 9232 Charlie. Private Dozer 73. NorCal Dozer. They both have a Forester 2391 with them. Water Tender 31 and 61 supporting both operations. And CNA Crew 23 heading to the north as well.
I'm really bothered by something. I don't know which town just went level 3 evacuations, and it's somewhere. It's somewhere. It's major. There's so much happening with the radio, and I clicked away the...
Branch 10, Forester 2391 has Private Dozer 73 and NorCal Dozer.
Which one was it? It's now like 20 minutes ago. I
copy. So, heading to the south, got 9211 Charlie, Dozer 2544, Dozer E47. Heading to the north, you have 9232 Charlie, two private dozers with Forester 2391 and CNA 23, Cruise 23.
That's correct, and I also have two water tenders supporting both operations north and south. Would like to request additional ones available, 61 and 31.
I copy. You have water tenders 61 and 31 requesting two.
That's correct. I'll take 2 to 4 if available, and when.
Where is it?
I copy. And what's your location?
Currently at Cohasset Road. I'll get you the cross street. Hold on.
Which fire just had level 3?
Sigler and Cohasset Road. Sigler and Cohasset Road.
Copy. Also, listen up on V-Fire 23. Division Charlie is going to be on the south side of Cohasset Road. He has some engines in there, 9230 Charlie. That's off of Nicolog right now. They're going to bump up a little bit and try to protect everything on the south side of Cohasset. But they're on V-Fire 23.
Okay.
Division Tango, copy.
Division Tango, also try to call me up on TAC 22. I think we're close enough.
Division Tango, copy. Switch over.
There's a fire in the west that just had level 3 evacuations, and I don't know where.
Operations, Branch 10, on command.
Branch 10, go to Deputy Operations.
Did you copy? When we have 2 water tenders, we'd take 2 water tenders into Division Tango.
Deputy Operations, 2 water tenders to Division Tango. We'll send them when they get here.
Copy. Reporting location will be Cohasset Road and Singler Road.
Copy. Reporting location, Cohasset Road and Singler Road.
It's not the pipeline. This bothers me greatly. I was like, oh God, this such and such community is now being evacuated.
9176 Golf available at staging.
I can't remember what it is. Oh yes, well it's Kelly Washington. Sorry. Oh my God. Thank you. Kelly Washington. But they know about things. They've been forewarned. We've been trying to cover them as well. That's pretty remote. Sorry. I thought it was a brand new one, like a brand new lightning strike fire. This is bad.
Division Bravo.
It's bad. But they've known about this. So they went level 3.
Division Bravo, go ahead, Deputy Operations.
Heller.
First and foremost, I'm back on the line. And second part, I know it's a stretch, but if you have another dozer that shows up tonight that isn't needed elsewhere, I could use a third one. Dozer 1 may have developed a hydraulic leak. He's still operational, but a second, or excuse me, a third dozer would be beneficial if you got it.
Do you have a dozer?
Copy your need for a third dozer. I'll write that down, and if units are available, we'll send one your way.
Civilians.
It's going to be kind of critical getting out to Richardson Springs tonight. If we lose that dozer, I'm not sure if we're going to accomplish it.
Understood. Deputy Operations.
Calling all civilians. Do you have a dozer? You have access to a dozer. Can you get it? Can you get it to Chico right now?
Farville engine 91 available response area.
Do it.
2316.
They may not be able to save some parts of Richardson Springs without somebody getting them a dozer right now. So this is important. You can civilian contract or the Forest Service will hire you on the spot. I don't know what Butte County does, but who cares about money? Just go get them a dozer. You know somebody, call them up. Who cares if it's 11 at night? They say if we don't have a third dozer, we may not be able to save all the buildings in Richardson Springs and or create a decent enough fire line. That's what that's for. So, seriously. That can save the day. People can show up. You can show up with their own water truck. You can do whatever you need to do. The officials, they're maxed out. They're overwhelmed. And we've seen time and time again. Where it's our kingdom for a horse. You know, the Newell fire in Clickitat County just grew and grew and grew because one water truck had a breakdown of their hose again and again. So just when they said, oh, we have it handled here, we can handle this, the water got shut off from the stupid hose pump failing. And that fire got huge, tremendously large. They lost historical buildings. They lost one-room schoolhouses. They lost homes. for a water truck. I could, in the time that it took them to get assistance and mutual aid, which was 9 hours, I could have gone and rented one, driven it there, and handed them the keys and saved that freaking day myself from Portland. And that would have been like a 3-hour drive. So go to somebody's house who may have a dozer. If you think that they might want to donate that, just hand them the keys. They got the crews. They just don't have the units.
Power 1 to 92. We're in the area. Can you confirm the numerics?
Not kidding. God, Spyman says Jasper, Canada. The town is
92. 3600 Lower Wyandotte Road.
And
92 copy. Still attempting to locate. Unable to locate 3600 at this time.
unable to locate. Don't try to take
Operations, branch 10.
Branch 10, go ahead to Deputy Operations.
Operations, branch 10.
Branch 10, go ahead to Deputy Operations.
Fire has jumped Wells Island Road to the west. They're going to have to start setting up some structural protection off of Rock Creek Road. That's well established. Confirming if we have any engines available for structural protection.
Oh, God.
Branch 10, Division Charlie.
It's jumped Wells Island Road to the west. They need help with structure protection now. I can't remember what the rest was. You got to go to sleep. You're in Puyallup in the morning from Portland heading back south. I haven't seen the Cascade Mountains in 3 weeks due to wildfire smoke. I know. Thank you for being here, driving suit.
Division Charlie, branch 10 on your attack.
Oh, man. Brandon J. 131 says about 15 dozers headed that way. It was 9:30. Spotted them heading that way. They need more. Now it's just bad news after bad news now. How am I supposed to eat? All right, we have to restart the stream after the 12th hour. We're almost at the 8th. Please let me know when we get towards there. Thank you, Larry. We may see the eventual cam burn over here. I was trying to figure out where the fire is, but we just got some confirmation about where the biggest threat is. Now this
negative, you're walked on your attack.
9250 Charlie, working the Rock Creek and the winery, and then I'm trying to get 9230 Charlie off my Nikolai as soon as they're done down Rock Creek.
Yeah, thanks, Rock Creek. That was what that was.
Yeah, I copy, and I'm working on trying to get more engines over this area.
See, the wind isn't blowing.
I copy that. I'm working my way down there right now.
Directly to this camera. But you can see how fire just spreads out on the sides, regardless. Just because it's touching other things that are on fire. That's called flanking action. So the flanks of the fire, especially once the driving wind slows a little bit, or even if it doesn't, it'll eventually just start moving out the sides. So it's flanking towards this cam. We will see it burn over soon. This is looking northeast. So it's starting to come down the hills, and it will be coming down the hills in every direction. If only we had the Richardson Springs Road camera, we'd be able to see what the status of these areas like North Chico.
Division Charlie, Deputy Operations on command.
And how threatened it is.
Go ahead for Division Charlie.
But we lost
just confirming, 9230 Charlie and 9250 Charlie is still working for you.
It's a bit unbelievable. It's now out of frame, even from Hamilton City.
Division Charlie, you were broken. I'm just looking to confirm if 9230 Charlie and 9250 Charlie are still assigned to you.
Yes, Charlie, they're assigned to me. We're getting structure structure threats off of Rock Creek in Division Delta. Trying to
I copy. I've got a Golf strike team here. Send them your way if you have a need.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, affirmative. Both divisions are getting hit pretty hard on Rock Creek, and the next one's going to be Kiefer down that road.
All right, the fire has jumped. Unfortunately, Wells Island Road to the west. They need structure protection ASAP on Rock Creek Road near the winery. Division Delta is struggling, and Charlie is not doing much better.
Deputy Officer Division, Charlie, did you copy that?
Yeah, I copied that. We're going to send you 9176 Golf.
Okay. This is not over. It's not over by a long shot. This is... Oh my god. Camera burnover in progress.
The water tender 67 has been released from the fence incident. Available.
Whew, friends. Okay. Any questions I may have missed? I'm sorry. Thanks, Big Al, for letting me know about that. Matthew Wiseman says it's looking... Yeah.
67, phone call to the command center, 2324.
Yeah, let's look back at
Tender 67.
the thermal time lapse for sure. At least it's short grass by this one, I think. It'll make it if it is. If there's another bush, another Judas bush, assassin bush, it won't, of course. We've got a double camera burnover day. You know, it could possibly reach the Cohasset tonight if it fails.
92, Orville.
That would take...
Engine 92.
They may have...
92, updated location for the cell phone signal in the area of 6250 Lower Wyandotte Road, across of Self Lane. I'll advise medics.
What? Was that a 911 call or something?
Engine 92, copy.
Yeah, it's pretty low to the ground. That's ridiculous. And this stupid blocking thing is probably just blocking the name brand of some equipment or other, which is ridiculous. Just spray paint over it or something so we don't have this ridiculous whatever. Sensor thing. Robin Wilkinson says, go to North California. I'm listening to the same feed you are. Where? As says, everybody I know with the personal dozers are on the Willow Creek fire. Yeah, let's see if this one survives. Let's see if it survives. 3:20 a.m. Thanks for time, yeah. Yeah, we're listening to Butte County. I'm looking back up at the chat. Thanks, Alex, for reminding me about watching this. This is pretty wow. The park fire was started by arson with a vehicle per a supposed eyewitness. What's your source?
Staging, Deputy Operations.
See, at least these oak trees are shrugging it off. One thing that bothered me about the Paradise fires, I thought all these oak trees were dead. They were blackened and charred things with no leaves. All over the place. Concow and Pence and all these places. And the next spring I came back and they were all budding. They were totally fine. There was green grass.
Staging, Deputy Operations on command.
Oaks are built for this. They're built for tough. We're built Butte tough. All right, camera burnover in progress. We'll look at the thermal cam in a minute. But they put on level 2 some of the north of Chico, the community's down to 99. I don't think it'll cross 99 tonight if they got enough people on it, because we don't have the crazy wind, right? It was pushed over 99 during the Paradise Fire and such because of the Diablo winds. Now, down here near Chico, you guys might feel much safer actually after this, because the places that come out of it as well, Butte County, because this whatever burns up can't burn up when the Diablo winds start blowing October through January. There's that. I just wish they did control burns before it got this bad and this hot. But that's just me. What a crazy camera burn over. I'm sorry, when you hear this tapping, I'm making screenshots of my own. So we've had the Fresno cam that was burned over. We've had the Richardson Springs cam burn over. We had the near burn over the Cotton camera in Malheur County, Oregon. This one's on every 5 seconds mode, so it's probably a real person that put it up on, ramped it up on this mode. I think most of these can actually be movie cameras for the alert system themselves. I think just for the public, they go frame by frame. But we'll see. We will see. Is there a Pine Creek 1 and 2? Yeah, we'll see about what the winds are doing in a second. Around midnight, they're forecast to change according to JB, and so we're getting towards it. But I gotta get some food. It's hard to pull away. I want to take my individual screenshot. But thank you. Remember, if you are gonna go to bed, to hit the like button on the way up, to do subscribe. It'll be very hard to find us again. Share the stream with whoever you think might need this information. Any kind of wildfire tracking. We do this for all 3 western states, parts of Nevada when we can. I'm sorry about what's going on in Canada too. But unless we get a camera, there's no way to really track Canada. We did in
Charlie, striking 9176 Golf on command.
During one of their fires, because they had a camera in town, in a city. If anybody has a link to that, we will watch what's happening in Jasper. But unless there's a live webcam in Jasper or something, there's no real way to track that. And I can't just show the news. You know, that's the copyright issues. Thank you everybody who's donated too. Please keep them coming. There's almost no donations when we do just very small fires elsewhere. So when there's larger ones, we get, almost 7,000 views like today. That keeps us going. And I have to have the same expenses through the winter too, because it's yearly subscriptions to most of these. And I can't just change, like to
173 available, station 33's response area.
To a cheaper fiber optic plan, because one doesn't even exist.
73.
And these companies don't let you just change willy-nilly. So there's no way that I can change my $100 a month bill for the cell phone, which is grandfathered now with Magenta Max. I had to go Max because if I'm in an area where other people are trying to upload video at the same time, we'll get cut off the air for live on the scene place. So the Max one says that I won't be deprioritized like the scrubs with the less expensive plans. They bumped those people offline first. Hey, I think we got camera survival. This will be a gnarly. Oh, thank you so much, Taker. I really appreciate it. Now, what I was trying to spit out earlier is we didn't quite meet the laptop goal fund by the 18th, which was the Prime Day. We had to drop $30 into, of course, Broadcastify. A lot of things were new in July and August. From when I first, began Firestream. That's just when I Again, these are usually yearly subscriptions. But we're going to go get CalTopo today. If this will just calm down for a minute, maybe we can get those live satellite views that they promised. Maybe it'll be worth something. So we dropped $30 into our Castify's renewal. I'll have to do that for Flight Radar 24. And we did buy the 2 solid-state drives on really good super deal. And those are necessary for good quality stream, especially on the road. I destroyed and yanked out the cable that one night that I slipped in through some fires because when I was sick. So I woke up wrapped around with a USB cord wrapped around myself. It was 6 feet long, and I yanked and destroyed the cable and the charger. So I didn't wake up in time to cover some fires. Somehow slept like 17 hours, but I was really sick. So I did get on the Super Saver. A nice USB-C and a charger.
Were you able to recontact the RP? We're at 6250, appears to be vacant.
92 negative is a disconnected cell phone.
Engine 92. We'll check the area further.
I think that means somebody.
Your satisfaction 2334.
Somebody called 911 and their cell phone's dead now. So hopefully and that's what I interpret everything that's been said. They're checking the area because it sounds like 911 was able to trace the general area where the cell phone call came from. We can just pray for their safety. The firefighters are looking out for them. This is the importance, you guys. If you lost contact with somebody or you don't know if somebody made it out from this general region in Butte County, you need to call the sheriff's office. At this point, if they're deep anywhere near where the fire is, use 911 may be warranted if you think the fire's coming towards them. See how that tree's torching over there? Or the several? That's why you can't have a tree underneath these cameras. And that's why firefighters don't want you to have a tree growing up next to your house. What do you think will happen? And neither does your insurance company. Wow, you got this swirling fire whirl effect. That would probably look like a small fire tornado, which would be called a whirl if it, of course, doesn't reach 72 miles an hour. Isn't that for F1 status? But can they be generated? They really can. We've seen them generated in Lassen County in the 80s, and they injured fire crews and threw them, tossed them like rag dolls, tossed human beings like rag dolls. An F3 fire tornado was spawned on the Carr fire in Chester County. Any of those with the huge pyrocumulus clouds, they definitely are capable of creating little fire tornadoes. And those that are over 70 mile an hour in wind speed but don't move, that's called a vortex. Fire vortex. If it moves.
Marvel, engine 92, check the area. UTL, engine 92 is available.
If it moves,
92, return to quarters 2336.
It's a tornado.
Engine 92.
With all the tabs open, I have, how will I keep the laptop cool?
Can you text me the door code for station 33, please?
I'll explain later. But that's another thing. We have to buy a laptop with
By 2337.
incredible cooling powers. But there's these cool things called little kickstands. I don't know what they're actually called, but you attach them to the bottom of your laptop. I can show you on the one I have. And they're worth the $20. They're adhesive, and they're little legs, and they go, and they just flip out on a hinge and keep your laptop off a surface. So that's one way to start. There's also laptop cooling fans, which I have in the other room. I could go grab it and show you later. They attach to the side of your laptop, usually where the little radiator-looking thing is. Because there will be a pipe. It's literally a pipe. There's your processor on one side of the laptop. There's your GPU on the other. You can't see it. It's buried underneath the keyboard. But on the side of the laptop where you got those little vents, if you look with a flashlight, you'd see there's little metal fins. And so that'll be steel or aluminum, depending on the fanciness. And so the way that laptops are cooled is there's a little square that's made out of metal, and then there's a thermal paste, which means it's like a white peanut butter, that transfers the heat from the top of the CPU or the GPU, processor or graphics card, same thing. And it transfers it up to the metal. Then there's a pipe, and so the heat goes along the pipe, and it's filled with like a little fluid of some sort. I can't remember what the fluid is, but it has bubbles in it too, and so the fluid circulates due to the heat transfer. That's so the hot superheated fluid will travel to the end of the pipe, and then there's little fins at the end that look like a car radiator to disperse the heat, and that's where the vents are on the side of your laptop. And so to help it go, there's fans. So as soon as you have your laptop on for a little bit, and as soon as you're doing anything intensive, like watching a movie or something graphically, the fans get going and start enhancing the cooling process. But just having it up off the ground on a little kickstand, they should make laptops with those already on them, but you gotta buy them. That's half the battle. Okay, looks like the camera's looking at its own safety. It's gonna start looking down. We can't see it looking down at itself for some reason. Vicky says, you're taking me to the Bear Mountain flare and has 100-foot fire tornadoes on the ridgetop. That was Dire Mountain on the East Shore of Lake Owens. Yeah, we'll look back at flare in a second. I would like this to not be censored. It's probably just the brand names of the equipment. Just spray can that, please. We're getting a laptop up off a surface. You know what the poorest man's solution is? Where is my eraser? I've got a funky shaped eraser. Teardrop shape. Where is it? It's like one of those white erasers. You can get the pink ones too. Here it is. Here's an eraser. See how it's shaped? Like so. It could be shaped like anything, really. I take 2 of these and stick them up on it underneath the laptop to put a 1-inch gap between the laptop and the surface. And that helps cool it. It really does. You can do stuff like that. Even pencils. Just take 2 pencils like so. It's kind of unstable, but whatever.
Division Charlie, Deputy Operations.
Prop it up.
Go ahead for Division Charlie.
Yeah, I got a private Type 2 dozer down here in staging. We're going to send your way and have you tie him in with an agency dozer to get some work done.
Yeah.
Yeah, I copy that. Most of our work's going to be on Division Delta, the north side of Cohasset. We have multiple structures that are threatened and a fire.
Copy. Better off sending that dozer to Division Delta?
Yeah, affirmative. I'm sharing my resources with them right now, so if you just send them over to Cohasset, we'll figure it out.
Deputy Operations, copy.
That poor little tree.
667. Release from Pence available?
Yeah, Pence forward progress stopped at the Pence Road fire. Who knows what happened there? Started to the power lines.
Go ahead and send dozer E57 to Division Charlie. Time with Division Charlie on V-Fire 23 up Cohasset Road.
I don't care if the Vegeta scale
Return to quarters. 2349.
ain't used anymore. I'm gonna use it.
667.
You can't stop me.
Roger, 92 available response area.
Hey, Doc.
92, 2342.
Edge 92.
That's awesome. Civilians to save the day. Private crews with dozers. That just might save a chunk of Richardson Springs.
Orville striking 9150 Charlie.
Yep.
Deputy Ops, Division Charlie. Command.
Deputy Operations.
Thank you, Jake.
Do you know if the power lines are still hot in this area?
We'll look back at that area and street view in a sec.
Directed 9150 Charlie, Orville.
But it's, I think that
Entering the unit en route to the park.
I think most of the people are out. They had a 911 call. They were trying to trace.
9150 Charlie.
9150 Charlie, 2343.
Poor little tree. Is it a madrone or something? They've got the flaky skin on their bark. It burns off like paper, but it still might survive. It's hard to say. This one is now almost 6,500. Nah, it's 8,000 if it's anything. Remember, they don't know. The fire crews don't know where the fire is and how big it is. Mapping planes will have to figure that out. And the moment the mapping plane arrives, because it's still spreading, it's still growing, the moment that it even takes a picture, it's obsolete. We've got the potential for 10,000 acres burning tomorrow.
Deputy Operations Division Zulu.
Kind of depends. Are they going to stop its progress marching to the north? I haven't even heard about that. If the south wind lets up, which is supposed to around midnight, then we'll see. I just want to, after these
Deputy Operations Division Zulu.
compelling images first.
Division Zulu, go ahead. Deputy Operations.
I'm worried for the
Is
owners.
there anybody else working on the east side of this fire, working down towards our division, towards my division, Zulu?
Negative. At this time, Division Whiskey's above you. It's open. Your nearest division would be across Division Bravo, but nothing above you.
Robert, think you're ready for service.
Where's the division break?
Who's he with? Colson or anybody else? I met a couple of these flyboys. They're absolutely nuts in a wonderfully perfect way. They chomp at the bit to do their job and be on the fire line, and they're adrenaline junkie madmen. Yeah, you think it is Madrone, the peely tree? Yeah, I bet that's what's burning off, is the paper part of its bark. It may survive.
Division Zulu, standby.
It's too pretty.
Operations Division Zulu, I was able to get through a couple of gates to go deep in the canyon, past Salmon Hole, probably about 10 miles from where we met earlier. There is open fire line all the way up the canyon, less than a mile from Upper Park Road that we can't access.
Oh man, more bad news. From Upper what road?
Deputy Operations, I copy that.
I'm spacing out. I gotta have food. Now, people hate Madrone, though. It's beautiful, but it promotes fire this way. See? Its papery bark is splitting off and showering the area, but the oaks don't do that. The oak shrug it off. They have fireproof bark unless there's something really, really, really serious stacked at the base to get oak going. I should say they have very fireproof bark. Somebody's going to jump on my case for calling it fireproof, but hey, the word fireproof is always relative. And if you just get smart like that, then people would stop jumping on my case. Get conceptual instead of totally literal. But some trees promote fire, and some bushes do, and you can see that. And this is an example of what eucalyptus does.
Operations Division Delta.
Called gasoline trees for a reason. So identify what species you have on your property and understand which one's going to do what. Your pines are a danger to you, a huge danger. Drop in the needle.
Traffic to Deputy Operations, go ahead.
Madrone is pretty, but look what it does.
Operations Division Delta, Rock Creek area is getting hit hard with fire right now. Any engines you have available, I'll take them.
Copy. Nothing in staging, but as soon as we get them, we'll send them your way.
Oh no.
Structure group.
Rock Creek area is getting hit hard with fire. Division Charlie and Delta are struggling to save homes.
Delta structure group on command.
God. Delta Structure Group is busy right now, but they'll answer the phone when they can. Because the fire a while ago jumped. Where did I make that note? Around 11:22, it jumped Wells Island Road to the west. They need structure protection groups now on the Rock Creek side by the winery. Division Charlie and Delta are there, doing their best. They requested another dozer because one broke down. Hydraulic
Division
problems.
Delta structure group on command.
Some are on the way though.
Delta.
This is the best example of a flammable tree I've ever seen, actually. Look at the oaks in the background, not the. 15 minutes may be too late.
I'm unable to copy traffic for Division Delta.
That's why.
Warville, Chico hand crew, C-13, entering the unit, Highway 99 South, Zone 10.
Be local, repeat your identifier.
Warville, we're Pacheco hand crew, entering the unit, 99 South.
All right, let's look.
Hand crew 2350.
We are witnessing a camera burnover in progress, of course. Let's look at the wind in just a second. This is the last 30 minutes. The fire is coming closer and closer to this cam. Where is it located? We knew it would go downhill with the nighttime wind chill.
2350.
So that's why I told everybody from Chico to Los Molinos, especially on the east side of 99, that's going to be their main fire break. We now have... we have
72, scratchy but readable.
We've got level 2s to red buff. I hate being right. I'm sorry, I hate being right. But right around midnight, just on schedule, in shift. And it's coming down as a gigantically long flame front, and it's going to go for 99. Where is this camera located? At the is it at the museum, the airplane museum, the air park?
Planning operations, branch 10.
Unreal.
Branch 10, go ahead, deputy operations.
Let's make Nicolog and Cohasset a drop point. I'd like to order a large hose cache with all laterals and hardware to go with it, along with 50 gallons of foam to that location.
Foam.
Deputy operations copies. Drop point will be at Nicolog and Cohasset, requesting a large hose cache with laterals and all hardware and 50 gallons of foam.
Affirmative.
3-hour time lapse. All right, let's go back in time. Let's try to identify that tree. Like a 6-hour time lapse. Maybe the tree's in the foreground. It looks like a madrone. It's piney, actually. It's something piney. You can see the oh, okay, it's not a madrone. Wow. What kind of pine is this? It's got the tufts like a lion's tail. It's half dead. Poor thing. Yeah, it's half dead. So you'll see the oaks will not be on fire. Here's an oak over there. Those are oaks. At least it's not freaking eucalyptus. But you'll see the trees torching that are really tall, that are piney in nature. If it's got a lot of dead limbs, it probably has a lot of old sap. Wherever there's dead limbs, right where it meets the trunk, that's the fat wood. No wonder it's ablaze. It's pregnant.
91, medical, 1601 Mitchell Avenue, Pacific Coast Producers.
It's pregnant with sap. Look how far away it's coming. What a goner. Now, the other tree in the background.
Medical, Bill Person, 1601 Mitchell Avenue, Pacific Coast Producers, access by Gate 3 between Pine Street and West Lincoln Street, and 2354.
These dead limbs on the ground may doom that tree. It would have been fine because grass on fire this short looks grazed. Doesn't have the power to light any bark on fire. There's the tree's purpose, like the purpose of bark, is armor. Protected from fire.
Station 72, engine 372, cover station 36, 2354.
Protected from insects, and, well, animals chewing on it. The older it gets, the thicker it is, the better the protection. And so mature and even a couple of year-old trees will shrug off fire from fast-moving, quick, short grass. But this one's half dead. And so where the limbs died, the tree...
Division Zulu, Deputy Operations on command.
The tree was attacked by fungus. That's just what happens. Fungus eats dead stuff and then attacks the living. It's kind of like athlete's foot. Eats the dead skin cells in your foot. Then it goes for the living cells.
Division Zulu from Deputy Operations has been advised that the engines we have here are what we have for the rest of the night, so unfortunately we're not going to have anything else to send your way. Additionally, we're reorging the fire. You're going to be changed to Division X-ray. You could advise those on your division and let me know when that's done.
Operations Division Zulu, you are broken on your last repeat.
Damn.
Division Zulu from Deputy Operations, your designator is changed to Division X-ray. Please advise the units on your division and let me know when that's complete.
Zulu is now X-ray?
Copy is switched to Division X-ray. I will notify all resources.
Sorry, I didn't know who he was hailing. All right, they are on their own. No new engines are coming.
Planning ops, branch 10.
All right, where is this road where you have the battle? Rock Creek? Rock Creek and Cohasset? They are struggling by the wiring to save structures. Godspeed and God help them. These big piney trees. These two are mistakes.
Little fire intel. The east side of the fire on Cohasset Road has been hung up and holding pretty well at Singler. Has not gone up into the community of Cohasset. Fire that has crossed Cohasset Road heading north is well established, potentially in the Issue Wilderness. It is east of the town of Cohasset, northeast of the town of Cohasset. The fire left flank down by Wells Island Road has jumped into Sycamore Valley Road. There's unconfirmed reports of potential outbuildings on fire.
Oh, God.
Deputy Operations has a good copy on your update.
Okay, we're losing structures. There are three main places. One's doing well, two are not. So if I got this right, east side of the fire, the one that's on Cohasset and at Singler is doing well. They held it. The one that crossed Cohasset, east northeast of the actual town, is well established over there. Going to Wilderness. Going to town in the Wilderness.
91-2358.
I mean going to the Wilderness. Left flank of the fire, the one closest to us in the valley, okay, has jumped Sycamore. There are reports of outbuildings on fire. So this is where they were struggling earlier. That's grim. Division C and D, I don't know if they just got renamed X-ray. I don't even know if they even found it out. Look at these half-dead trees.
Vision Tango, Brash 10.
The oaks are good. That's not. It's midnight. We'll have to check the weather and see if the winds are going to really change. It seems like they're in progress, at least some of them. I mean, there could be south winds still going, and they could be higher than the surface. They could be just clashing with the down canyon winds. But looks like we may have a third camera burnover with the fire coming towards the not a pumpkin farm. The fire coming towards 99 and more bigger and bigger evacuation zones.
91 minutes empty.
Like it.
91-0000.
It's Eastern Oregon. I really hate being right about things, and I hate it when I'm right on the same night that I don't even know that I didn't even know I was going to be. Highway 99 looks like will be one of their main places that they can try to stop it. So, but here where they're doing...
Orville, strike team 9270, Charlie, entering the unit, Highway 70, en route for station coverage.
What really sucked today...
Strike team 92-7, Charlie, 0000.
You hear how they said Orville is coming to the unit? They were on that stupid Pence Road one. Whatever fire down there really screwed...
Strike team 9241, Charlie, entering the unit, station coverage.
Really screwed everyone here.
Team 9241, Charlie, 0001.
That peeled away units. Orville could have just gone and helped structure prep and helped get people out, help hold it at a road, do something. Now they're just checking in. But it may be too late because near Sycamore there's outbuildings on fire.
64-0001.
Can't be everywhere at once. So they may have a chance of stopping its forward progress eventually. But it's still marching to the north-northwest, as you can see on the cams. They are on their own with the structure protection. They called from our engines. There are no more to give than are already on route. So I am pretty worried for like the Air Museum, the Air Park, East Chico in general. Now there's level 2 evacuations. Get ready all the way on Red Bluff's doorstep. So I didn't know that 99 would be a battleground tonight, but it could be. Looks like it will be. So let's see where the air park is, because these flames are getting close. I haven't heard anything about it, but we probably will start hearing things about that. But there's a massive battle going on by the winery.
Orville, Station 91, staffing change on Engine 92. Engine 92 has been town staff, Truck 91 staff available response area.
Where's Sycamore?
Station 91, 0002.
Station 91.
Where would Sycamore be?
Orville, engine 2457, en route, station 36.
Not in the town.
2457, 0002.
No. Not in the middle of the town. Or are they?
2462, 0003.
No, it's called the Deer Creek Highway after that. That's not what that can't be. Anybody know where Cohasset and Sycamore could possibly be. I thought that's what they were talking about. So, yeah, it's going to be a forest fire by noon. It kind of already is. I mean, what we've been seeing, and that was the worst case scenario. We now have we have had it reach the forest up in the higher elevations. It's run like the dickens across the landscape. Let's look at our heat detections. We've got everywhere from here to Red Bluff on notice. Fire activity.
Morrow engine 2452 en route station 13, station coverage.
Yeah, it could definitely be the size of Lake Tahoe, should.
452, 0004.
There's Tehima and Los Molinos.
Staging, tone 4.
The heat detection is getting closer to the air park and the airport. Wouldn't that be nuts if they defend the actual airport? But they could. It's coming down to it.
Orville, Pacheco, hand crew available on staging, tone 4.
They better call in other towns to help out. I mean, I bet they already have, but they need more. This is unreal. So if we turn on these satellite images, maybe we could see which buildings we're overlooking. I think these are the buildings in the foreground that we see the thermal cam on. This is where they had the retardant. This is where they took off from today. Even though they had a 30-second flight over to Bidwell Park.
Orville, Pacheco, 2. Available for staging, tone 4.
Started right over here. They had a 2 to 4 second flight over there to dump their retardant and fly back. I mean, of course, you have to circle a little bit, but you know what I'm saying. They still couldn't stop this. And this is what happens in
Chico, crew 2, 0005.
pretty mild weather. And imagine if we got some serious wind gusts on this. That is updates for Watch Duty. It's got a distinctive ringtone that gets my attention. I hate that. It's like slap bass or something. Bossa Nova, I don't know. But because I hate it, it gets my attention, usually. I'm starting to get used to it, though. So, yeah, they're just explaining the fire status, which we just heard on the radio anyway, so I might as well read it out.
Orville engine 372 is en route station 36.
They called for foam. Foam means
372, 0006.
an oil product on fire. Like a fuel. I mean, that could be like a business, you know. But I'm sure the airport has a lot. That's for greasing down airplanes on fire. That's what it's typically for. Yeah, on the updates 2 minutes ago for this Bidwell Park fire, and then we're looking at it live, it just keeps getting worse. For the east side of the fire, radio traffic indicates it's hung up on the Cohasset Road and Sigler Lane area.
Orville, water tender 67 back in quarters.
That's good.
Water tender 67, 0007.
It has not moved further.
Tender 67.
Oroville engine 667 back in quarters.
Go to the airport. Go help.
0007.
They're probably back in quarters in Orville because the firefighters are exhausted and have to sleep.
Engine 667.
See, they're going to time out. There's only so much a human can do before they sit down and can't rise. So the only good spot of news is that Cohasset community up at a higher elevation. They got it. The fire is hung up. It doesn't mean they, quote, stopped it. That hung up means it isn't really moving right now. At Cohasset and Sigler. We just heard that on the radio. There's yet another update as I'm reading this. It has not moved further into Cohasset community at this time, but to the north and northeast of the town of Cohasset, it is established into Ishi Wilderness area. That's a nightmare. There's almost no roads there. Beautiful area. Beautiful area.
Morrowville, Chamberlain Creek Cruise 2 and, or correction, 3 and 5 entering the unit on local Tow 9.
We've got a lot of photos to look at. All right, we have a new evacuation order for Zone 311. That's what I figured. So we also heard that Watch Duty didn't put on there yet, is that we know that the fire had jumped. And
Dozer 2142, branch 10.
All right, we have new evacuation.
009.
I'm sorry, I don't have answers for where it might go to today. We always know that at night fire goes downhill because of the change in the wind direction. I don't know when Inskip, Magalia, not Concord, Inskip, Magalia, Lovelock, and all that, Sterling City might be impacted. I don't know.
Charlie, Deputy Operations.
It's not blowing directly to there right now, but you should get ready. Like, this whole region is now at risk. It could be another really big wildfire, California. When we thought Butte County was so far dodging most of the bullets.
Orville, Chamberlain Creek Crew 3 on local Tow 9.
But if I can even give you 24 hours advance notice, that's more than the officials will.
Chamberlain Creek Crew 3, Orville.
Chamberlain Creek Crews 3 and 5 entering the unit.
Charlie, Deputy Operations on command.
Whenever a north wind blows, everybody is going to be really, really
Chamberlain 3 copies.
in trouble. All right, so Zone 311 is this one, getting closer and closer to 99. This one's not, 310 is not even on notice. Do they use a 3-step system in Butte County, or is it just get ready, go? Because they use a 3-step. On your mark, it's a go, like in Oregon. If they're just using a 2, they need to perhaps revise. But what does level 2 mean? It means you should already be ready to go. Already. Not start. Not get around to it. And then leave when you're told to with level 3. It means you should already be ready to go to moment's notice. And like I said, if you have any vulnerability, like only one way out, or if you have a long...
Division Charlie, Deputy Operations on command.
Long gravel driveway, or just it takes you a while to get to a main highway, elevate yourself +1 to whatever they're telling you in the program. Yeah, look, nobody can say that you're safe because nobody can predict the weather. People forecast the weather, they don't predict it. Never underestimate a fire in Butte or Plymouth counties, ever. This is some of the worst places to fight it in the entire world. This is looking, and this is only with 25-mile-an-hour wind gusts in general. And 10 to 15-mile-an-hour sustained winds. The weather could get worse. Just look at the insanity of the storms that have been forming and ripping across Nevada. It's just lightning storm season. That's what July and August is. Whoever did this needs to be punished to the fullest extent of the law. This is awful. I don't know exactly what was the cause, but it's underneath PG&E power lines, this one plus the other one too, but that doesn't mean PG&E did it, although, you know what they're like. They're not exactly respected anywhere in California, especially not here, for their A+ maintenance that they have of power lines, The one that started the Paradise Fire, the campfire. Of course, there was... Yes, there was a high wind event in November, but also the arm that collapsed on the high tension power line was 96 years old.
91.
Never inspected, never replaced. And to even replace the equipment on that arm. They try to figure it out. Nobody...
12, hazardous condition power lines, 92 Gaia Way.
Nobody was still alive who could manufacture the replacement part. Nobody still alive knew how. That's why PG&E is not respected. And to speak of the devil, Gaia Way, power lines are down.
12, Company 42, hazardous condition power lines for vehicles, sideswiped a power pole, damage to the pole. 92 Gaia Way, across the Highway 99, 0014.
Ah, this time as a person. Don't drink and drive. Ah, they're off the hook for that one, ain't? But we're that jaded. It is now 12:15. Well, I haven't had a meal for a long time.
Morrow, engine 2456 en route station 35.
Did they get a picture of whoever did this? Mm. Yeah.
2456, 0014.
I can't even comment about my thoughts. They're not good right now.
Vision Delta Deputy Ops. I've got 9150 Charlie strike team here in staging. We're going to send him to your division. Do you have a location you want to respond to?
I'll have him respond into Rock Creek and engage the structure defense.
There's a battle.
The Ops copies respond into Rock Creek for structure defense.
Send everyone there. I can't make comments. I have to be cool. We have to be cool and analytical again, even though that's enraging. What we heard was just enraging. That doesn't help anybody to be emotional. Not right now. So it's a good discipline. In an emergency, you just take these emotions, stuff them in that bottle right now. Message in a bottle. Cap that. It's on a shelf to be opened later and dealt with later. Back to analysis. Be cool. Just be cool. Upper Kiefer Road is under full evacuation. Yeah, all the way. That's been like that for a while. The evacuation map it should include things like on notice should be Lovelock, Sterling City, and Centerville. All these places should be on notice. This is not that far away. Just in case. But actually, this is not correct. Oh, this doesn't show Tehama County. Oh, God. Yeah, Tehama County's evacuation map is different. I forgot. What is Tehama County's? Oh, I hate that. It goes to Red Bluff, guys. Their warnings go to Red Bluff. Where did I click that? Oh, it makes it look like it isn't. But yeah, Watch Duty itself has both. See, it goes to Red Bluff. I hate freaking being right about that. Screw you. Two counties. Then calm. Then calm. Oh yeah, thank you, mods, for being here. What a night. What a night. Yeah, it's time for me to get over there and get the land.
2774, engine 2779, in quarter station 63.
The nighttime helicopters are working. Unknown if it'll be good enough. Time to sleep.
2774, 0018.
We want to make sure I don't sleep. Tell me to go to sleep. Just tell me what to do. Tell a grown adult what to do and see what happens. I mean, you already know what happens when you tell a teenager what to do. But you can suggest sleep. But when there's still an expanding crisis, it's not the time. Yeah. It's happy time for me to get a Pepsi happy hour. Pepsi happy hour, yeah. Hey, I didn't have a second energy drink. I was tempted. But as evacuations keep expanding, it is more important than ever to go 24 hours. So mods, who's up for 24 hours? If I do go to sleep, we still need to monitor this. So talk amongst yourselves and figure out your shifts. If I need to go to sleep, it would be more like the morning time, you know. It's most important that I be awake after 2 p.m. and maybe up until 2 a.m. Because what happens? People lose the ability to track fires after 8 p.m. because that's when all the hotlines shut the hell down. Don't ask me why.
Planning operations, branch 10.
If they had 24-hour information centers, I wouldn't have to do this at all. I hate this. Yeah, food. I mean, that's what your vote is, yes, but the row fires now
Planning
burning
operations, branch 10.
towards Shore Valley. You also have to understand I'm not a bit tired whatsoever.
And deputy operations, branch 10. Branch 10, go ahead, deputy operations.
I don't get sleepy until 3.
Yeah, I'm going to need a division to relieve Division Tango. He's unable to engage with the fire. Also, if we have another division available, I'm going to need them to staff Division Echo.
Deputy Operations copies. You're looking for a division to replace Division Tango and one to establish Echo.
Yeah, affirmative. Tango's a priority.
Deputy Operations copies.
Wow. Need Division Tango. They need a division to replace them. They could just be completely and utterly overwhelmed and exhausted. And then they need a new division, new people to establish a new division that they're going to call Echo. So, right. Where is the eye in the sky? Where is Ferris at this point? Fires are mostly nice until the sun reaches closer to the center of the sky. That's the best time I should be online. Thank you. Please consider donating to the people come and go. Average view duration is 15 minutes right now, which is actually really good for a very long stream. People are pretty engaged because this is pretty insane. So as people come and go, we have to repeat the please, if you could donate $1 to $5. Nothing is too small of a donation right now. I need a pretty robust laptop and some more video gear in general. And we need to devote $100 right now to getting Caltopo Pro. And supposedly we'll have quicker satellite updates or something, or new live satellite images or something like that. But we'll have better maps for sure to be able to track this. And, you know, the monthly expenses too. If 20% of the people that view everything, we have over 7,000 viewers, gave $1 to $5, we'd be well on our way to, surviving the off season, the rest of the year when fires are small and I just cover little communities, but it doesn't draw attention. And also, I want to take the show on the road. I need to get to California. This is where I grew up. I want to be here and I want to see what's going on for myself. And I have relatives and such to stay with, some friends. And some of them just got really great upgraded internet. But the reason I couldn't be live from California in 2022, and I really thought I could, is my laptop I paid $2,500 for. I had some sort of a short circuit or battery meltdown and nearly lit my bedroom on fire, like the day before I was going to California when I was charging it up. So I got a donated laptop from my mom. Still have it, but all we've proved with it is that it was insufficient. And pretty much all laptops cannot handle it. It's an incredible amount of graphics power and processing power to run the software that streams and to have a million tabs open at once and just do this. So these are about $3,500. We've raised about $2,600. And that's the base cost of these laptops. And so we need some accessories, of course. Chargers, what would be nice as a secondary thing to have would be one of those battery with the handles, you know, to charge a laptop and not just have my car constantly running, you know. The ones you plug in the wall, those are not exactly cheap either. I've already done a whole lot of upgrades, the necessary ones first before the pretty ones. We've got a battery backup here and a surge protector in case I suddenly lose power. We could be on for at least a little bit. And I can, like in my house, and I can then go live from like a cell phone if I have to. But every time that I'm out doing something or have a family event or any sort of thing, I'm unable to go live a couple of times without a laptop. I just might be too far from home. So that's what the fundraising is about. Every little bit counts. If you can't,
0025.
don't worry about it. Just hit the share button and connect people who need this fire information with the fire information. So let's see what is. Okay, we're looking at Ventus Sky. We need to look at the wind. The camera survived. It obviously survived. We've seen 2 camera burnovers here, guys. Hold on to your butt. There's now a lot of battles going on.
Branch 10, Deputy Operations.
Especially
for Branch 10.
near Rock Creek and Cohasset.
Branch 10, Deputy Operations. Battalion 2106 is going to swap out and take Division Tango.
Don't donate if it hurts you. Please don't. If there's even a question, don't.
Hey, copy. Have him come up on the radio and attack 22 when he gets in the area.
If you are in the area?
Deputy Operations copies. TAC 22.
Watch Duty has a camera button. Just take a picture. And you can help them.
Deputy Operations, Battalion 2106 copies. Direct.
Wow. This is taken from Cohasset earlier today. Submitted 7:40 p.m. I didn't see these. That's beautiful. Totally beautiful. Wow. In a terrifying way. In a terrifying way. Screenshot that. So you can help. This actually helps. You can help firefighters track where it's at, what it's doing, and help people know what it's doing as well. But firefighters look at it and they remark about things and they say, "Oh, well, somebody took a picture and it looks like it's over there." We've heard them say it. We've heard them say it. Oh, terrifying. It's looking due east. Okay, what phone? What was the next update? Hopefully I get a moment. Oh, Teresa, thank you so much for your kind 35 on the donation on the PayPal. Much appreciated. We'll get there, friends. We still have to do a couple things, like get the $100 towards the Caltopo Pro now. That's $100 a year, but that should be really good. Yeah, people are saying this feels like Dixie 2.0. It could get there. It's on the doorstep of the Dixie Fire burn scar. Please tell me, friends, are there any bushes growing up against the bases of the dead trees of the Dixie? That's not something I can know. Only locals. That is when you're in critical danger. If there's a lot of dead trees, and a lot of brush at the base of it. Now, the reason is we know what happens. There is, unfortunately, wherever they don't salvage log, there's going to be a Dixie Fire 2.0 and a Caldor Fire 2.0. That's just what happens. In 1933, when the Tillamook burn occurred, which was California's worst, or Oregon's worst forest fire pretty much ever, in terms of just how much was lost and the enormity of it, the last old growth of the Coast Range, 16 towns erased, nothing to stop it but the Pacific Ocean. Towns like even Forest Grove on evacuation notice, Portland getting nervous about it. The forest fire that inspired Bambi. Now, that was the once-in-a-lifetime wind event, just like we had in 2020, where it's like a Diablo wind or a Santa Ana wind for all three western states. And it dried out the forest, and lightning plus a logging accident happened. Ironically, they were trying to shut down the mill and get the last of their logs safely into the pond so that they wouldn't operate during critical low humidity and high winds. But that log that they tried to put in the pond got stuck. And then a chain or something slipped and sparks went into dry grass. So that was everybody knows about the Gales Creek Logging Company accident, but they don't know that there was lightning nearby too, and they merged. But when that happened and it started creating its own weather and created the pyrocumulus clouds, it pretty much only the Pacific Ocean and the rains have ever stopped it, and it just got gigantic. Now, what happened though? They salvaged logs as much as they could because the wood's only good and worth anything for about 2 years, maybe 3. Then it's rotten and it's waste. They combined all logging companies, since they were all destroyed, basically, combined them all into one company and called it Consolidated Lumber. And listen up, everybody in Butte County and Plymouth County, you need to know about this and what this means. And this is not your fun history lesson. This is a devastating history repeats itself lesson. So even as fast as they could, logging as fast as they could, back when you could do anything you wanted to in a forest, they couldn't get all the trees down, the big dead old growth. So every 3 years, they had a repeat of the Tillamook burn, and it was worse. This is called the 3-year jinx, and you can go verify everything I'm saying. And I knew this and got a fire education because I'm a ghost town hobbyist. I study ghost towns, where towns used to be. Not paranormal crap, okay? History. And so there were 16 ghost towns down in Tillamook National Forest that burned up in the same fire. And all the old timers around here still remember that stuff. At least the ones that a couple still do. But everybody around here still remembers the aftermath. Every 3 years, there was a worse Tillamook burn fire in the same spot, worse in intensity, and it absolutely burned every single living tree to white ash. Why? Why if it already burned?
Chico 12 is at scene. This would be a semi truck into a power pole. We do have power lines down. I'd like to request PG&E Electric expedite them, please.
Prayer sent for that accident.
12-0032.
And the forest never grew back. In the 60s, it was still a wasteland. They had to dump billions of pine cones out of airplanes to get it back in the 60s. It's just nothing happened because these forest fires were so intense that it burned all seeds to nothing. So that is what happened at the Dixie, for example. But why every 3 years did they have a worse forest fire in the same spot? Because the first forest fire is the mild one. Bad as the Dixie and the Caldor was, that was the mild one. because living trees are alive. So big trees have thousands of gallons of water in their trunk. They're alive. So their sticks burn off, the branches burn off, that's it. What happens 3 years later? It's completely dried out. What happens 3 to 4 years later? The birds have been crapping all over the landscape, and a whole bunch of invasive weeds mostly have colonized. So you get the brush at the base of the standing dead trees. That's all it needs to really get it going. Enough years
Branch
go
10,
by.
Deputy Operations on command.
Branch 10.
And you get
Yeah,
a...
your request for equipment to the drop point is drive time from Warville en route.
That copy.
It only took 3 years of trying out for Oregon, and it's particularly wet there. It's classified as non-tropical rainforest. California, of course, different story. Drier much quicker. So what you have to tell me, friends, is how much brush is at the base of all the dead trees. That's all I have to know. There's more evacuations. Yeah, Forest Ranch has been level 3 for hours. Are there even new ones right now or next to it? I'll have to check. Yeah, I know what the Dixie did. I covered it from day one. And I was awake for 3 days and finally went to bed. My mom's...
2104 is entering the unit. Show me commander of the park incident.
2104, 0035.
Let me check.
Vision 2104.
Refresh. I know exactly what Dixie did. That's where I grew up. It burned pretty much everything I ever knew. Except a couple spots survived near Almanor. I used to eat pizza near the Golden Bear. And we used to see the B-17 at Chester's Airport, the one that used to be the original water bomber in the house. You know, we used to eat the terrible, well, it's not that bad Chinese at Westwood, across the lake sometimes, took our boat there. I used to get kicked out of the Plymouth Pines Resort restaurant because I didn't have a black tie or whatever. I wasn't classy enough. Whatever. We used to get snacks at the Prattville's little tiny post office, and they sold candy and Big Red and double stuffs and double mint gum. I know everything there. We used to go ghost hunting before it was cool.
Barell engine 2462, engine 2456, battalion 2404 in quarters, station 35.
We camped at Canyon Dam. We went to Seneca. We went to the Lucky S. We went to the old abandoned ski resort.
0036.
You know, we tobogganed. We went to the Ice Cave. We went to the B.F. Loomis Museum. I've got a picture of me at Hot Rock. I know this place. Hot Rock's about the only thing that survived. They saved the B.F. Loomis Museum now. We used to, every time we drove up there to our cabin, we would stop at Greenville. And we needed to get gas there, but our first stop was we got our milk at the Evergreen store. And I sat on the little brown horse. The little brown horse, and my parents inserted a quarter, and I rode the little mechanized brown horse in front of the Evergreen Market, across from the high school. And then on especially 4th of July weekend, we would go and shop up and down. Which road was that in Greenville? Where they had I remarked that it was one of the few surviving wooden towns that survived to the modern era, living past all the 1800s and the 20th century's fire. It still had the 1800s wooden shops, the storefronts. I still have a pink rug that I bought at one of those places, the one that sold all the flags and stuff, and they were stream out in front, and we'd shop the antiques there. The one that still had an ancient 1920s, whatever, little theater inside.
Morrow trading 2105, release from the Pence incident.
I took horseback riding.
2105, 0038.
took horseback riding. That's
2105 available.
Paradise. Around this place, sort of by Edgewood. I just didn't. I didn't want to go back, but that's where a lot of people died, so I made myself. And I needed to find out if they had any chance. They did not really. Not when the live power lines blocked Edgewood.
456, 0038.
Other places in Paradise where I went and studied, you have to find out how people survive to give good advice, survival advice. You have to find out how people survived and where they didn't and why. And Mineral, yeah, my aunt has a cabin there. I don't remember too clearly the ice cave by Mineral, but I remember the one by St. Bernard or whatever that is. There's some other lava tubes around. I thought it was by St. Bernard. That place they were able to survive, able to save. But I remember also when the snow was so towering above our vehicle, we just thought that it would collapse on us. I remember the lake freezing over and walking all over it. And the little waves on the lake shore were frozen water. Frozen waves, just perfect. And it even had icicles hanging off the frozen waves. It was so weird. And I remember being terrified by the sounds of cannons and bombs going off, crack, 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 just echoing out throughout the whole region. And, Mommy, what the hell is that? Like it sounded like war going on. And that was the lake ice breaking up and just cracking. That was absolutely terrifying. Then we woke up one day and almost died of carbon monoxide because the snow was 15 or 16 feet and went above the cabin's roof. Dad had to climb into the attic and push out the gable vent, crawl out and dig us out. We couldn't open the doors. I mean, we did. It opened inward, of course, but there was solid snow there. We thought it was going to crack the sliding glass door. Now we realized, oh, right. And that's why there's a window up there in the attic. That's the last resort to get out of there. And now we understood why most of the high altitude towns up there have a front door at the bottom of their store or their cabin, and a front door and steps up to the second floor at least, or third. That's how deep snow gets. There's more than one ice cave. Not everybody knows. Just saying.
0041.
Let's look at Calaveras County for a second. It's 71 acres and 40% contained. Evacuation orders have been downgraded to warning. So they did an awesome job with that. We watched live on the cameras as they made dozers and stuff, dozer lines. I was covering that when that broke out. I was texting people at midnight and 3 in the morning, Amador County people, like, there's a fire there. And then I went live in the morning when we could see daylight and get more info. But which fire is which? No, M says my buddy lost his place in Paradise. All was left was garbage cans at the end of the driveway. Yeah, they usually do survive. They would be a shelter.
Morrow and 2457 in quarter station 36.
They would be a shelter of last resort, honestly. I mean,
2457, 0042.
if you are on foot, like somewhere in Paradise, and you dumped the recycle bin out and dragged that thing to the creek and took shelter in it, you'd live probably. That'd be good. Of course, don't face where the water's coming in. All you need is to be cool. To cool you. You don't have to be wet. But if you drag one of those to a creek, you'd be fine. What it is ABS plastic is what they're made of, and there's a lot of conspiracy Yahoo nutjob idiots. Idiots that just don't want to look up what ABS plastic is after I even tell them. Okay? After I even tell them it's ABS plastic. It's the kind of plastic that melts and does not burn. That's why it's recyclable. That's why it has value. That's why it's that tough. It's a very special kind of plastic. Now, people can believe in conspiracies and be smart, but I expect them to be rational then after things are explained to come around. But idiot nut job yahoos is when I call the people who still scream at me that space lasers are involved, and lizard people, even after I explain what they want me to. And that is ABS plastic has an extremely high melting point. It's your lawn furniture, it's those recycling bins. And when it was recycling day for much of the town of Paradise, much of the south end of town, they were out there in the street. So people go, why didn't they burn? Well, does the street burn? Is there anything around it to catch it on fire? No. And what happens in a mega fire, like the more intense the fire in a town, the more that the heat actually goes straight up. It is sucked into the sky. All the heat, hot air rises, gets sucked up into the sky. That means it sucks in cool, fresh air at the ground level to feed the fire, to keep it going. So it creates a vacuum to other regions. So there's a reason why firefighters tell you to get on the ground to evacuate a burning building, to crawl out. Heat rises, duh. But when a structure's on fire especially, stuff can survive just a little bit away, a few yards away, on the lawn, like lawn furniture especially, because the hotter it is, the more that the heat is rising straight up. That's when it's super conflagration, like an entire city or town burning down, or entire neighborhood. The more intense that is. Oh, thank you so much, friends. Oh, I'm so blown away by the donations today. We're going to get there. I'm going to go down to California ASAP, guys. I'll be here. Yeah. We'll be here. And get in touch with me if I could possibly stay with you. Or in your yard or something. It depends on where I go. But the closer I get to these fires, the more I rely on people reaching out. I might be able to rent a travel trailer or something. And we need a yard, you know what I mean? Those of you who did reach out when I was there in 2022, I tried to get back to you, but I got really ill, super ill, and had to leave before I finished my documentary. I was filming the Caldor burn scar and the aftermath, and the electrifier broke out, and others. And some people said you can come to my place and stream, but I couldn't find him again. I don't know what happened, but I started getting really sick, and most of 2023 I kind of struggled for my life with a bad kidney. A virus attacked my kidney. I'm doing much better now, but man. But we definitely should have meetups and stuff. I'll let you guys know, of course. We could stream much of the way down there. We need a very good computer. $3,500.
Morrow 110 to 42 available.
Oh God, that scared me. But anyway, explaining.
Return to quarters, 0046.
I went all over Paradise.
10 to 42.
I filmed a lot. You guys want to see some drone footage of mine in the aftermath of Paradise? It was too windy for me to film much, unfortunately. But I can show you guys. If you guys deserve it. It might be a little bit, look, it's the aftermath. It's not, there's no flames involved. Shouldn't be too bad. I filmed where my brother's house was, and his recycle bin survived too, even though they were up by his house and boat. But these things, not only are they ABS plastic, which melts long before they burn. All plastics eventually can burn, but you gotta get them to like blast furnace temperatures, friends. Let's see if Tehama County has new evacuations. Tehama County evacuation map. ArcGIS. It should be the same as Butte County's then. I'm confused. What?
Orville on view command, 8 Papa Juliet.
We need to buy that pilot a new headset. It's him again. Oh, that's harsh. Wait. Why doesn't Harney County have evacuations as watch duty is showing? What? Tehima 840 is on level 2. Get set. It says 694. Why is it?
Orville, 8 Papa Juliet on view command.
Oh, thank you, Larry. Yeah, Carl, tell me more.
Juliet, Morrow.
Yeah, 8 Papa Juliet is off of the park fire in route Chico for fuel and return.
There he is. He is the guy talking. He's probably going right over the fire, too. It's headed towards the airport.
Juliet, positive AFF, 0049.
8 Papa Juliet.
Okay, we like him, but my God, we need to buy him a new headset. You can get him for about $100. We just need to know who this pilot is and just go get him. The Earhart set, the one I got for...
Engine 2762 available in quarters, station 62.
flying the seat probe. Okay, so ABS plastic. What else do you need to know about these recycle bins and why they miraculously survive the heat? They're in the street, so the street, there's nothing on fire next to them to light them on fire. The embers will bounce off. Pilot with bad headset. I wonder if there's a way we can find out who he is and actually give him a new headset. Oh my God, that's...
Division Tango Operations.
Operations, Division Tango, go ahead.
Do you have a street off of Cohasset on where the fire has spread to on the east side?
Yeah, tell us where it's spread.
I'm just making my way up. I'm trying to gather my equipment back up. I'll give you a report here shortly.
Copy.
Okay, he'll take
Operations, Branch 10. What was your request?
Just if we can get a easterly edge of the road off of Cohasset.
Alaska Air. Okay.
Off of Cohasset?
Yep. Well,
currently the fire is hung up easterly on Singler. Out in the Ishii Wilderness, the fire is way to the east, northeast of the community of Cohasset.
wow. Way to the east northeast of Cohasset.
Orville, Tanker 8 Papa Juliet, planning a surge at Chico.
In the Ishii Wilderness.
Tanker 8 Papa Juliet. Positive AFF, 0051.
All right. 1252. We are still listening to this because the pilots and others will check in.
Water Tender 31 was down there on Delta. I need to pull him back up or give me a replacement, one of the two.
All right, this is the camera at the airport.
All right, I copy. I'll try to get you a replacement. Break operations at Branch 10.
What is in front of the fire in the airport? What can stop the fire from getting here? It's getting close on the cams, but this pilot doesn't seem that worried about it. He's landing there. Let's see.
0052.
The hot smoke is drifting there.
Branch 10, go ahead to Deputy Operations.
Have they already pre-burned the area or something? Or are they not that concerned?
Operations, Branch 10. I'd like to check on those two water tenders ordered earlier for Division Tango. Also like to request 2 additional strike teams of engines, one for Tango and one for Delta.
0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052. 0052.
Okay.
Deputy Operations, I copy your request. 2 water tenders to Tango, 2 engine strike teams, 1 to Tango, 1 to Delta. I don't think we have any more engine strike teams coming in tonight, but if they do, we'll send them your way.
Nobody is.
I copy getting water tenders Paramount.
Deputy Operations copies that.
All right, they need water trucks. They need more water trucks, and no more engines are available tonight, period.
Morrow, water tender 42 available response area.
Water tender 42, 0054.
All right, at least the water tender from Morrow has come.
Yeah, branch 10, division Tango.
2 camera burnovers tonight, and the fire's approaching the airport.
Tango, branch 10, go ahead. That doesn't sound like we'll be receiving any additional Charlies tonight. Once the threat's been mitigated down there in Rock Creek, do you think it'd be possible to move those resources up to construct lines and support the operation in the Cohasset? Yeah, affirmative.
Okay, that's their plan. So they do think the structure threat can be mitigated, and once that occurs, they'll move those dozers to make real lines
Deputy Operations.
on Cohasset. So the actual community of Cohasset, I don't want to say they stopped it, but the fire is hung up, which means not moving. And so it's not entering the community of Cohasset. That's our second update. That's good.
Morrow Village, 2751 in quarter station 51.
And where they're desperately doing structure protection in the Rock Creek area.
0055.
They are saying when they're done with that, the dozers at least should go construct real true fire lines on Cohasset or at Cohasset. So there's some good news in the middle of all this chaos. 12:56. All right, mods. I didn't even look. Are any of you willing to do night shift? There's nothing between the airport but fuel, but they're not even talking about defending it. So why are they not talking about defending it? Oh, they had a pretty good fire in that field area several months back to a homeless encampment. Well, that could be.
2751, stand by 1.
Usually by July and August, there's no more grass to grow, like it's done for the year until spring, so. Yeah, it could be further away than it looks on the cams, that's for sure. I'm sure the copter pilot would have said something like, holy crap, it's coming to where I'm going to land. It's still eerie. Just look how much has been burned up. Just, damn. Look at our current. Remember, the satellites pass by about every 23 minutes. Oh, sorry. I got interrupted. What also is not surprising about why the recycle bins don't really burn? They are impregnated with flame retardant. Because recycle bins catch fire all the time. The stuff in it.
2751.
Trash cans and recycle bins
2751 Orville, just sent you a CAD page. Confirm receipt.
are made with flame retardant in it already because of the frequency with which dumpster fires occur. So was it really a mystery why they survive pretty well when they're on the street?
2751 negative on the CAD page.
Same thing with all furniture that's required to have flame retardants in it if it can burn, and all plastic technically can burn. Whatever you're sitting on right now, at your computer desk or couch or whatever you're laying on in bed, is probably
2751 Orville. If you're able, place a phone call to the ECC. 0057.
it's probably polyurethane foam. So it is such a fire hazard. It's so freaking flammable. Just think of it as crude oil in a foam, kerosene in a foam. It never should have been legalized ever for furniture or building materials or structures, but that'll be when they look back at the 21st and 20th century as, man, they were retarded back then. Everybody was so stupid. How the hell did they ever think that having plastic furniture and plastic foam was going to be a good idea for fire safety? What's worse is spray-on polyurethane foam, which is somehow legal in construction right now. Just might as well have insulation. Just spray crude oil on the inside of your building. That should be made illegal now. No. Should have never been approved. There are a whole bunch of workers who live streamed their own deaths from a construction site because of the spray-on foam. And there was a fire at the construction site. It was a pretty large apartment complex or warehouse or something. So there's a critical danger when the spray-on foam is there, but there's no drywall yet. So the drywall's what protects the studs and the timber frame structure. It's really heartbreaking. They live streamed their own deaths to either Facebook or YouTube because they were trapped construction workers. There was this black smoke, and it was just ripping through the building because they had a fire, and it reached that foam. So it was like gasoline on top of a timber frame building. Black smoke, super toxic kind. The kind when black smoke actually is flammable. It actually is flammable. So a lot of people don't know that, but smoke is a product of incomplete combustion, so there's enough oil stuff still in the black smoke. And if it gets concentrated enough, it ignites the ceilings of buildings and homes. Polyurethane foam, the same soundproofing foamy material that the Station nightclub fire got lit by back east and killed more than 100 people, right? Even though there were exits and windows everywhere, people just got trapped and trampled each other and died in piles. Instantly overcome and instantly passed out. One breath of that black smoke, you are out. Super toxic. You are unable to help yourself. You won't even know you passed out. If you live through the event, you'll just wake up in a hospital. But that's the way it is. Black smoke is the number one killer. You were more likely to survive an 1800s building fire, like a hotel fire made out of wood, or any kind of fire, really, in the 1800s, even if a bucket brigade was there to save you, because there wasn't black smoke. Because the insulation wasn't that tight back then.
Orville engine 63 available.
Heat and smoke left.
Correction, engine 972 available.
Heat and smoke left buildings through cracks, in the floor and whatnot, and poorly insulated windows and stuff. So polyurethane foam makes that black smoke. So does the pink fiberglass insulation.
Engine 972, return to quarters, 0101.
Get rid of it.
Engine 972.
Go with what's perfectly soundproof, perfectly fireproof. Mineral wool insulation.
72, medical and criminal violence stage, Palermo Park, 2350 Ludlam Avenue.
Is no reason to use crude oil-based insulation, period, for anything. All of our cushy beds and stuff don't have to be polyurethane foam. They could be straight-up mineral wool.
Medical and criminal violence stage for assault, Palermo Park, 2350 Ludlam Avenue, between Melvina Avenue and Irwin Avenue, 0102.
I'm watching this YouTuber's stream, and he's a home inspector in Arizona.
72 staging in quarters.
And he faults very, very hard. He faults these scumbag, developers for not even attaching the roof supports
return to quarters, 0102.
correctly, right? But he goes into the electrical outlet, the electrical circuit breaker, right? And he sees aluminum wiring. How the hell did that become legal again? That used to burn down homes left and right. Class actions and deadly mass death events. But he doesn't fault or even think it matters that there's polyurethane foam spray on in these structures. It's like, dude, what do you think your job is? How can you condone this? How can you even condone aluminum wiring, period? And you think what was wrong with it at the circuit breaker was the plastic coating on the wiring, it protects from fire, was shrinking and peeling back from the aluminum wire. Copper's not that expensive. Don't be a cheap ass mother trucker. Okay. What aluminum does is it expands and contracts every time it's heated, and so it throws off its whatever fireproof insulation you have on it. I don't know why that's allowed in Arizona, but that plus the polyurethane foam, death trap neighborhoods, and these new homes are expensive. Can't believe it. But until the stuff is banned,
Chico 12, PG&E and CHP to remain at scene. Chico 12, available to response there.
Until the stuff is banned.
104.
Oh my God, are we unsafe? This is why wildfire and structure fires, the deaths are not going down. Every other type of accidental death, as we increase our technology and our safety standards, it's going down. Like car accident deaths are going down. And all these other types of accidents are going down. Sports injury deaths are going down. Scuba diving deaths are going down as there's new technology for scuba. Skydiving deaths are going down. Everything but fire is stubbornly up there. It's actually going up because it's not going down. So when everything else reduces and yours is still the same, then all of a sudden number one causes of accidental deaths start becoming things like structure fires and wildfires. We change it all. Just be aware of the danger. Just know what the hell is flammable and what isn't. I just don't believe in aliens and space lasers and BS because I can't protect you from that. But I can explain for very simple reasons. The horrible new health hazards, the flame retardants and everything, because plastic is flammable. So whenever you decorate with it, whenever you have plastic furniture, plastic rugs, what you're walking on, your plastic carpet, is all impregnated with flame retardant and PFAS. The firefighting foam.
Branch 10, Division Tango.
The dioxins and the PFAS, the flame retardant, is killing firefighters left and right, especially. The lawsuit started with
critical
them.
need for a crew. Are we able to request a crew or pull another crew off of another division?
Oh, God.
I'll work on it. Stand by.
Branch 10, Division Delta.
Yeah, are calling for critical need. That means homes are about to burn out unless something happens.
Delta, Branch 10 on command.
10 Division Delta, I copy. You can have the Pacheco crew. I'll send them up to Division Tango.
Awesome.
I copy. We'll backfill when we can get another crew to you.
Delta copies.
Awesome. Delta's giving them a Chico unit to go to Tango as a critical need. I'm not sure where Tango exactly is.
Yeah, Branch 10, Division Tango. Do you have the identifier for that Pacheco crew?
Pacheco, Chico. Meanwhile, in Oregon. All right, let's look at our wind.
Negative. Go direct to Delta.
Division Delta, Division Tango. Command. Do you have an identifier for the Pacheco crew?
I'll get one for you.
Copy. When you make contact with them, send them up Cohasset Road to Singler.
Now we still got 25-mile-an-hour wind gusts.
At the end of Costa Road to where?
Singler Lane.
Copy.
Singular. So then the fire might be trying to enter Cohasset after all. Hung up there doesn't mean stopped. It means temporarily not there. This is an animation of until now what the wind has been doing. Wait, oh no, it's a prediction. It's a prediction for Friday. Is it? It's Thursday already. Alright, so this is what it's doing right now. It's still 5 miles per hour on the ground. The wind gusts of the last hour, though, have been up to 18 and 19 miles an hour. So, are they supposed to stop? Going down towards 6 a.m., 13 miles an hour. By noon, back up to 26 miles an hour. 28 by 1 in the afternoon. By 5 p.m., 30 miles an hour. Damn. Without much change in direction. It'll continue to truck north. I don't know how they're going to try to get in front of it to stop it. I haven't even mentioned that. They're still in crazy structure protection time. So, where's the Easy Wilderness? There's not a lot from here to here. Not that inhabited. But dang. What is the problem? Is when winds change, you'll follow the drainages down towards the valleys. It's just not as treed up there. It starts getting dry. At least right in front of it, but it'll all start to climb into the mountains in all these places. It's never been easy to stop it when it's in these canyons ever, because there's no way to cross that T. It would be bridges, not really roads, going up and down these hills. So you have a call into Kearns too. I haven't actually spoken with him before. Did he talk to you today? That'd be awesome. He's a hero. Daniel Kearns in Taylorsville. Sorry, I've been neglecting channel. So let's see. Thanks again, Larry. You're kind. I'm gonna use the bathroom. Gene G says, "Hey, just saying hi. Been a minute." Yeah, there. Looks like we're on fire watch again. I look good. I'm sorry. I look terrible, but thank you for lying sweetly to me. I've been on fire watch. I've been barely slept since June 6th. We've been here every day. So Brandon J 131 says, to answer my question, it's hard to put a number on it, but thousands of acres of standing dead trees with 18 to 24 inches of current ground cover. Oh God. The Dixie Fire 2.0 may not happen this year, but it's primed to happen soon.
Division Delta, Deputy Operations.
Okay. Delta, do we have any resources that can check the Meridian Road area north?
We have no resources in staging. We'd have to pull from another division.
I copy. I'm unable to see the head of the fire. I'm a little bit concerned about that area. I'll work on getting some resources over there.
Deputy Operations.
I'm sorry, which road was that? I need
Delta, Branch 10.
They mentioned Sangler earlier, so it could be going towards
Morrow
the town.
Village in 972, available response area.
Time for food.
I'm on Hagen Ridge Road trying to make access out there. I'm going to come back and go check Meridian.
Meridian.
Thank you.
There are battles going now. Rock Creek.
Engine 972 available response area.
They're still trying to hold it at Singler to try to keep it.
972-0113.
What?
Engine 972.
A vegetation fire south of Cal Expo, the levee path in Sacramento. That's all we need. All right, we'll check on that. Oh, I have 3 cherries I totally forgot about. Let's heat up the remnants of yesterday's lovely, awesome lamb shank from a Lebanese place. Oh, you're so wonderful, Kate Garcia, for getting the lunch tab. Thank you. All right, I'll be right back, friends.
Orville, engine 2452, in quarters, station 13.
52-0114.
Operations, Division X-ray. Operations, Division X-ray.
Division Delta, go ahead to Deputy Operations.
Operations, Division Delta, you have traffic.
Division Delta, negative.
Operations, X-ray.
Deputy off, no Division X-ray trying to hail you.
Division X-ray, go ahead to Deputy Operations.
Just wanted to check to see if we had any resources available and give you an update.
Yeah, Division X-ray negative on any additional resources at this time. Go ahead with your update.
The fire is progressing fairly rapidly. It's about halfway down to the Upper Park Road. We do have a favorable wind behind us, but it's burning back down the canyon towards the heel of the fire now. Just advising we may be impacted here in the next hour or two or sooner. We're going to require extra resources if that happens.
Wait, where?
Division X-ray, Deputy Operations, I copy that update. Are you going to be able to hold at your current location?
I had to stretch my 5 engines out along the Upper Park Road as far as we can. We can go all the way up to Brown Hole, but that's as far as we can go. It might outflank us or it might overrun us somewhere near Bear Hole.
Yeah, I copy. Stretch your resources out. Priority will be to hold the line at Upper Park Road. If I can get anything, I'll send it your way.
Oh.
If you have an extra staff captain or chief that you can send my way, I can use a little help. Stretch pretty thin over here.
Oh God. Is it Upper Park Road? I didn't catch that. So the fire have a favorable wind, but the fire's backing down towards them, and so that means it's going against the wind. Is what that means. When fire is backing, it's going in an unusual direction and slower than usual. So against the wind, or downhill, maybe both in this case. So 1 to 2 hours, maybe sooner. It will impact them. Need more help. What are they trying to hold though? These individual road names I'm just spacing out on. I went to go heat up food. At least I just used the bathroom, but I'll need to go get that food. They said they have five engines or units stretched thin. He says no help is coming, but hold the line. Attempt to hold the line. Jeez. He said, can you at least give me a captain to help command because we're stretched thin. Wow. See, it's an ongoing situation. It's not like, oh, let's watch the cameras tonight. It's there's battles now for neighborhoods. And some of them are going well for a while, then they're not. So you're here. You've been here for 7 hours. Yeah, Husky, it's fine. Don't worry. Go ahead. You can. It's fine. You can go. Let's see. Is anybody else up? Up for a night shift. Big Al. Yeah. Thank you for reminding people to sub and like and donate, please. Upper Park. Thank you. Yeah, Upper Park. I wrote that down and I didn't even. I guess I couldn't read my own handwriting here. I wrote down pork for some reason. Yeah. Wildflower habitat. Wildflowers are a springtime deal, dear. And whatever's in the landscape in these hills are supposed to burn. It's just they're not supposed to burn this intensely. Because most of the native grasses of California have been replaced by crappy bullcrap grasses and weeds that hitch a ride on trains and colonized. And these promote fire because they have a certain strategy. You know how like a black widow's strategy is to get ahead in life by eating her mate, right? It's just some animals have an evil strategy. And so get ahead. Douglas fir trees, they promote fire because even if it kills themselves, mostly their pine cones can survive a somewhat low intensity fire. So they dump needles, they dump sap, trying to start a fire. And a Douglas fir tree's strategy, and many pines, is grow faster than the others and deprive other trees of light, and parasitically wrap around them like strangle oaks to death, and deprive them of light. And that is their strategy. It's evil. So it hurts them and it hurts other plants, but overall the species comes out ahead. That's the way with parasites and stuff. So you get symbiotic life forms. The mosses and lichens, for example, don't harm nobody. Oak trees don't harm nobody. In fact, oaks they're fire resistant and provide lots of acorns and real habitat for critters. It's bad that we are still listening here. You'll hang out until about 4 Pacific. It's morning time people I need for the most part. Yeah, it's buying them time, Brandon. It's buying them time, but they still need enough resources to hold the line, which they may not be able to now. Well, we can go and see Upper Park Road, see if the Google Carver went there. I assume this would be a Chico address. Yeah, an alligator hole. Didn't they mention that? A hole of something. If I ever went here, it was childhood. So it's really a trail at some point. Or the Google car stuff. Parking area. Yeah, that's definitely spring. Look at that ancient dead oak tree over there. What just gets me is it's mostly a fast-moving grass fire. That's what the majority of this is. And they could have definitely made all kinds of fire breaks. Just FDR, like I said, had a plan for this, to build fire access roads and fire breaks from Tehama to Butte County, even further down to the Motherlode, as one big giant fire break and fire access road plan. They began construction in the 30s, and when he died, presidents after that didn't see the need. Counties didn't see the need. So Butte County came under a lot of flack because some of it was completed in Butte County. But these roads were left to rot, and they went to hell. Almost cursed there. And there was a little bridge they inherited, but they never took control of, and it could have been another evacuation route for the people. But they sat on their asses, honestly. There's no other way to put that. Dithered.
Cohasset Structure Group, Deputy Office, go ahead.
And there was...
Structure Group is confirming that all power is on from Cohasset Road and Keeper all the way up to Cohasset.
Yeah, that's affirmative, all de-energized.
A20126.
So, I'm not sure exactly. They're trying to hold it, but they're stretched really thin on it. They've got a golf course, thank God. That's totally awesome. But I would imagine it's over here where they don't have a golf course. If they can't hold it. Yeah. And it goes up to here, doesn't it? Or did it already go up Whispering Winds? I don't know. It's kind of unclear which way it's approaching them from. But, yikes. So, it's time to dust off that plan. It would still work, whatever it is. Now they're probably putting neighborhoods in the front of where the fire break should be. Now it's really stupid, just epically stupid. They don't expand this way. You have to have a buffer zone where you fight the fire in front of your communities, not inside of your communities. Just be intelligent. I'm appalled that any of this development was allowed. Like, what the beep are you thinking? This wasn't here a long time ago. This is utterly retarded. But greedy developers, they tend to make death trap neighborhoods only have one way out. Like this. Like these. Directly under your PG&E power lines. Woohoo. Anyway, bulldoze what you need to bulldoze. Sorry, it just wasn't smart to do that. But California needs to have a no death trap neighborhoods law. It prevents developers from cramming houses right next to each other so close that you can't possibly prevent one from lighting the other one on fire. And you can't cram thousands of people into a neighborhood with one road out, or many roads that lead to one road out. That's just epically stupid. But we're seeing them crop up everywhere. Mostly Southern California was to blame. LA County is the king of this death trap neighborhood schemes. But to see Butte County, which should know better, yeah. This is when we take responsibility, we can take action for our own.
Responding, your staging medical criminal violence, Palermo Park. Your BCSO cancel. Return to quarters, engine 72.
Engine
72, Bellwood, response area.
0129.
Yeah, Butte County. Don't set people up to die is a good step in the right direction. Don't allow developers to do that either. I don't care what kind of voting it takes or whatever. Somebody has to make a stand. The nice thing about all this is we can change it. Vote. Just vote. Vote and change it. It's not Putin's Russia. I've been there. Trust me. You can't say a damn thing. You cannot speak your mind. It's terrifying to be there. Don't take for granted the power that you have. It's a lot more than you think. Go to town hall meetings and demand answers. Don't vote for anybody who doesn't have a plan to end these wildfires. They're optional. They, for the most part, are optional. They get this bad because of our mistakes, such as allowing weeds. Most of the native grasses of California are now extinct, or they are on critical life support endangered. Most of the crap that's out there, the sticker bushes, which you walk on, would get stuck on your legs, none of that stuff is natural. Just like the pines and whatever, they promote fire to kill.
Engine 972, medical, 121 Casey Court, Unit A Alpha.
They promote fire to kill the other plants because they colonize faster. Their evil strategy. It's not native. It's not natural.
972, Medics Medical, Hill Female, 121 Casey Court, Unit A Alpha, across from Nelson Avenue, 0131.
We humans are really good at making things extinct. Maybe we should apply this skill where it would actually be beneficial and help our native wildflowers and wildlife out. Ecosystem collapse, much of it's happening because of invasives. Time for a bounty and time to get serious. It's only going to get worse and more expensive the longer we dither around and screw around. I was totally ignorant. I mean, I had to learn this stuff. This has been quite an education. And I would have not have understood any of this. Well, everything where I grew up kind of pretty much burned. But I'm serious now. I woke up. I'm serious. This is a taster. This is a preview of what will be the future unless we stop it. But this was not the past for a reason. Didn't have these invasives. The invasives that promote fire we need to put a bullseye on them right now. It's time. These damned bugs killing all of our sequoias. It's time. Get a solution. It's
Morrow,
time.
engine 972 responding.
972, 0132.
It makes sense when you think about why do some plants promote fire? It's an evil strategy. Sacrifice the individuals, they die. They promote a fire and they die. The tree drops its pine needles and it dies. But since they've colonized quicker than the others and then drown out and parasitically destroy, their competitors. Oh. All right. Okay, that makes sense why they do that. Eucalyptus is the king of that. That's why Australia is pretty much all eucalyptus. It's actually not particularly natural, but that's the evil strategy of the plant. We need to step in and make, if Australia doesn't want to have raging bushfires like they do, make it more like it was in the older days. Aborigines didn't really have the technology to prevent this kind of stuff, but do now. They'll lose all the koalas if they don't. The koalas are not really surviving these massive fires. A lot of mistakes were made where eucalyptus were pretty much only replanted because it was so useful. You make so much out of it. It grows back so quickly. That was the scam, how they scammed Californians on it and got us to plant those everywhere. You can make medicine out of it and oils and stuff, and it's aromatic. But if you wonder what's happening to all the birds, billions of bird deaths every year, eucalyptus attracts bugs into sap, and birds go to eat these bugs. And in Australia, they evolved really long beaks. They can pluck the bugs out safely. North American songbirds get their beaks glued shut. So at the base of every eucalyptus tree, you'll find a whole bunch of sap-impregnated papery leaves just ready to start a wildfire, and a bunch of dead birds in there. You'll be confronted by the smell more than anything. We can fix it. Go kill the damn eucalyptus. The ones in Sacramento are nice. We can leave a couple. I mean, they're really nice at the park. But the rest, mortis. Declare war. Every eucalyptus that is alive, a nice old oak should be there in its place. One that provides oak savanna. It's California's, the hills and much of the valley. It's the native habitat. It's the one that supports the most life. It's very similar to the Serengeti of Africa. There used to be millions of elk and deer. The natives kept it that way, lighting beneficial fires on the ground that never really got this intense because they were the native grasses. The native grasses were gentle. Just roasted the acorns in their little minor fires, basically, for the squirrels and stuff. Imagine that. What we have is completely nutso unnatural. And no, they're not getting worse because of space lasers. And we're stupid. We allowed it to happen. We purchased this result and we got it. But if we believe in the truth, real facts, and the fact that we have power to change it, and we can. That's why I'm just so intolerant of the BS sometimes. Sometimes it really gets to me. People who just have innocent questions and don't understand, why.
Engine 972 at scene.
I don't.
972, 0137.
I don't mind the people with innocent questions, the youth, and people who just legitimately, they don't know what to think. I had to get a fire education. I really resent the fear-mongering.
Delta branch 10.
Fear sells. The channels that say proof of a laser burning down Lahaina, those have millions of freaking views, and it's all BS, nonsense, fear-mongering, a-hole stuff. But that sells, and they get clicks, they get the likes, they get money, they get the ads, they get money, and that's why they spread the horse shit, frankly. it's after midnight, I can say horse shit. Sorry, I'll do that twice on the stream. And that's why I'm really pissed. I like Harry Houdini. He spent his entire life debunking the charlatan. The ones who start to trick vulnerable, bereaved people. And say, oh, I can communicate with your dead loved one, and here's a spirit photograph of them. He will expose all these fakes, frauds, and abusers. He said, hey, challenge me. Can anybody prove that you can talk to the dead? Nobody could, because we're all fake. The advent of photography is... fake photography is old as time. It's always come loaded with hoaxes. A great technology, but it's a double-edged sword. But I'm like him. I can't stand a cheat and a liar, especially not somebody who takes advantage of the bereaved or somebody victimized by wildfire. They can go to hell. We're happy to debunk all the crap out there. We're happy to look at it analytically. And if there's anything I can't explain, I will absolutely admit it. But so far, I just see a bunch of charlatans taking advantage of people and making the fearful even more fearful, and that's what I really don't like. That's what I really can't stand. Dustin M says divisions are over 1,000 men. Oh, and don't believe the horse crap either, that a wildfire has to be present for seeds. Oh, are you freaking crazy? No. No. Whoever said that pine cones need to be opened by wildfires was a freaking dickhead. I'm sorry. What an idiot. I'm getting really mad. Sorry. I mean, wash my hands. I get that repeated to me like a parrot. Like the whole world has been taught.
Operations, Branch 10 on command.
By whatever liar invented this crap.
Branch 10, Deputy Operations, go ahead.
You know what open seeds? There's called squirrels.
Culinary Pascal Street at Hazel Street.
No dozers.
Alright, if we get any private dozers or any dozers, contact me. I have an assignment for about 10 dozers.
Deputy Operations copies that. I'll let you know if we get any dozers in staging.
That one really gets me. I believed it too forever just because I heard it a lot. Oh, wildfires open seed pods of things. Oh, shut up. No, you don't need fire for that. That's kind of like an unintended consequence of fire. They burst open because they're being damaged, but, you know, they burst open because of squirrels, birds, and just rotting in the ground. They'll eventually open. In fact, the longer they're in the ground, the better. They'll be deeper in the soil. Nobody needs a wildfire. Have you ever gone to the forest and just seen pine trees struggling to live or struggling to emerge from the ground? No, they're everywhere. They're little weeds. Pine cones open themselves really just fine. Yeah, I got people telling me that the mega fire like the Dixie is going to be so great because it's going to grow back so well now. Not when the pine cones are ash. Nothing grows back. The birds will eat a whole bunch of invasive weed seeds like blackberries and they'll crap them out all over the landscape, and what will recolonize first are the invasive weeds. The pine cones are ash. They're dust. They're nothing.
Branch 10, Division Tango, come in.
I know, they keep just repeating this crap like a parrot. It's total, utter nonsense crap. It's just something nobody really thinks about. Like, remember how we used to believe that
Branch 10, Division Tango, come in.
if you can't touch a bird or its mother will reject it? That was BS too. Birds don't have a sense of smell. Not much of one. And those that do, like vultures, don't care. You just pick up the bird, put it back in the nest. Wildfire only benefits the evil, mostly invasive weed type plants. And pines are one of them.
Branch 10, Division Tango on command.
Anyway, we can request an additional TAC net for the community Cohasset or utilize Division X-rays TAC. We're walking on each other over here.
Yeah, affirmative. Break. Deputy Operations, Branch 10.
That's the thing. You don't actually want younger trees growing up underneath adults. You don't want that. You should cut them down to save the adult tree. It's brush. Cut it down. Natives would...
72 Orville. Medics ETA less than 1. 0144.
The natives, that's why they lit the fires, was to kill the emerging smaller. They are the assassins of the adult trees. They only die if there's younger trees burning up at their base. Big adult trees are pretty fireproof. You don't want brush at the bottom of them. That's stupid. So what that will do is kill the forest. Natives knew that, so they lit a lot of fires, not to open the seeds or crap, no, to kill the ones that got established. That's how you create old growth, and you create the perfect, most fireproof, and most healthy type of forest.
Truck 74 responding.
Truck 74 is 0144.
You only want a baby tree to grow back when one above it died, because that's when it has enough light. Enough light, direct light, so that all of its branches are healthy. When trees grow up and there's already a forest canopy, you don't want to see that. It's not good. That just means that the adult trees above it are going to die. The natives will look at that and go, oh my God, white man, what the f are you happy about? Cut it down, burn it out before it's too late, before it gets too late to do that. When an adult tree dies and falls down, then there's a bit of light in the canopy. That allows grass to grow, because all the deer and the elk, they don't eat anything but grass, really. Some flowers. Wow, look at that image. So what happens if a bunch of trees are growing in the dark underneath the already established canopy? Pretty much all their limbs die, except for the very top. So you have these half-dead, straggly trees that start getting attacked by fungus. Anytime a limb dies, it's attacked by fungus. Fungus eats dead stuff, and then it goes for the living. Like athlete's foot. Eats your dead skin cells off your foot, then it goes for the living stuff. So the trees panic react to that, and they try to cut off all nutrients to these dying limbs to try to make them fall off faster. But they can't move, so they can't make them fall off. So all their limbs die, and then the fungus attacks and comes in through that dead appendage. It comes to kill. The immune system of the tree reacts by putting its immune system there, which is its sap. It's oil. It fights the fungus.
Deputy Operations, Branch 10.
Branch 10, go ahead, Deputy Operations.
Request another TAC to move Division Tango onto their own TAC.
Division Tango was assigned VTAC 14 as their own TAC net.
Copy. I did not get that notification, nor did Division Tango. Division Tango, Branch 10, do you copy that traffic? Negative, can you repeat? You were at VTAC 14.
Branch 10, Deputy Operations.
Branch 10.
Yeah, my mistake. That VTAC 14 was for the plan for tomorrow. We hadn't switched them. My mistake, but we can give them that if they need that now.
Copy, yeah, let's make that switch now. Break, Division Tango, you're assigned VTAC 14. Division Tango, copy.
I hate it when they interrupt a good speech, but look at this. This is a prime example.
Branch 10.
Ah.
Delta, copy traffic.
Division Charlie, Branch 10.
Oh boy, can I talk again? Look, this is an example of what I'm talking about. This poor tree is half dead. I don't know for what reason, but fungus attacks the limbs. So when a lot of smaller trees are growing in the dark underneath an already established canopy, it's bad for them.
Division Charlie, Branch 10 on command.
Oh, for God's sake.
Go ahead for Division Charlie.
Copy, I moved Division Tango over to VTAC 14. 1-4.
Copy that, VTAC 14.
Okay, maybe I can finish the thought now. We're seeing it here, how the dead limbs at the bottom of the tree are called a ladder fuel. It's a ladder for fire to climb up the tree and begin killing it and others. Why? It's not exactly the case here, but you can bet your bippy fungus is always there to attack trees. Trees' immune systems, and if you condense them down into oils, they're called essential oils. No, they're not magic. They're not aromatherapy. They're real, true medicine because they're plant medicine. Unfortunately, they only work topically for the most part. But if you have an infection, MRSA, and it's going to eat your limb off, you would want to put essential oils on it. They work much better than antibiotics. Why? Because trees have been fighting the battle, the same kind of battles our immune system fight against bacteria, fungus, and viruses long before we existed. That Cold War, actually it's a very hot war, has been going on a long time. So those plant-specific viruses, bacteria, and fungus are so similar to the ones that attack us, they die. Science is now beginning to study the different plants and which does which.
Oroville engine 972 available response area.
So what the plant has for an immune system, trees, is sap.
Engine 972. Cover station 41. Engine 972.
Engine 972.
So the point is, you don't want a lot of dead limbs on a tree because the fungus comes. It first eats the dead stuff, then it attacks a living tree. It freaks out. It wants to drop the limb and heal, but it can't. It doesn't move. It's very beneficial when humans come by and break it off and we put it on our campfire. We're actually really helping trees that way. You see dead limbs on trees? Go help the tree. Go cut them off. But sanitize your shears. Don't cut one and then move it to the other tree. You got to sanitize your shears or you transfer disease to the next tree. I never knew that. It's probably where all my plants died. I'd prune the unhealthy and then prune the healthy. Oops. Anyway, the tree panics. Fungus is attacking its dead limbs. What happens when there's a whole bunch of trees growing up under the already established canopy? A lot of dead limbs because there's not enough light. Even if the tree wants them to live, there's not enough light. So it can't put more energy into a dying limb. It cuts it off. It dies. When there's a lot of trees growing up next to each other, little babies, you have to kill one. Transplant it if you're still able. They're competing for the light. They're just going to hurt each other growing too close. This is why you don't want baby trees growing up underneath healthy ones until the adult one is dead and needs replacement. Because then it can fully grow in the light and spread out and have mostly healthy limbs. So take this one. Who knows what attacked it? Probably some sort of beetles, animal, maybe a deer gored it, trying to shed its antlers or something. disease, whatever. Something attacked this tree. Drought stress, you name it. But in the case of that caused its lower limbs to die, and that's what this did. It threw sparks everywhere as if it had gasoline at the base. I even thought it was a madrone at first, which is a very oily tree or bush, whichever way you want to think about it. But this is fatwood at work. You may have heard of fatwood. You can buy it at the store now. It's sap impregnated and resin impregnated wood. The tree is in a panic mode when its lower limbs die. The fungus eats the dead limbs and goes into the tree. So right where the limb joins the tree, it sends all its sap. The sap has the oils, the immune system, that are going to try to kill that fungus. Same thing with bugs boring into it too, whatever's attacking it. So you get a lot of dead limbs ready to burn there, and you get the fatwood. That's where it comes from. If you are in survival mode, you need to start a fire, and it's raining. You would take your hatchet or your knife, whatever you got, you go to the dead limbs at the bottom of trees, and you stab out the fatwood. It'll burn even though it's kind of wet. And that is your survival tip of the day. That and resin, like sap and resin, you get that together, you start your fire. That's gold in camping and survival. But it's also a giant, horrendous fire hazard. As you can see, the oaks are shrugging off the fire here. It just moves around on the grass past them, and they're fine. This piney type tree has a lot of dead limbs on it. And you can tell when the fire hits the fatwood, it just keeps throwing these sparks and keeps throwing these sparks again and again. It is seriously burning up. I don't think this tree will survive anymore. At first I had some hopes, but look at that. Look at the embers that it kept throwing. Do you want anything like this near your home? Hell no. This is why all our big old growth forests are on fire and burning like freight trains. Is we didn't thin them out like the Indians did, either with fire or any other means like common sense, forest thinning logging or something. Not clear cutting, but EBL, environmentally beneficial logging, sensitive stuff. Intelligent. You leave things unattended and it goes to your garden goes to hell.
Branch 10, Division Delta, command.
We have left our trees. Our trees are now left to fend for themselves, and it shows.
Branch 10, if you could free up, about 2 to 4 dozers, put them on transports, have them come to Meridian and Barber, come all the way out Barber, they'll have the fire's edge down in the flats in the valley. We could be able to push them to the south and the north for a long ways. Also, I could use an engine for some structure protection on ranches that's starting to back into some ranch homes.
Can you repeat the reporting location, Meridian, across the what?
Meridian to Barber, and at the end of Barber is the fire's edge. Deputy Operations, Branch 10.
Go ahead, Deputy Operations.
You copy my traffic of the fire's edge?
Yeah. Copy fire's edge off Meridian.
And negative off of Barber, at the end of Barber, which is off of Meridian. Is the left flank, however the head is miles to the north.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, Branch 10, Deputy Operations. We copy your update.
All right, the left flank of it is at.
Yes, this will be a access point to the fire. We'll need equipment to the end of Barber Road. At least 10 dozers, a couple of water tenders, and a couple strike teams of engines.
New evacuations have just been ordered. Zones 120 and 272. A new warning for 273. Here we go.
Deputy operations also, this would need to become another division out in this area.
Yeah, deputy operations, we copy that. We're writing it down and adding it to the plan.
Why wasn't this done already? There's the intel plane. That's probably why. We can't hear what the intel plane's saying. The other channel, the one that has CAL FIRE, BTU, Chico Fire, U.S. Forest Service, LNF, and PNF is down. It just says reconnecting endlessly. We had it as an option earlier, but I think we're missing half the story here. So, yikes. Disruption isn't tolerated. You just go bye-bye and we never think of you again. We're going to put on the list of no freaks. You're no longer welcome. Anybody who's a freak, just get out of here. Weirdos and freaks. That is what the sign says. Can't you read the sign? Long-haired freaky people need not apply. Hey, Larry. You're welcome, though. Thank you. No space lasers? You gotta rethink your whole trajectory now. I see what you did there. I don't mind innocent questions. There are laser weapons out there. They're also pretty useless. A tremendous amount of energy to do what other things do better. And their best use is defense, incoming missile defense. They can track really quickly across the sky because the speed of light is the speed of light. So when an incoming missile is fast, you gotta hit that missile. But to start fires, it's ridiculously stupid, ridiculously energy inefficient, expensive. And none of the towns that have ever burned down have ever been anything like a strategic target. Ever. And all these towns that have burned down with high loss of life, like Lahaina and Paradise and stuff, that would happen with a $5 road flare. Why would you spend billions on crazy weapons and space launches and in order to do exactly what a $5 road flare would? No, militaries don't operate that way. All militaries function on money. The budget goes to what's necessary as far as research and development. And the crap gets cut in the bad years. So you're not going to convince any military brass to have this epic $1 trillion weapon. Oh, cool. What can it do? Same thing a $5 road flare can dropped out of a helicopter. Or a car? Yeah, or a car. Or like something a spy could do? Yeah, spy or saboteur. Wait. Something that a cigarette lighter could technically do? Yeah, but this one costs $1 trillion and it's located in space and we have to kill people to keep it a secret. Okay, and what kind of targets can it eliminate? Oh, sleepy tourist towns and retirement communities like Paradise. Huh. I want 10 of them. Yeah, let's fund that. That is not what military brass does. But you know, some people think that. Some people think that. Yeah, the Husky space lasers clearly caused this one. It's caught on camera and everything, but yeah. Some people say, "Oh, why did some homes survive Paradise and other ones are untouched right next to it?" Because the firefighters saved those, you idiot. next question. Like, the more I got into this, the debunking thing, I mean, some of them are really good. Surely some images are really hard to explain. Those challenged me, but why do some homes survive on a street and others don't? You understand that, like, firefighters actually try to save some, right? Paradise took days to burn down. It didn't just happen instantly. All right. Yeah, just like we heard.
Public assist, 9645 Esquan Road. Engine 940, correction 972. Public assist, help up, 9645 Esquan Road. Between Blazer Lane and Mesa Road, 0204.
Yeah, sorry, Dustin. I missed a lot of your chat. Where are you currently at, in general? Goody says I was in the tubs. Oh, God, that was a bad one. It was all kind of hectic, I know. Yeah, PG&E totally hates...
Morrow engine 972 responding.
Hates life and people, but the greedy do.
05.
It's not bear hole. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Somebody said bear hole, and I went, no. I don't know what the hell bear hole is. It was a joke that somebody was saying. Let's see here. Come back up to some of the miss. Man, I missed a lot of chat. But I'm so grateful all of you who have liked and subscribed and spread the word. I mean, we didn't get almost 8,000 views today for nothing. You guys helped. All I want to do is reach the people we can reach. Right now we have new evacuation. And I'm sure the map will update that. Zones 120 and 272. A new warning for 273. Look, if you're in a warning at all, you should just not just get ready to leave, but go before you're told. This is nighttime now. Resources are stretched thin. They don't have a lot of people to send door to door. Butte County's got a terrible reputation for being so prepared that they're unprepared. During Paradise, my brother got a call, and most people did, night before, or really early in the morning, I don't remember. The robo voice said, please get ready to leave. There is a fire by Polga and over there, pretty far away in Highway 70. I don't know exactly what the voice said, but it was something similar. They had absolutely drilled. They raked all the time. They had raking parties for getting rid of their excess of pine needles because some idiot thought it'd be great to build a community underneath a big pine forest. The logging company planted pines up there. They're not supposed to be up there. You know, they kind of clear cut the bye-bye oaks that are supposed to be there. And a logging company put up pines and then sold the land instead of harvested the trees. But, you know, developers are evil and stupid, and they decided it would be great to live under pine trees. That's the worst idea ever in history of ideas. That and Douglas firs. So it's like living underneath things that are trying to light the landscape on fire and trying to kill themselves. Pines are species trying to kill themselves because they know that the fellows that live will recolonize faster than other plant species. So the evil species strategy is to survive that way. Sacrifice its individuals for the whole. It's like evil communist trees, man. That's what pines are. They're like Soviet Marxist, okay, Stalinist trees, man. It's like Stalingrad. Like anybody who retreats gets shot. That's the way pine trees are. They're Stalinists. That's a good way to put it. And so they knew their particular vulnerability. This is not exactly a new place for fire. When my brother gets his call, the community practiced evacuations and drills. It had one hell of a remarkable early warning system. Reverse 911, and people signed up for things. You know what they were lacking, though?
10 Division Delta in command.
The good old-fashioned town bell. That would have been good. 10. Sad day and age with the town bell.
I have engine 74 and engine 2191 en route to your location, along with dozer E55 and E56.
That's me. I'll read that in just a second. So what happened, I'm explaining how Butte County was so good at warning people that they were bad at it. This is why. They got overconfident. There's a couple things that really got screwed up. They were way more prepared than the average
I copy,
place.
engine 74. 196, is that correct?
Engine 74 and engine 2191, yes.
They didn't have a backup.
Okay, well, then those are E55 and E56.
Correct. It's going to take some time for them to walk back out and load up, but they're heading your way.
All right, we're waiting for the map to update and reflect the new evacuation orders on this Bidwell Park fire. Great, thank you, Alan, for some of your updates. Yeah. Oh, what is that? Helmet cam? Of a house exploding on Rock Creek Road? Oh my God. I can't rebroadcast it. You can link it, that's fine. Go ahead, Smitty. It must be a propane tank or something. It's not good to have propane tanks by homes. That's holy crap. Okay, I'll share it. You guys can go to my Twitter as well. Just share my own Twitter. That's better than sharing it directly. Yeah, I saw the intel plane over it. I saw it. That's why they called for new evacuations. And what they did, it was when the plane was over it. So let's look and see if they updated their evacuation map, which is dog crap, honestly. Like, here it is, Butte County evacuation. So why are you not including the fact that Tehama County all the way to Red Bluff is also under evacuations? Why are you Butte County exclusive? Boo. F. You get an F grade. If people have to have multiple tabs open just to know where to go to evacuate in this general vicinity, wrong. F grade. Stupid. So the evacuations are getting close to Helltown and Centerville. What did I say? And closer to Magalia tonight. That's why I told everybody today, get ready. Powelton, DeSab, Magalia, Paradise, Centerville, Helltown, Irishtown, Lovelock. Get ready is what I said, and I hate being right. I really hate being right. Moss Molinos, I hate being right. Yeah. And it's kind of approaching the Chico Airport. Chico Airport is under mandatory evacuation now. What? Okay. We are missing one hell of a lot of conversations on the Scanner radio we're listening to. Is there something else going on with Butte County? Like a different Scanner radio? It says it's reconnecting. I'll just try to refresh the entire page. Oh my God, I had to refresh.
Next to 10 Mile House.
Oh my God. Okay, the second Butte County just needed to, I hate you, Broadcastify. It's been saying trying to reconnect for hours. I had to refresh the page. Oh my god. I don't know if it's any
That'd
different.
be helpful. I don't have my flight helmet on me. I loaned it out.
Okay. If you're in the evacuation warning, just leave. Don't wait to be told. Because I was on the story of how my brother just about died in Paradise. Because Butte County had an awesome system, actually.
We'll probably get up in the morning and take a look at it. Just trying to get a plan together on where we're going to try to get a purchase point on this side for tomorrow.
I'm going to put both channels back on.
Yeah, there's rock shelves everywhere you look.
I'll hear one half of that. Anyway, Butte County had such an amazing system that
For
everybody,
the offer, we'll get up and take a look at it in the morning.
and everybody trusted it. Implicitly.
You guys logistically supported for tonight?
That was a mistake. Don't ever count on the authorities to save you. Ever. Or to inform you. They've got their hands full and systems fail. And they've been failing spectacularly year after year. Everywhere in California. Butte County's just a great example of a poster child. And in the height of it also, they felt overconfident. They had such a great system that they weren't prepared for any backup way of notifying people when it utterly, completely failed. So they had a great reverse 911 system. They had community cooperation. They drilled with the community. Everybody knew what to do when they were told what to do. Everybody expected to be told what to do. So the phone call, I think it was the day before, maybe even the morning of, that Paradise burned down with massive loss of life and miraculous survival of a lot more, hundreds of other people, thousands perhaps. My brother gets a call. It's the robo voice. It says, "There's a fire by Polga. It's the next canyon over. Please be ready to moment's notice to leave. We will give you another call if you need to leave." So everybody packed up, but they just sat there. They just waited. They just waited. And Butte County, I don't know what the hell they were thinking about trying to evacuate an entire community of thousands when there's only 4 roads out of town, one to the north and 3 basic ones to the south. I only count 3 because the 4th, you technically have to go on the 3rd to get to the 4th. So it's remarkably like Tahoe, but upside down. That's why I told Tahoe people to get out the night before. Give them 24 hours of notice. Because Tahoe could have been a mass fatality event of thousands. Just for the grace of God that the wind blew the other way. But here, my brother waits. He eats breakfast. They're on the porch. They're outside. There's a lot of smoke, but there has been some. There has been some kind of drifting there much of the time, much of the night. That's kind of weird. It's getting real thick. Oh. It's getting kind of thick. It's getting really thick. And then screaming around the corner is a cop. He says, "Run for your life. Get in your car and run for your life." So the cops don't know what to do. He was in a perfectly safe spot already and should have just walked across the street into the culvert and been there with his family.
Richardson Springs, structure group. Tango on command. Division Tango on command. Richardson Springs, structure group. Division Tango on command.
Division Tango, Division Charlie. Richardson structure group's working in my division. As of right now, I don't have your Lima.
Yeah, the 2 dozers, 2142 and 1442.
No, all I have is 51 Lima and a couple privates, and we're trying to connect the dots down here. If I have anything available, I will definitely send it your way.
I got
Copy. Appreciate it.
That second phone call never came because the fire jumped across Concal. There was a trigger point system, which I keep explaining fails, but it's still in place. You actually can't evacuate a town without a whole bunch of calls to Sacramento and other places, a whole bunch of red tape nightmare mess. You actually can't evacuate a large population center or something medium unless the fire gets close enough to it. It's not by, are they vulnerable? Will the fire eventually get there because there's nothing to stop it? What is the weather forecast to be like? It's not those intelligent decisions. It's not let's give people the most time possible to get their heirlooms, loved ones, pets, and livestock to safety. No, it's not that way of thinking. It's the old BS system. It's probably been around for a century. If the fire's at A, you evacuate B and put C on notice. If the fire reaches B, you evacuate C and put D on notice. But what if you have a scenario where there's nothing to stop the fire and it's just making its progress somewhere, and you have high winds and bad forecasts, and there's literally nothing, no way to stop the fire from getting another place? You should tell them immediately that that's the scenario that could happen. We'll do what we can to save the structures, but there's nothing to stop the roaring fire from coming your way. That's the way you would win community trust. That's the way you would actually help your community, but that's not the way it works. And that's why it's been failing. So, when the Paradise Fire hit, the trigger point, the trigger point, that's what they call it, when they decide to tell your neighborhood to leave. The trigger point was Concal down here, and they thought the fire would go down, and then maybe they'd stop it at the reservoir. If not, if it jumped, and it would probably climb up this way and get to Paradise. So the trigger point was Concal. Thought Concal would be affected first. This big bowl of a crater thing with a lake in it. It was up here. The fire was up here, high altitude, big tall snags and dead trees up here, and the high wind got it, and the embers flew across Concal, like 4.5 miles, and they one by one landed all over the base of this cliff and ran up the side, being pushed by the wind. That's where the power lines were. That's where the cell phone stuff was. That's where the telephone lines were. Chewed right through them before they could even hit the button. So that would have been an automatic phone call to everybody in the town. Go. Leave right now. But even if that had happened, even if the phone call had happened, it was just ridiculously stupid to expect anything but a massive traffic jam. There's no way you can just evacuate all this at once. They should have thought ahead. I'm not criticizing them right now. It's a done deal. It's a done deal. People are dead and everybody involved feels bad about it. It's a done deal. We have to examine to learn. This is why we're doing what we're doing. The system is still like this. It's still that screwed up. Do not ever assume that people near a fire are going to be told about it or their danger in a timely manner or even at all. That's why I assumed as a kid I woke up as an adult. So the fire just sweeps over, and the first road layout was immediately a no-go, and people mass died on Pence Road. Just in their cars until they finally jumped out of their cars. You know what happens. And then there were other death alleys there where people just couldn't survive, and I verified that. Edgewood Lane, etc. The power lines are still energized, even though PG&E knew about that they were falling down in the town with the 70 to 120 mile an hour winds, falling on cars and trapping people, and people now had an impossible maze. Go left to go right, to go up, to go down, to go this way, because this, that, and that road are now covered by live power lines, and people dying in the cars underneath the live power line. Paradise is amazed because of cheap-ass development. Cheap-ass mother, bad people who don't want to build a bridge over all these little drainages, these little creeks, so they build a dead-end road, dead-end, death-trap neighborhoods that don't connect to any of the roads. With the power lines down, for the existing roads that do connect to something, your life depended, just like in the Twin Towers, on just being lucky and picking the right road to go down and hoping there wasn't a power line ahead of you or a tree on fire that fell. And mostly the trees were being lit on fire because the power lines just kept falling down in the middle of the town, still energized. So the people in Edgewood, they had only one way to get out there at the end of this steep-ass plateau. You can't even hike down that. It's a steep drop. Hence roads already on fire. People are already dead down there on the highway. So people in Edgewood, they go north and they have to get to Pearson, but that is where the power lines fell across the road right there. They are now doomed. Completely doomed. Line of cars. There's still these melted spots in the asphalt there. And eerily, there's a bunch of these, when I went there's still newspapers in their mail slots and mailboxes right there. Some of them kind of melted. But there was a guy who was nearby and he filmed the aftermath. The skeletons were burning in the cars. It's a gruesome video to see, but it's authentic. They could have run for the culverts, but by the time they were here, it was probably too late. But anybody else who lived nearby, these are huge culverts underneath Pearson. They're like 9 feet tall. They're huge. They're like 35 feet long. With water going through them, those were places of safety that almost anybody else could have gotten under, street after street after street. So what I did, teach fire survival. Now, some people are truly trapped and they can't live through their situation, but most of the people who died were actually only about 100 feet to 500 feet walk to perfect safety. But everybody thinks I have to get in my car. No, you don't. If you see flames already, it's too late for that. Just keep a cool head. Identify culverts and bridges. They're everywhere. That a road crosses a body of water. There will be large if there's ever floods on those bodies of water. Good night, Husky. Get your rest. You deserve it. Thank you for being here tonight. So, I didn't want to do any of this. I didn't want to find out where people died, or I used to take horseback riding lessons over there, and I may have known the people who died. I don't know. But that was childhood. And I was childhood. But I learned, and anything I can pass on to anybody else can save lives, and you can too by passing on the info. So many people lived through paradise when it looked like you couldn't. Look it up. If you look it up, right here on the wiki for Campfire, this is the same place. There are thousands of people sheltering in place who are alive. Just don't give up. Just stay cool. Big box store parking lots like the Ace Hardware did not burn. The grocery outlet and Safeway parking lot didn't burn, and they still have living trees in the middle of the parking lot. Pretty remarkable. Thousands of people are sheltering in place, but those in their homes are making a mistake. Those with the garden hose are not making it. The people in the culverts, the people who drove just a little bit to safety, those in the little ponds, the backyard swimming pools, they're alive. I remember the next morning when I was listening to Scanner Radio and crying my eyes out. I was just waiting to hear from my brother. He was a missing person for a long time. That's Chico, by the way, so this is where it's on fire, right here. That's Chico Airport, right there. So today's fire actually erupted here and it ripped off that way to the northwest. But no matter how bad it looks, you can live. It's gonna suck. But fire will pass over your area in about an hour, and then you'll be able to probably leave. It doesn't stay forever. A lot of people are alive in that. Never give up. Keep a cool head. But don't make the mistake of waiting too long to leave.
Orville engine 972 at sea.
Waiting to be told to leave. Or leaving when it's too late. Don't leave a place where you might have walking distance of safety. Yeah, I know, Brandon. I didn't know about Skyway, but Pence was a death row. It was the one where people were desperate enough to ram the others out of the way. And that didn't work, of course. But you could tell. I don't show gruesome stuff. I don't show homes burning down. I don't want anybody to find out that they lost anything that way. That's why we're not at 1 million views. I just explain it. I don't show it. I could show the video right now of skeletons in the car. I'm not going to. That's gross. It's unnecessary and it's exploitive. The only time I'd ever do that is say a bunch of youth laugh at the situation and don't take it seriously. I'd be like, look, wake up, you know? But people that do that, they get the 1 million views, you know, they get the subscribers, they show the shocking crap, and my channel will not be promoted because every frame of mine, the algorithm and the bots are looking for drama. The crying babies, the homes burning down, the cars on fire. They're looking for that, and they'll promote it because it's exciting. That's what the bots do. It's what the algorithm is about. So we spread by word of mouth. I don't know about that, Dustin. I don't think so. Unless you have a study, we have a rule here. You have to back up all of your statements if you're expressing them as fact. You can say, I think, and perhaps Greenville on fire released a whole bunch of pollutants, and what? It's not a very plastic town. I mean, I'm sure there was plastic sighting. Not like Paradise was. It was mostly modern. Paradise was so many plastic gutters and cars and everything burning. That's dioxins that are produced by burning plastic, polluted the soil, and it's not safe to live there unless you remove 3 to 6 feet of it deep and have that disposed as hazardous waste. But when people say, oh, an area with a mine burned down and therefore there's cyanide in the air, what the hell are you talking about? The dirt is not on fire. So Greenville was a site of Indian Valley, which was a big pasture land. It wasn't built on top of a mine by any stretch of the imagination. The only way that wildfires pollute, and it can, is, well, the pollution of the structure consumed. Get some of that. Greenville, though, is mostly a wooden town from the 1800s, so not much of that, comparatively. It's also pretty small. And where the mines are, it's what vegetation does is suck up minerals. So when the vegetation growing over where a mine is polluted, that vegetation, it's smoke, will pollute a little. But the entire tree won't grow. The plants won't grow in the most heavily polluted spots.
Structure group, go ahead.
I'm sorry, no conspiracies. You really have to obey the rules. You have to back up your statements.
Structure group, go ahead to deputy officer.
You have to back up your statements. I know telling people who are already stressed the f out, okay, that they're being targeted.
Cohasset structure group, you're static and unreadable. Please repeat.
I don't fearmonger here. I educate. Sometimes education is a scary one, but it's serious. We don't do that. When people are here looking for an escape, it's a supportive group. I need support too. You understand I'm affected. I'll never see my friend alive again. Taught me how to ride motorcycles when I was a kid. Wish he was alive. As an attorney, Stan was sued the living crap out of PG&E. But the reason we don't have conspiracy theories allowed, I don't care how true they feel or how much somebody believes, is because the people I'm trying to help told me, please stop engaging with them. When they come in here and tell us we've been targeted by lasers and crap and shadow governments and whatever the hell, land grabbers and whatever the hell, it makes us uncomfortable. We have even more stress. We're going to leave.
Orville operation.
That's what the rule exists for. So no telling people.
Can you put a request in with Public Works to get a plow truck to go up Cohasset Road for debris, basically starting at Kiefer Road?
A plow. I guess a plow would work. If you don't have a dozer, you could use a plow to get, like, burned up tree pieces off the road.
Operations 0234.
I can't have the people leaving that I'm here to protect and inform. I hope you understand. That's why the rules are there. I won't take on anybody. I am a doubting Thomas personality type. Like Jesus has come back from the grave, I say, show me your hands, please. Let's get some proof here. You ever wonder why God might allow my personality type, those who don't really believe we have to have proof? We trust but we verify? It's because what if people claim to be Jesus and just everybody just believed? They believe in falsehood, right? That's the point. That's the point of that story. Why is Thomas still a disciple? If he doesn't believe Jesus just resurrected without some proof. He's valuable. All of us different personality types are valuable to the community somehow. And this is how I sharpen my logical skills. I just don't believe what I'm told. Somebody says, I challenge everything. Somebody said, it was actually from the Oregon Interagency Fire, whatever, said, tried to scold people yesterday. It said, did you know that most wildfires are caused by humans? During Oregon's crisis, okay, while everybody's scared out of their minds, when multiple towns are evacuated, while lightning is striking and causing hundreds of new wildfires, that's the time they decide to scold people. Did you know the humans cause most of the wildfires? Shut up! You're a liar. Prove it. Yeah, it's a damn dirty lie, actually. It's a meaningless and fake statistic. Most of what's affecting Oregon right now is lightning. And the couple mysterious ones, the Cow Valley and the Veneta, arson. There's now a tip, cash reward, a tip line for information about whoever studied the Cow Valley in Malheur County. People are remarkably
Park Operations, Orville, place to call to Public Works. No ETA given.
No ETA on that plow. To get the statistic to work, and they're not justifying it. Notice how they never put a percentage of like what percentage is caused by humans. First of all, the biggest destructive wildfires are caused by corporations, which are power companies. Most of the big destructive ones in 2020 were power companies. And Pacific Core, Pacific Power got its ass sued off because they tried to hide the evidence too. The jury was not very fond of that. Slammed them with everything they got. Most of those that are big and destructive in California are also caused by power companies, and we know who. We're Butte County here. We know who. It's PG&E. In Imager, there's a link from a passenger plane flying over it. I can't show.
972 available.
I can only show, say, Butte County stuff.
Return to previous assignment. 0238.
Works the United States government. You can email it to me.
Engine 972 en route station 41.
But the only way to make their statistic work, to actually, scold people, and this is why I resent it, it makes people hate each other. makes people hate their fellow man, blame each other. And there's no solution to other people, right? Other than just drink a lot and just hate. Well, actually, in contrast, that people are very fire educated thanks to Smokey Bear. They're more responsible than ever. The Smokey Bear campaign has really worked. And if you think of all the millions of people in California who are not starting wildfires, that's 99.99999% of people actually who are really damned careful with fire. Arsonists are arsonists. That's a criminal, not a person. That's not people as in the general populace. Arsonists repeat their behavior like all criminals do. And there's a very small amount of them out there. So they're not people. Corporations like PG&E are not people. And why would you scold people for freak accidents like wrecking your car and a diesel spill and a spark? Why would you scold people for that? There are very few major fires that are started by human stupidity, actually, when compared to the others. There's like 400 lightning strike fires in Oregon right now. It was struck with 2,500 strikes in the past week, at least. Many more added to today. Oh, I know the park fires in Butte County. I know very well. I just explained where it started. And did somebody else ask? Sorry. So I challenged it. I said, why don't you actually prove what the hell you're saying? That most Oregon wildfires are caused by humans. You know, the only way they can make that statistic work, and Cal Fire's doing it too, total BS, propaganda, fake statistics that they will never back up. They are including vegetation fires and backyard fires in the whole wildfire thing. That's what they're doing. It's true if you think about all the little backyard barbecue and things that never become a big deal. But they're not wildfires. It's called a vegetation fire. So I said, why don't you actually get back to me and I'll believe you when you have the balls, for one thing, to include how many wildfires are started by power companies, what percentage of the killers, the town erasers. It's going to be in the upper 90s, actually. The worst of California ever. And then you have to include, why did all the lightning strike fires get huge in California, especially because, oh, right, all the firefighters were pulled off the lightning strike fires. They grew out of control because they were unstaffed because of what the power companies were doing. Starting the largest wildfires ever in California is what they were doing. Corporations are not people. You have no right to scold people for that. Shut up. You fakes. That's all I have to say about that. Just don't make people hate each other. What is the point? Exactly what is the point? It doesn't make people any more safe with fire if they hate their fellow man. It doesn't make the stupid people smart. It doesn't. The stupid people, the percentage of them will always be starting fires. Why are you scolding the intelligent? It's such good lamb. Saffron rice. Yeah, facts, Lab Diamond. How are you? Thank you for your service. Pleased to have a firefighter with us. How are you? The narrative with the population has to change. The way they communicate with the public has to change. It's just ridiculous. It's pretty stupid. They have to get a psychologist to say, tap them on the shoulder. Do you know you're having the opposite effect of what you intend? If you
engine 2451 in quarter station 13.
Yeah, it was horse crap goody, and we all knew it. PG&E absolutely started the Tubbs fire. Absolutely. Sue my ass off, PG&E. You know you did. Would the private electrical system of somebody's residence have ever had a fire if your lines weren't surging and going down, if there weren't 3 transformer explosions in the same vicinity and reports of 9 different power lines down? Could it be that their lines surged into that private residence? And there's no there's no surge protector on Earth that'll take the brunt of that. That would have to be A-class industrial military complex kind of surge protector. They kind of took responsibility and everybody cried foul. They said the Tubbs fire started by a hot tub. Are you freaking kidding me? That's what the hell. That's what they try to say. The wiring to a hot tub on a balcony or something. Horse crap. Could it be that PG&E just started all kinds of fires because they kept their rickety power lines energized and knew full well that there was a lot of dead trees leaning over towards them? And half-dead trees? Damaged trees? Well, we know that their admission of guilt was basically including the Tubbs fire in their settlement. I mean, they started, 8 other wildfires in the same night? But they tried to say that one, they didn't. Okay. Lab diving, Tehama County has got evacuation warnings to Red Bluff. This is unfortunately looking like California's next big forest fire and wildfire. And I've unfortunately been right today in a way I don't want to be. The evacuation warnings are inching closer and closer to Paradise. I said Centerville, Paradise, Magalia, DeSab, Lovelock, Sterling City, prepare. But we couldn't figure out if we could get towards there tonight. I didn't think so, but you should start preparing today, I said. Highway 99 will be their biggest fire line, but don't count on them holding it if there is a big wind event out of the mountains. Because look how long it is. The flame front will be more than 12 miles long if wind comes out of the mountains whenever it does. And it may cross 99 somewhere. So other people who are otherwise confident about having their town saved, like Los Molinos, which I named today. That's different when they can't be everywhere at once. You would otherwise be safe, but this fire is, how big is the flame front now? In an estimation, because nobody quite knows. What is that, general length? At 22 miles? And some of that may be hot, just drifting smoke, but this fire may have run for 20 plus miles today, and tonight it's still trucking. We've had a burnover of 2 cameras so far. 2. And this one, this panorama mode, can't even fit it all in the frame anymore. I'll tell you what. Excuse me, Chico and these other small communities, if the weather doesn't worsen and they're able to just stop it as a big, huge, fast-moving grass fire next to 99, you'll have the most awesome protection all winter when you're going to have a solid black line that'll protect you all winter and all throughout Santa Ana season. Yay! It's another story for the mountains and the national forest stuff and the EC wilderness. This is all going to be tremendously difficult to fight. So this is welcome to, unfortunately, California's next really big fire. I just don't know how they'll stop it from climbing up into the hills. If tomorrow by noon or 1 o'clock, there's going to be 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts on the forecast, south wind. So, but if they change a little bit, become southwest winds, drive it up into the mountains. We know how Butte and Plymouth counties is a seventh circle of hell for fighting fires. It's just the way it is. Yeah, radio traffic indicates they are protecting the ranches in the area of Barber Road east of Meridian. Additional radio traffic indicates the fire on the Tehama County side is approximately half a mile from the Deer Creek drainage. Still got the nighttime helicopters. You just can't really see them. We lost a really good camera that was a front row seat. We lost the one at Richard Springs. Dear God. We got Cohasset Hill 1 and 2. I thought it might go to Cohasset tonight. At a couple of points, the wind and a lot of the smoke came this way, but then it changed back. It was quite
Division Charlie operation.
Quite a blessing. Cohasset.
Good for Division Charlie. Yeah, what's your location right now? Richardson Springs Road.
That is a huge flame front.
Okay, I copy. I'm driving up Richardson Springs right now. That wasn't you I just passed. Turn around, was it?
Look at the sweep.
Probably. I'm towards the end where the fire and the crews are working right now, cutting line. I copy. I'm heading that way. I copy. I'll back down to Richardson. I'm in my rig's battalion 2318.
You know, the area around Chico Airport's been evacuated, but I don't think the airport itself. We're only hearing some of the chatter. It's time to look at the news and stuff. Now, I can share anything that's a work of the United States government. I just shared, and I can tweet. You know, you can go to my Twitter. I will tweet the things I can't share, but they may be very triggering to PTSD. Just a warning. I share everything. You might want to follow me. You didn't know, Lab Diamond, about the massive fire today. It's the size of Lake Tahoe now. On your doorstep. So let's see if there are Tehama County emergency alerts. I'm sure you have to sign up for it because, of course, Facebook comes on your phone, but not emergency service stuff. Here you go. You have to sign up. So, Apple Store, Google Store, Play Store. Here you go. So if we go to Google Play, looks like it's an app. They're using Everbridge. Others use other ones. This is where you would get it. The Play Store. Now let's see if you can get an email alert or something, because not everybody has a smartphone. Let's take a look. Man, I got way too many tabs. I keep stretching the screen to even see all of them. Sign up for Tehama alert. First name, last name, password, and email. Apparently, if you go here, you can sign up for email type alerts. But that's reason number 75. Your phone comes with everything you don't need, but it doesn't come with the emergency thing. Hey, it's JB. What's up, JB?
Still live?
Yep, we're live and you're on the air. How are you?
Good morning. I'm not nocturnal like you are, so I hand this off to you. Just checking in with you.
Okay, do you want me to be off the air or on?
Well, that's your call. You know, you just talk. I don't want to interrupt your show.
You're not interrupting nothing, Jamie. We're super grateful. Everybody loved you today and wanted to thank you for your 2 cents here. It looks like the evacuations are exactly as I said, unfortunately, getting closer and closer to Magalia, and all the way to the warnings are all the way to Red Bluff. The stupid Butte County map doesn't show Tehama County, so of course I have to have extra tabs open.
Well, yeah, see this thing, the winds are right now currently coming out of the southeast. Can you tell me, give me an update, how far north is it?
How far north is it right now? Well, it's become the size of Lake Tahoe. So it's crossed.
Yeah, I see. Give it an acreage update.
Oh, they're not going to know for some time.
No, I know, but sometimes you'll get an acreage update from the IC. He'll give an estimate based on Oregon sky. He's got some night stuff lined.
Yeah, the nighttime helicopters are over. They're struggling to hold a couple of roads with like 5 engines. They're calling for help and not getting any more. Upper Park Road is where they're struggling. Division Charlie and Delta were struggling to save the homes by the Rock Creek Road off of Cohasset because it jumped over there. But the current heat detections are due east of Los Molinos itself. So, and in the south, they kind of hopped over and got into another drainage. I have to turn off that.
So, I don't know if you've ever driven on Highway 99 out of Chico going north to Red Bluff. Have you ever done that?
Sycamore. Yeah, I take that way a lot to get back to Portland, yeah.
Okay, so if you look off to the east, it's all rangeland in the valley, which is, all 1-hour fuels, what we call flash fuels.
Right.
So you put the wind component like it is right now at anywhere from 5 to 10 miles an hour. And that'll keep trucking along, and then, of course, as you get higher, you're going to get into, especially in the drainages, you're going to get into a brush component and all. And it's, I don't know what was the last acreage estimate to get the last one posted on duty?
I don't think they've even been posting that, but I speculate it'll be around 12 to 15,000 by noon, but we're having kind of a contest about it. Let me look. It's still trucking. We still have our south wind.
Seriously, it could be a 50,000 acre fire.
So,
If you look and you see a lot of east-west drainages, there's a couple of them. There's Rock Creek, and there's
it's there.
Creek. Yeah, it's probably, has it passed Rock Creek?
Yeah, they're struggling to protect the homes there now.
So it is on the north side of Rock Creek?
Yes.
All right, that's not good.
No.
Because once it gets, that's not good.
It's deep in the Ishi Wilderness, and they were holding it at Cohasset. It's keeping it out of Cohasset proper, the community at Singler, but they just called for backup to continue holding it. We have no acreage estimates at all whatsoever.
Right, so the orders for resources went in early on this thing.
Okay.
But everybody has to mobilize, and as you know, there's already a significant drawdown in the state.
Yeah.
Current fires, so resources are coming from further away. And I don't know, I assume the incident base will be at Silicon Fairgrounds in Chico.
So what, sorry?
So a team has probably been ordered, and they will probably go to work. First briefing will be probably at 7 a.m. Whoever they ordered up is.
Morrowville engine 972, available station 41's response area.
It's been up there since the beginning of the fire. And then they're off to the races.
Yeah, we've had a whole bunch of, we need one more dozer or we can't hold this. We need one more engine or we can't hold this. And they try, and they shuffle around, and they're barely by their fingernails getting the job done. But near Sycamore, they already had structures involved, which is the south flank of the fire, I guess. I was never able to determine where Sycamore was. But
I haven't got my map in front of me, but that's very typical on a fast-moving eye-zone fire.
I said
firefighters can only do what they can with what they have.
I said, this is when the public needs to go call people up. But at 11 o'clock, I don't care. You have access or know somebody with a dozer, get it to Chico right now and hand them the keys. One of them began to break down.
It doesn't work that way, young lady. But the way it works is there's a designated list. I used to train all these people. They're civilians. They're called hired vendors. They have to go through quite an ordeal to have a contract, emergency equipment rental agreement with CAL FIRE. So their apparatus has to be inspected. They have to be bonded. There's a whole list of things they have to go through safety-wise, and all the personnel that operate that equipment has to pass an annual safety course.
Well, they just had one of them break down, so I was thinking if you just handed them the keys and said you can borrow this for a bit.
Nobody borrows anything. If you're Hondo Harry dozer service, someone else is not going to operate your equipment.
That's really unfortunate.
Yeah, well, every vendor has their own piece of equipment they're responsible to maintain it. Stuff does go bad sometimes, but for the most part, if it's a quick repair, they can do it, but if not, they have to bring it back themselves.
Well, I think there may have been an emergency exception made at Mariposa because they said we need the private right now. And so I think people showed up and they just went with it.
Yeah, right, but what I'm saying is if you were a rancher and you took your water tender and drove 20 miles to the fire and said, hey, I'll help you out here, they can't put that man to work because you have to be. This is an OSHA regulation.
Oh, yeah, not the person,
you have to have
but...
a minimum amount of training before you put somebody out on a wildland fire. So there's a system, and it works pretty good. But because a lot of these fires require a lot of vendor help in the area, water tenders, and mastilators, and even other kinds of traders, whatever they do.
Even if they could fast track it in a 24-hour sort of thing where they could inspect the vehicle in 24 hours, they could still use it tomorrow. It was a vehicle shortage, not an operator.
Normally the vendor has all his equipment inspected in the spring, and then when they come to fire, it's the first chance they get, which is normally within the first 2 days, that equipment gets inspected. So normally they come in off the line to rest. Okay.
Well, they've sure got a shortage, but just as they said, we need one more dozer or we can't hold this. One of them checked in from Orville. And what really screwed people today, if they lost anything today, it's because of that second fire that broke out by the Butte County, Butte College. But what I'm hearing... Yeah, but all the Orville stuff on the way to the park detoured to it. A lot of resources detoured to it, including aircraft, really quick to even look at it. And it was when minutes counted. Now, they did use the 2 National Guard helicopters to evacuate many. Some didn't have the gas to completely drive out. They, SPI, Sierra Pacific, I think, or whoever the timber company was, they opened all the gates and they had a representative at every intersection.
So the fire's on their land now, so the fire's on this land. They have a lot of valuable timber.
Yeah, but they escorted at least 80 cars to safety. They rounded up 20 more and then got them that way, except for the ones without enough gas. So the 2 National Guard helicopters took off from Chico and did that. But now the entire Chico airport area is under evacuation, and people are asking, are they going to evacuate the entire airport? I don't think so. But you can't be near it.
I talked to a friend of mine last night who was a fire behavior analyst, retired, and said the diurnal winds, which is the down valley, is normally at night, cooler air comes from the higher country to the valley floor. It's going to influence this fire, and that's what we're pushing it toward. The east side of Los Feliz, the east side of Highway. But, according to Windy, the winds are pretty much out of the southeast, anywhere from 2 to 11 miles an hour.
Yeah.
As of 2 a.m.
The wind gusts, though, are still 16 to something miles an hour. I just have to refresh. Let me refresh this one. Actually, it's calmed down to about 15. Near
direction from the southeast.
Yes. Yeah, the prevailing is still southeast from at least at the surface. Now, the regular winds, according to Ventu Sky, have become quite calm to around 4 miles an hour at the most. It's still traveling.
So folks will be vigilant. A lot of people that live in that area, fortunately, are very, very familiar with wildfire as part of their annual thing now, and so they're a little bit more wise, especially folks in Butte County. What you have out there is a lot of ranches and stuff. But when you get around to acid, there's a lot of rural residential and everything. So I'm sure there was some structural loss.
Well,
because fire moves faster than they can react to it. So that's what happens. You have light fuels, and it doesn't take much of a wind when you have the slope or the shape of the earth, the topography, in alignment with the wind. You have that, and it's a double.
Well, the only thing that we've confirmed where they, assumed that structural loss was happening was near a place called Sycamore. I don't even think that is an intersection with Cohasset, although I was unable to figure that out. That may have been on the south side of the fire. They have a battle going on by the Rock Creek area, but just as the fire was turning towards Cohasset to go up the slope, when you were saying the wind was aligning, it flipped back to just being a southeast wind, and the entire column moved, and then the fire went right past. So that gave them that time, that several hours they needed to evacuate people. And they said that they prevented the fire from entering Cohasset, the community proper at Sigler, but they're still struggling with it. So they keep requesting more every once in a while. But it went past them at Ishi. It's northeast of the town now and well established. Oh, right. I was in the wrong wind mode. Sorry about that.
Yeah, they probably took a stand, and most of all the apparatus was focused on structure defense.
Yeah.
So the perimeter of the fire, unfortunately, continues to pursue. This is what happens on every fire that is I-zone related. We have fire coming to the interface of structural urbanization. That's a rule. So you have to along a lot of those roads.
Yeah, switching.
Firefighters are focusing on life safety, helping that have not evacuated or stranded, and the structure defense. So therefore, fortunately, the perimeter, the head of the fire, and the flanks continue to pursue. The aircraft might get in, but even the aircraft is focused on structure defense.
Yeah.
Something like this.
Yeah, definitely are.
Bye at sunset, about a half hour before sunset, they'll shut the air tankers down, and now they have some, they have night flying certified pilots. They'll fly those ships, which I think the Guard's doing. I don't know if they ever did a physical rescue or not.
Yeah, we've got several that are in the air. Some of them are the Chinooks. We got the 2 Chinooks still. One's going to Richardson Springs. One of them's heading back to Chico and was hanging around Cohasset, Global Ranger. So, yeah.
National Guard.
I don't know. The National Guard was the evacuation stuff. Not real sure. I think it was Colson or something. I don't know. But
No, unless you would be able to identify you go to, is it Flight Radar? You have that app?
I'm on it, yeah.
Yeah, they'll tell you that you click on the icon of the helicopter, you can see it twirling around there, and you click on it. On the left side, it'll give you exactly what kind of type of helicopter it is.
This isn't
National Guard or something.
Well, it's has no picture, so I'll have to look it up by tail number. I'm sure we could. We just have a tail number right now. But Flight Radar doesn't allow a picture of anything but the actual aircraft. There's no placeholder images, and you have to be a pro photographer with fancy gear because I already looked into being paid by them. So
it's probably the Type 1. It's probably a Cohen-needed Type 1 helicopter. It's doing bucket. Pilots must keep their flight rated. So, and there's a lot of those guys out there.
Yeah, several.
A lot of those companies are.
Yeah. Well, you get your rest. I'm about to try to get mine eventually, and we may keep this going 24 hours.
Good job. I think what's going to happen here, Catherine, is this fire is gently moving along. If you go out, now this is probably as a bird flies about 60 miles from us. It is extremely dry tonight, and we're still under this high pressure. But tomorrow, around 1 o'clock, the southeast-southwest winds will increase like yesterday when this thing started. There's going to be all this open line, so this thing is going to continue, and it can get all the way to the issue.
It's there.
Oh, it's already there.
It's already deep in there. And it's well north and northeast of the town of Cohasset. Yeah, that nightmare already occurred.
30 years ago, summer of '94, I was on a fire called the Barkley Fire in the Issue Wilderness. There's been several in my career, but significant fire. And it's exactly that. It's a wilderness. And so, of course,
what can we expect there?
Well, there's a lot of fuel in there.
Is it mostly pine or is it still oaky?
At the lower end, it's got a lot of oak woodland, and the upper end, it's got digger pine and ponderosa pine.
Right.
And
yeah, we don't like ponderosa pine. We like our oaks that shrug this off. Oh.
No, the Barkley at the higher elevations, as you get closer toward Highway 36, I believe it is, it's tempered fuel cover. And that's normally the species in there. But you know what happens when it gets into wilderness? It's a whole new ball game because there's restrictions on dozers.
They better allow mechanized dozers in there, but they may not, right?
Well, it's not CAL FIRE's call. That I believe
that's federal then, right?
Latin National, I think, gets down there. But the head of this fire is all the way to the Issue Wilderness. It's moved around a lot tonight. So it's basically the head's all open. The head's all open, and a lot of the flanks are down at the base where it started. I think they've been able to keep it from spreading at the base, but to protect structures, that's the priority, I'd say, in the first 12 hours of this operational period.
Yeah.
So everything they've ordered that they don't already have at scene is pulling into the Silver Dollar Fairgrounds or another designated staging area.
Right.
And if the team got ordered, they'll be in place and probably take this fire about 7 in the morning with those new resources. But there's a lot of those orders that we're probably not able to fill right away because of the drawdown of other incidents burning in California.
Yeah.
And then, of course, on the federal end, they're really drawn down because of what's going on in Region 6.
People are saying that they have evidence of arson. I have not really looked at the news. Have you heard about that? That somebody got a video of it starting, or have you?
Well, this is unconfirmed, but I've heard that there was a vehicle fire.
A what?
A vehicle fire at a watering hole. That creek down there in that feeds Bidwell Park.
Mm-hmm.
There was a vehicle fire. The person tried to get the vehicle fire into the creek or something like that and got it into the vegetation.
What?
So, but that's unconfirmed. I don't know exactly what the cause of this was.
What, that they tried to wreck?
We'll probably hear about it soon.
That they tried to wreck it, or?
I think they tried to take their vehicle and put it into the creek.
Oh.
To suppress it.
Oh, like just to ford it.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. And then they wrecked it. Ah, God.
I probably got into the vegetation and went off to the races from there.
Ah, stupidity.
Sometimes people, they feel like they're desperate. They do desperate things.
Especially stupid people do desperate, stupid things.
So if they can get a vehicle into a creek to suppress it, and they got it into an area where there was a rocky sandbar or something like that, there was any dry vegetation around, that'd be one thing, but it's easier.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes, when people, their car catches fire, they'll pull off into a turnout where there's no vegetation in an area that's mineral soil, and if the fire burns without a wind on it, normally we get on scene. We don't have a vegetation fire. We just have a vehicle fire. But if they pull off into the shoulder where there's nothing but vegetation, okay.
Yeah. Oh, this.
So, you know, what's really interesting is if you pulled up your Windy app, you'll notice that there's this light green color basically east of the Sacramento River from Portland all the way up to Anderson, which tells you tonight we've got this gentle 5 to 10 mile an hour southeast flow. The humidities are, you know, not recovered well. It's probably 25%, 35%.
Yeah.
And that's all it takes with these fuels being as dry as they are. You know, especially, you got to remember, the thing that's happened this year that's a little bit amazing is, I think we're on in Reading, we're on our 4th official heat wave.
Yeah.
The temperatures have been over like 105 for a series of days. And we're going to taper off real quick Saturday.
Good.
Yesterday was 109, should be 92 by Saturday. But along with that comes breeziness because you got high pressure systems that move off and low pressure systems that move in, and anytime there's a differential, lots of times. But in this case here, it's not a foam wind, it's an up canyon, up slope, up valley wind.
Right now it's just straight up from the south. If it had truly aligned, I don't think we'd have a town of Cohasset anymore. I mean, it did that for a second, but it's not exactly a southwest wind. It's truly south. It's a tiny blessing. It'll buy them some time, but
it's flowing down perpendicular to the flow of the drainages. But it moves. You got to remember, it's crossing these. There's several creeks there. The Rock Creek, and there's up on the end. There's Deer Creek. Those are huge, long drainages. If it crosses those, then it takes off. It makes it very difficult because you can't run a bulldozer through those drainages. You know, they have to reload and relocate. See, people say, hey, you know, I need 3 dozers over here. If I can get these 3 dozers over here, I'll be able to save subdivision, but a dozer has to be on a transport. They're driven on an asphalted highway or dirt road to get there, unload, and start building, and they're not the fastest moving pieces of equipment.
Okay, so this is where your knowledge is superior to mine. What acreage did you say you thought it might be again?
I don't know what it is now, but
just estimating. What do you think?
Oh, I would say it's probably 10 or 15.
It's 45.5, according to CAL FIRE. I thought you said 50 earlier.
Well, that's because an intel flight probably took place and they got the data.
I'm blown away. I thought it would be 15,000 now and maybe 20 by noon, dawn, or so.
So where are you getting that data from? Is that coming off Watch Duty?
CAL FIRE incidents, park fire.
CAL FIRE website?
CAL FIRE itself.
Yeah.
I'm blown away.
So when you see that number, Catherine, what's the number again?
45,500.
So 45,000 acres. 2 hours ago.
It's the size of Lake Tahoe in heat signature. I guess I should have measured Lake Tahoe. But it's 23 miles long.
I don't know. Can you pull it up? Can you pull up the footprint of the fire?
Oh, where? On which CalTopo or? Sure.
Oh, you got. I'm trying to think. On the CAL FIRE website.
Yeah.
They'll attach a map.
Okay.
And they'll have a footprint of it. Well, look at the footprint because it's going to look like you're looking at a large fish in the water. It's very linear. And those are all indicative of wind-driven fires.
Yeah, I told people as soon as the wind kind of dies up a little bit, the flanks will spread out pretty serious, and it's rapidly moving towards the Chico airport. They've got a lot of. They keep issuing new level 2s and 3s. The airport area is level 3, but I don't think they'll abandon the airport. I think they'll still use it for firefighting.
No, they won't. They have a tanker base there, and that's and a staging area for equipment. Another thing folks don't might want to have a question about is, so we're up to like 6 or 7 fires here. I think there's 1 or 2 in South Ops, but 6 or 7 in North Ops. So early in the morning and around the clock, there is a process called multi-agency coordination.
Okay.
So you have all these top chiefs and all these fire agencies that meet in a room. It's like a war room. And they get all the data of all the fires and the values at risk. What is it risky? And they prioritize the fires.
Mm-hmm.
So if Park becomes number 1, then Park's going to get priority for aircraft compared to the other fires.
Yeah, they had a no divert today.
They had a no divert. If you remember on the radio, they kept coming back and asking them, North Ops is inquiring the status on the no divert because they needed them for other fires.
Right.
But in order to have a no divert, you have to have the incident commander, when he makes that proclamation, he has to stand behind it and have the proper reasons. And of course, he did in this case here. You have direct structural threat and life safety, which is the first and highest priority. So it's going to get the aircraft it needs. It might not be available right away, but they will make it a priority compared to. So they sit back and not only just aircraft, but apparatus and resources in general. The priority will go to that number 1 and that number 2 and that number 3 and that number 4 fire. So that fire that's burning up there in Alturas, there's some fire burning up there that started yesterday or today.
Really?
Modoc County.
Yeah.
It's probably low priority because it's all in sage. Open country, it'll just burn all the way to Nevada.
It's called the Pencil Fire, but it's up against Goose Lake. Does that have water or is it dry?
Which lake is that?
In Modoc County up there. If it's a alkali thing, plants can't grow, and they might have a nice way to stop it because it's a southwest wind.
Some ground resources, and they have to do with what they have. All these incident commanders now, they're probably getting a call from their agency head saying, you got to do with what you can do with what you got. We can't do.
Yeah, Oregon is still in crisis, so.
Oh, terribly. And like I told you, now this year was probably vehicle or equipment related, but a lot of those fires in the high country in Oregon and Washington, I don't know about Washington, but at least Oregon, I know they got sprayed with that lightning storm here about 3 or 4 days ago. And sleepers.
Yeah, they got hosed with a couple more thousand strikes today, 70-mile-an-hour winds and torrential rain and flash floods. So we were monitoring that first when this broke out, and I kind of dismissed what was at Chico at first because I thought, okay, they're no stranger to fire down here. And then I realized they built neighborhoods into the freaking drainage of Bidwell Park, and I'm like, wait, okay, oh no, that's stupid. And then I realized nobody did any burning of the hills this year, apparently, and they didn't have any preparation for this. And I went, oh God.
Well, control burns, but they're in various places and all. But where this fire took off, upper Bidwell Park, if you've been reading the local newspapers,
no,
it's a high volume of homeless people living in those areas now because
Paradise.
of the overflow from the days of the car fire, or campfires.
Yep. Yeah. PG&E owes everybody a house, but they haven't gotten around to giving them one yet. Isn't that funny?
Well, don't even go there with that.
Yeah. We're Butte strong. Yes, the app's called Watch Duty Lab Diamond. Anyway,
Butte County is they're very good about notifications because they've learned it the hard way.
Well, we just had somebody come in from Tehama County who had no idea that this even happened today.
Well, I don't know if they listen. I was in my garage about I don't know, 2 hours, 3 hours before nightfall and
Yeah.
doing a project, and I heard the EBS tones go off, and system's working. But
Yeah.
people have to be connected. The people that have it the toughest are people who are off the grid, and that happened a lot during camp.
Yeah.
Out there in McGill country.
Ironically, like I keep saying that Butte County was a great example, like Lahaina, of a place being so prepared and so confident in their notification system that they didn't have any plan or any backup if the electronics of it failed. So the funny thing is that if they had had town bells, more people would have survived and known. Places like Placerville that still have a town bell and Volcano, they're kind of ahead of the game. Like, old technology can really do good too.
The government legislation in California, they ought to tax the PUC people, all the utility people, and have them fund an alert system in every county.
Yeah, they should.
What I'm talking about? Yeah.
If Facebook can come on everybody's phone, so should a national emergency alert app, for the love of cars. So what I keep telling people, though, like, hey, we're not in Diablo wind season, at least. Now, at least...
we've now had 4 major heat waves. I can't even imagine what the fuel moistures are going to be like by October.
But the one silver lining is that, say there is a Diablo wind style fire, there's so much black in between, like Redding and Los Molinos now, that they have a little measure of safety.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. The sad part is these burn scars. For example, if you were to drive Highway 299 out of Redding to Eureka and walk and drive through the Whiskeytown National Park 90, they said the other day, because they had the 6th anniversary of the car fire was 2 days ago.
Oh,
on
God.
the 23rd, yeah.
Yeah.
So they did a little story about how the park has come back. Well, the park's come back for sure, but all it's got in there is a lot of oak brush and a lot of dead fuel.
Yeah.
It's ugly. It really is. Other than some of the riparian areas, the Whiskeytown Park is a bomb ready to explode. You put a wind on that.
Oh, God.
And it's going to roar. Yeah, because it's all dead and down now. It's all been killed.
Vision Tango's about to talk again.
The fire is in
Hang on.
Section 9 on the cave VMP. If Edson's there, he'll know what I'm talking about.
Fire's in Section 9.
We should see if our unit GIS could inlay the cave VMP into this portion of the map.
Section 9.
Find the control lines that we used this last fall.
Find the control lines.
If we did that, it would speed things up for containment on this piece.
The control lines used last fall.
Just south of Cohasset Road.
Just south of Cohasset. So if I put on the...
Yeah, I copy that. I'll tie in with operations when he gets back. He's out.
If I can get something like a topo map, Section 9 should be a quadrangle, right? It might be
a section is 1 square mile, 1 mile by 1 mile. It's a square.
Okay.
You get a topog map. You look in those squares. There's a number.
Okay.
And there are 36 sections in one township.
Oh, okay.
And so you should be able to see the number where he's talking about. If you have a regular quadrangle or topog map, yeah.
No, we got that.
You're pretty resourceful. You'll figure it out.
Yeah, here on CalTopo, we got some good donations today. We're about to buy the Pro version.
Branch 10.
So they said somewhere off.
Yeah, and aren't you supposed to send me an address, or I told you I lost it?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so it's Cave Canyon. We found it, Cave Canyon. Sorry. Thanks for wanting to send a donation via mail. I will do that just after we hang up.
Deputy operations.
Oh, I'd like to see you get your laptop. You deserve it.
Oh, thank you, dear. And I'll be headed.
Go ahead, Deputy operations.
I'll be headed to California with it as soon as we get it.
Get some rest, because I would get some rest before 1,300 hours, because around 1,300 hours, this thing's going to blow and go.
Where do you think it'll go? Up in the hills?
I think it'll continue along all that front country, which is basically the foothills, between the Sacramento Valley and that Lassen country. So it'll keep,
My biggest concern is that it'll become a huge flame front, but then if there's winds that'll push it up into the mountains, how are they going to stop it from getting up higher into the mountains? How on earth would they?
Well, they'll be doing probably some defensive attack on this thing. They'll plan ahead. They got to get the big picture, and they'll find where they can hold it from and try to keep it within a perimeter. They'll set some objectives of where they want to call it. You know, they're going to try to hold it east of, west of, north of, south of.
Okay.
First priority will be, you know, firefighter safety and public safety, structure defense, and then